With just a casual wave of his hand, a terrifying bolt of lightning blasted outward. When he awakened, heaven and earth shook and thunder roared through the sky. Jingming had transmigrated, but unfortunately he woke up in the body of a total loser, so he desperately called out for a system in vain. Fortunately, it did not disappoint him, finally appearing to grant him the unique ability to upgrade his talent, allowing him to rapidly boost his strength in a dangerous world overrun by savage beasts and monsters. Inside, Class 12 of Jiangcheng. Number 2, high school tension filled the room as the crucial exam approached. On the blackboard, the words showing only one day until the exam acted as a stark warning. Below were complex mathematical formulas, and right next to them was a motivational slogan about 20 years of hard study leading up to this very day. Homeroom teacher Chen Fan, with a stern look, leaned on the desk and raised his voice, telling those taking the academic exam to check their supplies tonight, to make sure they had everything ready. He scanned the room and continued in a much sharper tone, warning that those taking the combat exam must properly prepare their battle gear and weapons. Teacher Chen Fan stared seriously at the students, his voice sounding incredibly heavy, as he emphasized every single word. He delivered a final warning that the combat exam carried a real risk of death for anyone lower than D class. His chilling warning caused the entire classroom to instantly freeze in fear. But our guy, totally unfazed, a black-haired boy with deep blue eyes, smirked. He wondered, was the teacher secretly calling him out right now? This was none other than the transmigrated Xu Jingming. He remembered this brand new world was called Blue Star, possessing modern technology very similar to his past home, but this planet hid a terrifying constant threat, deadly bloodthirsty beasts that hunted humanity. Images of entire cities burning in chaotic wild flames flashed in his mind. Hideous monsters with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp fangs had brought absolute terror and destruction to every corner of civilization. To fight back, humanity developed extraordinary powers, giving rise to strong individuals capable of dealing with the threat. These awakened heroes became the ultimate hope for human survival. Miraculously, every teenager has a chance to awaken an ability at the age of 16, revealing a massive variety of powers. However, the strength of these abilities varied wildly. The overall quality of their talents differed greatly. Under Blue Star's standard grading system, abilities were divided into 9 distinct tiers. Unfortunately, most ordinary people only managed to awaken lower talents from F class to D class. Recalling his own awakening, a tiny spark of lightning had flickered then died. His ability was just E-class weak electricity, leaving only a pathetic current, crackled at his fingertips, barely as strong as a cheap pocket stun gun. Then a mocking voice sneered from behind. He asked if Xu Jingming was seriously still planning to take the combat exam. Even after hearing Teacher Chen's warnings, a muscular blonde-haired boy leaned down. Smirking smugly, he whispered a harsh threat right into Xu Jingming's ear. He sneered that trash E-class talent would only embarrass the school. Why not just stick to the academic path instead? Going to work a quiet office job at some family company seemed much safer. Suddenly, a girl with short, purple hair and a striking figure stood up, pointing directly at the blonde boy and telling Huang Tian to back off. Huang Tian snorted coldly, turning around, but he did not forget to throw a provocative glance back at her. He muttered to himself he would show Lin Qingying exactly who would come out on top during this upcoming exam. He glanced back with malicious eyes. That weak boy Xu Jingming would only find death out there, nothing more. Once Huang Tian finally left, Lin Qingying turned around to comfort Xu Jingming with a gentle, soothing voice. She told him to ignore those nasty words. Everyone has value. Why not switch his registration to the academic path, where he could easily live a peaceful, comfortable life? Xu Jingming remained silent, his gaze falling down onto his college application form. In the Great Yang Zhenqian state, higher education was strictly divided into academic and combat tracks. The paper clearly listed his personal info, showing his name, age 18, and an E-class elemental type talent. With low talent and zero confidence, most chose the safe academic route to live as normal citizens. Can we blame them? Meanwhile, those who chose the combat exam had to enter designated danger zones, fighting bloodthirsty beasts to the death. It was a brutal path paved with real blood and tears. Only those who achieved qualifying scores could ever enter elite academies for the awakened. After years of rigorous training under skilled instructors, they could finally break their limits, becoming true powerhouses. Xu Jingming sat in deep thought, well aware that both his teacher and classmates genuinely cared. But in a world overrun with deadly threats, he knew that even if he avoided this high mortality exam, he could never escape a sudden invasion by savage beasts. Suddenly, a painful memory flooded his mind, bringing back a grim image of his parents falling in a pool of blood during a brutal beast invasion. That crushing grief remained fresh in his soul. These memories remained deeply carved into the young boy's soul. His parents in this world had died in a beast tide. Xu Jingming's eyes grew sharp and resolute. Clenching his fists, a fire of pure determination burned inside him. He refused to be completely powerless if he ever had to face a tragedy like that again. Looking up without a shred of hesitation, he grabbed a pen and filled out the application form with complete resolve. He declared that he would still take the martial arts exam. Outside, the school sank into sunset, but inside the gym, the wind whistled with raw power. A lone figure trained relentlessly with a spear gripping the shaft tightly. He felt the energy surging through his muscles. With a loud shout, Xu Jingming unleashed a devastating, powerful strike. Faint sparks from his E-class lightning ability flickered along the weapon's shaft. After hours of intense, exhausting practice, he gasped for air completely, drenched in sweat and utterly spent. Collapsing onto the floor, he lay there exhausted. Staring at the ceiling, the exhausted teenager reflected on his journey. Ever since his lightning ability awakened, he had trained relentlessly with the spear for over 2.5 long years, yet his mastery still remained stuck at the basic level. He bitterly noted that spending 300,000 on the swift wind lightning technique at least gave him an edge. It made him slightly stronger than average E-class awakeners, but the brutal reality of his situation quickly crashed back. He reached a hopeless hand into the air, haunted by a dark truth about the upcoming trials. The mortality rate for low-rank examinees was rising rapidly, yet his burning determination refused to fade away. Clenching his fists, his eyes blazed with resolve. He had to get into the academy, even if it cost him. Right then, a strange blue glow erupted from the back of his hand, and a holographic screen materialized. A message flashed before the stunned teenager, stating that the system was currently initializing. He stared in absolute disbelief. Suddenly, a chime rang out. The system had successfully booted up, prompting him to sit upright immediately. It asked if he wanted to claim his beginner gift pack. A wild thought immediately flashed through his mind. Was this the legendary cheat code for reincarnated souls? Shock quickly turned into pure, unadulterated excitement. Smiling with anticipation, he asked what was inside. Instantly, the glowing screen presented his ultimate reward, an S-class talent along with 200 ability points. Hearing this, Xu Jingming froze, well aware of its immense value. In a powerhouse nation like Great Yang Zentian, an S-class awakener only appeared once every 3 to 4 years. Such prodigies were instantly headhunted by top universities and showered with endless resources to build their power. They were destined to become peak powerhouses. A bright glimmer of hope finally sparked in his eyes. As an E-class underdog, he realized his chance to defy fate and change his destiny had finally arrived. Reaching toward the screen with a confident grin, he commanded the system to claim his prize. Notifications chimed sequentially, confirming the claim was successful and adding 200 ability points to his new account. The S-class Purple Cloud Divine Thunder initialized, sending a massive surge of purple energy directly into his heart. Agonizing pain ripped through him. Xu Jingming braced himself as violent torrents of purple lightning enveloped his body. His shirt shredded, exposing a toned physique. At 10% progress, a shockwave shattered the windows. The violent power reduced the entire training room to absolute ruins. Outside, a young girl noticed the chaos. Pointing innocently up at the shattered windows, she asked her mother what was happening to that big brother. Neighbors panicked as well, and one man frantically grabbed his phone to call the fire department. Inside, Xu Jingming gritted his teeth, determined to withstand the agonizing process of this sudden evolution. At 70%, the sky outside suddenly darkened, casting an ominous shadow over the entire neighborhood. Pedestrians stared in shock as massive dark storm clouds gathered, forming the shape of a massive lightning dragon. The beast roared, shaking the heavens. In a luxurious office nearby, a powerful man watched the storm. He sensed an oppressive pressure in the air, wondering if a powerful lightning beast was about to attack. Turning around, the commander ordered the 3rd Legion of Jiangcheng City to immediately enter high alert. A soldier saluted sharply, acknowledging the order with absolute discipline before rushing off to notify the troops. High above, the lightning coalesced into a colossal dragon, channeling its earth-shattering power directly toward the gym. Xu Jingming let out a final raw roar as the transformation surged toward its ultimate climax. At 100%, the volatile energy condensed into a glowing orb of pure lightning right before him. In the ruined training room, Xu Jingming slowly stands up, feeling a brand new power surging through his veins. He spreads his hand, and a sparkling purple lightning sphere materializes in his palm. A satisfied smirk plays on his face as he realizes this is an S-rank ability. The Purple Heaven Divine Thunder is on a completely different level. One hit could easily turn a person straight into dust. He rubs his temple with a sigh. Things definitely got way out of hand here, and his room is completely wrecked. It is a good thing he held back, or the entire house would be history. But hey, that is S-rank power for you. He suddenly remembers his beginner pack. Didn't that grant 200 ability points? The blue system interface flares up. The system screen explains that ability points are earned by hunting down powerful wild beasts. He can spend them to level up his stats and combat skills directly through the system menu. Xu Jingming grins widely. He absolutely loves this simple yet incredibly broken cheat. Opening the menu, a detailed status screen flashes before him. His awakening is unranked, but his S-rank Thunder physique and spirit stats look extremely promising. His skills include basic spear technique and lightning gale strike with 200 unused points. He clenches his fist as purple sparks dance over his knuckles. His gaze hardens with pure determination. Tomorrow is the big exam. He needs to invest these points to maximize his raw combat power. He commands the system to add points, tapping the glowing screen to carefully allocate his upgrades and boost his power. Boosting his physical and mental stats is definitely the smartest move for him right now. Instantly, the numbers spin and climb in a barrage of loud notifications. A wave of pure, overwhelming energy completely wraps around him. Every single cell screams with joy. His mind feels sharper than ever. He clenches his fists, feeling the brute's strength. He takes a battle stance. Violent arcs of purple electricity crackle around his body, overflowing on their own. He flashes a confident smile. Upgrading his core stats will scale up his combat skills. He glances down to check the final results. His base stats gain 20 points each, with 1 point converting to 0.2 energy. He now has 141 physique and 160 spirit. Talk about a massive power-up. He smirks with ambition. Honestly, with this level of power, passing the Elite Academy entrance exam is going to be a breeze. Still, he wonders where he ranks among Jiangnan Province's 700,000 elite candidates. How will he match up against pampered geniuses? He shoulders his heavy spear with a wide grin. A quick trip to the dojo should test his actual combat power. Suddenly crash, his front door gets kicked open. 3 fully equipped firefighters stand right in front of him, leaving him blinking in complete and utter confusion. The lead firefighter asks if there is a fire, explaining they receive an emergency distress call. Xu looks at the ruins. Looking at the ruins, Xu Jingming scratches his head and says it was just extreme training. Hearing this, the lead firefighter sighs with relief and immediately orders his team to pack up and head out. As they pack up, the chief looks back at him with absolute disbelief. He thinks to himself that causing this much damage during student practice is insane. Kids these days are terrifying. The fire truck departs, leaving whispering neighbors behind. Xu Jingming steps outside, spear on his shoulder. A concerned neighbor quickly rushes over to ask if he is all right after seeing the fire truck. He reassures Uncle Yang that everything is fine. Another neighbor spots his combat gear. He asks if Xu Jingming is headed to the gym, and the boy nods. The crowd is deeply impressed. They praise his work ethic with a big exam tomorrow. He is nothing like their lazy kids. In this harsh world, awakeners must constantly train body and spirit. But since not every family can afford a private training space, local public facilities are necessary. And that is exactly why professional martial arts dojos offering advanced training spaces and coaching have become so popular. Xu Jingming heads straight toward one of the 2 absolute biggest dojo chains in Great Yang Zhenqian, known as Thunder and Violent Bear. He steps inside. The intense energy hits him instantly. Violent Bear's annual fee is 100,000. It is perfect for students from wealthy families. Only Lighting Dojo opens its doors for free to high schoolers. Walking down the hallway, he suddenly hears a familiar voice calling out from a nearby group of students. An incredibly beautiful girl with long black hair and amber eyes turns around. It is Tangxi, Xu Jingming's cousin. Her neat uniform highlights her tall figure and incredibly long legs. Surprised by her presence, Xu Jingming walks over. He asks why she is visiting Lighting Dojo. Tangxi glances at him and calmly replies that she is just hanging out with friends. He nods and tells them to enjoy their walk while he immediately heads off toward the training area. As she watches him walk away, Tangxi frowns slightly, thinking how strange it is that he feels different. Her friend nudges her shoulder, curiously asking who that handsome guy is. Tangxi looks at her and replies. She explains that he is Xu Jingming, her cousin, a senior who is also taking the martial arts exam tomorrow. A boy in their group teases Yang Zhenqian about having a crush, but she quickly fires back without any hesitation. She proudly says that with his good looks, as long as he is decent, he would make a great boyfriend to show off. Tangxi sighs, pouring cold water on her friend's excitement by warning her that she's going to be disappointed. She reveals his awakened power is only an E-rank ability, instantly crushing Yang Zhenqian's hopes and leaving her disappointed. The boy from earlier smirks, crossing his arms and mocking the E-rank fighter's foolhardy courage for even entering the exam. Tangxi looks worried, and who can blame her when the risks of the martial arts exam are so high? She quickly changes the subject to lift the mood, reminding them they came to check out the Lighting Dojo anyway. Yang Zhenqian cheers up, mentioning that after 3 years training at Raging Bear Dojo, this is her first time here. The boy agrees, noting that relaxing before the big exam is great for their physical and mental health. They happily head off together. Meanwhile, inside a private training room, Xu Jingming stands before a massive training target. He lifts his long spear, but a completely strange sensation immediately washes over him as he grips the weapon. He is stunned to find the spear feels lighter quickly, realizing his physical body has grown significantly stronger. Caressing the shaft, he feels a bit regretful since the exam is tomorrow, leaving him no time to find a better weapon. Taking his stance with sharp eyes, he decides to test his pure strength without using any ability boosts. Taking a deep breath, he thrusts forward the spearhead, tearing through the air at an absolutely incredible speed. A sharp metallic clang echoes as his spear hits dead center, and a number instantly flashes on the monitor. The display reads 321, leaving a massive dent in the specialized memory metal target in front of him. Within its tolerance limits, the metal automatically heals itself. Xu Jingming pulls his spear back and clenches his fist in awe. He is absolutely shocked to feel his pure physical strength has actually doubled, a truly massive power-up that defies all logic. A normal awakened person usually peaks at only 100 units. Suddenly, a bright spark flashes in his eyes. It is time to test his S-rank Purple Heavenly Thunder. He focuses and purple electricity instantly wraps around his body. With his black hair standing on end and his domineering aura exploding, he unleashes a devastating lightning strike. This time, the numbers on the screen shoot up crazily, hitting 3,010 units. Xu Jingming gasps for air. He breathes heavily, but a proud grin spreads across his face. S-rank power is truly insane. A normal Tier 1 ability user only outputs 1,000 units, yet he can already match the strike intensity of a mid-Tier 1 fighter. Sparks of electricity still crackle wildly around his body as he tilts his head, his sharp eyes flashing with determination. He realizes this is not even his true limit yet. Gripping the spear, he channels even more purple current. Combining physical strength, his S-rank lightning, and his martial skills will unleash his ultimate attack. He takes a step back. Gathering momentum, his body is engulfed in a sea of blinding lightning as he prepares to execute his Tempest Thunder Strike. Focusing all that raw power onto his spear tip, he forms a blinding sphere of electricity and thrusts it violently forward. The massive target is instantly swallowed by a blinding explosion as Xu Jingming roars for the barrier to break. Boom. A massive tremor shakes the entire martial arts hall. In the main lobby, people lose their balance. A man wearing training clothes panics, shouting about an earthquake. On the same floor, Tang Qi's group is thrown off balance. His friend's face pales, crying out in shock that this terrifying energy wave has already reached the level of an actual awakened. The group huddles together, completely stunned. Yang Zentiano Ya asks, wondering aloud because she remembers this floor is only for high school student training. She asks if one of those absolute monsters has already broken through to the awakened class and is practicing. Why would someone from the Iron Bear dojo come here? His friend urges them to go check, and Tang Qi casts curious gaze toward the tremor. Following the raw energy, the group quickly heads down a quiet hallway. The shockwaves are clearly coming from nearby. Just then, Xu Jingming steps out of the training room with a spear on his shoulder. Tang Qi calls out in surprise, asking Xu Jingming if he is heading home. He calmly replies that he wants to get back early to prepare. She tells him to stay safe and do his best in tomorrow's exam, but the guy next to her speaks up with a serious face. Forget about him, he says, because the energy waves came from right here. The group steps up to the training room door. Is this really the spot? When they push that heavy door open, their jaws instantly drop. The room is completely obliterated inside. The high-tech memory metal target is completely shattered into tiny pieces. The floor is cracked and nearby equipment is ruined. Tang Qi and Yang Zentiano Ya are completely speechless with horror. Yang Zentiano Ya covers her mouth in absolute disbelief, trembling. Even memory metal got pulverized, she stammers. How powerful was that hit? Does our city really have high schoolers this strong? Wondering if Jiang Cheng has students that strong, the most knowledgeable guy in their group steps inside, shaking his head with absolute certainty. There is absolutely no way this was a high school student. I can still feel a wild, unmatched energy lingering in this wreckage. The person responsible might be a Tier 2 awakened who wandered onto this floor by mistake just to test their raw strength. Another friend nods in agreement, stating that this level of destructive power could never belong to an ordinary high schooler. Exactly, even the top geniuses from the capital city could not pull this off, let alone someone in our small city. There is just no way Jiang Cheng could produce a monster like that. Suddenly, a playful idea pops into Yang Zentiano Ya's head. Resting her chin on her hand, she asks if maybe Xu Jingming did this since he was the only one in here. What if he is actually a hidden super genius, just waiting for tomorrow's martial exam to blow everyone away? The boys burst out laughing. One of them tells her she has been reading way too many underdog web novels. Hiding your strength requires actually having some strength to hide first. He is just an E-tier awakened with pathetic stats. Scoring 100 points would already be a miracle for him. The leader of their group points down the hallway. Both sides of this hallway lead outside, he explains. That powerful expert must have slipped away before we arrived. That is why we did not cross paths with them. He turns to look at Tang Qi, who remains dead silent. She has a strange look on her face. When asked for her opinion, she keeps staring at the ruined walls. Answering her friend vaguely, she gently traces her finger along a deep, clean puncture mark left in the solid metal. The deep, perfectly round punctures on the metal wall look incredibly familiar. A sudden realization flashes through her mind. These look exactly like spear marks. Instantly, the image of her cousin carrying that spear on his shoulder flashes back. Tang Xi is left in absolute disbelief. Could the guy everyone calls a loser actually be hiding this much insane power? Is he really as weak as everyone thinks? Soon all doubts are cast aside as the big day finally arrives. Dozens of buses transport the contestants to a massive ruined wasteland. This desolate battleground is their official exam arena. Armed to the teeth, the nervous students step off the buses one by one, filling the air with anxious chatter. Walking among them, Xu Jingming holds his spear with a calm, steady grip, completely unbothered by the chaos around him. Unlike the terrified students shaking nearby, he takes a deep breath and absorbs the incredibly tense atmosphere of the arena. So this is the battleground, he thinks. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoes through the crowd near the perimeter fence. Someone yells out in horror, claiming they just spotted a one-horned rhino inside. The rumor spreads like wildfire. Aren't we supposed to fight shadow cats and iron bristle boars? This year's exam is on a whole different level. As panic sets in, a remarkably arrogant voice cuts through the noise, mocking their fear of a simple monster. If you cannot even handle a beast of this level, he sneers, then you are nothing but absolute trash. Getting into an awakened academy by luck will not save you. Hearing this, a nearby student recognizes the speaker. Who is that arrogant guy? He whispers. His friend leans in, telling him it is none other than the legendary Zhou Mingyang, the swift-wind sword from the first high school. He is one of the most feared contestants here. He has a B-tier wind talent and has already broken past his limits to become an official Tier 1 awakened. Hearing the whispers, Xu Jingming shifts his gaze toward Zhou Mingyang, the top genius favored to win the entire exam. A sudden spark of battle intent ignites inside him. He wonders who would win in an all-out fight. Right then, a booming voice blares from the loudspeakers, instantly silencing the crowd. Attention all exam candidates. A scarred middle-aged man in a sharp military uniform steps onto the high platform. He raises his voice, commanding absolute attention. I am Wang Haiyang, chief commander of this Jiangcheng martial arts exam. Before we begin, I must emphasize a few critical points. He points toward the ruined wasteland stretching out behind him. The exam starts at exactly 9 a.m. and ends at 9 p.m. That gives you a total of 12 hours. Your battleground is the abandoned town right behind me. A massive map flashes onto the screen. Just like before, the zone is split into the outer ring, the central area, the inner ring, and the core zone. Hunting different beasts earns you points based on their danger level. The stronger the beast, the higher your score will climb. Wang Haiyang's face turns dead serious. The core zone is basically the ultimate test meant only for the absolute best of you. Know your limits and play it smart. Do not throw away your life just to chase a slightly higher score. Xu Jingming stares intently at the glowing map, his mind already made up. If this were only yesterday, he would have played safe. Stick to the outer ring, right? But now he is aiming straight for the inner circle, maybe even the dangerous core. Wang Haiyang continues, we are handing out supplies now, so line up with your class instructors to receive your gear. Xu Jingming walks over to his teacher Chen Fan, who hands him a sturdy tactical pack containing 3 essential items. First, a smartwatch to track the types and number of beasts he defeats, updating his score in real time. Next is the tactical bag containing 3 energy bars, 1 energy drink, and a single-use first aid kit. This will keep him fueled for the entire 12 hours. And finally, the most critical piece of gear, the safety sphere. Activating it triggers a high-voltage barrier that standard beasts cannot breach. Chen Fan pats Xu Jingming on the shoulder. His face is tight with worry. He warns him that even though using the sphere means instant disqualification from the exam, your life matters more than any score. Xu Jingming nods gratefully. Thank you, teacher. I will keep that in mind. As he turns around, a familiar voice calls out to him. It is Lin Qingying running quickly in his direction. She offers a bright smile and asks if he has a team, yet offering him a spot with her group. She proudly mentions she recently unlocked a C-rank ability. Beside her, Liu Wei speaks up to support his friend. Don't worry, Jingming, I will back you up. But another teammate instantly scowls, calling out the class rep's charity work. This is a real combat exam. 5 people max per squad, so why drag along dead weight and ruin our score? Liu Wei glares at them, asking if they are really breaking their promise now. The other guy points right at Xu Jingming. Who knew he would actually show up for combat? Seriously, I am not carrying a useless burden into a war zone. As the tension builds, Xu Jingming remains completely calm, raising his hand to quietly cut off the rising argument. Liu Wei Lin Qingying, I appreciate the offer. He looks at them with a gentle smile and delivers his decision. I am heading in solo, so you guys go ahead. Lin Qingying and Liu Wei stare at him, absolutely stunned. Are you actually serious? Seeing his firm nod, she sighs deeply, reminding him to stay extremely safe out there. The toxic teammate sneers, telling them to forget him and go find Huang Tian to join their team instead. The group quickly walks off, leaving Xu Jingming alone. He watches their retreating figures completely unfazed by the rejection. He smirked. He turns around with absolute confidence in his eyes, knowing he does not need anyone to win. Right on cue, the loudspeakers overhead blare to life, announcing the official start of the legendary martial arts exam. Scores of drones hum to life, filling the sky. The 2037th Jiangcheng High School combat exam is underway. Cameras click on across the zone. Drones hover close to capture the action, ready to broadcast the live streams worldwide. Massive steel gates grind open. Thousands of students flood forward like a swarm of hornets, charging into the ruins. One student yells out that his target is Jiangnan Awakener Academy, determined to shock everyone with his performance today. The sea of students pours inside, marking the official beginning of a brutal struggle between life and death. But the cruel reality of combat hits faster than anyone expected. Within minutes, the first casualty has already fallen. Walking past, Xu Jingming hears a weak voice coming from the fallen student's watch, calling out for emergency medic teams. He keeps moving forward. Real opportunity always comes with massive risk, and not everyone is built to survive this. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen. He spots a fresh footprint in the dirt, pressed deep with razor-sharp, lethal claw marks. Out of the shadows, a panther-like beast with jet-black fur and burning glowing eyes leaps straight into the open. Instantly, he realizes the truth. The beast left that survivor alive on purpose, using him as bait. This is a trap. The shadow cat roars, pouncing directly at Xu Jingming. He doesn't flinch, taking a firm stance to face it head-on. A fierce beast charges forward. It pounces with terrifying speed, but Xu Jingming is even faster, dodging the strike with a simple, fluid step. In the blink of an eye, he completely evades the attack. The shadow cat lands nearby, showcasing its notoriously quick and agile frame. Armed with razor-sharp claws and a bite force of thousands of kilograms, this beast is a notorious rookie killer in the exam. It turns back, letting out a ferocious growl. Xu Jingming tightly grips his spear, calmly analyzing how these terrifying creatures hunt. They rely on a unique, oppressive killing intent to paralyze their prey. Normally, the vast majority of newly awakened combatants freeze up immediately. Confronted by this raw malice for the first time, their bodies stiffen, leaving them unable to unleash even 30% of their true power. Some even freeze and wait for death. Because of this, wealthy families hire professional awakened bodyguards to train their kids early in the wild. This hands-on training lets them adapt to beast combat early. Xu Jingming obviously lacks those resources. This is his first real fight. He has to rely solely on himself. Sensing his focus, the shadow cat refuses to wait immediately, preparing to launch another deadly attack. It springs forward, jaws wide open as it aims its razor-sharp fangs straight for Xu Jingming's exposed throat with lethal precision. But he stands his ground. Refusing to back down, he unleashes a lightning-fast thrust, his spearhead crackling with intense concentrated electricity. The purple sparks pierce clean through the beast's skull. Pulling his spear back, he remains completely unfazed as blood splatters around him. Clearly, the beast's terrifying aura has absolutely no effect on him. Suddenly, a notification chimes on his wrist-worn device. It confirms he has slain one unranked shadow cat, earning 3 ability points. A small note below explains the beast ranking system. Beasts are categorized from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Anything below Tier 1 is unranked, which corresponds directly to basic awakened humans. Glancing at the holographic display on his wrist, he realizes that slaying these creatures is his ticket to gaining more power. Still, these unranked beasts yield very few points. His gaze shifts toward the center of the ruined town, calculating his next move. Since he is immune to their oppressive aura, staying in the outer zone is pointless. It is time to head deeper. Wasting no time, he charges ahead, sweeping through the outer perimeter like a storm as his spear begins its deadly dance. His weapon traces lethal arcs in the air, effortlessly putting down one beast after another without breaking a single sweat. Notifications flood in, adding 3, 5, and 6 points continuously. As he runs, he begins to calculate his energy usage. While the points are piling up, he desperately needs actual combat experience. Relying on his purple sky divine thunder is just too easy. Instant killing unranked targets will not sharpen his skills, and using high-level powers drains his energy reserves way too quickly. Going all out with his thunder power would exhaust him in under an hour, a critical risk in a long-term fight. His old E-rank electric power lasted over 3 hours, but this grueling martial exam is scheduled to run for 12 full hours. He cannot afford to waste energy before even reaching the core zone. He decides to conserve his power for what lies ahead. Relying solely on raw spearmanship will sharpen his combat instincts. Just then, a massive one-horned rhinoceros blocks his path. Stomping its heavy hooves, the beast lets out a deafening roar and charges directly toward him like an unstoppable armored tank. Without a trace of fear, Xu Jingming sprints forward to meet the charge head-on, leaping high into the air at the last second. He effortlessly dodges the horn, landing squarely on the beast's back before plunging his spear deep through its thick, calloused hide. With a single clean stroke, the battle is over. Xu Jingming exhales slowly, standing atop the massive corpse and marveling at his own speed. Even a formidable armored rhinoceros proved to be no match. He wonders if his spear technique has quietly reached a new level. Pulling up the system interface, he confirms his suspicion. His Spearmaster skill has successfully leveled up, reaching the intermediate rank. He is absolutely thrilled to see the breakthrough. Practicing in live combat is definitely the fastest way to sharpen his martial skills. At this rank, the weapon feels like a natural extension of his arm. He wonders how much stronger he would become with another upgrade. Without any hesitation, he immediately spends his newly acquired ability points to force another breakthrough in his combat skills. Instantly, a massive torrent of combat memories, martial forms, and advanced spear techniques floods directly into his consciousness. Taken aback by the sudden rush, he quickly concentrates to process the overwhelming data, feeling a profound sense of enlightenment wash over him. Letting out a deep breath, he feels a dramatic physical transformation. His mind is now packed with high-tier spear techniques. Standing tall, he grips his weapon tightly, his eyes burning with an intense desire to test his newly acquired combat power. He is itching to find a Tier 1 beast for a real challenge. Meanwhile, along another street in the outer zone, a group moves cautiously. Lin Qingying leads her team with careful steps when she suddenly stops in her tracks, blinking in complete disbelief. Staring into the distance, she mutters that she might have just spotted Xu Jingming. Her teammate immediately scoffs at the idea. He tells her she must be seeing things because with his weak strength, coming here would be a total suicide mission. Lin Qingying remains deeply worried and unconvinced. She wonders if her eyes played tricks on her, but that back profile looks so familiar. She thinks of Xu Jingming and wonders how he is doing right now. Suddenly, a teammate shouts and points forward. "Look over there, that one-horned rhino looks like it died just minutes ago." The whole group rushes over, finding blood, still fresh on the wound. It died only a few minutes ago. They examine the fatal head injury. Judging by its shape, it was clearly made by a long-shafted weapon. One person analyzes it and gasps it is a spear. Lin Qingying is completely stunned as a wild, bold theory flashes through her mind. Could the person nearby really be Xu Jingming? A teammate immediately shoots the idea down, asking if she actually thinks that Xu Jingming could kill this beast. This is a dangerous beast that only a C-rank awakener can face entirely alone. How could Xu Jingming possibly do that? Then Liu Wei gets a brilliant idea. If they want to know if he actually did it, they just need to check his rank. Lin Qingying immediately pulls up her smartwatch, scrolls to the leaderboard and freezes. Rank 46, Xu Jingming, 256 points, from Jiangcheng's second high school. She gasps out that it really is him. The entire team goes absolutely wild, refusing to believe their own eyes. There is absolutely no way Xu Jingming made the top 50. Is it just a shared name? Are those with E-rank powers really this strong this year? I simply do not believe it. Out in the spectator area, massive screens are broadcasting the live fights of the top candidates. One spectator remarks that first high school is as strong as ever, basically sweeping the entire top 10 list. Another person quickly adds that Zhou Mingyang is currently sitting very comfortably at rank number 1, with 412 points, basically locking in the city champion title. Our city of Jiangcheng has not had anyone in the provincial top 100 for years, so everyone wonders if he can pull it off. A fat, middle-aged man fanning himself speaks up confidently, predicting that he will easily secure a top 100 spot in Jiangnan province. Zhou Mingyang is their ultimate trump card, and his raw combat strength is nothing to laugh at even on a provincial exam scale. The speaker is Yang Wenshan, the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau. He turns toward the high school principals, remarking that he has always been very pleased with Liu Wei's results at first high school. Plus, third high school is doing quite well, finally placing a student in the top 10. The two highly flattered principals quickly offer their humble thanks. They attribute all the success to the director's guidance. Director Zhang then shifts his gaze to the head of second high school, his tone turning rather critical as he tells them they need to step up their game as their top scorer is only ranked 18th. The principal quickly nods in agreement, bowing his head in silence. Principal Zhang Wenshan Yao is quietly seething inside. Out of the top 50, only 8 students belong to his school. Li Mingyang, Jian Tangju, and Xu Jingming need to fight much harder. Suddenly, he stops completely in his tracks. Wait, who is Xu Jingming? He has never even heard that name. Is this kid actually in the elite class? He quickly starts questioning. His staff and homeroom teacher Chen Fan steps up looking utterly pale. His finger trembles as he points at the screen. Xu Jingming has actually climbed into the top 50. Teacher Chen Fan wipes cold sweat from his forehead, unable to believe his eyes. Is this kid not just a weak E-rank awakener? Did he somehow manage to hide his real power? But even with a secret, how can a weak E-rank power suddenly leap all the way to an S-rank? Only the top 10 get dedicated camera feeds so right. Now they simply cannot find any live footage of Xu Jingming. How on earth did he manage to score so many points? Teacher Chen Fan stares anxiously towards the testing field. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming has already ventured deep into the high-risk central zone. He strides down a completely silent road where the heavy atmosphere is a far cry from the chaotic outer rim. In this central zone, high-level beasts are actually quite scarce. He casually munches on an energy bar as he walks. These ranked beasts possess genuine intelligence and a fierce sense of territory, making them far tougher to handle than common wild beasts. Boom! He plants his foot and lunges forward. Suddenly, a massive tiger with blazing fiery fur and piercing green eyes pounces from a nearby ruined building. Undeterred, Xu Jingming swings his spear, unleashing a wave of blistering hot air. He twirls his weapon, setting up a perfect stance. The blade-saber tiger launches a devastating leap, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air directly at Xu Jingming. The beast lands its heavy claws, shredding the concrete pavement beneath. But Xu Jingming stands solid, flashing a highly confident smirk. Is a Tier 1 blade saber tiger's power really only at this level? Perhaps only a Tiger King could give him a real challenge. He swings his spear, yelling to go to hell, before lunging straight at the beast. Slash with a single lightning-fast strike, Xu Jingming sweeps past the tiger, leaving a deep bloody gash across its flank. The blade saber tiger roars in absolute agony, fresh red blood spraying everywhere. Xu Jingming spins back with flawless balance, his spear perfectly still, his cold eyes locked onto the struggling beast, focusing. The saber tiger is badly wounded, but its wild instincts take over. Its eyes flare with savage fury as it lets out a deafening roar. It bursts into blazing flames, lunging right at Xu Jingming in a desperate suicidal attempt to take him down with it. Yet Xu Jingming remains unnaturally calm. He effortlessly dodges the beast's wild, desperate lunges, gliding away like a ghost. He moves light as the wind, dodging a crushing bite that instantly shatters a nearby lamppost. He quietly mutters that it is indeed a Tier 1 beast. Its life force is incredibly stubborn, still trying to struggle. In these final moments, he takes a solid stance against the raging beast. It is attacking like crazy, but all its struggling is completely useless. This time, Xu Jingming stops playing defense. He goes on the offensive, blue energy wrapping around his long spear. He swings it, unleashing sharp arcs of lethal energy. The raw power tears up the street below. Then, with his spear tip glowing with deep purple energy, he aims. He drives it straight into the beast's head, delivering a flawless killing blow. Blood splatters as the saber tiger collapses to the cold ground. A system alert rings. Ding! 1 Tier 1 saber tiger slain, 14 ability points added. Xu Jingming stares at the screen. He smiles, pleased to see that killing a Tier 1 beast rewards almost double the points of an unranked one. He shoulders his spear and looks down at the carcass. The stronger the beast, the higher the massive point payout. While others see this exam ground as a deadly trap, to him it is an absolute goldmine for leveling up. With such a rare chance, he needs to move fast and harvest as many points as possible. He blurs away like the wind. His hunt continues. Meanwhile, back in the spectator stands, the leaderboard shifts, once again causing a teacher to gasp in shock. It turns out Xu Jingming is actually a Class 5 student under Teacher Chen Fan. The other instructors quickly crowd around to gossip. With so many ordinary classes, only Teacher Chen Fan had a student crack the top 50. He really knows how to produce talent. They even suggest inviting him to host a teaching seminar next semester to share his secrets. But Chen Fan is completely overwhelmed. He waves his hands, claiming that he had nothing to do with it, and that it was purely the students' own hard work. Suddenly, another teacher gasps, pointing at the screen as Xu Jingming's rank climbs yet again. All eyes instantly lock onto the leaderboard. Rank 25 Xu Jingming. He just jumped by 44 points in an instant. Director Zhang Wenshan strokes his chin in deep thought. He breaks down the math, explaining that defeating a peak unranked beast earns 6 to 8 points. Meanwhile, taking down a low Tier 1 beast yields 14 to 16 points. Another exam expert chimes in, his face full of disbelief. He points out that the smartwatch updates its kill counts only once every 4 seconds. This leads the director to a staggering conclusion. He states that in a mere 4 seconds, Xu Jingming must have slaughtered 5 peak unranked beasts. Or perhaps he slew 3 low Tier 1 beasts instead. A monstrous performance like this has not been seen in years. He turns to ask Principal Zhang Wenshan Yao why they kept such an incredible prodigy hidden for so long. Principal Zhang Wenshan Yao is just as baffled, admitting that he only recently found out about the boy's true power. He suggests asking the boy's homeroom teacher for details. Instantly, the entire room turns to look at Teacher Chen Fan. The poor man is frozen in place. Principal Zhang Wenshan Yao quickly drags Chen Fan forward to explain the situation to the leaders. He wants him to outline Xu Jingming's talent and history. Put on the spot, Chen Fan breaks into a cold sweat. Sweating profusely, he stammers out that Xu Jingming's awakened power is actually just a weak E-class electricity ability. Principal Zhang Wenshan Yao's eyes bulge, asking if he is absolutely sure it is not some kind of mistake. Chen Fan miserably confirms the truth, admitting he even warned the boy to skip the martial exam entirely. Director Zhang Wenshan muses over his tea, fascinated by how someone could get this far using a weak E-class ability. It suggests that the young man possesses hidden strengths elsewhere, which only makes him far more intriguing. He predicts that with this insane momentum, Xu Jingming will break into the top 10 very soon. His gaze turns sharp as he notes that they will finally see exactly how the boy achieved this. He wonders if cheating is involved, but a sudden startled scream from the crowd abruptly cuts him off. Everyone stares in absolute disbelief as the board updates once more. Rank 9 Xu Jingming. Out on the field, Tang Qi finishes off a beast and checks her smartwatch. Seeing herself at rank 12, she smiles. She is now certain that the incredible strike at the gym yesterday was indeed her cousin's doing. Meanwhile, rank 1 Zhou Mingyang is also staring at the board. With 6 hours left, this completely unfamiliar name has suddenly stormed the leaderboards. He has never even heard of Xu Jingming. Just then, a camera drone spots Xu Jingming on the battlefield, broadcasting his movements live to the massive screens. On screen, the young warrior faces a Tier 1 beast, effortlessly putting it down with a single brutal strike. Killing a Tier 1 Shadow Cat awards 14 ability points. Xu Jingming smiles with satisfaction, proving hunting in the central zone is far more efficient. Hunting here is so much faster. Looking up, he spots a military drone tracking his exact movements from above. It seems he has already broken into the top 10. Standing atop the beast's carcass, he casually brushes dust off his clothes. This martial arts exam is designed to test strength and potential. The better the score, the more attention they receive. He never planned to hide his true strength anyway. The top 10 is just the beginning, but first a quick power-up. Before heading into the core zone, he opens his system panel. He now has over 312 ability points. Yet the level column shows no option to upgrade. Transitioning from an awakened to an ability user requires a cultivation method. Since he cannot advance, yet he decides to boost his basic attributes instead. He immediately starts allocating his unused points. A warm surge of energy envelops him. Feeling stronger than ever, he prepares to finally step into the dangerous core zone. He dumps 40 points into physique and 22 into spirit. In the high-risk core zone, a pack of blade-fanged tigers is feeding. The pack leader stands proudly on the carcass, letting out a deafening roar. Hidden nearby, Xu Jingming watches them closely. He counts 9 blade-fanged tigers behind the wall. One massive beast clearly dwarfs the others, possessing an incredibly dominant presence. With those massive razor-sharp claws, it has to be the blade-fanged Tiger King. Xu Jingming grins with pure excitement. This is going to be a massive harvest. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens as he senses someone. Come on out, I know you are there. From behind a ruined building, a student steps out. The stranger smiles, praising his sharp senses for spotting him. He is surprised to find out this is the famous newcomer Xu Jingming. Jingming blinks in response. Zhou Mingyang. Zhou Mingyang explains that he knows every strong contender in the core zone except him, so seeing a new face is a surprise. He immediately knew it had to be the dark horse. Xu Jingming nods in understanding as the pieces fall into place. Zhou Mingyang points toward the beasts, his eyes flashing as he reveals he has been tracking this pack for a while. Xu Jingming instantly grows cautious, asking if he wants to steal his prey. Zhou Mingyang quickly waves his hands in denial. The king is a mid-tier first-grade beast protected by 9 others. No single fighter can take them all down alone. He proposes a team-up, but Xu Jingming flatly rejects the offer. He turns around with a highly confident grin. He boldly claims he can handle this alone. Charging forward, he leaves a completely stunned Zhou Mingyang behind. The tigers instantly spot the intruder, raising their heads to unleash a furious collective roar. Xu Jingming remains completely calm. He observes that having a leader gives these beasts enough intelligence to deploy a basic structured battle formation. From high above, the Tiger King roars out commands, sending its subordinates to quickly encircle the lone warrior. Unfazed, Jingming leaps directly into the center of the trap. Watching from cover, Mingyang wonders if he is just suicidal. He wants to see if this kid has real skills. Surrounded, Xu Jingming unleashes a massive wave of oppressive aura. He spins his spear, forming an impenetrable defense. With rapid sweeping strikes, he slices through the beasts with ease. The energy waves slice deep instantly, neutralizing his attackers as a rapid stream of system notifications floods his vision. Defeating a low-tier first-grade Blade-Fang Tiger awards 10 ability points, and taking down mid-tier ones yields 15. Within seconds, the battlefield is littered with dead predators. The Blade-Fang Tiger King lets out a furious, deafening roar. It cannot believe its pack was slaughtered so easily. Standing amidst the carnage, Xu Jingming leans on his spear, catching his breath. His physical strength is still slightly lacking, preventing a flawless clean sweep. The Tiger King gives him no recovery time. Charging forward, its roar unleashes a mental wave so intense the earth trembles. Surrounding windows shatter into fine dust. Glass rains down everywhere. Even from his hiding spot, Zhou Mingyang has to cover his ears, wincing in sheer pain. Yet Xu Jingming remains completely unfazed. If the beast thinks a loud roar can scare him, it is dead wrong. He surges forward, meeting the charging predator head-on. The tip of his spear flashes with a cold, lethal glow. Leaping into the air like a soaring dragon, he readies his spear for a final game-ending strike. The blade carves a flawless arc through the air, plunging directly into the beast's gaping maw. A notification chimed. Defeating a high-tier first-grade Blade Fang, Tiger King awards 20 ability points. Watching from afar, Zhou Mingyang is completely stunned. He took down the entire pack in one go. What kind of monster is this guy? Xu Jingming stands proud. This run harvested a ton of points. At this rate, he will have a ridiculous amount by the exam's end. He leaps down, eager to track down another beast pack. The more points he gets, the better. As he prepares to depart, Zhou Mingyang scrambles over. Wait up, how on earth did you do all that? How could a single spear crush an entire pack of saber-toothed tigers? Zhou Mingyang asks if Xu Jingming is an enhancement-type awakener as they walk. But Xu Jingming just replies casually that he is lightning element before leaping onto a nearby building and vanishing from sight. Zhou Mingyang is utterly stunned. Lightning, that has to be a joke, he thinks, assuming his rival is just lying to guard his secrets. Grumbling about his rival's bad attitude, Zhou Mingyang pulls up the leaderboard. He is sweating bullets, wondering if he got overtaken. With a sudden gasp of sheer disbelief, his eyes fly wide. Right there at the very top of the ranking sits Xu Jingming. The board shows Xu Jingming with 1122 points, while Zhou Mingyang sits at 985, screaming in pure frustration. Up in the spectator stands, director Zhang Wenshan leaps out of his seat with a booming laugh, praising the kid's high-level spear mastery. At just 18 years old, reaching this advanced spear mastery proves without a doubt that the boy is a genuine certified genius. The director slaps Principal Zhang Wenshan Yao on the shoulder, confident that with this kid representing Jiangcheng, they will easily dominate. He guarantees a spot in the province top 100, promising to recommend a massive city reward for the high school. Overjoyed, Principal Zhang Wenshan Yao quietly wipes away tears of pure relief, offering his deepest thanks to the director. Xu Jingming has delivered an unexpected miracle, finally giving their school a real reason to stand proud and tall. 3 hours later in the core zone, Zhou Mingyang wanders around in utter confusion, wondering where the beasts have gone. Spotting a group of other students, he approaches them only for one of them to tell him to ask the number 1 ranker. Surprised to see them allied, Zhou Mingyang asks why they are teaming up, while Lin Qingying silently points to the scoreboard. She shows him Wu Hao at rank 3, Meng Jiao at 4, and Tang Qi at 9, explaining that Xu Jingming cleared everything. With absolutely no monsters left to hunt in the core zone, they had no choice but to group up just to pass the time. Zhou Mingyang refuses to believe it, insisting the core zone had plenty of targets, but Tang Qi notes he hasn't checked the scores. Telling him to look at the leader's points, Zhou Mingyang glances at the screen and instantly freezes in complete shock. He stammers out the numbers in disbelief. Over 3,400 points. Tang Qi looks at his stunned face, asking if he gets it. Even excluding center zone points, he still has 2,500 left, meaning he cleared nearly 200 beasts completely alone. Zhou Mingyang grabs his head in bitter realization. No wonder the monster-slaying machine was so incredibly paranoid about others stealing his kills. He planned this sweep from the start. Wu Hao, the third-place contender, chimes in with a new proposal for the group. With only a few hours left in the combat exam, they want to form an elite team to tackle the absolute deepest zone. He warns that the weakest monsters there are upper Tier 1, while massive Tier 2 beast kings roam the depths. Going in alone is suicide. Meng Jiao looks at Zhou Mingyang with a challenging smirk, asking if he wants in. Zhou Mingyang jumps in without a second thought. As darkness finally settles over the battlefield, we see Xu Jingming resting. He sits atop a mountain of slain monsters, staring warily at the crescent moon as his remaining combat supplies dwindle to zero. Chomping down his very last energy bar, he stands up, staring deep into the final, most dangerous trial zone ahead. To farm more system points, he must face the Tier 2 threats ahead, knowing he needs to boost his strength first. He pulls up his status panel, showing 2,413 unallocated points waiting to be spent. With a sly smile, he decides exactly where to dump his wealth as he prepares for the final trial. Crackling purple lightning surges and wraps around his spear as he channels every ounce of raw energy into his weapon. This should let him handle the exam's final boss, just as Zhou Mingyang's alliance begins their own desperate push forward. The final sprint begins as a massive white-furred beast with glowing red crystals on its back blocks their path. Xu Jingming also arrives, spear resting on his shoulder, as he watches the scene with excited, expectant eyes. He eagerly wonders what kind of Tier 2 boss the examiners cooked up, while the nearby alliance screams in terror. They recognize the beast as a bloodthirsty, violent bear as it unleashes a deafening roar, shaking the ground and tossing cars. Tang Qi and Meng Jiao pale, instantly realizing they are in serious trouble against this rare, terrifying monster. Its hide is tougher than grade E alloy and immune to missiles, meaning a single swipe from its paw could crush them all instantly. Terrified, Tang Qi suggests they abort the entire mission immediately, while Wu Hao points toward the surrounding pack of high-tier monsters. They will get completely wiped out by the guards before they can even face the massive bloodthirsty bear boss. One teammate completely panics and decides to abandon the group, choosing basic survival over any exam points. Wu Hao curses the exam designer in pure frustration for creating such an insanely overpowered nightmare of a challenge. Suddenly, Meng Jiao spots a figure stepping forward, leaving Tang Qi completely shocked to see it is actually Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming leaps from high above, landing softly on the ground. Meng Jiao gasps in disbelief. Is that really him? He is incredibly handsome, but Wu Hao is anxious. Good looks do nothing here. Charging straight into a beast horde is just suicide. Undeterred, Xu Jingming rushes directly into the pack. The others panic. He has officially alerted the entire horde of beasts. Swinging his spear, he effortlessly takes down the first wave. Spotting him, the bloodthirsty, violent bear roars, ordering a full-scale assault. Xu Jingming stands alone against the charging frenzy. He becomes a literal whirlwind, sweeping away everything that dares cross his path. The monsters are completely overwhelmed by a barrage of spear shadows. Watching from a safe distance, Zhou Mingyang and his team are frozen. Could Xu Jingming actually die here? Wu Hao mutters coldly that he is too reckless, so whatever happens is on him. Tang Qi panics, insisting she must go help him. Wu Hao quickly grabs her arm and yells out, "Are you crazy? Going out there is just a death sentence." Meng Jiao quickly chimed in, urging her to remember what they just talked about. Tang Qi breaks free, her face a mix of pure terror and resolve. She screams that they do not understand. Jingming is her cousin. She cannot just stand by and watch him die. Suddenly, a terrifying burst of purple lightning erupts from the center of the horde. The blinding light instantly engulfs the entire battlefield. A massive wave of raw energy sweeps outward, triggering a massive shockwave across the area. The force is so intense that Zhou Mingyang and the others struggle to stand. The very ground beneath their feet shakes violently. Zhou Mingyang shields his eyes from the glare, his face twisted in disbelief. He stammers, could this be the lightning ability he mentioned? And oh man, you are not ready for this. At the center of the blast, Xu Jingming stands tall, cloaked in crackling purple electricity. The thunderous sparks hiss and crackle with immense power. All around him, the broken bodies of beasts are sent flying in every direction. Looking at the massive crowd of monsters still surrounding him, his gaze sharpens. He realizes that physical strength alone is simply not enough. Taking on so many high-tier, Tier 1 beasts without help is pushing his limits. It is time to rely on his special abilities. Exhaling slowly, a cocky, confident smirk creeps onto his face. Tiny arcs of lightning begin to dance playfully across his fingertips. As expected of an S-tier ability, it is incredibly dominant. In the blink of an eye, the ground around him is completely cleared. Nothing remains but the charred carcasses of the beasts that attacked, along with lingering wisps of purple energy crackling in the air. Xu Jingming looks up, his cold gaze locking directly onto the massive, bloodthirsty, violent bear looming right in front of him. Feeling challenged, the giant bear roars in absolute fury, its overwhelming presence causing the very air around them to tremble. Remaining completely calm, Xu Jingming analyzes his opponent. The bloodthirsty, violent bear is massive, meaning its movements must be sluggish. With his 9 heavens divine lightning, dealing with it should be manageable. He glances at the Tier 1 beasts still growling nearby. During the main fight, these minor lackeys might get annoying. His eyes lock onto them with firm, unwavering resolve. Since that is the case, he will clean up the battlefield first. Heavy surges of electricity begin to envelop his body once again. His icy blue eyes flash with deadly intent. In an instant, Xu Jingming charges forward like a bolt of lightning, spear in hand. He unleashes a barrage of rapid-fire strikes, aiming directly at the remaining beasts. There is absolutely no hesitation in his movements. A tiger-like beast lunges forward only for his spear to pierce straight through its skull, sending fresh blood spraying into the air. A system notification pops up as he flashes past. Kill high-tier Tier 1 Shadowcat, 13 ability points gained. Feeling power surging through his veins, he licks a drop of blood from his lip. So this is the strength of S-tier enhancement. However, letting high-voltage lightning flow through his body is highly dangerous, so he cannot maintain this state forever. But for clearing out these annoying pests, a few quick swings of his thunder-infused spear will be more than enough. He sweeps his weapon in a wide arc, sending a wave of electric energy crashing through the remaining group of monsters. Another one-horned rhino is caught in the blast and collapses instantly. The system chimes again. High-tier Tier 1 horned rhino defeated, 15 points gained. Seeing its entire pack wiped out in seconds, the bloodthirsty, violent bear flies into a true state of rage, roaring violently. With an ear-splitting boom, the massive beast slams down, shattering the concrete road and leaving a massive crater in its wake. Yet the crater is completely empty. Thanks to his incredible speed, Xu Jingming easily dodged the devastating impact. He flashes across the area like a purple bolt of lightning, the energy crackling intensely as he maneuvers around the beast. The furious giant bear lunges forward, but he leaps backward with grace, landing lightly on a large piece of shattered concrete. Maintaining a safe distance from the rampaging beast, he quickly maneuvers behind it to pick off the few remaining monsters. The system notifications keep flooding in, tracking his relentless kills. Tier 1 horned beetle eliminated, 15 ability points added. Seeing its allies fall one after another, the giant bear loses its mind completely. It throws its head back and roars. Xu Jingming simply smirks in response, sparks of lightning dancing around his body as he prepares for the final showdown. Crackles around him. What is it? Angry because your little minions got wiped out one by one. He charges straight toward the last one-horned rhino. Shivering in the distance, he calls out, "No rush. You are next, beast." But then, completely out of nowhere, the bloodthirsty, violent bear lunges. Right in front of him, this sudden move catches Xu Jingming off guard. Not bad, he thinks. It actually predicted my move. The massive beast swipes down, violently shaking the whole area. The unlucky rhino is instantly crushed to pieces, but he has already leaped high into the air, staring right down at the giant bear. With a sharp gaze and a battle-hungry smirk, he is glad the annoying small fry are finally gone. Let us see if your copper-tough hide can withstand my ultimate thunderous strike, he thinks. Then he dives down like a streak of purple lightning, channeling all his S-tier power into a spear thrust aimed directly at the beast's colossal head. A massive sphere of electricity detonates, and a blinding purple glare swallows the entire battlefield. The blast wave ripples outward, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. This massive surge of energy violently shakes the camera drone. Recording from high above. Farther away, Zhou Mingyang and his team quickly raise their arms to block the crushing pressure heading their way. Meanwhile, back in the central monitoring room, every single evaluator jumps up in utter shock, staring at their giant monitor. Blinding purple lightning completely floods the screen, leaving everyone speechless. A chubby evaluator with sweat pouring down his face turns and yells at Principal Zhang Wenshan, "Seriously, look at how panicked he is." "Principal Zhang Wenshan, is this what you call an E-tier ability? Are you playing us?" Another judge in a gray suit chimes in with an astonished look. Just one energy burst wiped out an entire pack of high-tier Tier 1 beasts and went toe-to-toe with the boss. Honestly, even an A-tier user would struggle to pull that off. An older bespectacled judge scratches his head, wondering if it is a mutated ability. Principal Zhang Wenshan just smiles with pride, spreading his arms wide like he is introducing a superstar. After today, the whole nation is going to know Xu Jingming's name. Back on the battlefield, the purple haze slowly clears, revealing the giant bear staggering forward. A severe scorched burn marks its head where the lightning struck, yet it refuses to fall. Seeing this, the beast lets out a furious roar. The sheer wind pressure from the shout blasts Xu Jingming backwards, sending him flying quite a distance. Unbelievable, he thinks. Is that giant blast really just a flesh wound? He flips mid-air, landing perfectly on his feet. His gaze turns dead serious as he begins to analyze his opponent. This creature definitely lives up to its reputation as a rare Tier 2 beast. It is highly durable and worse, entirely immune to electricity. Defeating a monster 2 tiers higher in a single strike is proving to be pretty tough. Sensing the threat, the bloodthirsty, violent bear begins to emit a dark, menacing aura as its red eyes burn with pure rage. The thick black fog wraps around its massive frame, sending its power levels through the roof. Xu Jingming's jaw drops as he witnesses this terrifying surge of energy. What is this? The dark-shrouded monster charges ahead like an absolute runaway freight train, completely flattening everything in its path. Its speed is unreal, shattering the earth beneath its feet. Xu Jingming is forced to backtrack quickly to avoid any direct impact. Digging his spear into the dirt to stay steady, he watches the rampaging beast with a smirk on his face. Already triggered your berserk state. This is getting crazy, guys. He really hates our boy. By the way, berserk mode is a monster combat skill, pretty much like human combat techniques. The furious beast slams its heavy paws into the dirt, causing a minor tremor before tilting its head back to unleash a deafening roar. Charging ahead like a moving mountain, it wants to grind Xu Jingming to pieces. But the young warrior keeps his composure, quickly reading the play. Once a beast goes berserk, its physical power spikes massively. But in exchange, whatever little intelligence it had completely goes out the window, leaving only a mindless, killing machine acting on pure animal instinct. First, he needs to avoid head-on clashes at all costs. The smartest play here is to outmaneuver the beast. Wasting no time, Xu Jingming drops low, using his swift footwork to easily slip past the monster's heavy swipes. He grips his spear, purple sparks crackling around his hands as he waits for a golden opening to temporarily disable the massive creature. He slides clean under the bear's belly, letting lightning singe its thick fur. Spotting a perfect opening, he gathers his electrical energy into a concentrated orb, slamming it hard into the beast's rear leg. The giant creature loses its footing, crashing face first into the dirt with a loud thud. Xu Jingming's eyes flash with a deadly light. He growls out the words "Nine Heavens, Divine Thunder" as he raises his hand to summon a massive purple lightning bolt from above. "Strike," he commands. With a deafening roar, a colossal pillar of purple lightning crashes down, completely engulfing the massive beast. The bloodthirsty savage bear crashes down as the destructive force shakes the entire battlefield, leaving the area drowned in a sea of electricity. Purple currents spark wildly, tearing apart everything in their path. As the blinding light finally fades, the giant bear lies there. It is completely motionless, its massive body scorched and smoking. Xu Jingming stands there calmly, admiring his handiwork. Sparks still dance on his fingertips as a confident smile plays on his lips. After taking that direct hit, nothing could survive. No matter how thick its defense, 30 seconds under that lightning was lethal. But suddenly the giant beast's red eyes flare back up. A final desperate spark of rage burns in its eyes. Unleashing a terrifying roar, it musters every ounce of remaining strength. It lunges at Xu Jingming with its bloody jaws wide open. But the final strike has no power left and the beast freezes. It drops dead, entirely motionless. A system notification flashes and Xu Jingming smiles, looking at the prey lying in his grasp. Now is the time. He raises his spear as violent crackles of lightning begin to surge around him once again. Charging up his final lightning skill, his entire body is enveloped in a brilliant surging aura of purple electricity. With glowing eyes, he leaps high into the air, channeling every drop of power into his spearhead before shouting out. He drives a massive orb of lightning directly into the bear's head, triggering an incredibly violent, earth-shattering explosion. The electric shockwave sweeps the area, leveling everything. Once the dust settles, the massive savage bear lies completely lifeless. A deep smoking crater is left in its chest. Just like that, a system notification pops up to officially declare his victory. He defeated a Tier 2 low-grade beast, earning 24 ability points. Xu Jingming lets out a long, satisfied sigh. Leaning on his spear, he stands up. Taking down this monster was no joke, and he had to prepare thoroughly for it. Upgrading his Gale Lightning skill to the advanced level was definitely the right call, as its power is absolutely insane. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, a satisfied grin appears. That intense 2-minute clash was his most thrilling fight yet. Standing tall amidst the ruined battlefield, he looks around thoughtfully. How many points will he get after clearing the core zone? The night sky slowly brightens, indicating that the martial arts exam is finally drawing to a close. Inside the monitoring room, the final leaderboard flashes on the screen, leaving everyone in absolute stunned silence. In first place, Xu Jingming from Jiangcheng High School No. 2 with 10,835 points. Behind him is Zhou Mingyang with 1,103, followed by Wu Hao with 945. The room explodes. Over 10,000 points is simply unbelievable. The judges and principals are shaking with excitement, and someone even shouts out. This score doesn't just shatter their city record, it completely breaks the entire Jiangnan province record. He's a true genius. Last year's top student only had 8,000 points. One of the judges loudly declares that the top spot is already his. Xu Jingming has basically secured his title as the provincial champion this year. Back on the battlefield, the hero looks around. Checking his watch, his face turns calculating. Time is running out, but a confident smile spreads across his face anyway. Having cleared the inner and core zones, he decides to return to the central area to hunt for any remaining points. Every little bit counts after all. With that, he spins around and dashes off like a gale, leaving the ruins behind. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyang's team is still in utter shock, with Tang Qi stammering about how easily the monster was slain. Zhou Mingyang wonders why the top scorer is even coming back. His score is already miles ahead of everyone else. What more could he possibly want with the exam almost over? Meng Jiao narrows her eyes, watching him disappear into the distance. She notices his direction and realizes he is indeed heading back to the center. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crosses her mind. It sends a visible shiver down her spine as she wonders if he has gone on a total killing spree. Is he seriously going back to wipe out every single remaining beast? Hearing this, Zhou Mingyang's face turns pale as paper. He mutters in fear about how relentless the guy is before turning to his teammates with an urgent, panicked expression. At his speed, he could easily clear out the entire map, leaving absolutely nothing for anyone else in the final hour. Their team is officially disbanded. Hearing this grim announcement, the members do not even hesitate before scattering in all directions. Meng Jiao runs ahead, shouting back for them to leave some points for her as she flees the area. An hour later, the loud voice of the broadcast system echoes from the surveillance drones flying over the ruined city. The 2037 Jiangcheng martial arts exam is now officially over, and any further beast kills will no longer score points. Candidates are ordered to return immediately. Hearing the announcement, Tang Qi gasps for breath, completely worn out. She wipes the sweat from her forehead and lets out a massive sigh of relief. Is it finally over? Elsewhere, other candidates are equally exhausted. Some cry out in pure heartbreaking regret. Why is it already over? They only needed one more beast to pass. Meanwhile, others are celebrating, safe at last. But in stark contrast to all of their relieved faces, standing in the middle of a sea of slain beasts with a look of disappointment. Why did it have to end so fast? What a shame. He was barely even warmed up yet. Outside, the exhausted candidates gather under watchful drone eyes. Security forces are everywhere. Right in the middle of the tired crowd, Meng Jiao scans the area until her eyes lock on a familiar face. She quickly grabs Tang Qi by the arm, asking excitedly if that insanely strong Xu Jingming is really her cousin. Tang Qi sighs in disbelief. You have literally asked me 3 times already. Yes, it is absolutely him. Instantly, Meng Jiao switches to her most adorable pleading voice. Come on, be a sweet friend and hook me up with his contact info, please. Tang Qi crosses her arms and scoffs. Didn't you have zero interest yesterday? Now she has to think about it. Meng Jiao keeps begging. Things are different now because he is literally the top scorer. But right then, a loud commotion breaks out near the exit as someone gets pushed aside. Look, it is Xu Jingming. He is finally walking out. The crowd starts pushing and shoving just to catch a glimpse of the champion. Everyone is shouting, get out of the way. Let me see him first. Amidst the absolute chaos, Xu Jingming walks out looking entirely unbothered, wearing a cool, confident smile. As he steps forward, the crowd instantly swarms him with wild cheers, shouting congratulations and begging for his attention. Someone even begs him to share 100 points. Suddenly, Zhou Mingyang and Wu Hao step in to block the crowd. Standing right in front of Xu Jingming, Zhou Mingyang turns to Wu Hao, sighing that this top spot should have been his. Wu Hao just chuckles. Well, who could have predicted high school number 2 would produce such an absolute monster? He is perfectly happy with his own score. Just then, the principal rushes over with a prominent middle-aged gentleman. He congratulates Xu Jingming and introduces Director Zhang Wenshan from the Education Bureau, telling the young champion he can skip the bus. The director offers a personal ride home. Looking at that crazy crowd, Xu Jingming gladly agrees. Honestly, who wouldn't? He would get absolutely mobbed on the way back. Inside the luxury car, Director Zhang Wenshan turns to him with a warm smile. He asks if the young prodigy has decided which Awakened Academy he wants to join. Xu Jingming honestly admits that he has been so focused on training that he has not actually given the college choice any thought yet. Director Zhang Wenshan nods understandingly. With scores like his, literally any university in the country would be thrilled to have him. But while there are hundreds of options, half of the elite awakened in the country come from just 3 top institutions. The director strongly recommends these 3. First is Kyoto Academy, right in the heart of Great Yang Zhenqian, directly run by the government. Graduates can secure high-level government jobs instantly. Even the famous Rank 9 National Guardian is an alumnus of this prestigious school. The second option is Mado Academy. Situated in a bustling port city, it offers incredible training resources and top-tier clubs. It is the perfect place for those who want to constantly push their limits. Finally, there is Tanxing Academy. With over 200 years of history, it holds ancient legacies and legendary mentors. All 3 of these elite academies possess exclusive top-tier cultivation methods that are kept strictly secret, making them absolute holy lands for any awakened. Xu Jingming gets curious. He knows basic training methods are needed to fully awaken, but what makes a top-tier cultivation method so different? Director Zhang Wenshan happily breaks it down. Training techniques are strictly ranked, and the difference is actually massive. With a standard basic training method, it usually takes 3 to 4 years of brutal grinding to fully advance. But if you use a top-tier method, that timeline shrinks dramatically down to just 6 short months. He pats Xu Jingming on the shoulder, reassuring him that with his insane talent, he is guaranteed direct admission. When that time comes, even the country's most legendary universities will be practically begging him to join them. They are going to offer him incredibly generous benefits, meaning he can easily pick whichever prestigious school suits him best. Xu Jingming nods, his future path already perfectly clear in his mind as he politely thanks the director. The next morning, Xu Jingming stands under a cold shower, letting the water wash away all the tension from the exams. Freshly showered, he pulls up his system interface. He is sitting on a massive 2,534 points. This massive haul should easily last him until college. Draping a towel over his shoulders, he wonders if there will be any more beast hunting events at the university. If not, he will have to schedule some solo trips into the dangerous wildlands. At that exact moment, Tang Qi and an elegant, beautiful middle-aged woman arrive right outside his door. Right outside his apartment, Tang Qi notices the broken door and gets a mischievous idea. Why don't they just sneak in? They want to give Xu Jingming a huge surprise. Gently pushing the door open, they step inside and the older woman happily calls out his name. Xu Jingming just stepped out in a bath towel. Hearing his name, he freezes in absolute shock. He is terrified to see his aunt and cousin standing right there. The 2 women blush instantly and turn away. Tang Qi stammers, pointing at his half-naked state, demanding to know what he is doing. He scrambles to cover himself, yelling back. He asks how this could possibly be his fault. Xu Qingwan sighs at the messy living room, wondering how it got so dirty in just a few days. Looking at his aunt, warmth floods his chest. When his parents passed away years ago, she was the one who stepped up. She took care of him day and night, giving him the warmth of a real family and taking full legal responsibility as his guardian. She would even cook his favorite home-style meals. Xu Qingwan looks at him with nothing but pure maternal affection. Sitting down, she asks how he is doing. She does not understand martial arts exams, but she worried deeply when he first signed up. Seeing him safe and healthy is all she truly needs to finally ease her mind. His actual test score does not even matter. Even if he failed, she would still be proud. Surprised, Xu Jingming asks if his cousin had not told her yet. Tang Qi winks playfully and whispers in his ear that it is much better if he delivers the news to her mother himself. He rubs his neck nervously and tells his aunt that he did pretty well, scoring over 10,000 points on the exam. Hearing that insane number, Xu Qingwan spits her water right out. She stares at him, completely frozen in utter disbelief. Still shaking, she asks him to repeat it, pleading with him not to lie. Tang Qi quickly steps in to calm her down. She confirms it is true. Her cousin scored 11,124 points. Hearing this, the mother completely freezes. Tears of pure joy stream down her face. She throws her arms around him, holding him tight as she weeps with happiness. She cries out that their family finally has a true successor and that his parents are definitely looking down, feeling incredibly proud. Meanwhile, inside the high-tech meeting rooms of the country's elite academies, a woman presents a report on a very peculiar candidate. 18-year-old Xu Jingming has an E-class weak lightning ability. By all accounts, his raw talent rank is extremely low. One examiner immediately insists that if these test scores are real, they absolutely must recruit this kid. But another counselor scoffed, pointing out that someone with such low rank on paper could never achieve these insane results. In a neighboring room, an even more heated debate is taking place as experts analyze his brutal combat footage. They argue his raw power output is easily A rank or even S rank. There is no way this is E-class. A critic counters, calling Jiangcheng a backwater town. How could a top scorer come from there? He must have cheated. They suspect illegal enhancers or proxy test takers might have been involved. Just as the shouting match reaches its peak, a commanding voice cuts through the noise, telling them to shut up. The lead director slams her hand on the table. She makes the final call to put him on the S-class fast-track admission list for now, pending a thorough investigation. She intends to personally visit Jiangcheng to uncover the truth. A few days later, his phone buzzes with an official alert. The Board of Education has officially released the province rankings. The results are set in stone. He took the #1 spot in the entire Jiangnan province with 11,124 points. He exhales slowly. Sitting in the training room, he pumps his fist and yells in pure excitement. He actually pulled it off. The top spot in the province is officially his. Almost instantly, social media explodes with articles about this mysterious dark horse. An E-class scorer claiming the crown is completely unprecedented. The headlines ask if this is raw effort or hidden genius. Naturally, the comment sections fill with intense skepticism. People argue that only high-tier elites should be taking the top spots. One keyboard warrior even vows to eat a desk if an E-class weakling actually managed to score this high. While others go hunting for his official exam footage, reporters swarmed his school, thrusting microphones right at the principal. They asked Principal Zhang Wenshan if he has anything to say about the heavy skepticism surrounding his students' impossible scores. With so many people demanding answers, they begged the principal to give them a straight explanation on the matter. Standing proud, Principal Zhang Wenshan points directly to the camera and announces that his school has just uploaded the raw footage. He tells the public to go watch and judge for themselves, declaring the integrity of the exam is beyond question. Pulling out their phones, the reporters hit play and instantly freeze. They watch a single spear strike effortlessly pierce a rhinoceros. This insane physical power easily outmatches a Tier 1 fighter. It looks like a high-level physical reinforcement ability, but the file clearly says he wields lightning. Watching him shred through enemies, nobody in their right mind would call this E-class. He is a true awakened. Principal Zhang Wenshan stands at the podium proudly declaring that the combat video is proof of his actual. Student Xu Jingming is completely real. He is the first student from Jiangcheng to grab the top scorer spot in the province. His incredible dedication deserves an even bigger reward. The principal raises a giant check worth 1 million yuan high into the air. Congratulations to student Xu Jingming for securing the provincial top scorer spot, earning him this special bonus of 1 million yuan. This is the cash prize and an exclusive ability training technique package from the City Education Department. On top of that, the municipal government is also throwing in matching reward money alongside a luxury villa right in the heart of the city. Meanwhile, frantic reporters clamor for photos to lock down the front page. From a quiet corner, the female investigator and her colleagues watch the ceremony unfold. She mutters coldly that even though Jiang Cheng released Xu Jingming's combat video, it still does not prove he didn't use enhancing drugs to cheat. The most crucial detail remains, verifying the actual rank of his newly awakened powers. Up on the stage, the anxious principal leans over to whisper to his assistant, "Where on earth is today's main star?" The assistant replies that he just called the boy, who claims he is still training at the dojo but is heading over now. The principal blinks. A strained laugh follows. The exams are over, yet he's still training. This kid is built different. Absolutely wild. The scene shifts to the principal's private office, where he nervously serves hot tea to 3 uninvited VIP guests. "Please help yourselves to some tea, honored teachers," he stammers. Among the 3, a quiet man dressed in traditional ancient robes waves his hand, dismissively declining. The principal breaks out in a cold sweat. These high-tier veterans radiate a terrifying, suffocating pressure. They have shed blood on real battlefields, and their sheer presence makes his heart pound. He glances nervously at the 3 powerful figures. Each carries a distinct but equally heavy aura, leaving the poor principal with only one terrifying thought: please don't start a fight here. The female investigator breaks the tense silence first. Her name is Zhang Chaoyu, the head of admissions for the prestigious Madu University. "It has been ages since the 3 of us last crossed paths like this," she remarks. "Who are we trying to recruit today?" A beautiful woman in a traditional cheongsam smiles back. "This is Su Yun, the director of admissions from the rival Qingjing Awakened University." She tells Zhang Chaoyue there is no need to beat around the bush as long as this young man's records are authentic. Qingjing University is claiming him for sure. Hearing those bold words, the man dressed in traditional ancient robes scoffed with pure disdain. "This is Wu Lan from Jincheng Awakened University, and he demands to know how she can confidently claim him like that." He asserts that Jincheng is taking him instead. Watching them bicker, Zhang Chaoyue can only let out a silent, weary sigh. Securing a top-tier provincial champion directly always turns into an absolute battleground against the country's most ruthless elite recruiters. Suddenly, the heavy doors swing wide open. Striding inside is Xu Jingming, tall, confident, and carrying a long spear on his shoulder. He warmly greets the gathered instructors, his effortless confidence instantly drawing every eye in the room to his powerful stance. The heavy tension vanishes instantly. Silent room. Zhang Chaoyue narrows her eyes, quietly analyzing him. She is highly impressed. His posture is sharp, aligning perfectly with his weapon, showing he hasn't slacked off at all. Even better, under the crushing pressure of 3 elite high-tier combatants, the boy's composure doesn't waver for a single second. Breaking the silence, the principal quickly steps in to introduce everyone, starting with Zhang Chaoyue of Madu Awakened University. Then he gestures to Su Yun of Qingjing, and finally Wu Lan, representing the admissions office of Jincheng Awakened University. Zhang Chaoyu offers a warm smile before cutting straight to the chase. They've all reviewed his incredible martial exam combat footage. His combat skills and raw battle sense are undeniably spectacular. However, she looks him in the eyes with a serious query. Highly skeptical, she notes that his current power output doesn't match the weak E-rank lightning ability he originally registered when starting high school. She asks if he'd be willing to clarify the discrepancy. Hearing this, Xu Jingming smiles inwardly. He knew this was coming. With perfect composure, he explains that while practicing at home before the finals, he was suddenly struck by natural lightning. After recovering, he simply noticed that his electric powers had grown infinitely stronger. The recruiters exchange highly skeptical but intrigued looks. Both Wu Lan and Su Yun immediately suspect that this is a classic, extremely rare case of power mutation. Zhang Xiaoyu nods. She pulls out a sleek, glowing disc device, explaining that he might not know the exact nature of his mutated power yet. Luckily, she brought a mobile evaluator. She slides the testing device over, inviting him to release his energy and try it. All he needs to do is focus his power. Xu Jingming places his palm onto the scanner, and in an instant, a furious burst of violent purple lightning erupts from his hand, surging into the machine. Standing nearby, even Su Yun recoils in shock. The sheer intensity of this lightning is terrifying enough to make her own heart race. Violent arcs crackle across the device as the analysis finishes. The results flash on screen. The awakened power is confirmed as the legendary Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. But before any rank could even flash on the screen, the tester suddenly makes a series of bizarre, strained, screeching sounds. Boom. The tiny testing device simply cannot handle that overwhelming surge of raw energy, exploding into a million pieces right in Zhang Chaoyu's hand. Sparks fly everywhere. Both Xu Jingming and Zhang Chaoyu are forced to leap backward from the sudden explosion. The principal nearby panics, screaming in terror. But Mr. Wu and Miss Su instantly spring up, utterly stunned. Despite their overwhelming shock, pure and raw excitement is written all over their faces. Mr. Wu eagerly speaks up. "We have our official confirmation now," he says. Overloading a miniature testing device like that means his rank is S-class at the very least. Zhang Chaoyu stares at Xu Jingming. Her eyes are glowing with satisfaction. There is no doubt about it, she definitely hit the jackpot with this kid. Instantly, Mr. Wu loses his cool, desperately shouting to lock in an advantaged student. Xu, come to Jincheng University. We will give you a 4 million yuan enrollment bonus, a complete set of C45 tier gear, and all ability training books. Everything is completely free. Hearing that, Miss Su Yun shoots a mocking glare. How dare he offer such a pitiful amount? She turns to Xu Jingming with a far more tempting counteroffer. Student Xu, if you join Qingjing University, your scholarship is 6 million yuan. Plus, any combat skill and training method you want for all 4 years is yours completely free of charge. What a massive offer! Xu Jingming is totally stunned by their generosity. Meanwhile, seeing the other colleges already making their bids, Zhang Chaoyu smiles with supreme confidence. Mado University does not do standard scholarships or free basic gear, she states. But whatever they can give you, we will match without hesitation. On top of that, we will provide you with S-rank resources. Every single year, this massive offer drops like a bomb, leaving both Mr. Wu and Miss Su gasping in absolute disbelief. They yell out in shock, S-rank cultivation resources. Xu Jingming is totally confused, asking what exactly those are. So Zhang Chaoyu, she begins to explain, is he familiar with the dragon-type beasts? Those creatures are born with terrifying strength and look like ancient dragons. They are all collectively known as the dragon race. She continues, a newly born dragon beast is already at tier. No comparison. They far outclass other monsters. Then she drops her ultimate trump card. Our S-rank resource package includes the essence blood is harvested from an 80% mature dragon beast. After fusing with this blood, his body will be massively reinforced, giving him raw physical strength that rivals an actual dragon. That is what S-rank contains. Hearing this, even Miss Su Yun sighs with sheer envy. Even she is tempted by an offer like that. They are basically massive tycoons. Mr. Wu looks completely defeated. After all, these elite S-rank resources. These resources are usually reserved for elite seniors, yet she is offering them to a freshman. There is simply no way to compete. Now, all 3 elite recruiters turn their eyes back to Xu Jingming. Miss Su Yun speaks up with a sigh. All right, it is time to make a choice. We represent the 3 peak universities, so which one are you picking? Without a single second of hesitation, Xu Jingming smiles confidently and declares, I choose Mado University. In his mind, he knows Mado University is not only offering the best benefits, but their practical combat training is also the absolute best. In fact, half of the champions in recent intercollegiate tournaments graduated from Mado. He politely bows to the other 2 recruiters. He makes sure to politely thank both of them, expressing his sincere gratitude for their generous appreciation. As Mr. Wu and Miss Su leave with heavy sighs, Zhang Chaoyu beams. A crimson invitation card flies into her hand. It is embossed with elegant dragon and tiger patterns. She hands it over warmly, welcoming him to the academy. While normal freshmen register on the 1st of the month, his special admission status grants him an early pass. He can register right away and they will set up his private dorm room. Xu Jingming eagerly accepts the crimson envelope. His eyes shine with excitement as he asks if he can access the library early to study training techniques. Zhang Chaoyu does not hesitate at all. Absolutely, she says, before handing him her personal business card. She tells him the library has private training rooms where nobody will disturb him and urges him to call her when he arrives. Xu Jingming holds the invitation close, unable to suppress his burning excitement. He cannot wait to head to Mado. A few days later at the bustling train station, a loudspeaker announcement suddenly echoes across the platform. Attention, passenger boarding for train G91 to Mado is now beginning. Standing near the tracks, his family. He looks on. Xu Jingming's uncle Tang Daolin gently wraps an arm around his emotional wife, sighing that the boy is finally grown. His aunt wipes away a tear, saying she knows that this journey will take him straight to the absolute top. Uncle Tang turns to his daughter Tang Qi, reminding her that it is time for her to choose her own college preferences soon. Since her cousin is at Mado, he suggests she apply nearby to keep each other company. Tang Qi listened to her parents' advice, though she felt a bit conflicted. She quietly nodded, agreeing with them. On the high-speed train, Xu Jingming stared out the window. 6 hours remained before arrival, perfect for a quick review. Among all his high school graduation rewards, the most critical one was definitely the heaven-surging tempering method. This technique trained awakening abilities. He recalled his knowledge, noting that these cultivation methods had distinct tiers. They ranged from basic, intermediate, and advanced up to peak tier. Better tiers meant faster cultivation speed. He picked up the manual. Completely focused on the booklet in his hands, he began his training. As an intermediate tier method, his current mental strength of 180 made memorizing it all a breeze. Closing his eyes, he focused. A unique energy existed between heaven and earth, just as described. Following the steps diligently, he actually managed to sense this strange energy flow on his very first day. He meditated as the train sped forward. Right then, a system notification popped up. Things were getting interesting. Multiple upgrade prompts appeared, but he chose to hold back. Upgrading too early would be a waste. Evolving from an awakener to an ability user with a higher-tier technique yielded far greater benefits. Once at university, he could easily access peak-level methods rather than settling for this intermediate-tier option. 6 hours later, the train arrived at Madu. Stepping off, Xu Jingming was instantly stunned by the campus. The front gate alone stretched over 100 meters wide. The interior must be grand beyond belief. Suddenly, a flashy red sports car pulled up right beside him. The sleek door opened immediately. Zhang Chaoyue leaned out to welcome him. He greeted her politely as she gestured for him to get in. She offered to take him for registration first. While driving, she asked if he found the campus impressive. Madu Awakening University covered 40,000 mu. That was over 2,600 square meters per student. Visitors could walk all day and still miss half of it. The grand scenery left him deeply amazed. Seeing was truly believing. Once the registration was finished, she handed him a sleek, multi-purpose student identification card. He just needed to swipe it to enter the dorms. Jingming stared at the card, lost in thought. In his past life, he had earned a doctorate, meaning he had seen plenty of university housing already. He was used to shared quads, single rooms, and even suites, but nothing prepared him for this next sight. A massive luxury villa as a student dorm. Honestly, who wouldn't want to live here? It was completely insane. Zhang Chaoye smiled, explaining that every student at this university lived in their own private villa. The sizes and luxury levels varied by rank. As the province's top scorer, his was the highest grade. It spanned over 800 square meters, but he would not be lonely as it was shared with a roommate. They each had an entire floor. Dragging his suitcase up the steps, he felt quite pleased with the setup. An orphan in both of his lives, he actually preferred a cozy social environment over complete isolation. Stepping inside, he sank into the sofa. Zhang Chaoyue followed, ready to cover some vital rules. With registration done, she wanted to highlight 2 major points. He listened closely as she held up 2 fingers. These were the credit system and the highly competitive personalized mentor system. She explained the credits first. At Madu Awakening University, credits meant absolutely everything. From daily meals to purchasing equipment, they were crucial. Even legendary cultivation treasures required these credits. Amazingly, 1 credit was worth roughly 10,000 Great Yang Zentian dollars. She explained that credits could be earned in many ways, including a fixed distribution based on terminal rankings. Since his initial rank was S tier, he received 100 credits right away. With a smile, she summoned the assistant. A metallic sphere floated out, its robotic voice confirming student Xu Jingming's current balance of 100 credits. This AI was Eva. The main system was a high-level artificial intelligence, while this was merely a copy. Yet, even as a subsidiary unit, it easily reached level 4 capabilities, making it perfect for managing daily life. He was deeply impressed. A mere duplicate reached level 4 status. This planet's technology far outpaced his old world. The rapid development of artificial intelligence here was mind-blowing. Zhang Chaoyue then shifted to their second topic. It was the elite personalized mentor system. This was highly crucial for every student on campus. Everyone could choose their favorite teacher and request them to become their exclusive personal guide. But of course, the professor had to agree as well. It was a mutual selection process. You need the instructor's approval first. Xu Jingming wonders if a freshman like him can really get one-on-one guidance. She nods, confirming that indeed the instructors at their elite academy are all top-tier ability users. Almost every one of them possesses exclusive combat skills, custom training. None are ever shared with outsiders. These secret skills can only be learned after officially becoming their disciple. Looking at Xu Jingming, she offers a direct recommendation. There are 4 lightning-type instructors, and the dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Zentian, is her top recommendation. Hearing this, Xu Jingming immediately orders his personal AI assistant to search. He wants the facts, fast. Instantly, a holographic blue screen projects from a metallic orb, displaying his detailed profile right in front of them. Yang Zentian is 52 years old, dean of the Weaponry Academy and a rank 7 lightning-type ability user. He wields an A-rank Windfire Thunder ability, mastering spears, broadswords, long swords, and various other weapons. His specialty is the long spear, nicknamed Thunder Spear. He earned it after a legendary brutal fight. He fought a level 8 beast for 3 days and nights, killing it completely alone. Meanwhile, Director Zhang displays the other mentors. Their profiles appear on a second screen as she tells him that the remaining 3 candidates are listed right there. 2 of them belong to the Elemental Academy, while the other is in the Weaponry Academy, but primarily fights with a longsword. She notes that the final choice is up to him. Xu Jingming smiles confidently, his eyes locked on Yang Zentian's profile. A lightning specialist who also excels with a spear, this dean is his target, the absolute best choice. The very next morning, Xu Jingming follows the directions straight to the faculty residential area to make his move. Just as he reaches for the door, a voice calls out from behind, asking if he is here to seek a master. Realizing he is just a raw awakened, the speaker is totally stunned. A special recruit. This is crazy. The young man is shocked because special recruits are usually at least Tier 1 elite fighters, not raw awakened. The upperclassman steps down and introduces himself in a very friendly manner, curious about this unique freshman. His name is Tan Ming Yang, a third-year student at the Weaponry Academy, and Xu Jingming politely introduces himself in return. He mentions he is a new freshman who just registered today, which throws Tan Ming Yang into another fit of shock. Freshmen usually do not look for mentors on day one, making Xu Jingming incredibly fast to take action. Most wait until after the freshman assembly. Quite confused, Xu Jingming asks about it. What is that? Raising a finger, Tan Ming Yang patiently explains that the freshman assembly is an annual tradition held right after registration. It happens in 3 or 4 days where all the university instructors gather to observe the new students. High performers will be fought over by different departments, and some might even be recruited directly as disciples. He gives Xu Jingming a sympathetic look, noting that while special recruits can try to find a master early, it is highly difficult. Aiming for the dean right after enrolling is practically impossible, and he will likely just end up wasting his time. It is like winning the lottery. Tough luck. But Xu Jingming just smiles, thanking his senior for the warnings. He then asks if the senior is also here to seek tutelage under Yang Zentian, which quickly dampens the mood. Tan Ming Yang sighs deeply, admitting he has been running to this house for the past 6 months only to get rejected. Every single visit ended with him blocked at the gates. He wants to quit, but he just cannot. Suddenly, a loud creak echoes as the massive mahogany gates swing wide open. The senior freezes, shocked. His jaw drops as a middle-aged butler steps outside with a warm, welcoming smile to greet them. The butler welcomes them, saying that Yang Zentian is waiting inside, leaving the upperclassman entirely frozen in disbelief. Pointing at himself, he wonders why the butler is suddenly so friendly when he was always cold before. With the dean waiting for them inside, he dares to hope that today might finally be his lucky day. Stepping inside, the two students see a bearded man with graying hair sitting with his back turned to the door. A powerful, heavy aura radiates from his frame, freezing the air itself as he slowly turns around to face them. Sharp, eagle-like eyes lock onto them. Instantly, Xu Jingming feels an intense wave of pressure, truly terrifying. This is the legendary Thunder Spear himself, the formidable rank 7 dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Zentian. Ignoring the upperclassman completely, the dean fixes his gaze on Xu Jingming, asking if he is indeed the new recruit. He mentions that Director Zhang Chaoyue already spoke to him before telling the freshman to follow him to the training room. He has already watched the freshman's combat videos and is genuinely impressed by his raw combat ability and spear techniques. Before you reach the advanced level, I want a first-hand look at your S-rank ability. Purple Empyrean Thunder. Xu Jingming nodded, decisively. Yes. He took a slow, deep breath, steadily raising his hands before his chest as purple sparks began to flash. They danced around his body with a menacing crackle. Suddenly, boom, an earth-shattering explosion rocked the training hall as Xu Jingming unleashed his entire reserve of raw energy. Countless purple lightning bolts shot out, transforming the room into a violent electrical storm. Standing dead center in this chaotic lightning field, Dean Yang did not flinch. Instead, he simply wore an intrigued smile. His eyes gleamed with excitement. This was indeed the S-rank Purple Empyrean Thunder, he thought, quietly evaluating the boy. He could feel the fundamental difference in quality. Even though he possessed the A-rank Wind Fire True Thunder, the gap in pure origin power between A-rank and S-rank was unbridgeable. With proper guidance, this kid might just surpass him. As the lightning storm finally cleared, Dean Yang stared right at Xu Jingming, his voice carrying immense and commanding authority. With your insane potential, he said, becoming my disciple is a done deal. But then his expression turned deadly serious. He raised a warning finger. I have roamed this world for half my life. I have many friends, but just as many enemies. If you become my disciple, you will be targeted. My enemies will come for you. Are you still willing to take that risk? No hesitation at all. Xu Jingming dropped straight to one knee, his posture solid and completely ready for whatever comes next. Looking up with burning determination, he clasped his hands in the traditional master-disciple salute and declared with absolute confidence, this disciple is ready. My deepest desire is to grow into a high-tier powerhouse through real bloody combat. The more enemies you have mastered, the more it proves just how legendary and unstoppable your true power really is. Dean Yang threw his head back and roared. His hearty laughter shook the entire room. Good, good, simply brilliant. From today on, you are my 32nd disciple and my very first S-rank student. Yang Zentian waved him up. Stand up, he said, pulling out some manuals. This is the top-tier extreme ability tempering method I created myself, along with my ultimate body tempering technique, the Thunder Domain Indestructible Body. Xu Jingming froze, his heart racing. He stared at the blue manual in absolute shock. A physical body tempering technique of this high caliber was incredibly rare. Compared to standard combat skills like the swift lightning strike, this was priceless. Yang Zentian leaned in to explain. The cultivation method is one of only 3 peak-tier techniques in the entire academy, so that speaks for itself. But this thunder domain indestructible body is my ultimate masterpiece. It is the culmination of my entire life's work. It is certified by 2 major thunder dojos, Yang said, looking at the boy before dropping the final bomb. It is an S-rank technique. Xu Jingming gasped. An S-rank skill. In his mind, the power tiers flashed by. Skills went from F-rank all the way to triple S-rank, and this body technique sat comfortably at S-rank. The higher the tier, the harder it is to learn, but the destructive output is unmatched. He stared in disbelief. Most level 7 masters are lucky to create an A-rank skill. But Master Yang did not just make an S-rank. He created a physical type S-rank technique, which is the most complex kind. The man's martial genius was downright terrifying. Yang Zentian then brought up the strict cultivation requirements. This thunder domain indestructible body is strictly for thunder attribute users. There are 13 levels in total, and with every single breakthrough, your physical form undergoes a complete powerful evolution. But to start, you must reach level 1. He folded his arms and gave his first official master order. Go now. Once you break through using the tempering method, come back to me and I will personally guide you. I will help you lay the perfect foundation for your indestructible body. Xu Jingming bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, master, he thought, knowing that having a legendary guide would save him from taking countless wrong paths. As Xu Jingming turned to leave, Yang Zentian watched his departing back, his eyes filled with a heavy expectation. I have only mastered 10 levels of this technique, leaving the final 3 completely untouched. If I fail to reach the level 9 Martial Saint rank in this lifetime, you are my only hope to prove it. His gaze drifted. If my theories are right, reaching the final level grants you a truly immortal form. Filled with sheer determination, Xu Jingming stepped outside. Right by the doorway, he spotted Tan Mingyang slumped over. The senior was sitting on the steps, holding his head in absolute misery. Xu Jingming walked up to ask what happened. Tan Mingyang looked up, his face bruised and swollen. Don't even ask, he sighed. Did you see that guy? That is Senior Liu, the dean's top disciple. Even if I trained for a lifetime, I couldn't reach his level. I have zero hope of matching him. He let out a heavy sigh, turning his eyes towards Xu Jingming. Tan Mingyang assumes they are in the same boat, asking if he failed too, since Dean Yang's door is notoriously hard to get into. He even offers to share some advice, but Xu Jingming calmly replies that he already passed. Tan Mingyang's jaw drops in utter shock, stammering because no dean has ever accepted a freshman before the opening ceremony. He leaps to his feet, watching in total awe as the mysterious freshman begins to walk away from him. His mind races with questions, wondering if this guy is secretly the principal's son, even if they look nothing alike. Just who on earth is this kid? Meanwhile, back in his second-floor dorm training room, Xu Jingming is already hard at work. He sits cross-legged, circulating his energy. Opening his eyes, he instantly notices the shift in power, realizing why. A top-tier tempering method is so revered. The elemental connection is vastly superior to any mid-level technique. His eyes flash, with pure determination. Since he has got his hands on this training method, there is no need to take it slow. It is time to use his system points. Bringing up the status panel, he looks at the awakened rank and initiates the upgrade. Boom, the surrounding elemental energy suddenly turns wild, violently swirling around the room as Xu Jingming grits his teeth. He endures the excruciating pain of bodily reconstruction, clutching his shirt as veins bulge on his hands. Then boom, a massive pillar of purple and white lightning erupts from his body, filling the room before slowly fading away. Xu Jingming drops to one knee, panting heavily as a system notification confirms his breakthrough to low-tier level 1 awakened. He exhales, relieved that he finally broke through, then stands up to examine the intense violet lightning crackling around his arm. Clenching his fist, he can feel the sheer scale of his new power. No wonder everyone raves about top-tier techniques. He can feel the energy in his body, and his overall power has surged by 4 to 5 times. If he ran into that level 2 bloodthirsty bear again, he wouldn't even need a spear. His lightning aura alone would crush it. Checking his status panel, he is absolutely thrilled. It is clear why every awakened is desperate for high-level cultivation techniques. If he had used the basic Taoxian tempering method, his physical and mental stats would have only increased by 30 or 40 points, but now they have shot up by nearly 100 points. This gap is absolutely massive. Xu Jingming stands in the gym, calculating that the breakthrough only cost him 300 points, leaving him plenty to save for combat skills. He looks at the blue manual on the desk with great anticipation. Skills like the legendary indestructible Thunder Body are even more crucial than tempering, easily earning its S-class rank. However, as its power rises, the required points will skyrocket. He wonders how long it will take to fully master it. The next day, the scene shifts to Dean Yang's villa. Inside, Yang Zentian is staring at Xu Jingming in absolute disbelief. How could this kid have progressed so fast? Stroking his beard in utter shock, he notes that in his 20 years of teaching here, he has never seen this. Even the absolute geniuses among geniuses took considerable time to complete their very first awakening and evolve. but it has been less than 24 hours since he received the manual. Xu Jingming just scratches his head, modestly replying that while his breakthrough speed is decent, mastering the initial tempering process of his master's skill is the real challenge. Yang Zhenqian crosses his arms and chuckles, explaining that building this foundation requires using beast essence as a catalyst. He must channel his own lightning ability along with thunder attribute beast essence to deeply temper his muscles and bones. The ultimate strength of the indestructible thunder body depends entirely on the tier of the beast blood used during this phase. Standing up, he reassures his disciple that since the breakthrough was successful, they will begin the process today. He reveals his carefully prepared catalyst, noting that high-grade thunder beasts are incredibly rare to find in the wild. He originally secured the essence of a Tier 7 Tempest Bear that he had personally slain years ago. However, after learning from Zhang Chaoyu that the boy is eligible for an annual S-Class resource, he decided to combine both rewards. By trading them with the principal, he managed to secure an elite double S-Class resource instead. On screen, a terrifying thunder dragon appears alongside a vial containing the essence of a Tier 8 Thunderstorm Tyrant Wyrm. Xu Jingming accepts the vial, deeply moved that his master and the principal would go to such lengths for his sake. He vows to repay this immense kindness tenfold in the future. Yang Zhenqian just places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. With a serious look, he tells him to save the talk and prepare as they need to start immediately. Back in the training room, Xu Jingming strips down as Yang Zhenqian pours the glowing red essence directly onto his back. He tells him to brace himself, warning that the potent warm blood is highly volatile and extremely painful for low-level awakened. Charging his hands with a brilliant crimson current, he prepares to guide the energy to seal the power inside. His true lightning fire will forge the boy's undying body foundation. How much he can absorb is entirely up to. Boom. Boom. He unleashes a lightning strike right onto Xu Jingming's head. Bright red veins like spiderwebs begin to bulge all over his body. Xu Jingming screams in sheer agonizing pain. Outside, senior brother Liu sits enjoying tea with the butler, asking Uncle Fu if it has already been 5 days. This new junior brother Xu has unreal endurance. He takes a sip of tea and sighs, noting how comparisons can be downright brutal. Back then, he only lasted 2 days before giving up, even though he only used low-grade level 7 beast blood. Junior brother Xu's performance really matches the value of this level 8 dragon-type beast essence. He smiles with anticipation, thinking of his S-grade lightning talent. He really can't wait to see his junior brother's lightning realm undying body. Suddenly, a massive wave of energy bursts from the floor above. Senior brother Liu leaps up, rushing upstairs. The kid's foundation is finally complete. He carefully peeks inside the room. Xu Jingming stands in the center, eyes glowing red, his body cloaked in crackling purple and black lightning, sending a wild aura straight at him. Senior brother Liu breaks into a cold sweat, terrified by this apex beast-level pressure that chills him to the bone. Suddenly, Xu Jingming charges forward, throwing a vicious punch, loaded with killing intent. Yang Zhenqian barks to wake up. The fist freezes right before senior brother Liu's face. He clutches his head, sweating. What just happened? Why did he want to destroy everything? Yang Zhenqian steps up, explaining that the Thunder Dragon essence likely affected his mind. It is a wild, savage beast. The beast is notoriously savage, and since his body absorbed it so incredibly well, it triggered this aggressive side effect. He reassures him that there is no need to worry as long as his emotions remain fairly stable and calm. As his cultivation strength grows, the side effects will eventually fade away. Xu Jingming lets out a deep breath of relief. He definitely does not want to lose control and regret it later. Yang Zhenqian laughs heartily and pats his shoulder. He tells him to cheer up, calling the session flawless with a 98% absorption rate. Out of all his disciples training in this undying body, the highest was only 92%, and he just completely shattered that record. He introduces senior brother Liu, who offers his congratulations on forging the solid lightning realm undying body foundation. This is your senior brother, Liu Ming, a peak tier 3 awakened who can help guide your future path. Feel free to ask him anything about martial arts. Xu Jingming bows respectfully as Liu Ming pulls out his phone. Liu Ming explains he does not have a formal gift ready, so he will transfer some academic points instead. Xu Jingming checks his phone and is completely stunned by the notification showing 200 points, calling it too much. He realizes this welcome gift is worth a staggering 2 million great Yang Zentian dollars. Yang Zentian reassures him that 200 points is practically pocket change for Liu Ming. Seniors are naturally expected to look after their juniors. Xu Jingming politely accepts the gesture. Yang Zentian then instructs him that his foundation is finally forged. But after 5 days without any food or water, he needs to go home and rest before returning tomorrow morning. That is when his senior brother will start training him in boxing and spear techniques. Xu Jingming bows and thanks. Once he heads back to his dorm, he spots a white-haired guy playing games on the sofa and blinks in surprise. The guy spins around with a massive grin and waves, asking if he is his new roommate before introducing himself as Liu Wenhan. Xu Jingming introduces himself in return. As soon as his new roommate hears the name Xu Jingming, Liu Wenhan points in absolute shock, recognizing him as the legendary top scholar from the entire Jiangnan province. Xu Jingming is surprised he is so well known. Liu Wenhan immediately slings a friendly arm around his shoulder. He proudly claims his nickname is Liu Wenhan because he keeps tabs on basically every single freshman in this class. Even without trying, he heard all about the massive stir caused by the Dark Horse scholar of Jiangnan province. He is absolutely thrilled to be roommates with the actual legend. Leaning in close, he starts firing off rapid questions. He asks if he really came from that poor Jiangcheng city and if his awakened talent was truly E-grade during exams. After all, his current power seems way higher than that. Looking at this extremely enthusiastic roommate, Xu Jingming smiles. Having such a chatty, outgoing guy around is a nice change of pace since he has always quietly hated loneliness. In both his past and present life, memories of his quiet isolation linger. He actually grew up as an orphan, with no family to adopt him, leaving him without a true home. School was his only escape, surrounded by friends. His most cherished memories were of his college days, filled with beautiful and unforgettable times when every single moment felt alive. Back then, he and his roommate spent their days gaming and bantering. But after grinding for degrees, one wild graduation party changed everything. He woke up in this strange new world. Snapping back to reality, Xu Jingming looks at Liu Wenhan, eagerly introducing himself. Even in this universe, he is still an orphan. But with a roommate like this, the road ahead might not be so lonely. Liu Wenhan proudly boasts that he ranked 11th in Sichuan province with a rank A spirit talent at level 1 mid-tier. He chose the Tactical Academy, aiming to command millions of soldiers and wipe every single beast off the face of Blue Star. Standing up, Liu Wenhan cuts his own speech short, saying he needs to hit the martial arts hall. Xu Jingming feels a spark of curiosity. He tags along since he has never seen the famous Madu training grounds before. Soon they arrive at a massive ultra-modern facility. It is the Lijing Martial Arts Hall, marked by a glowing lightning crest. The moment they step inside, the sheer energy hits them. Liu Wenhan is instantly blown away. The hall is packed with students training hard and showing off their skills. One boasts about mastering a rank G solar flame technique, while another scoffs, challenging him to try and break through his defense. A third student calls them all garbage, yelling that his iron body transformation is the only one that truly matters. Amidst the chaos, a hovering AI sphere approaches them, explaining that this public hall can accommodate 300 trainers at once. The entire structure is reinforced with Class C memory alloy so they do not have to worry about collateral damage. The AI sphere adds that if they prefer absolute privacy, individual private training chambers are always available for booking. Xu Jingming politely declines, preferring to stay in the main hall. Meanwhile, Liu Wenhan clenches his fists, his eyes burning with excitement. He points out the insane display of power around them, noting that Xu Jingming's elemental harmony ability is bound to turn heads. He even spots a top 10 strength user from Sichuan across the room. Xu Jingming just nods, focusing on the massive pillars nearby. He asks the virtual assistant about their purpose, prompting her to explain that these are the official punching challenge leaderboards. There are 5 separate charts corresponding to tiers 1 through 5, and she asks if they would like to give it a shot. Reaching the top 3,000 awards, 50 academic credits. That is a sweet deal that immediately catches Xu Jingming's attention. It sounds almost too easy. Liu Wenhan confidently points out that Madu University only has about 4,000 students in total. He steps up to try. The assistant reminds him that swiping his student card on the console will initiate the test. But there is a catch: raw physical force only. No abilities or special martial arts are allowed. Liu Wenhan swipes his card. The automated system blares across the entire hall, welcoming student number 2037012556. He's officially starting the punch challenge. The announcement instantly draws the crowd's eyes and whispers begin to spread. Some realize he is just a mid-tier freshman. They smirk, preparing themselves for a good laugh at his expense. Feeling the pressure, Liu Wenhan grits his teeth. He did not expect this to turn into a full-blown public spectacle. With so many eyes on him, failure is not an option. He lets out a loud roar and throws a devastating punch. The impact registers. He catches his breath and smiles, seeing 476 kilograms, a pretty respectable score for a freshman. He is confident he made the top 3,000, but the robotic voice bluntly cuts in with a harsh reality check. His rank is well beyond 100,000. Liu Wenhan freezes. How is that possible when the school only has 4,000 students? The assistant gently explains that the board compiles records from every single student over the university's 100-year history. Hearing this, Liu Wenhan is mortified. He complains that it is a total scam, realizing the crowd was just waiting to watch him fail. The onlookers burst into fits of laughter. Ranking past 100,000 is tragic, and they are not holding back their amusement. Senior students tease him, pointing out his bright red face and calling him out as a total rookie. Xu Jingming pats his shoulder to comfort him. He tells him to shake it off since spirit-type users naturally lack physical strength. Liu Wenhan sighs, thanking him before half-seriously challenging Xu Jingming to step up and show everyone how it is done. He assures Xu Jingming will do much better. Amused by his roommate's playful challenge, Xu Jingming agrees to a quick test. He wants to see his own baseline anyway. Hearing this, Liu Wenhan raises a fist, pinning all his hopes on his roommate. He dramatically tells him that the honor of their entire dorm room rests entirely on his shoulders now. Once again, the automated announcement echoes through the hall, welcoming student number 203701204. Xu Jingming's challenge is officially underway. The crowd turns their attention back to the testing pillar, already whispering skeptically. Another tester steps up already. Doubts quickly fill the air as they evaluate his stance with clear condescension. They assume he looks even weaker than the last guy, guessing he is only a level 1 low-tier student. They doubt he can even hit 400 kilograms. But amidst the mockery, one senior's eyes narrow as he notices something off. Wait, this name sounds a bit familiar. Ignoring the noisy crowd around him, Xu Jingming focuses completely on evaluating his current strength. A status window appears in his mind showing his promotion to a level 1 superpower user along with 5 days and 5 nights of basic body tempering. He is at level 1 low grade with his legendary Purple Sky Divine Thunder attribute sitting at 391. Vitality and Spirit at 289 Hz, Advanced Spearmanship, Advanced Lightning, Gale Break, and the first tier of Body Tempering. Indestructible Thunder Body with 2,234 points. He clenches his fist, eyes turning dead serious. With burning determination, he wonders just how strong his strike has become, deciding to let this punch reveal the answer without any hesitation. Without a single wasted movement, Xu Jingming throws a clean, straight punch compressing the air around his fist. The air forms spinning white vortexes, followed by an earth-shattering boom as his fist unleashes a massive devastating shockwave. His massive strike blasts away everyone standing nearby, sending powerful tremors directly through the shaking ground beneath his feet. Yet Xu Jingming's gaze remains cold and focused. As he pulls his fist back, the breathless crowd glues their eyes to the screen. An unbelievable number flashes on the testing pillar, 4,589 kilograms, instantly shaking up the entire ranking board. The AI guide's voice chimes in with clear excitement, announcing a peak punching force. Just watch how the crowd loses it. Now Xu Jingming sits at number 1 with 4,589 kilograms, crushing Luo Yang's old record of 4,321 kilograms. A dead silence grips the martial hall before exploding into frantic screams of disbelief that the legendary record was just broken. A muscular man points a trembling finger, stammering about how over 4,500 kilograms is absolutely impossible for a level 1 fighter. How could a low-grade newbie punch like that? Another shouts in terror, realizing a single blow would turn them into absolute mush. And they actually claim this guy is just a fresh-faced freshman, a shocked female student whispers to her friend while holding her phone. She whispers in disbelief, mentioning she heard the top 1,000 on this leaderboard are all legendary pioneers of their generation. Her friend agrees with wide eyes, wondering just how terrifyingly high the peak achievements of this top-ranked genius will eventually go. This pillar has stood unchallenged for over 10 years, making this historic moment something she absolutely has to record on camera. Liu Wenhan rushes over like a whirlwind, eyes sparkling with pure adoration as he gazes at Xu Jingming like a legendary hero. He excitedly declares Xu Jingming his blood brother, swearing to follow him anywhere and do absolutely whatever he commands from now on. Xu Jingming just smiles and tells him not to be so dramatic, though quietly noting that his physical strike exceeded his expectations. The Thunder Tyrant Dragon is indeed a perfect fit for him, and the massive boost in power is instantly visible. The floating AI orb arrives, congratulating student Xu Jingming for breaking the record and depositing 400 academic credits into his account. Not bad at all, Xu Jingming says with interest, asking the AI guide if he can earn more credits by breaking records again. The guide explains that credits are only awarded for the first record break per tier, but he can challenge other test categories. Hearing this, Xu Jingming looks up at the remaining pillars, a sharp glint flickering deep inside his eyes. The other 4 pillars represent level 2 through level 5 masters, so he decides to break those once he grows stronger. Just then, a group of beautiful female students swarms around him, with a purple-haired girl smiling and introducing herself. A pink-haired senior sweetly steps forward, asking if this is Junior Xu's first time and offering to guide his training. Others crowd in, laughing as they try to recruit him into their clubs since they are running low on members. Overwhelmed by the intense crowd, Liu Wenhan hurriedly pulls Xu Jingming away so they can both escape the enthusiastic mob. Telling him they should head to a private training room instead, the duo runs off, leaving the chaotic scene behind. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious office, senior brother Liu excitedly reports the breaking news directly to Dean Yang. Junior Xu has completely taken over the school forum. Seriously, over 4,500 kilograms of physical power is just straight up insane. Taking a slow sip of tea, Dean Yang wonders why the kid ran off to break records instead of getting proper rest. Even when you were at level 1 high grade, your indestructible thunder body only managed 3,500 kilograms. This junior of yours is truly on a different level. Elsewhere, another young man stares intensely at his phone screen. Suddenly, he roars in sheer anger, flames erupting from his body as he spins and smashes a glass on the table. How infuriating, he growls, finding out that Xu Jingming has also arrived at Madu. He clenches his fists with burning eyes. He fumes over losing his top scorer title in Jiangnan province and becoming a complete laughingstock back in Ning'an city. This time, he swears to take back his glory. Back in the training room, Xu Jingming sits alone, feeling the changes. Thanks to his indestructible thunder body, he remains fully energized even after going 5 days and 5 nights without rest. He takes a small knife and gently cuts his arm, only to hear a metallic clink as it fails to penetrate. His defense now matches an E-grade alloy for an ordinary person. This is basically being completely invulnerable. That is the power of an S-class body tempering skill. Just then, Liu Wenhan bursts through the door, shouting out that the news about him breaking the record is blowing up on the school forum. There are tons of posts from people wanting to challenge him, but Xu Jingming just shrugs it off. He stands up, looking out the window with a faint smirk. Man, the martial arts gyms in Mado sure are active. Liu Wenhan runs over angrily, waving his phone, saying he is going to trash talk every single one of those losers online. Xu Jingming stops him. Forget it, he says, do not waste time, as he still has to visit the combat skill library first, so he should just head back. Cut to a massive ultra-modern building with a giant sign reading Combat Skill Library. Just as he steps inside, Xu Jingming immediately senses an invisible defensive barrier. He reaches out his hand, and golden runic circles ripple into view. The legendary library run by the vice principal and faculty lives up to the hype. With a security system this tight, even a 9th-rank martial saint would not stand a chance of breaking in. It is incredibly impressive. Arriving at the main entrance, Xu Jingming pulls out his student ID and taps it on the scanner. A soft beep sounds, and the glowing magical barrier in front of him instantly begins to ripple with golden light. A golden passage opens up, allowing him to calmly walk right through. But the moment he steps inside the lobby, 3 librarians in neat uniforms step forward. The one in the middle, wearing glasses, gives him a polite smile. She greets him warmly, welcoming S-class student Xu Jingming, and politely asks how they can assist him today. A bit surprised, Xu Jingming asks how she already knows his name. The librarian politely smiles and explains. She notes that students with S-class clearance have the special privilege to view any combat skill in the library. The system sent a notification the moment he swiped his card. She smiles, secretly recognizing his immense potential. S-class means infinite potential, aiming for Grandmaster level at least. He is definitely someone she needs to befriend. Nodding in understanding, Xu Jingming gets straight to the point, asking which floor holds his lightning-type combat skills. The librarian quickly explains that skills below B-class are on the first 2 floors, but the truly rare skills are kept on the 4th floor. He just needs to swipe his card to enter, she explains gracefully. She politely points the way, and Xu Jingming thanks her with a respectful nod before heading up to the 4th floor. Up there, a floating guide orb greets him, explaining that once he makes his selection online, the physical manuals will be delivered. Since high-tier original manuals are incredibly valuable, he is asked to handle them with absolute care. Hearing this, Xu Jingming orders the guide orb to display all lightning skills of B-class and above, and the device quickly complies with a chime. A series of blue holographic screens instantly pop up before him, listing his options. 2 skills immediately catch his eye. The first is the SSS class Myriad Thunder Tribulation, which uses lightning energy as its core to summon a massive storm domain. It spans up to 80 kilometers in diameter, but requires at least a level 5B rank lightning user to learn. Then there is the SS class Wrath of the Thunder God, which unleashes devastating divine lightning strikes on his enemies. This one requires a level 4B rank user. Looking at these legendary top-tier skills, Xu Jingming is absolutely stunned. His eyes shine as he reads through SS and even SSS class skills. A top university's collection is truly incredible. He wonders if he really gets to access all of this for free, but quickly calms his excitement. Realistically, he lacks the level requirements for those, meaning he can only learn A-rank combat skills for now. Scanning the endless options gives him a bit of a headache with so many attack, defense, and movement categories. There are countless A-rank skills. He smiles, realizing how lucky he is to have a good teacher to guide him. He pulls a piece of paper from his pocket containing a personalized recommendation list, saving him a ton of time. He cross-references the paper with the holographic screens, quickly picking out the skills that match her suggestions perfectly. After reviewing everything carefully, Xu Jingming finally points to 4 specific virtual screens to make his final selection. The first is Lightning Spear, an A-rank skill that condenses crackling energy into a devastating throwing projectile. Next is the A-rank Chain Lightning Spear, which repeatedly strikes vital points while building up massive electrical charges. It detonates inside the target once the skill ends. He also selects Lightning Flash, an A-rank movement skill. This lets him dash forward instantly. Then there is Lightning Prison, a crowd control skill that roots targets in place. Lightning Spear is his ranged attack, Chain Lightning Spear is his heavy offense, and Lightning Flash is his mobility. With Lightning Prison handling crowd control, these 4 skills paired with his indestructible lightning body will make him unstoppable, leaving no weak points to exploit. The AI assistant Eva chimed in, noting he had selected 4 rank A combat techniques. Mastering just the basics of each would take at least 6 months. She recommended mixing them with lower rank skills. But Xu Jingming simply shook his head. No need. This is plenty, he replied. Just then, the librarian returned, placing a heavy stack of manuals on the table and politely presenting the junior with his chosen combat techniques. Xu Jingming stared at the 4 manual books. His eyes glowed with sheer excitement. While rank C and B skills cost a fortune, rank A manuals are virtually priceless. Snagging 4 at once like this was an absolute dream come true. He gently opened the first volume. A wave of mystical energy instantly washed over him. The profound intent within was simply breathtaking. No wonder rank A skills require original manuals. A mere copy could never hope to replicate this level of raw essence. Time steadily ticked away. By 7:20, Xu Jingming was still deeply engrossed, slowly turning page after page. By 9:10, beads of sweat began to pool on his forehead. He grappled with the incredibly complex concepts. Finally, as the clock neared 11, he finally reached the last page. Leaning back, he let out a long, exhausted sigh of relief. Done. He closed his eyes and called out to Deep Blue. Time to allocate points. System alerts immediately flooded his mind. 200 ability points consumed for Thunder Spear. Another 200 points spent to master Serial Thunder Lance. Another 200 points went to Thunder Flash, and a final 200 unlocked Thunder Prison. Instantly, his status window flashed with his newly acquired abilities. Name Xu Jingming. Rank 1 low tier. Ability Purple Sky Divine Thunder S. Physique 391. Vitality and Spirit 289 Hz. Skills Advanced Spear Technique and Beginner Thunder Spear, plus Beginner Serial Thunder Lance, Beginner Thunder Flash, Beginner Thunder Prison, and Advanced Lightning Windbreak. Body Tempering Tier 1 Indestructible Thunder Body. Remaining points 1434. Xu Jingming clenched his fist, feeling the new power coursing through him. With such an arsenal, he wondered which lucky soul would be the first to face its fury. As night fell, a gentle silver moonlight cast over the peaceful dormitory campus, bringing a quiet end to a hectic day. The moment he got back to his room, Liu Wenhan rushed over with news. Xu Jingming, the AI assistant, said the freshman orientation is at 9 tomorrow morning at Stadium 1, and there is also a massive freshman group chat he needs to join. Xu Jingming nodded. Sure, he replied. Watching his friend tap on his screen, Liu Wenhan could not help but ask which combat techniques he ended up choosing. Xu Jingming casually replied that he had picked 4 rank A skills. Liu Wenhan froze his eyes, widening in pure disbelief. 4 rank A skills would normally take until sophomore or junior year to master. He stared at his roommate with profound respect. As expected, his friend never did things the ordinary way. Then a thought struck him. If he could access rank A manuals, did that mean he had rank A clearance? Xu Jingming turned around calmly, correcting him that it was actually rank S. Liu Wenhan practically leaped off the couch in shock, yelling about how the school even had clearance higher than rank A. He demanded to know how his friend got it before suddenly freezing as a wild realization dawned on him. Could his rumored E-rank power actually be something else entirely? Xu Jingming flashed a subtle smile at his stunned roommate. It was an S-rank ability all along, he revealed, adding that he had just given the resident know-it-all some major gossip. Liu Wenhan let out a thrilled, lingering shout. He figured his friend had some special perks, but S-rank clearance was on a completely different level. Even top scorers from other provinces only got rank A. He gave a huge thumbs up, grinning like a proud fanboy. Backing the future king early was definitely the right choice. The scene then shifts to the second-floor training room. Xu Jingming sat holding a basic practice spear. With his new skills learned, his gear absolutely needed to keep pace. His obsidian spear had already been rendered useless, and even if it was intact, it could no longer withstand his current explosive power. He called out to the floating AI assistant, ordering her to open the campus store and search for spear-type weapons. Eva instantly complied, opening the school catalog. In an instant, a massive inventory of spear-type weapons materialized before him. The list ranged from rank F down to rank D. Many of these weapons featured fully customizable lengths and weights. But the higher the grade and weight, the heftier the price tag. Ultimately, he decided on a rank E option weighing 210 kilograms. He also threw in a matching set of rank E armor and combat boots. Staring at his transaction screen, the confirmation flashed. The total cost for the spear armor and combat boots came to exactly 237 academic credits. This left him with 382.6 credits. The purchase succeeded with delivery scheduled for tomorrow morning. He sighed, realizing how quickly his hard-earned credits were draining. Standing up, he gripped the basic practice spear and swung it gently. A sharp whistling sound sliced through the quiet room. He looked down at the simple weapon with an intense, focused gaze. Smiling with excitement, he tells his spear, "Until my new one arrives, it is up to you. Tonight, let us practice the 4 new rank, combat skills." Time flies by quickly. The next day, at the freshman assembly, a massive crowd of new students begins gathering in the main hall. The scene is a massive hall with freshmen gathering. The moment Xu Jingming steps inside, he instantly becomes the absolute center of attention. Whispers break out all around. "Look over there," they say. "That is Xu Jingming. He is the one who broke the record. He broke the school record yesterday. He is also the top scorer from Jiangnan province, and his strength is absolutely insane." A female student holds her cheeks with sparkling eyes, admitting she expected a brainless muscle head, but he is unexpectedly handsome instead. Suddenly, a massive figure blocks Xu Jingming. With a highly provocative tone, he says, "Xu Jingming, I Lei Zhu challenge you." The crowd immediately recognizes the challenger. "Look," they whisper, "that is the martial arts runner-up from Jiangnan province. Lei Zhu scored over 9,300 points. Another student adds that he comes from the prestigious Jintang clan with powerful parents. Both of his parents are level 4 awakeners. Lei Zhu stands there with a resentful glare, hating that nobody remembers second place. He refuses to accept it. But Xu Jingming only glances at him with complete indifference, coldly replying that he is not interested. Lei Zhu smirks and steps closer, lowering his voice with a clear threat. "Don't be so quick to refuse," he warns. "I recall your aunt runs a rare herb business, right?" Hearing this, Xu Jingming's expression darkens and Lei Zhu leans in close. His voice turns incredibly sinister as he whispers, "Xu Jingming, what a coincidence, my family is your aunt's main supplier. She owes us a massive debt, and if it is not paid immediately, I am afraid your aunt will face some serious trouble." At those words, Xu Jingming's eyes instantly turn ice cold and an incredibly heavy invisible aura begins radiating from his body. He growls out each word, "Are you threatening me?" The overwhelming pressure forces Lei Zhu to take a sudden step back. It feels like he is staring down a deadly wild beast. He breaks out in a cold sweat, absolutely terrified by this aura. He quickly waves his hands, desperately trying to play it cool. "No, it is not a threat," he stammers. "I am just giving you a friendly reminder." Xu Jingming pulls back his crushing aura and stares directly into his eyes. He coldly asks for the time and place. Lei Zhu regains his confidence, saying, 12 p.m., 7 days from now, Arena 3. Xu Jingming turns to walk away, warning him that he will be there and hoping Lei Zhu will not regret it. The crowd instantly explodes with excitement. The top student versus the runner-up. This is going to be an absolutely epic showdown. Everyone is determined to grab a seat early. Meanwhile, up on the stage, an elderly professor begins speaking into his microphone. "Welcome everyone to Manhwa Ability University. This freshman assembly is not actually the official opening ceremony of the term. Instead, they are gathered here to learn about the credit system and how to choose their specialized instructors. But first, the professor highlights the combat power rankings, which are determined by using advanced virtual reality simulation pods. Students will fight through realistic battle simulations, and their rank will be determined by how many stages they can clear. The rewards for ranking high are incredibly generous." After his speech, a female instructor steps up to the podium. Excited chatter fills the room. Xu Jingming lets out a yawn, feeling pretty exhausted after sitting there for over an hour. He thinks those virtual reality pods sound quite interesting, and he definitely wants to try them out when he gets a chance. But for now, his priority is finding senior brother Lu Ming and his new advisor to start his daily combat training. The scene shifts to a training field where senior brother Liu Ming is personally guiding his junior brother's training. Xu Jingming practices with a simple wooden staff, purple lightning crackling around his body as he sits cross-legged to focus his power. The purple lightning surges with terrifying intensity. 7 days later, senior brother Liu wipes his brow, staring at him in complete shock. "You actually broke through to the level 1 mid-tier already," he gasps. Xu Jingming casually replies that he just got lucky. In reality, he purposely waited several days before spending 386 energy points to upgrade, avoiding giving his senior a heart attack. Senior brother Liu pats his shoulder, suddenly remembering something. "Ah, that is right, do not have that duel today." He wears a highly mischievous grin as he leans closer, saying he will pray for his unfortunate opponent for 3 whole minutes. He wants to tag along and watch, eager to see just how destructive his junior brother is when fighting at absolute full power. Over at Arena 3, the entire stadium is completely packed with students and the energetic atmosphere is absolutely buzzing. With the Grand Freshman Tournament still a month away, everyone is eager to catch an early glimpse of the top scorer. One student mentions checking the official data, claiming Xu Jingming only got first place by exploiting the special exam rules. They expect Lei Zhu to win, but others disagree, pointing out that Xu Jingming just shattered the school punching record. Still, doubters argue that raw physical punch power means nothing because real awakeners always rely on their magical abilities to win. Suddenly, the entire arena erupts with roaring cheers. Oh, Xu Jingming has finally arrived, sporting a sweeping long cloak. Alongside senior brother Liu, he slowly walks onto the stage with an overwhelming presence, seeing his straight back and extraordinary aura. As he steps forward, senior brother Liu crosses his arms and watches, clicking his tongue with pride. This kid has got that killer look, and once he gets real results, who knows how many senior and junior female classmates he will charm. Standing on the opposite side, Lei Zhu feels the powerful aura radiating from Xu Jingming. Narrowing his eyes, he realizes his opponent has already leveled up, but luckily he has prepared a backup plan. Lei Zhu stands tall, pointing his finger directly at Xu Jingming. He calls out provocatively, saying that just fighting for a win is too boring, so why not make things interesting and wager all their academic credits. Xu Jingming does not hesitate for a second, replying flatly that he is totally down, since he has 370 of them. Lei Zhu smirks, noting that is quite a lot, and since his own cash is not enough, he will pay the rest. To avoid anyone backing out, they should transfer everything to the supervisor. He gestures toward the female instructor standing nearby. This is Miss Chu Yun, a powerful level 6 mid-tier healer, keeping watch. Xu Jingming pulls out his phone, realizing that combat between ability users is incredibly dangerous. It makes perfect sense why the school wants a referee to prevent anyone from dying on the spot. He quickly taps his screen and says it is no problem. Lei Zhu also completes his transfer, waving his arms to hype up the crowd, shouting that a match worth 3.7 million is insanely generous. Talk about high stakes, the crowd is absolutely loving it. Miss Chu Yun steps onto the platform, announcing that she has received both the academic credits and the money, and instructs both fighters to prepare. She looks at them firmly, stating that once one side surrenders or loses consciousness, no further attacks are allowed or severe punishment follows. Asking if they understand, Xu Jingming simply smirks with confidence. His eyes are razor sharp. Both fighters face off. Xu Jingming carries a dark purple spear on his back, while Lei Zhu wields a massive greatsword. Overflowing with confidence, Lei Zhu points his blade directly at Xu Jingming's face, roaring in anger as intense flames erupt around his body. He screams that Xu Jingming stole his glory, and today he will take every bit of it back. Scalding heat waves roll across the arena, making the front row spectators gasp in pure shock. They exclaim that his A-grade fire element ability is terrifying, as they can feel the burning sensation even from this far. Lei Zhu channels energy into his blade and charges forward, unleashing a blazing strike at Xu Jingming. Clang! Xu Jingming simply raises his spear to block. The flames die out, leaving only faint purple sparks crackling. The entire crowd, including Miss Chu Yun, gasps in utter shock. How did he block that without even using a single combat skill? Someone screams in disbelief, calling it a basic attack that just broke an ultimate move. Lei Zhu cannot believe his eyes, gritting his teeth in pure rage. He wonders how this is even possible, as Xu Jingming stares down at him with cold disdain, telling him that nothing is impossible when he is just too weak. With that, he strikes. Purple lightning wraps around his spear as he thrusts forward with blinding speed. Lei Zhu only sees a purple flash before an unstoppable force crashes into him. Boom! The impact is massive. The spearhead strikes Lei Zhu squarely in the chest, purple lightning shattering his fiery defense and blasting him backward. He crashes onto the floor, completely knocked out and covered in blood. The entire arena falls dead silent before exploding. People whisper in disbelief, asking if it is already over after only 2 strikes. Wasn't Lei Zhu supposed to be stronger? Instead, he got completely crushed in the blink of an eye. What about that powerful blazing slash of his? Most freshmen here would have been wiped out by it, meaning Xu Jingming's power has already left everyone in the dust. Watching from below, senior brother Liu shakes his head in mild disappointment, muttering that this is too boring to watch. The guy could not even force out a fraction of his junior brother's power. Miss Chu Yun steps onto the stage to declare the winner. But suddenly Lei Zhu crawls back up, and trust me, he is too stubborn to just walk away. He gasps out that he has not surrendered yet, and the match is far from over before shakily pulling out a blood-red pill. Miss Chu Yun recognizes it instantly, shouting in horror, asking if he wants to throw his life away. After all, this is just a school match, not a death struggle. The crowd also recognizes the banned pill, causing a massive stir. Spectators gasp that Lei Zhu actually pulled out a blood-burning pill. While it boosts one's strength drastically in the short term, the The side effects are brutal, leaving the user bedridden for 1 or 2 months. With the big freshman tournament coming up in just over a month, this risky move seems completely reckless. Ignoring the teacher's warning, Lei Zhu grits his teeth with a trembling yet determined voice. It is fine, no matter the cost. I will bear the consequences myself. Staring intensely at the elixir in his hand, a mad gleam shows he is ready to gamble everything. Even if he loses, he is taking the fall. This desperate move immediately triggers absolute outrage from the watching crowd as a spectator leaps up. Bastard, how can anyone use pills in a match? How is this different from cheating on an exam? Another spectator instantly agrees. Exactly, this is a major violation. Instructor Chu Yun turns to explain with a cold gaze while Lei Zhu shows no hesitation. He swallows the pill whole, his eyes instantly flushing a deep crimson. After all, this unofficial duel lacks any strict rules or regulations. Just like an open-book exam, weapons, armor, and medicine are all fully allowed. Any resource on hand can be used to win. If Xu Jingming had pills on him, he could take them too. Just as she finishes, Lei Zhu lets out a deafening roar. Flames erupt from his body as his energy spikes at a dizzying speed. This blood burst pill is obviously a high-grade elixir, directly boosting Lei Zhu to the lower tier 2 level. Now Xu Jingming is in trouble. Defying all expectations though, Xu Jingming does not flinch. Instead, the purple lightning crackling around his body surges with excitement as his fighting spirit blazes. His eyes burn with an intense fire. A nearby female student gasps in awe as Xu Jingming's sheer determination keeps climbing. This elite mindset shows the absolute poise of a grand general. Xu Jingming tightens his iron grip on his long spear, with purple lightning dancing across his hands. He smirks, thinking that this match is finally no longer like an adult beating a child. With a massive boom, he stomps his foot down, fracturing the arena floor as purple lightning spiderwebs outward in every direction. He activates Lightning Flash, transforming into a blinding violet streak that rockets straight toward Lei Zhu at an invisible speed. Despite his newly boosted power, Lei Zhu is utterly paralyzed with fear by this terrifying god-tier speed. Clang! The lightning-clad spear and the flaming greatsword collide with a deafening blast, sending a massive shockwave ripping through the air. Even with the blood-burst pill's power, Lei Zhu is forced back step by step, hands trembling against Xu Jingming's raw strength. Dropping to one knee, he pants heavily, completely unable to believe that even at tier 2 strength, he is still losing. How is his physical power still inferior to Xu Jingming's raw force? Just what kind of absurd monster is this guy? Realizing he cannot win a contest of raw strength, Lei Zhu quickly retreats, leaping backward to try a different approach. Since close combat is useless, he decides to keep his distance, launching a blazing fireball straight towards Xu Jingming. But Xu Jingming merely spins his long spear casually, easily dispersing the flame. He looks at his opponent with mock pity. Is that really all he has got? Sweating profusely, Lei Zhu desperately calculates. Just what kind of lightning ability is this? How is it completely impossible to land a hit? Still, since he cannot get close, he just has to wait it out. Once the kid's lightning runs dry, there is still a chance. But Xu Jingming has no intention of granting him that time. He channels his raw power and hurls his weapon. Lightning Spear. A projectile forged of pure electricity explodes forward. Xu Jingming flashes away, vanishing into thin air and reappearing elsewhere to easily dodge the counter and prep his next strike. Lei Zhu screams in agony as the lightning projectile grazes his shoulder, realizing with pure horror that he has long-range options too. Before he can even recover, he looks up at the sky in sheer panic. Just what kind of skill is this? Xu Jingming stands at a distance, hands forming seals as he coldly declares lightning prison. Lei Zhu is bound, struggling in vain. Gritting his teeth, he curses this crowd control skill. In a desperate life or death split second, he unleashes his entire energy pool, creating a massive flaming barrier that completely envelopes his body. He roars defiantly, "If I cannot escape, you cannot get in. Let us see who can stall longer." Xu Jingming stares directly at the fire shield, his eyes remaining completely calm. That defense is decent, but let us see how many strikes it can take. He leaps high into the air, gathering a massive storm of electricity around his spear. He unleashes his ultimate devastating move, the Chain Lightning Spear. Countless thunderous spear shadows erupt from a single point, raining down like a violet meteor shower directly onto the fire shield. Witnessing this absolute destruction, Lei Zhu feels the cold grip of death for the very first time as raw panic consumes him. He is going to die. If this hits, he is dead. Before the rain of spears connects, he screams with everything. "I surrender!" Clang. The main spear tip halts just millimeters from his forehead, the residual shockwave standing his hair on end. Xu Jingming retracts all the raging lightning back into his palm. Lei Zhu collapses onto the floor, trembling violently. His face is completely pale and devoid of color. Xu Jingming coldly pulls back his spear, standing tall as instructor Chu Yun raises her hand, declaring loudly that the winner is Xu Jingming. The crowd falls silent for a few seconds, before erupting into wild cheers. An absolute crush. In just 4 or 5 seconds, he unleashed 4 combat skills back to back. That is just way too insane. The transition between his combat skills is incredibly fluid, definitely not the skill level a typical freshman should have. Another student analyzed, noting that all of Xu Jingming's combat skills look incredibly powerful. It seems like every single one of them is B rank. Someone nearby nodded in agreement. 4 B rank skills is just insane, considering the absolute best skill I have is only a C rank. Hearing this, senior brother Liu stood below and shook his head, whispering to himself that they were severely underestimating his junior brother. He actually chose 4 A-rank combat techniques. What is even more ridiculous is that he can already use all of them in real combat. Liu Ming recalled his own past with a complicated look in his eyes. Back then, he only dared to choose a single A-rank skill. The lightning flash technique took him over 4 months to master. He let out a soft sigh, feeling immense pressure from such a talented junior. After the match ended, Lei Zhu stood up despite his body still trembling, slowly making his way over to Xu Jingming. Bowing his head in deep respect and gratitude, he thanked Xu Jingming for sparing his life during their battle. He admitted his complete defeat, stating that the academy credits and Great Yang Zentian currency were all his and his aunt would pay up too. Right after Miss Chu Yun stepped forward with a professional announcement, 50 credits and 3.2 million Great Yang Zentian dollars had been transferred directly into his student account. Xu Jingming nodded in acknowledgement, thinking to himself that making a wager was a fast way to get rich. As he prepared to leave the arena, Liu Wenhan, a classmate, sporting stylish platinum hair, called out to him excitedly from the stands. He yelled that Xu Jingming was incredibly cool and was practically a millionaire now, then asked if he wanted to hang out in the city, specifically in downtown Magic City tonight. Xu Jingming hesitated for a moment, turning back to reject the offer. He explained that he still had to train with his senior brother. But suddenly, senior brother Liu appeared out of nowhere. He advised the boy to go, saying that balancing hard work and relaxation was key to long-term success. Patting his shoulder, he added that after training for so long, he should relax. Hearing this, Xu Jingming happily accepted. He smiled and said he would follow his advice. Meanwhile, Liu Wenhan seemed to recognize the senior brother and gasped in shock, recognizing him as the A-rank lightning user vice president of the Ash Club, Liu Ming. He quickly jumped down from the stands. Approaching Xu Jingming with stars in his eyes, he remarked that his friend looked way cooler in person than in photos. He threw an arm around Xu Jingming's shoulder, finalizing their plans and telling Xu Jingming that he just needed to tag along. He promised to handle all the arrangements. Curious, Xu Jingming asked what they were doing. Liu Wenhan just grinned. He pointed at him with a mischievous smile and shining eyes, announcing the absolute must-do activity of college life. A mixer between the male and female dorms, and honestly, who would ever want to miss out on that? The table was piled high with delicious golden roasted chicken, pizza, fresh bread, and various salads and refreshing drinks. Holding a plate of food, Liu Wenhan proudly told Xu Jingming that his popularity in the school had completely exploded. He asked him to guess how many people had signed up after he posted the mixer invitation on the school forum. Xu Jingming just stared back at him in silent skepticism. Liu Wenhan kept bragging, gesturing dramatically with his hands. Over 100 girls applied, and his eyes were practically blurry from trying to choose just one perfect group. Taking a sip of his drink, Xu Jingming smiled and noted how enthusiastic he was, choosing 1 out of 100. He admitted he was quite curious to see who made the cut. Liu Wenhan smirked, keeping it a secret for now. "Speak of the devil," he suddenly yelled, waving frantically toward the entrance. Right on cue, a girl wearing glasses arrived. She had neatly braided brown hair, wore a soft yellow dress, and greeted them warmly as she walked inside. She introduced herself as Bai Donghae. Right beside her was another girl with long black hair wearing a white crop top and denim shorts, who introduced herself as her roommate Song Qiuyun, flashing a friendly smile as she spoke. Standing up, Liu Wenhan eagerly introduced them, explaining that Bai Donghae possessed an impressive A-rank beast transformation ability, while Song Qiuyun was a high-tier first-level A-rank natural light element user and the top scorer of Sichuan province. Xu Jingming politely rose from his seat, offering a friendly greeting and introducing himself as Xu Jingming. Upon hearing his name, Song Qiuyun looked surprised. She stared at him as her eyes quickly filled with intense competitive spirit. Staring him down, she boldly asked if he was down for a duel. Talk about an aggressive first greeting. Bai Donghae quickly grabbed her arm to stop her, scolding her for bringing up fights during a casual mixer. Xu Jingming chuckled softly at the sudden challenge, trying to ease the tension with a warm, friendly smile. He warmly invited them to take their seats, reassuring them that it was all just a harmless misunderstanding. After all, they were just here to relax, eat some good food, and enjoy a wonderful evening together. To have fun. They decide to grab a bite first, then explore the shopping district. After eating, the group heads out together. Strolling through the central commercial district of the magic capital, Song Qiuyun looks up at the towering, brightly lit skyscrapers and cannot help but gasp. Wow, so lively. Walking past a fashion boutique, Bai Donghe points out a super trendy outfit. Inside the boutique, a high-grade weapon is on display, a premium A-rank moonlight blade. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming quietly looks on. The luxury boutique showcasing battle armor, weapons, and pills, thinking to himself that this place truly deserves its reputation as one of the nation's premier shopping hubs. The selection of gear, weapons, and elixirs here is far better than back in Jiangcheng. The four of them enjoy some delicious street food together in a wonderfully relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Afterward, the girls decide to continue their shopping spree for clothes. Seeing Bai Donghe struggling with a heavy shopping bag, Xu Jingming thoughtfully steps forward to offer his help. He gently takes the shopping bag from her hand, then quietly follows behind them, watching the two girls happily browse through different jewelry. Before long, Xu Jingming and Liu Wenhan are loaded down with shopping bags, and he gasps in shock at the total cost. They spent millions in just one evening. Beside him, Liu Wenhan whispers that although Song Qiuyan dresses quite simply, she is actually an incredibly wealthy young lady. Xu Jingming turns to him with a puzzled look, prompting Liu Wenhan to elaborate further. He explains that she is not just rich but also has a formidable background. Meanwhile, the shopping spree is far from over, as Bai Donghe calls out from another store, asking the two gentlemen to help them carry one last shopping bag. Standing nearby, a visibly tired Song Qiuyan murmurs that it is about time they head back. Finally, Xu Jingming and Liu Wenhan escort the girls all the way back to their dorm, stopping at the path leading up to the building to bid them goodbye. Song Qiuyan smiles and thanks them, saying they had a wonderful time. In response, Xu Jingming simply smiles and waves his hand. He tells them it was no trouble, while Liu Wenhan waves enthusiastically. But just as the girls turn around, Song Qiuyan suddenly stops and looks back. Her face is shadowed by the night, but her voice carries an intense seriousness as she addresses him. She declares that her past words were completely true and that she will definitely challenge him to a duel one day. Hearing her determined declaration, Xu Jingming is caught off guard for a moment, but he quickly regains his calm composure. A confident, expectant smile plays on his lips as he replies that he will be waiting. Captivated by his reaction, Song Qiuyan lets out a soft smirk before spinning around to walk away. Once they are a safe distance from the boys, Bai Donghe begins to playfully tease her friend, noting that she has never seen her treat any guy this warmly before. She adds that bringing her along for this outing was definitely the right move. Song Qiuyan crosses her arms and explains her reasoning quite seriously. Her A-rank eyes of dawn ability allows her to perceive and read the hidden intentions of others very acutely. She can easily peer into the impure thoughts that most guys harbor whenever they look at her, seeing right through them. Dark silhouettes representing vulgar thoughts materialize around her, filled with typical sleazy ideas about her body, like calling her hot, proposing she become their girlfriend, or assuming she is naive and easy to trick. But then she gazes into the distance, her expression softening. She notes that Xu Jingming is different. His gaze holds only pure admiration, completely devoid of any dirty thoughts. To her, he is truly unique. Hearing this, Bai Donghe rests her chin on her hand with a knowing, highly mischievous grin. She teases that their proud young lady has finally fallen for someone. Meanwhile, on their way back, Liu Wenhan stretches lazily. He remarks on how refreshing it is to occasionally go out for a stroll, while Xu Jingming walks beside him. Xu Jingming quietly agrees, a soft smile forming on his face as memories of Song Qiuyan drift into his mind. Her strength is already at the peak of Tier 1, reminding him that he must keep pushing. 15 days later, inside the training hall, Xu Jingming sits cross-legged amidst a raging storm of lightning. He opens his sharp eyes, sensing his energy is fully ripe for another breakthrough. He calls upon the system, ordering Deep Blue to add points. Instantly, an immense raw wave of power erupts from his body. The system screen flashes a notification, showing his ability points drop by 456, upgrading him from mid-tier 1 to high-tier 1. Simultaneously, another source of strength is enhanced. Consuming 354 points, his undying thunder body progresses from tier 1 to tier 2. He exhales deeply, feeling the profound physical changes in his body. This massive upgrade has significantly boosted his overall combat power. The second tier of the undying thunder body focuses on strengthening his bones and muscles. He flips open a technique manual titled Lightning Extreme State, recalling that if he can break through to the third level, he can unlock a special form that pushes his limits. This state allows both his strength and speed to reach their absolute limits for a brief period. Gazing at his status screen, he reviews his stats. His name is Xu Jingming, ranking at high tier 1. His ability is S-rank Divine Purple Thunder, Constitution 520, Vitality and Spirit at 421 Hz, along with advanced spear techniques, body refining fist arts, and tier 2 Undying Thunder body. With 62 ability points, he mutters the name Lightning Ultimate. He wants this badly, but his ability points are almost completely dry. It is time to ask his teacher for permission to head out to the wilderness, hunt some beasts, and farm points. Right then, his teacher suddenly appears in absolute shock, asking if Jingming broke through again. Rising to his feet, Xu Jingming simply nods. He calmly says he was just about to report it. He broke through last night, and his undying lightning body has reached phase 2. The teacher stares in disbelief, his mind racing because breakthrough is extremely difficult. Yet Jingming talks about it as casually as drinking a glass of water. A Class S ability combined with this intense training is insane. His future potential is completely off the charts. Senior brother Liu, standing nearby, cannot help but chime in with a smile. He calls his junior brother a complete monster, remembering how it took him over half a year to make a similar jump. The master looks at his talented pupil with immense pride, agreeing that while rank-ups are important, real combat experience cannot be ignored. Xu Jingming with immense pride, agreeing that while rank-ups are important, real combat experience cannot be ignored, and orders him to spar with his senior brother Liu so he can see how strong his new power really is. Hearing this, Xu Jingming immediately agrees. Standing in the training arena, senior brother Liu promises to hold his power back to low tier 2. He urges Jingming to give it everything. As their teacher begins the countdown, both fighters instantly slip into their combat stances. Xu Jingming channels his strength, his spear crackling with purple lightning as he thrusts straight towards senior brother Liu, who is busy defense channeling with a shield of green energy. Feeling the sheer force of the blow, Liu is completely shocked. Is busy defense channeling with a shield of green energy. Feeling the sheer force of the blow, Liu is shocked by the power of Xu Jingming. It is a terrifying level of strength, matching his own blow for blow. This kid is really something else. Xu Jingming is absolutely thrilled, his eyes burning with intense battle spirit. Since getting the system, he finally has a worthy opponent. He takes a swift step back, gathering crackling lightning in his palm, ready to unleash a highly destructive combat skill. A massive sphere of crackling electricity, a powerful lightning prison erupts from his hand and flies straight towards senior brother Liu. Without pausing for a second, Xu Jingming follows up by unleashing one of his strongest ultimate attacks, his signature continuous lightning spear. Senior brother Liu smirks, his eyes flashing with confidence as he recognizes the very move that won before. But he yells out that he is no mere freshman, channeling his full power into his signature defense. A blinding wave of jade green lightning suddenly explodes outward, easily shattering Xu Jingming's relentless rain of spear strikes in an instant. 20 minutes later, the intense spar finally ends. Xu Jingming is completely out of breath, leaning heavily on his spear to stay standing. With a ragged, exhausted voice, he admits his lightning is completely gone, conceding the match with a smile. Senior brother Liu walks over and pats his shoulder, telling him that in terms of raw skill, he only lost in energy capacity. Their teacher approaches, looking incredibly proud as he praises both of them for an absolutely spectacular top-tier match. He admits that Jingming's performance completely blew past his expectations. He thought Liu Ming would secure an easy victory. Instead, they fought as equals, only decided by an endurance battle. Senior brother Liu looks at him with deep respect. He asks the young junior brother if he actually knows what level of combat power he just put on display. Jingming blankly asks which tier. His senior brother proudly gives him a shocking answer, tier 2 invincible. The words leave him stunned. Their teacher wraps up the session, ordering them both to rest up. A servant soon brings over a plate of exotic fruit called the clear spirit fruit, perfect for soothing exhausted muscles. Munching on the sweet fruit to clear his fatigue, Xu Jingming takes this quiet moment to ask his teacher for permission. His master tells him to speak his mind. With a highly determined look, the young fighter reveals his decision. He wants to leave school for a trip out into the dangerous wilderness, completely surprising his master. To the wilderness. His master asks how long he plans to stay. Jingming promises to return within a month, just before the tournament. Frowning at the long duration, his teacher warns him that the wilderness is nothing like the safe college entrance exam zone. There are no soldiers out there to protect him. Dangerous beasts roam completely free, and a single mistake could cost his life. At any moment, you could encounter high-level beasts, especially since you have to stay there for over a month. The sheer danger goes without saying. But after a moment of thought, he smiles and pats his student's shoulder. Fine, if that is what you want to do, then go ahead. Just remember, if things look bad, you must run immediately. The rise of every single powerhouse always involves facing life and death crises. Since you have the drive to progress, your master will not stop you. Xu Jingming bows, his head deeply grateful. Thank you, Master Yang Zentian. His teacher then asks, by the way, which wilderness zone do you plan to visit? He hands over a green spirit fruit. Xu Jingming takes it, explaining his plans to head to the outskirts of Yuanxi City. Hearing this, his master sighs in relief. That is good, since it is right next to Mado, and the strongest beasts there are only level 4 or 5. He promises to have Liu Ming share some valuable field experience with him later. Xu Jingming nods in agreement. His teacher continues, explaining that once he leaves the academy, a master cannot do much, so he wants to provide a real weapon instead. With a wave of his hand, a ring on his finger flashes with light. He takes Xu Jingming's hand, placing a brand new spear into it. The young man stares at the weapon in sheer shock. Back in his dorm room, Xu Jingming places the new spear on the bed right next to his fully packed gear. He sits at his desk, instructing his artificial intelligence system, Eva, to pull up the school task board. A virtual screen flickers to life. He remembers his senior's advice about grabbing a few quests before leaving to earn easy credits. Scrolling through the available listings, he sees options for gathering beast materials, picking rare herbs, and capturing fugitives. The first quest listed asks him to harvest 30 whiskers of a level 2 titty fox. That pays 60 credits as a C-rank task. The second quest involves gathering 30 mature green spirit grass plants. That D-rank task offers 43 credits. The third is a southwestern military campaign requiring level 1 middle rank or higher. That S-tier challenge rewards 600 credits. The fourth task is assisting Mado security in capturing the fugitive Qian Bin. This A-rank task offers 200 credits. Xu Jingming frowns as he realizes every high-paying quest involves heavy combat. It feels like pushing students straight into a meat grinder, but that is the brutal training style of Mado Academy. Swiping through the holographic screen, he makes his choice. No wonder people say the strongest students are never in school. They are out surviving in the real world. He decides to lock in the single high-reward A-tier task. He adds 3 B-tier quests to his cart, grabs his backpack, and stands up. No time to waste. His AI companion wishes him luck. In a flash, the scene shifts to a vast, rugged mountain range. A sleek modern facility stands tall against the peaks, its large sign reading Yuanxi City Supply Outpost. Inside is a buzzing hive of activity packed with merchants shouting and mercenary squads recruiting fresh talent. People yell out for scouts, advertise C-rank open spots, and hawk premium medical pills to passing warriors. Carrying his backpack and brandishing his spear, Xu Jingming steps confidently into the bustling outpost. He takes in the lively atmosphere, his determination burning bright. He has finally arrived at Yuanxi Outpost. He enters a lavish hall where experienced adventurers gather, and a gorgeous receptionist in a red dress approaches him. She bows politely, welcoming him and asking how she can assist. Xu Jingming pulls out his student credentials. He states he wants to register as an adventurer, knowing that wilderness access requires official national certification. The receptionist takes his card and gasps. A student from the prestigious Mado Ability University is a rare sight, especially a level 1 rookie heading straight into the wild. She asks him to wait while processing the paperwork. Xu Jingming sits down to wait. Suddenly, a massive commotion erupts near the entrance, drawing everyone's attention. Excited murmurs fill the room. People are gasping as a famous figure steps through the front doors. It is the famous goddess Jiang Chuxuan. Her presence is incredible, and her powerful aura instantly commands the room. The platinum-haired beauty, wearing stylish sunglasses, strutted in, flanked by a security team and a camera crew. An informational screen pops up identifying Jiang Chuxuan as a second-year elite from Mado University. Whispers spread that she is back to shoot promotional footage. Even with a crew, her content quality is top tier. She boasts over 15 million followers online, prompting some guys in the crowd to make hilarious, desperate jokes. If she were my girlfriend, I would gladly give up 10 years of my life. Hearing this, Xu Jingming looks over at Jiang Chuxuan. Her beauty is striking, easily rivaling the gorgeous Song Chuyun. Just then, the receptionist returns to hand him a special card and a high-tech satellite watch. She explains that this device comes preloaded with a highly detailed map of the wilderness and beast threats. He thanks her, takes his new gear, and turns to make a quiet exit to start his adventure. After grabbing his gear, Xu Jingming turns to leave the lobby. Suddenly, a shady-looking man in a worn coat blocks his path. The guy grins slyly, trying to strike up a conversation by asking if this is his first time in the wild. He warns that going out there without survival pills is a death wish, asking if he wants to buy. Xu Jingming casts a sharp, scanning look at the shady salesman before calmly asking how much the pills cost. The man thinks he has found an easy target and eagerly claims his Tier 1 healing pills are 20,000 apiece, and the detox pills are 15,000, while the better Tier 2 versions cost 40,000 and 30,000. Xu Jingming just nods, completely unfazed, saying that sounds pretty cheap. The salesman smiles wide and proudly beats his chest, boasting his stock is famous for being both high quality and affordable. But in his head, Xu Jingming is coldly running the numbers, knowing a genuine Tier 1 pill usually costs at least 30 to 40,000. This insanely cheap price is a major red flag, meaning the guy is almost certainly a scammer targeting clueless newbies. The pushy salesman leans in close, impatiently pressing the young man and asking exactly how many of them he wants. Xu Jingming stares straight back, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he asks how many rookies the guy has already scammed. The scammer's face immediately sours. He snarls, jabbing a finger at Jingming's chest, accusing him of playing dumb just to mock him. But Jingming merely scoffs, coolly asking him what he thinks. The con artist grinds his teeth as his expression twists in fury. He growls that Jingming is the very first rookie bold enough to mess with him here at the base. Just as things reach a boiling point, a familiar voice rings out from the crowd. It is Wang Qian, the short-haired girl who warned him earlier, pointing directly at the scammer. She yells at Zhang Wenxian Chumlin, calling him out for trying to swindle yet another newcomer. Having his name publicly exposed like that makes Chumlin look incredibly annoyed. He glares back at her before turning to Jingming, muttering that the kid got lucky today. Before slinking off, he shoots back a final venomous warning, telling Jingming that he had better stay inside the safe zone. Otherwise, he's going to deeply regret it. Once Chumlin disappears into the crowd, the onlookers nearby immediately start whispering. They click their tongues, pitying the poor greenhorn for drawing the attention of such a dangerous bully out of everyone here. Word on the street is that Chumlin has reached Tier 2 middle rank, so how could a Tier 1 high-rank kid ever match him? Wang Qian walks over, her face full of concern as she warns Jingming that Chumlin is notoriously petty and never lets things go. She urges him to stay inside the base. Jingming thanks her for the heads up but asks why nobody stops his blatant scams. Wang Qian sighs, explaining that the guy has powerful underworld backing so nobody dares step in. She advises buying from official stores instead. Most importantly, he must not leave the safe zone. Jingming watches her walk away with her friends, thinking she is genuinely kind. But as for Chumlin's threat, he does not care in the slightest, completely brushing it off to focus on his own plans. He needs to gather his supplies for the upcoming month, including healing pills, antivenoms, and some blood-bursting strength pills. He makes his way over to the official supply desk inside the outpost, which is managed by a floating spherical robot. After purchasing all the essential survival gear, Jingming packs everything securely inside his bag, ready to head out into the wild. And of course, he ignores the warning. Watch how he boldly walks out of the safe zone entirely on his own. Sure enough, Chumlin and his pack of thugs are already waiting for him. The bully smirks, folding his arms mockingly. He sneers, asking if Jingming took his words as a joke since he dared to step out, clearly showing zero respect. Jingming halts, looking at them with a totally relaxed posture and a faint smile as he calmly asks what they want. That calm grin pushes Chumlin right over the edge. His face twists in absolute rage as he spits out a threat. He promises to shatter both of Jingming's legs and leave him wheelchair-bound for life just to pay back the public embarrassment. Watching from a distance, Wang Qian and her friend spot the brewing confrontation. Wang Qian begins to panic, desperately wanting to help. She groans that she specifically told him to stay inside and wonders why he did not listen. But her friend holds her back. Her friend tells her to relax and let the arrogant rookie learn a lesson the hard way for ignoring good advice. Meanwhile, Chumlin starts channeling his power, the muscles in his arms bulging as he flashes a smug, arrogant grin. His skin takes on a brilliant metallic sheen, as he boasts that if he cannot even handle a simple newcomer, he will lose all reputation. With his C-rank metal ability combined with his D-rank combat armor, Jingming will not even scratch him. He offers a final choice hand over 1 million as compensation right now and get down on both knees. But before he can even finish his sentence, Jingming completely loses his patience and decides he has heard enough. Crackles of purple lightning erupt around the young man, instantly freezing the smug expression right off of Chumlin's face. In an instant, Jingming transforms into a lightning-fast blur, launching himself forward through the air with terrifying velocity. He delivers a massive lightning-infused kick straight into Chumlin's jaw before the bully can even raise a hand. Boom. The devastating impact sends Chumlin flying backward like a broken doll, spitting out a huge spray of fresh blood. He slams heavily into the dirt, carving out a deep crater as the earth shatters around him, kicking up massive clouds of dust. Onlookers in the distance stand jaw-dropped, utterly unable to believe the shocking sight that just unfolded right before their eyes. Amid the chaotic wreckage, Xu Jingming coldly dusts off his hands and calmly walks away, leaving behind a motionless Zhang Wenxian Chumlin, who is lying in a pool of blood amidst the rubble. The surrounding crowd finally snaps out of it, instantly bursting into whispers. What a one-shot defeat. Finish. Oh my god, that is absolutely terrifying. How did he even strike? I did not even see it. Haha, Zhang Wenxian Chumlin really kicked a steel plate this time. Seriously, we were all worried about him, but who knew his true power was this insane? Wang Qian is still completely stunned, turning to ask her squad leader how he did that since she could not see it either. The captain replies with a deadly serious expression. It was a single kick, completely shattering Zhang Wenxian Chumlin's pelvis, so even if he survives, he will be crippled and bound to a wheelchair forever. The leader continues his analysis with a deeply amazed gaze, proving he is indeed from Manhwa University. His power is incredibly immense and his execution is absolutely ruthless. Hearing this, Wang Qian asks in surprise how her leader knew he was from Manhwa. The leader explains that the combat suit he wears is something only seen on Modu University students, which is likely developed and manufactured exclusively by their university's elite equipment department. Wang Qian suddenly has an idea. Only their school could breed such an absolute monster. What if they recruit him? After all, isn't their own squad still missing a powerful vanguard fighter? But another girl in the squad objects, reminding her that they originally agreed to keep their group strictly all-female. Another blonde girl wraps her arms around a blushing Wang Qian, teasingly asking if she has a little crush on him. Besides, that guy is indeed incredibly handsome, so she actually would not mind letting him join their squad at all. Wang Qian can only remain silent in sheer embarrassment. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming has already reached the checkpoint on the edge of the base, holding his adventurer badge to the scanner. A robotic voice chimes, confirming his credentials to allow entry into the wilderness. The massive gates slide open and Xu Jingming officially steps right into the primordial wilderness. Surrounded by a dense, gloomy forest, the air itself feels thick with danger. He vigilantly scans his surroundings when, suddenly, a piercing shriek echoes through the trees. Xu Jingming looks up as a flock of startled birds takes flight from an abandoned building in the distance. He notes that this roar is a territory claim, likely from at least a level 4 beast. However, his target today lies elsewhere. He looks at the 3D map projecting from his smartwatch to plan his route. The primordial wilderness is roughly split into two main sectors, namely the ruined urban towns and the dense mountainous forests. Beasts in the ruined towns are slightly weaker, making them the perfect starting point to farm ability points. The map zooms into a specific area. Pingan Town ahead looks promising, mostly filled with level 2 beasts with very few level 1s and 0 level 3s or 4s. Plus, it is massive with at least 500 beasts roaming. Target locks. Xu Jingming instantly accelerates his body, turning into a blur as he dashes through the woods. Pingan Town, here I come. Just as he steps onto the ruined streets of the town, a dark shadow lunges from a dark corner, attacking with blinding speed. Xu Jingming calmly turns. A level 2 Shadow Cat free ability points right at his doorstep. He tightly clenches his fists as purple lightning crackles. Lately influenced by the negative emotions of the thunder-ruined tyrant dragon, his inner mind has been filled with bloodlust. The more he suppresses this impulse, the stronger the urge grows. A wicked, thrilled grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with bright purple electricity. Fortunately, there is no need to hold back this time. The Shadow Cat seems to sense the terrifying killing intent. It freezes instantly, its purple eyes filled with sheer horror. 1 month later, another team of adventurers is currently patrolling the strangely quiet and empty streets of Pingan Town. One member asks his captain what is wrong with this town. They have been wandering all day without spotting a single beast. The bald leader scowls, snapping back that if they do not know how would he, Pingan Town should have at least 500 beasts roaming around. Even if such a massive horde decided to migrate, they could not have vanished this completely. Suddenly, a giant fanged saber-toothed tiger leaps out from a ruined building, its ferocious roar startling the entire squad. Team quickly enters a combat stance, their faces a mix of tension and excitement. It is a saber-toothed tiger, and they finally found a beast. Let's kill it together. But before they can take a step, a spear of purple lightning shoots from out of nowhere, at terrifying speed, tearing through the air. The lightning lance pierces straight through the saber-toothed tiger, triggering a devastating energy explosion. The giant tiger does not even have time to whimper before being completely obliterated by the purple lightning. Two squad members stare at the scene in absolute bewilderment. What was that? Some kind of new laser weapon. The captain shakes his head, his eyes wide with shock. No, laser weapons are faster. This looks more like some type of lightning-type combat skill. The bald squad leader, his face pale with horror, quickly orders, "Let's get out of here. This town of Pingan must have been occupied by some powerful expert. That strike just now was probably a warning." The entire team does not dare to hesitate for a single second, immediately turning around to run. One team member shouts while running, "No wonder we could not find any beasts. They must have been completely wiped out by that lightning expert." Another member takes a trembling breath. "The power of that lightning spear just now was too terrifying. My legs are still shaking right now." The captain barks, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and move. Offending that powerhouse would be a massive disaster." On a high rooftop, Xu Jingming coldly withdraws his hand. A virtual screen pops up before him. Defeated a lower-tier level 2 pygmy tiger, gained 19 talent points. He thinks with satisfaction. With his lightning spear reaching advanced mastery, his direct attack range has surged to over 1,000 meters. Not bad, not bad. He looks at his status panel summarizing his incredible gains. Over the course of 1 month, over 8,000 talent points surged him from high-tier level 1 to high-tier level 2. His indestructible thunder body reached the 3rd level. The detailed status panel appears. Name: Xu Jingming. Level: high tier level 2. Ability: S rank Violet Heaven Divine. Thunder S-Class. Physique 1310. Vitality and Spirit 972. Skills include Master Spear Play, Intermediate Boxing, and Lightning Fang. Intermediate Consecutive Lightning Spear, Advanced Lightning Flash, Intermediate Lightning Prison, and Advanced Lightning Storm. In Body, refining his indestructible Thunder. Body is at layer 3, talent points are 112. He confidently thinks with so many S-Class combat skills reaching intermediate mastery. Who else could possibly do this besides me? Xu Jingming stands up overlooking the town below, which has been completely swept clean. Underneath, things here are wrapped up. He will pack up and head back to the supply base tomorrow to restock, then venture deeper into the wilderness. The next day, at the primitive supply base, Xu Jingming returns with a tactically reinforced backpack that is bulging, abnormally large. The onlookers cannot help but feel astonished, teasing him what on earth is going on. Has that backpack grown legs? Did he carry an entire horned rhino back with him? That is just too brutal. Xu Jingming ignores their gossip, thinking to himself that it was a good thing he bought the reinforced backpack, otherwise over 400 kilograms of beast materials would have been impossible to carry. He steps into the trading hall, dropping the heavy backpack right in front of the female staff member. She offers a warm professional smile, asking what materials he wishes to sell and suggesting he place it on the scale nearby. First to weigh it, Xu Jingming unzips the backpack and dumps his entire haul onto the floor. A massive pile of beast materials towers like a mountain before her. The female employee gapes in absolute shock, stammering out that this is simply way too much. Xu Jingming calmly says these are level 2 beast materials weighing over 400 kilograms. See how much they are worth. The employee looks at the pile of valuable materials, her eyes sparkling. Tiger tendons, beast teeth, and rhino horns, all pure essence. She realizes she cannot handle this heavy workload alone, stammering out for him to wait a moment because the volume of materials is too massive and she needs to call others to help inventory them. With that, she quickly contacts the purchasing department. Right after a smartly dressed man in a suit arrives, followed by 2 beautiful assistants, he introduces himself with professional poise. Hello there, I am the manager in charge of the purchasing department, Zhang Wenshan Yi. Xu Jingming politely shakes hands. He introduces himself simply as Xu Jingming. Zhang Wenshan Yi looks at the pile of spoils, unable to hide his deep admiration. He praises Xu Jingming for being so young and talented, hunting down this many beasts at his age, truly opening his eyes. He promises to have his team sort and appraise the materials, inviting him to sit down for a chat. The staff quickly use flying drones to scan and evaluate each individual item. Once the inventory is complete, Zhang Wenshan Yi sits down across from Xu Jingming and presents a gold card. This is the platinum membership card for the supply base, offering a 5% discount on everything. Please accept it. For a young high-tier level 2 awakened like him, the base must build a strong relationship. Xu Jingming accepts the card and thanks manager Zhang Wenshan. Just then, a female staff member walks over to present the report. The inventory is ready. There are 89 high-tier level 2 materials, 107 mid-tier, and 221 low-tier. Hearing this, even Zhang Wenshan Yi is shocked, wondering if this kid literally wiped out an entire beast nest all by himself. Zhang Wenshan Yi offers a price of over 24.7 million, rounding it up to a clean 25 million. 10,000, how about that? Xu Jingming nods, glad to see it rounded up, and gives his thanks to manager Zhang Wenshan. Right then his phone buzzes with a notification. His bank account ending in 7043 just received 25 million coins, bringing his total balance to over 29 million. Staring at the screen, he is absolutely thrilled. This massive sum is enough to change his life overnight. With the deal done, Xu Jingming stands to leave and manager Zhang Wenshan Yi politely rises to hand over his business card. Xu Jingming smiles, saying they should catch up later, promising to treat the manager to a nice meal sometime. Zhang Wenshan Yi sips his tea. As Xu Jingming turns to leave, Zhang Wenshan Yi watches his retreating back, deeply impressed. This young man has a completely limitless future. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket starts ringing. He answers, sounding pretty impatient. Zhao Chunlin, why are you calling? On the other end, Zhao Chunlin's hateful voice rings out. Chief, I saw the guy who ruined me return to the base. You absolutely must avenge me. Zhang Wenshan Yi responds quite indifferently. Oh, that peak tier 1 kid, how do you want to handle it? From his wheelchair, a heavily bandaged Zhao Chunlin screams into the phone, send in the elite tiger squad. I want him to suffer worse than death. Hearing this, Zhang Wenshan Yi pauses for a moment, then agrees. Fine, you can borrow them, but after this favor is done, we are completely even with each other. Zhao Chunlin replies, do not worry, as soon as this is done, I am leaving Primordial City immediately. Is he overthinking? The Tiger Squad is an elite tier 2 team. Let's see how that backfires. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming is casually walking down the street when he suddenly lets out a pretty loud sneeze. Achoo! He rubs his nose, feeling a bit puzzled. Is someone talking behind his back? Meanwhile, inside a luxurious office, Zhang Wenshan Yi is reporting over the phone. Chief Wang, I just found an incredible awakened talent named Xu Jingming. He brought back way more loot on his own than a dozen other elite squads combined. On the other end, base Chief Wang Yan is on his computer. Xu Jingming, let me check his profile. Scanning the data, Wang Yan's eyes flash with genuine shock. He immediately barks orders back to Zhang Wenshan Yi. Manager Zhang Wenshan, this Xu Jingming is extremely important to us. If he returns, notify me immediately. Zhang Wenshan Yi quickly replies, yes, understood. He hangs up, breaking out in a cold sweat. He must have some massive background to cause that reaction. Thank goodness I did not offend him. Wang Yan stares at his screen, muttering. To think another disciple of Yang Zentian is at my base. A peak tier 2, already with talent surpassing Liu Ming. A complete monster we cannot offend. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming is casually walking through the busy base market, checking out a weapon and equipment shop. A spatial ring costs over 10 million here, and it only holds as much as a suitcase. Insanely expensive. He watches the busy crowd and sighs. Still, spatial rings are incredibly convenient, and he really wants one. I wonder how big a ring needs to be to hold my spear. Suddenly, his phone rings. It is Liu Wenhan calling him. Xu Jingming, long time no talk. When are you coming back to school? Xu Jingming replies, in about 2 weeks. Why, what is up? As they chat, he has no idea that down a dark, narrow alleyway, a group of suspicious people is secretly watching him. Leading them is Zhao Chunlin in his wheelchair, flanked by the members of the Tiger Squad. Wrapped in bandages, Zhao Chunlin whispers with intense hatred. Break his arms and legs, then bring him to me. The blonde captain nods, coldly. Got it. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming is still completely focused on his call. He has no idea that a Tiger Squad member is already creeping up quietly right behind him. On the line, Liu Wenhan says, while you were away this month, a very arrogant freshman joined the school. Xu Jingming hums. Sensing something off, he suddenly stops walking, causing his stalker to jump in surprise. He asks what is wrong, then quickly reassures his friend, nothing, keep talking. His gaze sharpens. At the alley corner, the Tiger Squad captain signals his team. The target has just entered the alley. He turns to He Qian, telling her to analyze the target. She nods, receiving the order. Another male member sneers. Captain, you are being way too cautious. He is just a peak tier 1 kid. What could he possibly do? Meanwhile, He Qian uses her ability but suddenly gasps in horror. How is this possible? Hearing her sudden panic, the squad captain spins around and asks what is wrong. With a dead serious expression, He Qian says, let me share my vision, look for yourselves. Instantly, a psychic eye appears on their foreheads. With mental perception, stronger targets emit a brighter aura. Peering through their spiritual vision, they see their own power as merely tiny, faint blue specks. But Xu Jingming's aura is a colossal, absolutely overwhelming tower of purple energy that leaves them terrified. One member stammers in pure shock. This cannot be. His aura is way stronger than tier 2. He is several times stronger than a first rank. A powerhouse of this level could easily wipe out their entire squad. The squad leader realized they had been tricked. Gnashing his teeth, he roared in fury that Zhao Chunlin had dragged them straight into a fiery pit. With the intel being completely wrong, the mission was cancelled as they headed back to settle the score. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming sensed those watching presences suddenly vanish. He found it pretty strange. Why did they run away? All of a sudden, he quickly connected the dots, his eyes turning cold as ice. At this base, the only one holding a grudge against him was Zhao Chunlin. The sore loser was clearly trying to get revenge. Some people never learn, and next time that jerk would get a much harsher lesson. Xu Jingming promised himself he would deliver an unforgettable beating. Meanwhile, right where a smug Zhao Chunlin was waiting, the leader of the inn, Huji squad charged in like a hurricane, slamming a devastating punch right into his face. Zhao Chunlin flew out of his wheelchair, crashing onto the ground. Completely bewildered, he stuttered out, "Why are you hitting me?" The leader grabbed his collar, growling in pure rage. How he dared to ask after giving them completely false intel that had almost got them all killed. The target was not a first rank but a second rank high stage powerhouse. Zhao Chunlin froze, clutching his swollen cheek as he stuttered in disbelief. A second stage high rank in just 1 month. That was impossible. The leader shoved him aside coldly, declaring that he did not care what the excuse was because this mission was over. They would report directly to manager Zhang Wenshan themselves. Shortly after, the squad leader entered Zhang Wenshan Yi's office, where the manager asked if the matter was already resolved. The manager was surprised he returned so quickly, but the leader simply stated the mission was terminated. Zhang Wenshan Yi looked surprised as the leader explained that Zhao Chunlin's intel was completely wrong and the target was definitely not first rank but second rank high stage. Even worse, their expert tracker He Qian analyzed that his combat power was easily at least 3rd rank or higher, forcing them to retreat. Zhang Wenshan Yi slammed his desk in fury, realizing the target's power rivaled a 3rd rank while only being a 2nd rank high stage. What on earth was Zhao Chunlin thinking, provoking someone this dangerous? He suddenly froze as a terrifying thought struck him, and he frantically asked for the target's name. The leader replied that Zhao Chunlin had not mentioned the name, but the target's description was extremely distinct. He was about 1.9 meters tall, heavily built, carrying a long spear on his back. Hearing this, Zhang Wenshan Yi's face turned pale as cold sweat drenched his back. He stuttered that they were completely finished. Meanwhile, at the office of Chief Manager Wang Yan, the boss was reviewing documents when he received a call that made him explode in fury, smashing his desk phone. How could they dare to order an assassination on Xu Jingming? On the other line, Zhang Wenshan Yi frantically tried to explain, claiming the target was just a 2nd-stage high-rank kid who was not worth such anger. Wang Yan roared at his sheer stupidity, telling him to look at Xu Jingming's profile himself as a virtual screen appeared. Zhang Wenshan Yi read the files, trembling as he realized this kid was Jiangnan's top scorer and a freshman at the Magic Capital's top academy. Reaching 2nd-stage high rank at only 18 was unheard of, while others were barely 2nd-stage low rank. Worse yet, the dean of the Weapon Academy, Yang Zentian, was his personal mentor. Wang Yan spoke with absolute gravity, warning him that they were in deep trouble. A grandmaster-level figure like that could level their entire base, and the base government wouldn't even blink. Shaking with absolute terror, Zhang Wenshan Yi bowed deeply, promising to resolve the situation without causing any trouble for the base. Right then, Wang Yan coldly ordered his men to bring in the troublemaker. 2 guards dragged in a beaten and bloodied Zhao Chunlin, who immediately fell to his knees, desperately begging for mercy. Zhang Wenshan Yi stared down at him with ice-cold eyes, grabbing him by the hair and whispering that a simple beating was not going to solve this mess. He had to pay with his life for kicking a steel wall. A sickening crack echoed through the room as Zhang Wenshan Yi ruthlessly ended his life, blood splattering across the floor. He then turned to Wang Yan, silently asking if this execution was enough to appease his anger. But Wang Yan coldly replied that a single life was nowhere near enough, leaving Zhang Wenshan Yi stuttering in absolute panic. The chief glared at him, stating that while he usually ignored their shady underground dealings, this mess was simply too massive to overlook. Turning his back, the chief's commanding voice echoed through the room with absolute authority. He declared that everyone involved would face severe punishment, including the entire Huji squad, to ensure absolutely no details leaked out and no further grudges could be formed. Zhang Wenshan Yi could only cry out in absolute despair. Later, right at the main gates of the base, Wang Yan led a massive group of high-level managers. They all stood in solemn silence, clearly waiting to receive a highly important figure as onlookers watched in awe. Whispers break out across the surrounding crowd. Is that leading figure the chief supervisor of the base, Wang Yan, except for Supervisor Zhang Wenshan of purchasing, every other department head is fully present? This level of turnout is absolutely insane. Some major figure is definitely arriving soon. Standing in the crowd, Wang Qian and her teammates are also watching closely. One of them suddenly recognizes a familiar face, asking Wang Qian if that isn't the guy from Magic Capital University. She looks around in utter surprise. Where, meanwhile, Xu Jingming is returning from the wilderness, completely baffled by the crowd. All those high-level executives are staring directly at him. Chief Supervisor Wang Yan quickly steps forward and bows deeply. Speaking in a highly respectful tone, he welcomes student Xu back and introduces himself as the Chief Supervisor Wang Yan. Talk about a massive plot twist. Wang Qian and her friends are completely stunned to see the executives welcoming him. Clearly, his true background is far deeper than just being a student from Magic Capital University. Wang Yan explains how Zhang Wenshan Chunlin had offended him. The base takes absolute responsibility for this disgrace and has already locked him up. All of his accomplices have been arrested as well, destined to rot in prison. To show their sincere apology, they have prepared a special gift. Observing the chief supervisor's decisive actions, Xu Jingming cannot help but respect his resolve. The guy is truly cut out to be the leader, dealing with his own disobedient subordinates so ruthlessly and cleanly. Just then, a beautiful female assistant steps up holding a red velvet box. Wang Yan takes it and proudly introduces this card as their highest level black gold membership. Staying at the base will now be absolutely free for him. He also gets a discount of at least 20% on all purchases. Another gorgeous assistant opens up yet another exquisite jewelry case, revealing a shimmering silver ring inside. Wang Yan presents this as an additional spatial ring, providing 1 cubic meter of storage. Hearing this, Xu Jingming is completely caught off guard. Did he just say 1 cubic meter? He takes the ring, his heart racing with excitement. A storage ring like this is incredibly rare and expensive. It costs at least 50 million Great Yang Zhenqin coins on the market. Since the supervisor is so generous, he accepts. Wang Yan smiles warmly, praising him for acting with the grand style of Dean Yang's disciple. He truly is impressive. He mentions that his senior fellow disciple Liu Ming had also trained at this very primal base. Xu Jingming nods. The two chat as he is led to a grand room. Time to relax in absolute luxury. Standing by the window and looking out at the beautiful landscape, he is highly pleased. This premium room is incredible. It is far more lavish than his dormitory villa. After a long month of grueling training, he can finally rest. Wang Yan accompanies him to the door, telling him to reach out directly if any trouble arises. In this primal city, his word still carries plenty of weight. Looking at the ring, Xu Jingming marvels at his incredible backing. Let's be real, having a powerful master makes all the difference. An ordinary genius would never get this. He sits down in a comfortable chair and begins the binding process. A spatial ring requires establishing a mental imprint first. His current spiritual energy is 972, far higher than the 6700 of typical high-tier Tier 2 espers, making this process incredibly simple. He focuses his mind and the ring is quickly bound. He excitedly tests it out, finding he can retrieve items with a single thought or store them through touch. This thing is ridiculously useful, but then his phone starts to vibrate. A call from his master, Dean Yang. He answers respectfully, confirming that he has just returned from the wilderness. He also has a quick matter to report. Hearing the details, his teacher is instantly filled with explosive rage. How dare they send an assassin after his disciple? A mere spatial ring is letting them off too easy. If anything happened to him, he would level their entire base. He then asks why that elite Tier 2 squad suddenly gave up after tracking him all the way to the U alley. Xu Jingming explains that they likely realized he was also a high-tier Tier 2 esper, which ruined their plans. Hearing this, his master is so shocked he nearly drops his phone. He has already reached high-tier Tier 2. It has only been a single month in the wilderness. Xu Jingming calmly confirms his breakthrough from a few days ago. His teacher bursts into a booming, joyful laugh. This is truly a proud moment for him. He boasts that his disciple is cultivating even faster than he did. When does he plan to return to campus? He wants to celebrate this properly. Xu Jingming replies that he will return before the semester starts. For now, he prepares to explore the high-level zone. Armed with his advanced level lightning flash mastery, Tier 4 beasts cannot catch. Even if he encounters a Tier 5 beast, he can rely on a bloodburst pill to survive and try his luck. Having broad knowledge is definitely a good thing. His master listens to this and smiles with pure satisfaction, praising the kid's confident attitude. He tells him he seems highly confident but reminds him to always put caution first. Xu Jingming bows respectfully and says he understands completely. Elsewhere, an assistant seeing Yang Zhenxian laughing heartily remarks that it has been a very long time since the master was this happy. The master just laughs out loud in response. His assistant continues in a proud tone, bringing up the achievements of his star student. Not only does this kid have outstanding training records, but his combat skills are fully proven, and his leveling speed is insanely fast. It is a speed completely unheard of. People say life and death crises forge the strong, but for Xu Jingming, it is on another level. The kid is basically a human cheat code. Meanwhile, far away, Xu Jingming has already stepped deep into the wild forest of the mountains. Wind rustles softly through the thick leaves. He listens closely as the distant roars of wild beasts echo through the quiet woods. Hearing those roars everywhere, he realizes that compared to the ruined city ruins, the beast resources in these mountains are far more abundant. There is a lot more prey to hunt here. Suddenly, he senses an enemy close by and his body instantly blurs forward. He moves like an arrow shot from a bow as his spear begins to crackle with bright purple lightning. Unleashing his lightning flash, he glides at an unbelievable speed, leaving after images among the trees as the rushing wind howls around him. Suddenly, a massive wolf with silver-gray fur and glowing eyes leaps out from the dense bushes with a fierce growl. It is a gale direwolf. After a brief clash, Xu Jingming leaps back to observe, analyzing that normal Tier 3 beasts have special abilities. Just like human awakened users, these monsters possess unique powers. This gale direwolf happens to be a wind element mutated beast. Judging by the strength of its wind blades, it must be mid-Tier 3. He wonders how many ability points its death will yield. Right as he gets ready to deliver the finishing blow, a loud voice calls out from the distance, pointing out the gale direwolf. A group of hunters emerges, led by a beautiful woman with platinum blonde hair. One of the squad members quickly speaks up. He notes that the wind energy surrounding the wolf is quite strong, meaning it is likely a mid-Tier 3 beast. A monster of this level is perfect for Miss Jiang's video footage. The captain immediately orders the squad to block its retreat. Xu Jingming frowns at the sight. Except for Jiang Chushuan, the rest are Tier 3 hunters and they clearly want to steal his kill. He remembers the unwritten rule of the wilderness. Resources belong to the person who finds them first, and ignoring this is a direct provocation. And of course, there is always someone ready to stir up trouble, but Jiang Chushuan unexpectedly speaks up. She reminds Captain Wang that she already made it clear she does not like stealing other people's prey for her videos. The captain laughs it off, trying to convince her not to put it so harshly, saying this is actually a helpful act. He claims a Tier 3 adventurer in danger being saved by a goddess would bring in massive online traffic. Jiang Chuxuan is clearly displeased and firmly states that she has absolutely no interest in fake stage setups like that. Besides, she notes that the young man looks perfectly calm and does not seem to need any assistance. Xu Jingming thinks she is quite reasonable. Seeing she cannot be swayed, the captain mutters that since she pays, they follow her rules. Grumbling that she is a total buzzkill, the captain finally waves his hand to signal his squad to back off. Since she is not happy with this, he tells the team they will go find another beast instead. Watching them leave, Xu Jingming notes that Jiang Chuxuan has a pretty decent personality for a mega influencer with 10 million fans. Still, he recalls the captain's gaze from a moment ago. That brief, vicious look suggested she might not fully control her team. He brushes it off, though figuring their group dynamics have absolutely nothing to do with him anyway. The moment the group departs, the Gale Direwolf immediately lunges at Xu Jingming, prompting him to scoff at its sudden bravery. It was cowering when the other hunters were around, yet now it immediately attacks. He dodges the strike, feeling slightly annoyed. Since this beast clearly underestimates him, he decides not to give it a second chance and channels thunder energy into his spear. He unleashes a lightning gale strike, sending a massive bolt of thunder crashing straight down onto the beast's head. The wolf collapses instantly and a system notification pops up in his mind confirming the defeat of the mid-tier 3 monster. He gains 34 ability points. He feels pretty satisfied, realizing a tier 3 kill yields over 30 points. Not bad at all. After sweeping away the minions, he turns his sharp gaze toward the wounded leader, speaking with cold resolve. He tells the beast he is finally giving it a quick end. Time passes, and 7 days later in another dense forest, a pack of ferocious violent apes is roaring in anger when a blinding purple light suddenly streaks across the sky. Carrying absolute destructive power, the purple energy tears through the air and flies straight toward the pack of apes with a loud crash. An earth-shattering explosion erupts as the leader of the pack takes a direct hit, its entire body engulfed in blinding purple light. It throws its head back, roaring in agony. Following the devastating strike, the alpha ape staggers and collapses, heavily wounded but still breathing. He is not finished yet. Xu Jingming drops down calmly, noting his lightning spear failed to kill it instantly. Pretty impressive for the leader of these violent apes. He smirks and purple electricity begins to crackle around his entire body. His eyes gleam with absolute malice as he tells them no more screaming is needed because they are joining their leader. He charges forward. Moving like a lightning storm, his spear flashes rapidly as fresh blood splashes all over the place. Purple sparks mix with crimson to create a horrific dance of death. Within moments, the entire battle comes to a sudden end. Xu Jingming stands tall, leaning on his spear. He is surrounded by fallen beasts with smoke rising from their wounds. He smiles in satisfaction as a system interface pops up. Over 3,000 ability points should be enough to learn an S-rank skill. For a very long time, he has been waiting for this exact moment. Suddenly, a small device on his spear shaft blinks and beeps. Looking down at his weapon, he is quite surprised to see a flashing beacon. It is a distress signal from someone nearby. Jiang Chuxuan is running for her life in absolute panic. Wind howls past her ears as a massive beast chases close behind. The monster chasing her is a massive earth dragon roaring with raw fury. As she desperately flees, her mind fills with terror. Her team was wiped out by a tier 4 beast, and now she is running from a low tier 3 earth dragon. She is in deep trouble. This is a nightmare scenario. The dragon is closing the distance quickly, and its sheer ferocity makes her feel utterly hopeless. She is only a mid-tier 2 combatant. Even if she uses her blood-burning pill, she stands absolutely no chance of winning this fight. Running blindly forward, she clings to a tiny fragile hope that another squad will notice her distress signal and save her. Hopefully someone will show up and rescue her. But suddenly, the dense trees ahead vanish, opening up into a wide, empty clearing. Her face turns completely pale with terror. An open meadow means zero cover, and the beast will catch up to her in no time. Just as she feared, the earth dragon closes the gap quickly, casting its massive, terrifying shadow directly over her. There is no escape this time. The terrifying monster opens its giant jaws wide to blast her with destructive energy. Talk about perfect timing, a brilliant purple lightning bolt crashes down from the sky, instantly blocking the deadly attack. As the heavy dust and smoke settle, a familiar figure emerges, standing directly in front of her to block the threat. Jiang Chuxuan looks up, completely stunned to see him, and gasps out, "Is that really you?" Seeing that he has no intention of retreating, she yells out in panic, "Run! This is a low tier 3 earth dragon, you cannot beat it." However, Xu Jingming remains completely still. His calm and unwavering gaze leaves her feeling utterly shocked and confused. Why won't he just listen? She thinks, completely frantic, "If I have to die, I cannot let an innocent person get involved. If anyone is going to die here, it should only be her." She cannot drag an innocent bystander into this mess. She turns and charges toward the beast, shouting back to him, "Get out of here. I will hold this thing off." The giant earth dragon lets out a deafening roar as its massive shadow completely swallows both of their small figures. She clenches her fists tightly, ready to fight. But suddenly, Xu Jingming steps right past her, purple electricity erupting from his body. The wild sparks surge directly to his spear tip, forming a massive column of electrical energy that bends the surrounding space. Jiang Chuxuan looks up with her wide purple eyes, completely mesmerized and overwhelmed by this absolutely terrifying display of power. And then boom, the lightning spear is unleashed at blinding speed, driving straight toward the head of the earth dragon. The destructive energy explodes violently, shattering the monster's head into pieces as blood sprays in every direction. Its massive body crashes heavily to the ground, causing a minor tremor as smoke and purple embers float in the air. Knocked back by the shockwave, Jiang Chuxuan falls to the ground, staring blankly in absolute disbelief. She stammers the earth dragon was just killed in an instant. She gazes at his calm back, still deeply shaken. This level of power is simply terrifying. The sonic boom she heard earlier was definitely not her imagination playing tricks. Wasn't he supposed to be just a high tier 2? How is this even possible? Meanwhile, a system notification pops up for him. Defeating a low tier 3 earth dragon has granted him 36 ability points. He quietly smiles to himself. These dragon-type beasts really are different, giving far more points than typical high tier 3 monsters. He turns back to her. Looking down at Jiang Chuxuan as she sits on the dirt, he gently asks if she is okay. Her cheeks immediately blush red. She stammers out that she is fine, just a bit weak, and thanks him for the rescue. He simply smiles. He offers his hand, telling her anyone else would have done the exact same thing to save a life. She hesitatingly places her hand in his. Once pulled up, she looks at him with deep gratitude and genuine admiration. She introduces herself as Jiang Chuxuan, expressing deep gratitude for her life and telling him to just ask if he ever needs anything. Xu Jingming replies that he wouldn't dare order her around, but asks if she could possibly give him one thing. A signed photo of her would be perfect. He is thinking of his buddy Liu Wenhan, who is an absolute superfan of hers. He knows his friend has wanted an autograph for ages. Hearing this, Jiang Chuxuan gasps in genuine surprise. She admits she does not have any photos on her right now, promising to hand one over once they return to the base. He nods in agreement. Suddenly, her eyes lock onto his weapon, recognizing it as the famous Dark Cloud Gale Spear. She asks if he is also from Madu University. Jingming is surprised, admitting it was actually a gift from his teacher. She happily explains that the weapon is quite famous, mostly because it is way too heavy for level 1 or 2 users, and level 3 fighters usually upgrade to grade C gear. She then introduces herself as a sophomore in the Elemental Academy Ice Department. She politely greets him as her senior, quietly wondering why she has never heard of such a powerful low-key student before. Hearing her call him Senior, Jingming realizes it makes sense, since normal students only reach high-tier level 2 by their 3rd year. Seeing her looking at him with so much admiration, he decides not to rain on her parade or ruin her assumptions. He simply smiles and returns the greeting to his junior. This friendly attitude only makes her admire him even more. She gushes about his incredible strength, noting that the beast they just fought was easily comparable to a high-tier level 3 monster, yet he somehow took it down in an instant. As Jingming prepares to leave, she quickly calls out to him. She asks if he is leaving already, and he simply nods. Looking a bit embarrassed, she begins to hesitate. She nervously asks if she can tag along, explaining she got separated from her guards and cannot survive on her own. Jingming thinks it over for a brief moment before agreeing to escort her to the city ruins where she can safely head back. She is absolutely thrilled and thanks him repeatedly. As they walk, she suddenly remembers something important and points behind them. She asks if he wants to check out the beast's cave, suggesting there might be some valuable treasure hidden inside. After all, the monster would not have chased her so relentlessly otherwise. Jingming agrees that it is worth a look. As they walk, she curiously asks which academy he belongs to, and he calmly tells her the Weapons Academy. She excitedly mentions she knows someone from his department named Yang Zentian, famously nicknamed Yang Zentian because of his brutal temper. Jingming calmly replies that the terrifying instructor is actually his personal mentor. Hearing this, she instantly freezes in shock. Her face turns bright red with embarrassment as she frantically apologizes, rambling about how she misspoke. Talk about an awkward moment. Looking at her flustered state, Jingming cannot help but sweat a little, wondering if this is really the same person. Her famous livestream persona is supposed to be a cold, aloof goddess, but in reality, she's just a massive chatterbox. She guides him right to the entrance of a dark, eerie cave, eagerly pointing out that this is the spot. Jingming immediately steps in front to shield her, raising his spear, telling her to stay close behind him just in case. She obediently nods as they carefully venture inside. Jingming leads the way with crackling purple lightning dancing along his spearhead. He is fully ready for combat while she closely follows his footsteps. As they go deeper, a shocking sight awaits them. The cavern suddenly opens up into a massive space, revealing a crystal-clear lake surrounded by strange glowing plants and flowers. The gentle glow is breathtaking, and she cannot help but gasp at the incredibly sweet fragrance filling the entire cavern. The air is thick with pure raw energy. Jingming immediately puts his vast knowledge to use, recognizing the insane value here. There are grade B spirit herbs, grade A flame flowers, and even grade C hypnosis grass growing all over the place. Then his gaze locks onto the glowing lake itself, his voice starting to tremble as he spots the true ultimate prize. He realizes it is an S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, the ultimate legendary healing treasure for anyone below level 4. She is completely stunned, turning to him in disbelief to ask if he is absolutely sure about his discovery. She gently kneels down to pluck a glowing flower and inhales its scent, explaining how the spring nourishes surrounding flora. This sacred water is what mutates normal plants into rare herbs, infusing them with the crisp fragrance of the spring. She looks up at him, happily confirming his theory and praising his impressive depth of knowledge regarding rare natural treasures. She proudly adds that she actually managed to earn a Tier 2 pharmacist certification back at their university. Jingming is secretly impressed, realizing she is quite the scholar since earning that particular certification is notoriously difficult. She giggles at his compliment before generously suggesting a fair way to split up their massive unexpected fortune. This amazing spring could easily change everything for them. She can brew 5 S-rank healing potions, so she tells him that this entire spiritual spring should go to him. But Xu Jingming shakes his head and proposes a fairer deal, a 4-to-1 split, and they divide the rare herbs in half. Hearing this, Jiang Chushuan beams with joy, thanking her senior. But right then, a rough group of mercenaries appears at the cave entrance. One of them grumbles to his leader that there is not even a low-level monster here, so what could be worth finding? The sudden voice startles Xu Jingming and Jiang Chushuan. They spin around, their faces tightening as the tension in the cave spikes. Captain Wang strides in and scans the cavern. He mutters that they cannot be sure yet, especially looking at the marks on the walls. This looks like the lair of a Tier 3 Earth Dragon. Since it belongs to a dragon-type beast, there might actually be some high-value loot here. Spotting the newcomers, Jiang Chushuan exhales in relief. She gasps that it is only Captain Wang and his squad, admitting they gave her a scare. But Xu Jingming remains highly cautious. Allowing an elite Tier 3 squad to spot this S-rank spiritual spring is just asking for massive trouble. Captain Wang approaches with a fake slimy grin. He claims they have been searching everywhere for Miss Jiang and did not expect a reunion here. Then his eyes drift to her companion, noting that this guy is definitely not the teammate she was with earlier. Jiang Chushuan quickly covers for him, explaining that Xu Jingming is actually her school senior whom she ran into by pure coincidence. She quickly adds that the rare herbs nearby are quite valuable, offering to split them equally among everyone present. Captain Wang flashes a sinister smirk, thanking her. Meanwhile, one of his subordinates steps up and whispers something urgent into his ear. He points out that the stream in the center looks suspiciously like the legendary S-rank healing medicine, the Earth's spiritual spring. Hearing this, the eyes of the entire mercenary squad instantly light up with pure bloodshot greed. Their minds are utterly consumed. An S-rank treasure is right in front of them. Sensing the sudden shift in the air, the two young students exchange tense, worried glances. S-rank treasure always brings out the absolute worst in people. Now watch the friendly atmosphere completely vanishes as Captain Wang's smile fades. A savage sneer replaces his grin as he growls that Miss Jiang and her friend have not been very honest with them. Stepping forward calmly, she tells them that since they have figured it out, they can take the entire spring and all the herbs. She tells her senior they are leaving, tugging at his arm while whispering that Captain Wang's crew are all peak Tier 3 awakened. There is simply no way they can fight them. But Xu Jingming only responds with absolute unwavering confidence in his own power. He reassures her that they are only peak Tier 3 level and he has no intention of backing down from them. His sharp gaze locks onto the mercenaries. Even if they surrender every single treasure, these thugs will never let them leave alive anyway. He glances at her, asking if that is about right. Hearing this, Captain Wang bursts into a loud, arrogant laugh. He mocks the kid for having such a big mouth but admits that the guess is entirely spot on. The captain drops all pretense, his voice dripping with malice. Since Miss Jiang is a popular streamer, she could easily ruin their lives. If she exposes them, they will have nowhere left to run, so silencing them right here in this cave is their only option. Faced with this deadly threat, Jiang Chushuan clenches her fists as determination fills her eyes. She refuses to drag her senior down. Making up her mind, she pulls out a blood-red pill and pops it into her mouth, a dangerous blood ignition pill. As the pill takes effect, Jiang Chushuan lets out a soft groan immediately, dropping into a combat stance as a surge of energy erupts. Deep blue frost radiates from her body, forming tiny shimmering ice crystals all around her as she locks her gaze on the enemy. The cave floor beneath the mercenaries quickly freezes over, slowing down their movements, but Captain Wang only lets out a mocking chuckle. He confidently orders his men to leave the girl to him, telling Zhou Chong to go take out her male companion first. The rest of the squad is told to guard the exit. Zhou Chong, holding a camera, smiles and agrees with the plan. With a powerful roar, the captain's body begins to mutate, his face reshaping into a terrifying fanged tiger head as he growls. He sneers that today is her final day. In a flash, he fully transforms into a massive, terrifying Tiger-Man hybrid. His C-rank beast enhancement power is based on the ancient saber-toothed tiger. Meanwhile, Zhou Chong licks his lips in a sick, twisted manner. He asks the captain to go easy on her and not kill her instantly, calling her too beautiful to waste. He suggests they should have some fun with her first, and he will film the entire encounter on his camera. These vile words leave Jiang Chushuan trembling with rage and despair, realizing these men are nothing but monsters in human clothing. She hates the thought of dying here, especially since she dragged her senior into this mess. But then she notices something strange. Looking around frantically, she wonders where her senior went. In that exact instant, Captain Wang's eyes widen as he spots a sudden movement. A dark blur charges forward at blinding speed. Before Zhou Chong can even blink, a massive spear impales him right through the chest. Xu Jingming grips the spear's shaft with a freezing cold stare, ignoring the dying mercenary's final weak gasps for his captain. The young man glances down at the newly dead body, his eyes completely cold, thinking that level 3 strength is really nothing special. Captain Wang stands frozen, completely speechless. Too fast, way too fast. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming casually pulls his spear out of the corpse, letting it drop. The captain finally realizes his fatal mistake. Even if Zhou Chong was only a mid-level 3, he was no pushover. Turns out you are the real trouble here, the captain growls. I completely misjudged you. With an angry roar, the captain swings his battle axe and charges directly at Xu Jingming. Clang, Xu Jingming easily blocks the massive blow as purple lightning begins crackling around his body. Feeling his opponent's strength, his expression turns dead serious. A dark purple energy starts wrapping around him. If it is just pure attack power, this peak level 3 captain is, indeed, pretty strong. Xu Jingming realizes he can no longer hold back. Meanwhile, the other two mercenaries instantly sense a deeply terrifying aura rising from Xu Jingming, and their faces pale with absolute horror. Boom! A colossal burst of energy erupts from his body. His muscles bulge rapidly, instantly tearing his clothes to shreds. He lets out a primal roar, activating his extreme thunder state. Jiang Chushuan covers her mouth, watching his terrifying transformation. She quietly mutters, "Senior." Even Captain Wang takes a step back in sheer panic, asking what kind of monster this is. Right before their eyes, Xu Jingming has fully transformed. Demon horns sprout from his head and his body grows massive and muscular. Destructive black lightning wraps around his frame. Feeling the immense power surging within, a creepy, satisfied smile spreads across his face. This overwhelming sense of power feels absolutely incredible. Trying to hide his rising fear, Captain Wang lets out a desperate roar. "You are just playing tricks," he screams. "It is just a temporary state." Boom! Xu Jingming stomps the ground heavily. He lunges forward with a bloodthirsty grin. The saber-toothed tiger mercenary quickly raises both arms to block, forming an energy barrier. He boasts confidently that under level 4, absolutely no attack can break through his supreme energy armor. Crash! Xu Jingming's spear slams into the shield, unleashing a shocking energy explosion that shatters the defense instantly. The captain screams out in agony as the barrier breaks. In his demon form, Xu Jingming looks down at his opponent. "My physical body just got 3 to 4 times stronger," he says coldly. "Even iron armor cannot save you now." At that exact moment, another mercenary seizes the opening, launching a surprise attack from behind with a giant fiery claw. Xu Jingming does not even bother to turn around. With just a thought, the black lightning shielding his body automatically activates. It easily blocks the incoming strike. He notes to himself that his elemental control has reached a peak state as well. The fire-type mercenary shrieks in pure horror. How could his flame claw get blocked so easily? That was a Class B skill. It was mastered to an advanced level 2. What kind of beast is this? In a flash, Xu Jingming appears right before him, slamming him to the ground with lightning. He mutters coldly that a peak level 3 indeed requires one more strike, and he is not done. The terrified mercenary lies on the ground, desperately begging him for mercy. He offers all his earth, spirit, spring, and hundreds of millions in savings, but he only gets a freezing stare in return. Begging for mercy now is way too late. With a sharp splat, the spear thrusts forward, ending his life instantly. Jiang Chushuan watches from afar, completely paralyzed in disbelief. Is she dreaming? To hire this mercenary team, it cost a fortune. The captain was known as invincible below level 4, yet he was wiped out in seconds. It is completely unbelievable. She stares blankly at Xu Jingming's terrifying demon form, a wild, impossible theory beginning to take root in her mind. No student at school has ever achieved such an insane feat. This power easily surpasses A-rank talent, maybe even S-rank. Turning around, Xu Jingming faces the last two remaining mercenaries, the sinister grin on his face growing even wider. The dark, bloodthirsty urges that had quieted down after leveling up are suddenly starting to flare right back up again. "You two are next," he says. The remaining thugs tremble in sheer terror, calling him an absolute demon. Compared to heartless bandits who rob and murder, he actually looks pretty human. Realizing there's no escape, one mercenary yells to use their forbidden blood pills and fight. They both bite their hands, activating the secret medicine. But it is far too late. The fight ends in a flash, leaving Xu Jingming standing calmly among the corpses. Returning to his normal form, he pants heavily against a cliffside, drenched in sweat. That state drains way too much energy. Just 10 minutes of using it feels more exhausting than fighting wild beasts for several hours straight. Seeing him like this, Jiang Chushuan rushes over with deep concern, asking if her senior is all right. Xu Jingming looks back, trying to look composed. He is fine, just exhausted. Now they must quickly collect the spring water. Together, they walk toward the water. Fortunately, the precious spring remains perfectly clean and untouched by the chaotic battle. As the battle ended, Jiang Chushuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the Earth's spiritual spring was not stained by blood. Xu Jingming sat down carefully, using the glass jars he prepared to collect the spring water. Once they were filled, he said with satisfaction, "Not bad, we got half a bottle more than expected." Handing a bottle and a half to Jiang Chushuan, he told her, "This portion belongs to you since you put in a lot of effort during that fight." Jiang Chushuan was absolutely thrilled and grateful. She cried out, "Thank you, senior." But then she gasped in pain and stumbled. Xu Jingming spun around in absolute surprise. Jiang Chushuan's face flushed deep red as her limp body collapsed toward him. Oh no, she thought, the side effects of the blood burst pill are starting. She fell right into Xu Jingming's arms, letting out a soft whimper. Her entire body went completely numb and weak, leaving her breathless. Flushed red, she thought in despair that her body was powerless and her mental energy could not be accessed, making it impossible to even retrieve fresh clothes from her spatial ring. This was just incredibly embarrassing. She stole a glance at Xu Jingming, her heart in a chaotic tangle. What if her senior misunderstood her current state and got a bad impression of her? She was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. Seeing her struggle, Xu Jingming spoke up, noting that the side effects of the blood burst pill were too harsh, so he would carry her over to rest. With that, he gently lifted her up. Held inside his strong arms, Jiang Chushuan's heart began racing wildly, thumping hard. Pressing her face against his bare chest, she wondered why her heart was beating so fast. Was it because this was her very first time being so close to a man? Xu Jingming gently set her down against a large rock, telling her to rest there while he went to gather the remaining rare plants and herbs. He pulled off his own t-shirt and handed it to her. Taking the shirt, Jiang Chushuan used it to cover herself. Warmth flooded her heart, realizing how gentle her senior truly was. Her eyes followed his broad bare back as he walked away. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming began gathering the loot left by the mercenaries. Checking one of their spatial rings, he noted some cache exotic herbs, beast materials, and a rank C combat technique. This Tier 3 elite squad really did not have much valuable loot on them. Holding 2 spatial rings, he hoped these 2 1 cubic meter rings could be traded for a single 2 cubic meter ring, otherwise carrying his long spear around would be a massive hassle. Suddenly, Jiang Chushuan called out weakly, "Senior, the Earth's spiritual spring can actually ease the weakness caused by the blood burst pill." Xu Jingming was surprised. She then asked if she could have a sip, adding that she did not need much, just a tiny mouthful would do. Xu Jingming immediately retrieved a jar of spring water and carefully held it to her lips. After drinking, Jiang Chushuan exhaled a sigh of relief, her pale face regaining its healthy glow. She happily said she felt much better, but to fully recover it would likely take 3 to 4 hours. Sitting down beside her, Xu Jingming took a sip and thought to himself that this was his first time learning the pill's side effects could be cured. This S-grade spring water was truly miraculous. Checking the sky, he figured it would be dark in 3 hours, so resting here overnight would be relatively safe. Hearing this, Jiang Chushuan's face flushed bright red again, her heart pounding. She thought in a panic about spending the night alone with her senior in a dark, quiet cave. Seeing her silence, Xu Jingming asked what she thought of the plan. Jiang Chushuan nodded quickly, her voice barely a whisper, as she agreed to follow his lead. Night soon began to fall, wrapping the forest in silence. The next morning, Jiang Chushuan stretched refreshingly, thinking how wonderful the forest air felt, and how she could stay for a month if not for the beasts. She glanced at Xu Jingming meditating nearby, feeling slightly embarrassed. Her wild thoughts from last night were so silly since her senior would never do anything, yet why was she feeling a tiny bit disappointed? Opening his eyes, Xu Jingming stood up and offered to escort her to the forest edge. Jiang Chushuan gasped in surprise, stammering out her agreement. Soon they were sprinting through the dense forest at an incredible pace. As they ran, Xu Jingming suddenly sensed a wave of pure deadly danger. He instantly pushed Jiang Chuxuan behind him to shield her. Right then, a massive flaming fox leapt straight over their heads. The sheer blistering heat radiating from its body visibly warped the surrounding air. Xu Jingming realized with dread that it was a level 5 flame fox. The giant beast slammed onto the ground with a loud crash, then bolted off immediately without even sparing them a glance. Diving behind a tree, Xu Jingming whispered, asking if it failed to spot them. Jiang Chuxuan was just as stunned. "Senior," she murmured, "the way that beast was moving made it look like it was running for its life." Suddenly, she detected an even more terrifying wave of bloodlust surging from behind them. She froze in sheer panic. A pack of ash-gray beasts with glowing red eyes charged past, their guttural growls echoing through the trees. Jiang Chuxuan explained with a terrified expression, "These iron-devouring rats are only level 1, but once they swarm into a massive horde, even a tier 6 expert getting trapped means absolute death. No wonder even level 5 beasts are running for their lives." Sensing the danger, Xu Jingming grabs her hand and shouts that they need to run right now, both sprint with everything they have, to escape the pack of iron-devouring rats snapping at their heels. While running, Xu Jingming quickly analyzes their terrible situation. These rats have insane stamina, sprinting for 5 or 6 hours straight. Can they actually make it out alive? The replenishment base is their only safe haven, but it is 90 kilometers away. He needs to move much faster. Looking at his spear, he decides to throw it away because it is too heavy, but Jiang Chuxuan quickly stops him. She tells her senior her spatial ring has plenty of room, stretching out her hand as the ring flashes with light. The heavy spear vanishes instantly. Xu Jingming says it is much lighter now, but running hand in hand is still way too slow. Carrying her on his back is much better. Without waiting for her reaction, he kneels down, leaving Jiang Chuxuan utterly surprised. She gasps as he hoists her up, smiles, says "let us go," and explodes forward with absolutely mind-blowing speed. He quickly leaves the pack behind, tearing across the lush green plains, but the city ruins ahead look even worse. And here is where it gets even worse. The entire ruined city is crawling with those same ravenous rats. With every exit blocked, he grits his teeth. Familiar black lightning violently crackles and erupts all over his body. He has to go all out now. Transformed into a lightning demon, he roars to Jiang Chuxuan, holding on behind. He tells his junior to hang on tight because they are speeding up. She screams as his body launches forward. He moves like a streak of lightning. Violet arcs detonate from his body, vaporizing every single rat in their way. System notifications flood in: defeated low-tier level 1 iron-devouring rat ability points +2. Defeated mid-tier level 1 iron-devouring rat ability points +3. Meanwhile, back at the wilderness base, Wang Yan receives an urgent status report. A tense assistant informs the chief that the scale of this massive rat tide is absolutely unprecedented. There are at least 300,000 iron-devouring rats. This sudden swarm will completely devastate the wilderness ecosystem. Recovery will take months. Wang Yan stares at the tactical map covered in flashing danger indicators, his worry growing. He sighs that the hunters deep in the wilderness are likely done for, as they will get swallowed up. He prays Xu Jingming is safe because if the kid went too deep, only his master could save him. If Yang Zhenqian himself does not intervene, the boy is dead. Suddenly, a guard on the wall screams out. He tells everyone to look over there as a massive crackling sphere of pure lightning storms toward the base. Soldiers panic, wondering if a lightning-controlling beast is attacking. Wang Yan barks orders to stay calm and analyze it. He authorizes Squad 1 to open fire immediately, but it is already too late to stop the anomaly. The radio crackles with panic. The target is moving at 80 meters per second and interception has completely failed. Just look at this. The lightning ball smashes straight through the perimeter, purple arcs vaporizing every single barrier. The electrical storm finally grinds to a halt right at the gates, with Jiang Chuxuan still screaming in terror. As the bright energy fades, Xu Jingming touches down and gently sets her onto her feet. The surrounding guards stare in absolute disbelief, whispering about whether that was actually a human or some terrifying lightning-type beast. His aura is overwhelming, and some of the guards note that the girl on his back looks incredibly familiar. Drenched in sweat and gasping for air, Xu Jingming tells her they finally made it to safety. Jiang Chuxuan clings tightly to his arm, looking immensely relieved and thanking him for saving her life. Wang Yan rushes over with a look of pure shock on his face, calling out to student Su in disbelief. He asks how he survived the rat tide, but a thoroughly exhausted Xu Jingming just wants to rest. Running straight from the mountains for over 40 minutes has drained him completely, so he requests a quiet room. Wang Yan is utterly dumbfounded. The mountain range is over 90 kilometers away, and he traveled that instantly. Even a level 4 fighter would have died out there, yet this kid did it. He quickly calls for help. He orders his men to support Xu Jingming, but Jiang Chuxuan gently takes the young man's arm instead. She tells them it is fine because she will support him. As they walk away, the soldiers start whispering. They recognize the girl as the famous goddess Jiang, marveling at how incredibly lucky this kid is. Others lament that their beloved goddess has been stolen by some guy wondering what their actual relationship really is. With the drama over, Xu Jingming falls into a deep sleep, but upon waking up the first face he sees, he opens his eyes to see Jiang Chushuan sitting by his bed. Finally awake, she says happily. He slept for 2 days and 2 nights, and she almost fed him the earth spirit spring. Xu Jingming sits up feeling fully recovered. Did I sleep that long? He asks. He immediately wants to know the current situation out in the wild. Jiang Chushuan explains the rat tide hasn't retreated yet, so the wild zone is still locked down and beasts will remain scarce anyway. Even if they leave, beasts won't return soon. Xu Jingming nods, realizing classes are finally starting. It is time to head back to campus. Hearing this, Jiang Chushuan excitedly asks if he is returning. She's going back too. Perfect timing. Xu Jingming simply smiles and happily agrees to travel together. Suddenly, she remembers something and pulls out a photo. It shows her posing on a bed in some very alluring pajamas. She lies in a suggestive pose, handing him the signed photo he had supposedly asked for earlier. Xu Jingming is utterly stunned. He stammers and scratches his head with a bright red face, explaining that he actually wanted the signed photo for a friend. This one seems inappropriate. Is there a normal photo? Jiang Chushuan screams, realizing she completely misunderstood. She covers her face in absolute embarrassment, screaming inside that she wants to die from sheer mortification. She actually thought he liked her. Blushing hard, she snatches the photo back and hands him a much more normal one instead. But Xu Jingming holds onto the first photo tightly, hesitantly asking if he can actually keep the alluring one for himself. Jiang Chushuan is stunned. Then a bright knowing smile spreads across her face. Of course he can. Blushing, Xu Jingming quickly scrambles to his feet, making a clumsy excuse about having too much work to do after sleeping. He mentions needing to book a high-speed train ticket. Jiang Chushuan folds her arms, telling him a train is completely unnecessary. She drove her own car here so he can just hitch a ride. Soon they are both sitting in a sleek ride. They speed away in a brilliant yellow convertible supercar. Xu Jingming is amazed that a famous influencer can afford such a luxury. It is a limited edition worth tens of millions. It is his very first time riding in a self-driving sports car. Jiang Chushuan giggles. The car only has level 5 artificial intelligence, but handling autopilot is incredibly simple. The car pulls up right in front of the gates of Awakened University. Both of them step out together. Xu Jingming carries his long spear over his shoulder while Jiang Chushuan changes into a sporty casual outfit. Their arrival instantly draws the eyes of nearby students who whisper about how tall, handsome, and dangerous Xu Jingming looks. They look like an ideal couple. Xu Jingming stretches, feeling completely refreshed now that he is finally back. He is finally back. His power has grown massively over the last month and a half. He turns to ask her a question. He asks which dorm area she is staying in. Jiang Chushuan points toward Area 2, saying they should split up here. Xu Jingming nods, telling her to let him know if she ever needs help. She smiles back, promising to do so. Just as he turns to walk away, Jiang Chushuan suddenly steps in close and plants a soft kiss on his cheek. Xu Jingming instantly freezes like a statue, his face burning red. She smiles, calling it a small reward for saving her life. With a graceful wave, she turns around and walks away, telling him that she will see him again next time. Xu Jingming stands there completely dazed, touching his warm cheek. He is left wondering if he was just kissed. Back in her room, Jiang Chushuan sits at her computer, realizing a powerhouse like him cannot possibly be a nobody. She decides to look up his profile, searching online while wondering why everything about him mentions freshman records. He broke the freshman record and is called the strongest rank one. Suddenly, her eyes widen as she finds his full profile. Reading through the detailed file, her face flushes with a sudden mixture of absolute embarrassment and pure anger. Xu Jingming is actually a high-tier rank 2 freshman. She had been calling this absolute liar her senior this entire time. She vows to teach this junior a lesson next time. Meanwhile, back in his dorm, Xu Jingming counts his loot. He has gathered all the necessary materials from the flame-patterned Tyrannosaurus, successfully completing his quest requirements. With 2 spatial rings and over 25 million in his bank account, he opens his system status panel. Name Xu Jingming. Rank high tier, rank 2. Ability S rank, Purifying Divine Thunder. Points 3,712. It is a shame the rat tide interrupted his hunt, or he could have farmed even more points. Still, this is plenty. That is easily enough to learn 2 S-rank combat skills. Suddenly, his dorm room door swings wide open. His roommate Liu Wenhan rushes inside, relieved that Xu Jingming is finally back after disappearing without saying a single word. They were incredibly worried after hearing about the dangerous rat tide. Xu Jingming admits that things got pretty wild out there. Rats, but the army already handled them. Sensing the heavy, overwhelming aura radiating from Xu Jingming, his friend cries out in absolute shock. Damn, Xu Jingming, you broke through to level 2. Sitting down calmly, Xu Jingming replies, it is actually high level 2. Liu Wenhan literally jumps up, surviving several life or death crises. Talk about insane luck, escaping and powering up like this. Liu Wenhan looks on in pure admiration. Classic Jingming, always defying common logic. He wonders if near-death situations really boost strength this fast, making him want to try it out too. But Xu Jingming instantly shuts that down. No way, his is a special case. The wilderness is brutal, best to wait until reaching level 2. Liu Wenhan grins, admitting he was just talking big and has no plans to head out there yet. He mentions that while Jingming was away, Song Qiuyun dropped by several times, so he should probably hit her up. Jingming nods, saying he will call her once his current tasks are done. Then he pulls out a special photo, handing it over as a souvenir from the wilderness. Liu Wenhan looks at it with pure curiosity. But the moment he sees the image, his eyes turn into literal hearts, drool spilling as he lets out an ecstatic shriek. It is a signed photo of Goddess Jiang. Later, Xu Jingming heads to the Academy's ancient solemn combat technique library. Sitting down, he smiles over his 871 credits from 4 missions. Questing is definitely the fastest payout. He commands his system Eva to filter all S-tier lightning skills. Instantly, holographic screens pop up right before his eyes, flashing details of S-tier lightning techniques that condense pure elemental energy, dealing absolutely massive crushing lightning damage. A warning notes this skill requires at least a C-rank lightning talent and level 2 mastery to learn. Next is the S-tier Thunder Fist, maximizing the user's lightning power directly into their knuckles for a devastating punch. This one demands a B-rank talent and level 3 cultivation. Then there is the S-tier Thunder Prison spell, which traps enemies in an unbreakable lightning barrier while endlessly raining down destructive crackling lightning bolts. This powerhouse skill also requires a B-rank affinity and a minimum of level 3 strength to cast. Resting his chin, he realizes even a prestigious school like Mado University only has about 20 S-tier lightning skills. Since this choice will shape his future combat power, he has to be incredibly careful with his pick. Holographic screens scroll by quickly until he finally locks his eyes onto the last 2 techniques listed. First is the S-tier Heavenly Thunder spell, using his own power to summon devastating natural lightning strikes anywhere. This is best for A-rank users at level 2. Next is the defensive S-tier Prison Lightning Chain, utilizing his own energy woven into a tight, crackling defensive barrier that wraps entirely around his body. Requires level 2 and an A-rank talent. He decides to take both, one for offense, one for defense. A perfect balance of long-range destruction and ultimate defense. He smirks. Other students might choose just one path. Talk about an absolute cheat, but honestly, with a system like his, why choose when you can just take both? He is taking them all. Jingming dives straight into the manual for Heavenly Thunder, his expression instantly turning serious. This skill is the sole prerequisite for Mado University's SSS tier ultimate technique, 10,000 Lightning Tribulation. It is incredibly complex. Way more complex than his S-tier Immortal Thunder Marrow technique. Just reading it gives him a massive headache. It is honestly more painful than when he was a doctoral student in his past life reading complex foreign papers. 6 hours later, Jingming finally sets the heavy book down and lets out a long, exhausted sigh. He finally has a basic grasp of it. Now it is time for the system to do the heavy lifting. Tapping the table, blue light wraps around him. He commands Deep Blue to allocate his upgrade points immediately. Crackling purple lightning erupts around him. Once it settles, he gasps, upgrading an S-tier skill to beginner rank costs 1,600 points. All those points he fought so hard to grind in the wilderness are barely enough to learn just these 2 skills. Suddenly, a robotic voice reminds him that it is already 1 a.m., advising him to manage his resting time. It also gently warns him not to unleash powers inside the library. Jingming sighs, realizing how late it is. Learning the prison lightning chain will take more time anyway, so he decides to wrap it up for tonight. Meanwhile, Song Qiuyun is jogging under the moonlight. She has pushed herself to the limit for over a month. Once Jingming returns, she's going to challenge him and prove who the real top freshman is. Suddenly, a massive shadow cuts across the night sky. Looking up, she gasps, recognizing the white-ringed, black-feathered eagle. She instantly enters a defensive stance, tracking its speed as it uses its dark camouflage to hunt in the night. Judging by its speed, it is easily a tier 3 threat, not a creature to take lightly. Suddenly, thunder rumbles through the perfectly clear sky, with absolutely no clouds in sight. Boom! She looks up in shock, wondering how thunder is even possible. Suddenly, a massive purple ball of lightning appears in midair, diving straight toward the eagle. Boom! A massive explosion erupts, sending feathers and blood flying in every direction. The white-ringed, black-feathered eagle is completely obliterated. Song Qiuyun stands frozen, staring in absolute disbelief at the scene before her eyes. As residual lightning crackles across the open sky, she wonders who could possibly take down a powerful beast like that in a single strike. Was it some high-level lightning-type user? Judging by the distance, whoever unleashed that attack must be right inside the school campus. Deep inside a small campus grove, Xu Jingming stands surrounded by crackling currents of residual electricity. Meanwhile, Song Chu-yoon continues to wonder, guessing if it was an elite, senior, or an instructor. As for Xu Jingming, he crosses his arms to feel the power he just unleashed, smirking with pure satisfaction. A simple test run, and it already has this much power. His S-Class Heavenly Lightning Art is absolutely devastating. Suddenly, a system notification pops up in his mind. Defeating that mid-tier 3 white-ringed black feathered eagle has earned him 34 ability points. He realizes his lightning art is even stronger than expected to wipe out a beast so easily. And more importantly, it has a casting range of nearly 1,000 meters. Suddenly, a figure approaches from afar. Xu Jingming turns around to see who it is. The stranger smiles, noting that the famous freshman Xu Jingming is indeed quite interesting. The next day at the cafeteria, Liu Wenhan spots Xu Jingming heading out and asks if he is leaving this early. Xu Jingming replies that with the freshman tournament starting soon, he wants to visit the skill library one more time. Back in the cafeteria, Liu Wenhan watches his friend walk away, muttering to himself with a determined look as he eats his breakfast. He cannot believe someone who just got back from the wilderness could still be this insanely hardworking. The guy is a total monster. Inspired, he decides he needs to hit the training grounds right after finishing his meal. Meanwhile, as Xu Jingming is walking through the campus, a familiar voice suddenly calls out to him from behind, calling him classmate Xu. He turns around to see Song Kueyun waving happily. She mentions how glad she is that he made it back safely from the wilderness. Noticing her sporty outfit, he asks in surprise what she is getting ready for. Song Kueyun steps closer, staring straight into his eyes with a highly challenging look. She asks if he still remembers the promise they made, demanding to know if he is ready to duel her. Xu Jingming calmly repeats the word, asking if she is absolutely sure. She puts her hands on her hips and confidently tells him not to underestimate her since she was the top student of Sichuan province. Xu Jingming simply nods calmly, agreeing that they can find some time to have their little match later on. But Song Kueyun immediately grabs his hand and pulls him along. Talk about eager. She asks why they should wait when they can do it now. She drags him straight toward the training room in his dormitory. Taken by surprise, Xu Jingming can only chuckle at her eagerness, thinking she is incredibly decisive, just as expected of someone from Sichuan. But is fighting him really something to be this excited about? Meanwhile, Song Kueyun looks back at him with eyes full of absolute confidence. She cannot help but feel incredibly smug about what is next, wondering what kind of face Xu Jingming will make once he realizes she has successfully broken through to Tier 2. Before long, they arrive at the training room. Song Kueyun flashes a highly provocative smile as she cracks her knuckles, telling him she hopes he does not lose too miserably. Xu Jingming just looks directly at her and calmly responds that without a weapon, she stands absolutely no chance of beating him. Song Kueyun confidently smirks, light energy starting to pool in her hands, claiming she obviously brought a weapon. She raises her hand as a blinding white light begins to condense, creating a swirling vortex of energy. From the brilliant glow, a massive halberd gradually emerges and she grips it tightly. Song Kueyun spins the weapon with incredible skill, carving a powerful arc through the air with an imposing stance. Xu Jingming is mildly surprised to see her holding a halberd, as it is a pretty rare weapon for a girl to use. Song Kueyun points the tip of her halberd right at him, boldly declaring that he should get ready because this time she will defeat him thoroughly. Xu Jingming only gives a calm, simple nod. Up in the stands, Liu Wenhan and Song Chueyun's female friend are watching closely. Liu Wenhan excitedly declares that Xu Jingming has this in the bag, while the other girl covers her mouth worriedly, calling out for Chu Yuan. Sensing her aura, Xu Jingming merely smirks. Oh, he is ready for this. Crackles of purple electricity begin to surge from his body. He notes she is at low tier 2, meaning she broke through. No wonder she is so confident, but he tells her that he has not exactly been standing still either. At that moment, Chu Yun's friend is completely shocked upon feeling the immense pressure radiating from Xu Jingming. She stammers, high tier 2, how is that even possible? Liu Wenhan laughs gleefully beside her, saying he told her so and that her friend Hui Yun stands absolutely no chance against Xu Jingming. Song Chuyun herself is utterly stunned, cold sweat dripping down her face. She thought her high level would give her the upper hand. She never expected to be completely suppressed like this. Gritting her teeth, she wonders why they are both provincial top scorers, yet his leveling speed is so much faster. How is his level so much higher? Xu Jingming asks with absolute calm if she still wants to keep going, and Song Chuyun feels shocked but refuses to back down. Biting her lip, she insists on continuing but warns him not to use too much strength. Xu Jingming smiles with genuine appreciation. As expected of the Sichuan top scorer, she is highly adaptable. He tells her not to worry. He promises not to strike first, telling her to attack freely. Song Hyun takes a deep breath, her eyes suddenly turning razor sharp. She raises her crescent halberd high as blazing light energy erupts. She warns classmate Xu not to regret this, preparing to unleash her dawnlight. Xu Jingming watches the brilliant glow, wondering if this is indeed the famous A-class light talent known as the dawnlight. It belongs to the same natural category as lightning, making him wonder about its actual power. Song Qiuyun suddenly lets out a loud shout, roaring as she charges her light-shrouded halberd strikes directly at Xu Jingming. He calmly analyzes it as a weapon enhancement combat skill. It is actually his first time seeing one. Her weapon radiates blinding light and searing heat, resembling a miniature sun, hurling directly towards Xu Jingming. This devastating move is called the Light Flame Slash. Yet Jingming stands completely still as purple. Lightning crackles around his body, instantly forming a heavy suit of electric armor. Raising his long spear, he makes no move to dodge, directly blocking Song Qiuyun's strike head-on. Clang! A sharp collision echoes as the blazing halberd is easily stopped in its tracks by Xu Jingming's spear. He silently notes that channeling fire through light energy is a pretty clever skill, though its actual power is still a bit weak. Watching from outside, Liu Wenhan yells out in excitement, "That was beautiful." He remarks that this exact skill of Song Qiuyun had crushed countless opponents back in Sichuan province, yet Jingming stopped it with absolute ease. Unwilling to accept defeat, Song Qiuyun grits her teeth and quickly regains her stance. Her eyes burn with an intense fighting spirit as she shouts out. She channels every ounce of strength into her supreme tempest slash, unleashing a storm of relentless halberd strikes at her opponent. Xu Jingming blocks every single blow with complete ease, shaking his head. He tells her that her speed is far too slow and her power is lacking, requiring much more practice. Song Qiuyun grows increasingly terrified as they fight. Sweat pours down her face as utter panic sets in, realizing every single attack is being completely shut down. Exhausted and panting, she gives up, declaring she is completely worn out and stopping the fight. She cannot believe he countered 100 A-class strikes without even using a skill. Suspicious, she asks about his spear mastery. Guessing it must go beyond advanced, Xu Jingming smiles and confirms that his spear technique has actually reached master class. Song Qiuyun gapes in absolute shock. A master class spear at his age is insane, especially when it took her 10 years just to reach advanced. Calling him a complete monster, she fully admits defeat, realizing she stands no chance against his S-class talent. Combined with his insane natural talent, nobody can surpass him. Xu Jingming withdraws his spear, raising an eyebrow with a brief suggestion. He asks if she wants to try other skills, but she just laughs. With his superior mental energy, her magic is useless. Thanking him for the sparring session, she happily offers to treat him to lunch. Xu Jingming is more than glad to accept. She promises they will meet up at midday. Walking away with her companion, the friend quietly notes that Xu Jingming is clearly superior. The moment they leave, Liu Wenhan eagerly runs over to praise his friend, amazed by how easily he handled the fight. He calls Jingming an absolute beast, easily the strongest among all provincial scorers. Jingming stays humble, playing down his achievement. He mentions that Song Qiuyun is not actually that strong, though her level rose incredibly fast. Liu Wenhan finds this view hilarious. Only Jingming would think she is weak. Whispering in his ear, he asks if Jingming knows who her family actually is. She is the great-granddaughter of Song Daoyuan, the 8th stage S-class light grandmaster famously featured in their history textbooks. Jingming is stunned, remembering the legendary powerhouse from 80 years ago who had an entire textbook chapter dedicated to him. Liu Wenhan explains that in Sichuan everyone knows of the legendary Grandmaster Song, and she happens to be his absolute favorite. Because of his backing, her leveling speed was bound to be ridiculously fast. Hearing this, everything finally clicks for Jingming. No wonder she went on a massive shopping spree last time and carried a storage ring capable of holding a 2-meter halberd. With her massive family background revealed, Jingming waves goodbye, eager to get back to his own intensive training schedule. Outside, under a deep blue sky, time slowly slips away as he focuses on honing his raw martial skills. Inside the training hall, Jingming activates his lightning. He notes with satisfaction that condensing the underworld thunder armor consumes only 1/5 of his energy. It lasts 30 minutes, cuts 90% of impact force, and automatically triggers lightning counterattacks. Actively reflecting damage is highly useful. 4 hours later, the system alerts him and he checks his updated stat board. He wonders how many points are left after fully upgrading his underworld thunder armor, falling deep into silent contemplation. He planned his next move. Keeping his remaining 700 ability points, he hoped to visit the wilderness near Yangcheng soon. He needed to farm more points. Leaving the training room, Xu Jingming stepped into the evening sun with absolute determination, promising himself to prepare fully for the freshman grand tournament. Time flew, and the first day of the month finally arrived, marking the start of the competition. On their way there, Xu Jingming noticed their weapons were totally unusual for girls. His bespectacled friend gripped her razor-sharp claws, asking if he had ever heard that the weirder the weapon looks, the faster you win. Her goal was to reach the top 50. Walking right beside them, Song Fu-yun was also excited, sharing that her own goal was a bit higher than Yang Zentiano, Xuan's aiming to secure second place in the tournament. Xu Jingming turned to her in surprise, asking why only second and if she had given up on fighting him again. Song Fu-yun shrugged realistically, saying there was no point in seeking pain since she could not beat him anyway. Then she seriously warned him about Li Chengji, the arrogant second-tier provincial champion from Qinghai who was also competing. Her eyes flashed with competitive fire, wanting to see exactly what he was capable of. Just then her friend pointed ahead and shouted that they had arrived at the venue. Up in the stands of Arena Number 3, a short-haired girl turned to her friend Xiao Xuan, saying she never expected her to be interested in the freshman tournament at all. Xiao Xuan offered a mysterious smile, replying that she was only there because someone she liked to watch was participating. Her friend instantly pried, asking if this person was a guy or a girl and where. Xiao Xuan's eyes lit up as she looked down, answering that he was a guy, and he had arrived. Stepping inside, Xu Jingming was blown away. The sheer scale of this arena was absolute madness, making him wonder why the university built something so ridiculously massive. But seeing the roaring crowd in the stands, he remembered what his mentor had said. The freshman tournament was going to be a massive 100-player battle royale, so an oversized stage made perfect sense. Xu Jingming cracked his knuckles eagerly, as purple electricity crackled around him in excitement. Talk about intense, this 100-person battle royale sounded incredibly fun to him. Liu Wenhan suddenly pointed toward the spectator stands and shouted, asking why on earth there were so many major figures. Even the presidents of the school's top two student factions, Ash and Starfall, had actually showed up in person. He wondered if this insane lineup was all because of Xu Jingming. The young man turned to him utterly clueless. He asked if their university even had student factions. Liu Wenhan immediately explained that they did, and they were quite important. These mod university factions weren't like standard gaming or chess clubs, they were elite combat teams formed by awakened ones. He excitedly went on about the perks, saying members regularly traveled to the dangerous wilderness together to hunt fierce beasts, regularly received monthly cultivation resources, and could even secure direct entry into top combat guilds after graduation. Becoming official guild members was a huge deal. Suddenly, remembering something, Liu Wenhan tapped his forehead and looked around. He realized that Xu Jingming's senior Liu Ming was actually the vice president of the Ash faction. It was strange that he had not shown up on such a perfect day for his junior to shine. Xu Jingming grew thoughtful, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. Ever since his return, he had not been able to contact Liu Ming or his master. Rumors said they had gone southwest, and he hoped they were safe. Meanwhile, in a quiet hallway corner, a faction member bowed respectfully to a newly arrived man, noting how intense the southwestern battlefield had become. The subordinate praised him for returning despite his busy schedule, suggesting that recruitment could easily be handled by them. He insisted there was absolutely no need for the president to oversee this freshman intake in person. But Ash faction President Wei, he coldly cut him off, stating that no one else mattered to him. His sole purpose was to recruit Liu Ming's junior Xu Jingming at all costs. Standing on the balcony, he looked across, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. He could not quite fathom why Wu Yuan from the rival Starfall faction was also there. Across the arena, a sharp-eyed, dark-haired young man rubbed his chin in deep thought, wondering if they shared the same target. This calculating figure was indeed Starfall's president Wu Yuan. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into a massive uproar. An excited student pointed to the sky, shouting that the deans of the various academies were about to arrive. The match was finally about to begin. Instantly, the space above the stage warped, and a blinding beam of light shot down. Accompanied by a sharp, tearing sound, a magnificent structure resembling a space elevator descended. The freshmen below could only watch in awe at the breathtaking sight, whispering in absolute amazement and wonder about how insanely powerful this spatial ability must be. They wondered which major school figure was inside. Then the light doors slid open, revealing an elegant pair of high heels. She steps out, making a massive boom that shakes the entire hall and draws every eye. Emerging from the bright glow is a stunningly beautiful woman with long black hair wearing an authoritative peach-pink robe. Her incredibly fierce and overpowering aura dominates the hall, making everyone hold their breath. Song Qiuyan whispers to Xu Jingming that she is the vice principal guarding the combat library. Xu Jingming gasps in surprise, wondering how a vice principal could look so incredibly young. His companion quickly explains that strong awaken have powerful physiques which slow down aging, so she is likely under 40 years old. Woman smiles and introduces herself in a booming voice, stating that her name is Ling Shuang, one of the school's 3 vice principals. She normally guards the combat library, but since the principal is away and the other 2 vice principals are busy, she is hosting this freshman opening ceremony. She spreads her arms wide, welcoming all the newcomers to the university. "Welcome to Magic Capital Awakened University," she says, adding that this year's class has a total of 1,024 freshmen. There are 6 provincial top scorers, 56 with A rank abilities, 832 B rank, and 135 D rank. Suddenly, her eyes turn sharp and full of mystery as she looks at the crowd, mentioning there is also one incredibly rare S rank awakened. Hearing the vice principal mention an S rank genius, Xu Jingming and his friends listen intently, their eyes filled with excitement. Ling Shuang goes on to explain the school regulations designed to push them to their absolute limits and make them stronger. Every academic year, the university will distribute resources ranging from D tier to S tier across 5 distinct ranks based on evaluations. Looking at the holographic display in the air, one freshman feels a surge of anxiety over the intense grading system. With credits, power, rankings, and missions, the competition at Magic Capital University is fierce. Guessing what the students are thinking, Ling Shuang's gaze turns ice cold. She snaps back, asking when she ever promised them that this place would be fair. Her sharp words drive home the harsh reality. Magic Capital University only aims to nurture the absolute strongest elite fighters. True experts must survive brutal cutthroat competition by fighting and stealing what they want. The entire hall falls into a stunned, heavy silence. Ling Shuang's overwhelming pressure makes every single freshman, even the top geniuses, shiver in fear. But while others worry, Xu Jingming smiles with sheer confidence, his eyes burning with an intense thirst for battle. This fierce competition makes him realize he definitely chose the right school. Ling Shuang then activates a small drone hovering above her hand and warns them not to hide their true strength, as greater power means unlocking far more resources. Next, she highlights the main event of the freshman welcoming ceremony, introducing the upcoming Freshman Grand Tournament. Pointing at a massive holographic battle map, she explains that the tournament will be split into 2 main stages. The first is a 100-player battle royale where Eva tracks defeats, sending the top 5 players from each of the 10 rounds forward. When the final prize list appears on screen, everyone gasps in pure envy at the incredible rewards. First place wins a 10 cubic meter spatial ring, A-tier training resources, and 1,000 credits. Second place gets an A-grade battle suit, B-tier training resources, and 900 credits, while third place earns a B-grade suit, with B-tier resources and 800 credits. She declines to list the remaining lower-tier prizes. Hearing about the ultimate champion, reward, the crowd murmurs excitedly about the 10 cubic meter spatial ring, wondering how much such a rare item would sell for. Another student replies that money cannot buy this kind of treasure. As the clearance level chart appears on the screen, Ling Shuang clarifies that this tournament determines their status. The top 50 will receive A-class clearance. Places 50 to 200 get B-class and 200 to 500 get class. S-class clearance is assessed separately. Having covered the essentials, Ling Shuang flies up into the air and gestures to the man beside her. She hands things over to Dean Sun, who simply nods in agreement to take charge. Another faculty member with braided hair steps forward to loudly declare the official start of the Freshman Grand Tournament. She adds a reminder that outstanding performers can become personal disciples of the teachers, urging everyone to do their best. Filled with burning motivation, the freshmen march forward, resolved to fight with everything they have to catch a teacher's eye. If they can grab a dean's attention, their future is made. The battle system activates and a voice echoes through, the speakers announcing the start of the 10 preliminary rounds and calling the first set of selected students to the stage. As the participants step up, Liu Wenhen spots a very familiar face walking up to the arena. He calls out to the others that the arrogant Li Chengji is actually fighting in this very first round. Hearing his name, Li Chengji looks back with a smug smirk, dragging a finger across his throat in a blatant threat toward Xu Jingming and his friends. Song Chuyun frowns and warns Xu Jingming that the guy is clearly trying to provoke him. The girl with glasses next to him is totally ticked off. This guy is acting like a total king. Behind him, stifling a laugh, he thinks to himself that the poor opponent picked the absolute worst guy to mess with. Now look what happened. They even managed to piss off the second most dangerous person here. Let's hope they do not get absolutely demolished. Right after the command, blue beams of light shoot down, teleporting a mass of students right onto the massive battle arena. Vice Principal Ling Shuang calmly reassures everyone. There is no need to worry about dying. If their lives are in danger, Eva will automatically deploy shields. No need to worry about injuries either. Unless someone gets decapitated, they can heal anything. Let the match begin. The tension is thick as the countdown starts. 3, 2, 1, begin. The chaotic free-for-all officially starts. Instantly, the arena turns into a war zone of clashing weapons and flashing skills as they charge each other. In the stands, the crowd gasps in shock. Who is that guy with the blade? He actually reached Tier 2. That is the top student of Qinghai Province, Li Chengxi, completely dominating the field. He swings his blade, with a vicious slash, sneering at how weak they are. The first round results are quickly announced. In first place is Li Chengxi, defeating 36 opponents, a crushing victory. He stands proud, looking directly at his rival. He wonders if Xu Jingming, that S-rank awakened genius, can even come close to beating his score. Watching this, Xu Jingming and his friends just shake their heads in pity. This guy is totally hopeless. Talk about digging your own grave. Up in the VIP section, a subordinate asks, "The Meteor Society president for input, Sir Li Chengxi reached Tier 2. Should we make him our primary target?" But the boss coldly dismisses it. "No, our top target is still Xu Jingming." The subordinate asks if he has inside info. The president stands with his hands in his pockets, his gaze deep as he says it is not inside info, he saw it himself. Their talk is cut short when a monitoring drone flies over, broadcasting a loud announcement across the entire arena. It is time to draw the competitors for the second round. Hearing his name, Xu Jingming confidently steps forward, with a smirk, glad that his turn came so quickly. Standing behind him, Li Wenhan clenches his fist and cheers loudly, telling Jingming to show that Li Chengji guy what real power looks like. Without even turning back, he just raises a hand in agreement, but his unlucky opponents are absolutely terrified. One of them panics, realizing they are grouped with the monster himself. Another competitor trembles in despair, completely giving up. They can only fight for the remaining 4 spots now. Stepping onto the stage, Xu Jingming grips his spear. His sharp gaze sweeps across the terrified fighters trying to back away. He quietly mocks them, wondering if they really think keeping their distance will save them. How naive. Up in the VIP booth, the judges take notice. One professor asks a colleague if that is the student Dean Yang took under his wing recently. The female professor nods, confirming it is indeed him. He possesses the S-rank lightning element, holding a fierce and sharp presence. They wonder how he will perform. Then someone notices something shocking. Xu Jingming is already at Tier 2. Did he not just awaken when he enrolled a month ago? The black-haired female professor is completely stunned. She notes that in just over a month his growth rate has been absolutely terrifying. She complains that Dean Yang kept such massive news completely hidden from everyone. While the teachers are still processing this, the countdown from the EVA system finally hits 0. 3, 2, 1, begin. Suddenly, a massive blast echoes as Jingming unleashes a surge of lightning. Right in the eye of the storm, he spins his spear, forming a magnificent vortex of crackling purple lightning. Wind howls around him as he grins, his warrior blood pumping. It turns out that fighting beasts is nothing compared to fighting humans. The sheer suffocating pressure he radiates leaves his opponents trembling in absolute terror. One stammers about the terrifying aura. Wait, is this a Tier 2 high-ranked presence? Standing tall amidst the crackling electricity, he forces everyone to face the harsh reality. He is indeed high-ranked Tier 2. Their morale completely shatters as they cry out in despair. A Tier 2 high-rank opponent? That is insane. Are they really in the same freshman tournament? They are all new students, yet his level is an entire realm higher. Up in the stands, the Meteor Society member turns to his leader to ask what they should do next. "You already knew," the club president says calmly. "But tell me, did you finally see Xu Jingming's real potential this time?" A platinum-haired girl grins as she watches her screen. It is definitely her senior. Actually, wait, he is technically a junior now. She grumbles about how he tricked her for so long, fully intending to settle the score with him later. Li Chengxi's face goes completely pale, dripping sweat from pure fear. A Tier 2 peak. Damn it, he actually wanted to crush him. He wanted to step on an S-class genius to make a name for himself. Gritting his teeth, he realizes he is totally screwed. Nearby, a mysterious black-haired guy chuckles darkly. In any other round, Xu Jingming would easily dominate, but not this time, because that specific monster is also participating in this second round. He wonders how Xu Jingming will survive what is coming next. Out on the arena, a loudmouth starts rallying the crowd, yelling that Xu Jingming is a Tier 2 peak with an S-class ability. He is simply too powerful to fight alone. So why not team up and eliminate Xu Jingming together right now? The desperate crowd immediately hops on board, shouting that he is absolutely right and agreeing that it is their best strategy. Xu Jingming narrows his eyes at the instigator. Something feels off about his voice. It has a heavy hypnotic pull to it. The guy is clearly a mental-type esper. Smirking, the ringleader sends out a psychic ripple and addresses the entire crowd. There are 103 of them here, making it 102 against 1. They can easily wear him down. He confidently introduces himself as Xi Liao, an A-class mental esper, promising them victory if they just follow his lead. After all, opportunities to take down an S-class user do not come often. Hyped up by his words, the crowd goes wild. With bloodshot eyes, they prepare to charge. If they do nothing, they fail anyway, so they might as well risk it all. Defeating an S-class power is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, so they are ready to fight. They ask Xi Liao what to do next. They want to know his exact plan. Watching this sudden shift from the high platform, the academy instructors are thoroughly impressed. Xi Liao really has some skills to pull all these freshmen together. Still, they worry this might end badly for the favorite. Things look pretty rough for Xu Jingming, and he might actually fail here. Then another teacher recognizes Xi Liao. He is the personal disciple of Director Long, which explains his tactical brilliance. Hearing this, Dean Longke smiles proudly. The dean proudly points out that Xu Jingming's insane power left the freshman class with no other choice. A female professor nearby gently teases him, pointing out that luck is very much a real part of a fighter's strength. But honestly, Xu Jingming is in serious trouble now. She adds that it would be a total disaster if an S-class genius misses out on the very first round of this freshman tournament. Meanwhile, over 100 bloodthirsty opponents surround him. Xu Jingming stands in absolute silence, his eyes cold as ice, while violent purple lightning crackles furiously all around his body. Seeing him stay silent, Shi Liao points a triumphant mocking finger. He tells Xu Jingming that his time is officially up. If Xu Jingming had taken him down earlier, he might have broken the siege, but now everyone is following his plan. There is absolutely no way to win a 1 against 102 fight, but suddenly Xu Jingming just smiles. A violent burst of purple energy erupts from his hand. He mocks them, asking why they think he is the weak one. Sensing the sudden threat, Shi Liao does not hesitate. He screams at the top of his lungs for the melee fighters to charge. He tells the ranged classes to open fire immediately, while the support classes buff everyone. The entire arena starts to shake. A massive wave of colorful magic and deadly attacks rains down on Xu Jingming. The mob screams, charging forward like beasts. They throw themselves into the fray like moths to a flame. Hiding safely behind a thick stone wall, Shi Liao keeps shouting. He taunts Xu Jingming, warning him not to worry about him and to focus on the army surrounding him first. Xu Jingming merely chuckles, his sharp gaze sweeping over the massive oncoming horde. He is not worried in the slightest. He proudly replies that numbers do not mean a thing to him. With a sudden swing of his spear, he acts. A massive pillar of purple lightning crashes down from the sky, instantly shattering the enemy formation. The ground beneath them explodes. Deep cracks rip through the arena under the terrifying electric force. Rocks fly everywhere, turning the entire zone into pure chaos. The violent shockwave blasts dozens of students and their weapons into the air, utterly breaking their 100-man alliance in seconds. All across the scorched earth, purple sparks crackle over the fallen students who are lying scattered in sheer agony. Witnessing this absolute destruction, the few survivors still standing go pale, losing all hope of ever winning this fight. They crawl away in absolute panic, screaming that they are all going to die. But Xu Jingming is not finished. The energy of his purple heaven divine thunder continues to surge violently. From the epicenter, a blinding light erupts outwards. It swallows everything in a massive final blast that completely clears the entire field. Up in the stands, everyone watches in horror. Han cannot believe his eyes as smoke billows up. What is that commotion? Holy crap, can you believe I actually saw a mushroom cloud on the arena stage? Another spectator worries if Shi Liao and his squad got wiped out. Are they dead? Before the smoke even clears, the EVA system screams with emergency warnings for the unlucky students nearby. With an unstoppable energy, shockwave detected and lives on the line, the automatic defensive barrier triggers instantly. This is followed by a brutal system notification delivering the bad news: you have officially been eliminated by Xu Jingming. Shi Liao stumbles through the wreckage, his face pale with utter regret as he realizes his critical mistake. I completely threw, he groans. If I had just avoided Xu Jingming, I would have advanced. He looks around with bitter regret. With 0 eliminations, his run in the second phase of the freshman tournament is dead, but he refuses to go down quietly. Summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, he screams a final command to his allies: forget about me. Keep attacking. Driven mad with rage, Shi Liao charges forward like a wounded beast, his eyes wild and bloodshot. I am taking you down with me, Xu Jingming, even if I get disqualified. Hearing his desperate battle cry, the remaining crowd surges from every direction, weapons raised, completely swarming Xu Jingming in a tight, inescapable ring. A relentless barrage of strikes rains down on him, sending powerful shockwaves vibrating across the entire arena floor. But right in the center of the storm, Xu Jingming slowly looks up, his eyes glowing with an eerie brilliance. He wears a dangerous, wicked grin as crackling violet lightning begins to dance wildly around his body. Watching this, Shi Liao tries to stay calm, quickly calculating that trading 1-for-1 with Xu Jingming is still a massive win. But a split second later, his smug smile completely vanishes, replaced by sheer horror as he senses a massive power buildup. He can feel a terrifying surge of energy condensing around them. Before anyone can even blink, an earth-shattering blast erupts directly from Xu Jingming's body, tossing the surrounding crowd through the air like fragile ragdolls. As the dust settles, Xu Jingming stands completely unfazed, crackling purple lightning still dancing around him. He exhales slowly, utterly bored by these small fries. Seeing their target completely untouched after their all-out assault, a purple-haired guy panics in sheer terror. Sweating bullets, he mutters in total disbelief about how useless physical techniques are when simple energy control can completely nullify every single elemental strike. How is this possible? Is this the absolute power of an S-grade talent? He collapses onto his knees, his spirit totally broken by this overwhelming gap in power, bitterly forced to accept the harsh reality. Even with all of us teaming up, we are still nothing more than worthless ants in his eyes. The remaining students grab their heads in panic, unable to believe that their entire combined onslaught achieved absolutely nothing. Holy crap, that lightning is terrifying. Everyone else's elemental magic is useless. Over 100 of us against one single opponent, yet we could not put any pressure on him. Another student complains bitterly that he also learned lightning spear, so why is this guy so ridiculously overpowered? It makes no sense. But while the arena floor falls dead silent, a platinum-haired girl in the stands clenches her fists, cheering proudly that she knew her senior would have zero trouble. Her black-haired friend smiles in agreement, crossing her arms as she mocks their opponents for thinking they could take him down. That was way too naive. Up in the spectator booth, the teachers carefully watch the replay, analyzing his precise movements. His mastery of the lightning spear is at least advanced tier. The sonic boom generated during his throws exceeds Mach 2. His physical stats are incredibly high, too. Another teacher nods, adding that his lightning web has absolutely zero gaps. He must practice diligently every day. Not bad, a black-haired female professor notes, turning her gaze toward an empty seat and sighing. Too bad old Yang is not here, or we could ask him for details on Xu Jingming. Back on the stage, the Alliance's spirit is dead. They look at each other, trembling with fear. Their will to fight is gone. We cannot even break his defense. What should we do? Someone suggests running away. Watching the terrified crowd slowly back away in fear, Xu Jingming rests his heavy spear on his shoulder, wearing a cocky, provocative grin. Since you are all too scared to attack, it is my turn. He strikes like purple lightning, crashing down onto the arena floor and causing a massive shockwave. He tears through their ranks, sweeping his weapon, and throwing their entire squad into total chaos. A panicked student screams that he is just too fast. Their leader desperately barks out orders to get back into formation, but another student cries out in sheer despair. It is no use. Spreading out just makes us easy targets. Despite their terror, the defensive classes and close combat fighters group up, raising their physical shields and magical barriers to block the coming storm. Seeing this, Xu Jingming smiles with amusement, thinking this is where the real fun begins. He moves like a ghost, attacking, dodging, and casually analyzing the fight. Your slashing angle is all wrong, he notes, tossing another opponent aside. You are way too slow, he adds before a quick sweep. A simple spear sweep launches his opponent. Too weak, he sighs, standing tall. With his defeated opponents scattered around, Xu Jingming delivers a cold final judgment, simply too weak. Hearing this, the bruised students groan in despair. They complain bitterly about being thrashed and insulted. Others whimper, calling him an absolute heartbreaker, questioning why they had to be grouped with this monster. Why did we have to end up with him? Finally, the buzzer sounds. Match over. The first phase of the second round is officially over. With a totally overwhelming score, Xu Jingming advances, having defeated 102 opponents. In the air, the monitoring drone circles around with a static hum, breaking the silence of the defeated crowd, leaving only 4 remaining promotion spots. The dignified female professor looks down at the chaotic arena, preparing to make her final ruling to restore some order to the battlefield. Aside from the already promoted Xu Jingming, everyone else will be moved down to the 11th group to fight again for those last 4 spots. Hearing the announcement, the entire spectator stands erupt in absolute chaos, with one male student shouting out in pure excitement. A total wipeout. This is an absolute crushing. Nobody has ever seen a freshman tournament end like this. His friend beside him agrees excitedly. Get ready, because the upcoming club recruitment is about to become an absolute war zone. Those clubs are going to tear each other apart just to recruit Xu Jingming. Up on the high stage, the professors start discussing the tournament history. One of them asks if the freshman tournament has been running for over 40 years now, and the professor next to him nods in agreement. That is correct. The previous record was set by an S-rank fighter who managed to defeat 87 opponents. A third professor strokes his chin, adding that if he remembers correctly, that match took 7 minutes. They all come to the same conclusion. Looking at it this way, Xu Jingming's brand new record will probably never be broken. Another professor cannot hide his admiration as he analyzes it. He wonders how Yang Zentian managed to train him, because Xu Jingming's spear technique has actually reached the master level. The female professor nods. Master level indeed. His weapon talent is truly off the charts. She feels a bit of regret, as she originally planned to recruit him into the Elemental Academy, but that seems unnecessary now. She smiles with relief, looking down at the outstanding young man, while silently planning for the Academy's future. With Xu Jingming on their side, they will not have to worry about the upcoming 3-school freshman study exchange program this semester. As soon as Xu Jingming steps off the stage, his close friends immediately crowd around him to celebrate his massive victory. Giving him congratulations, Liu Wenhan excitedly waves his hands as he recaps the hilarious look on Li Chengji's face earlier. The moment you knocked out Shi Liao, his face instantly turned purple like a bruised plum. He laughs, enjoying the sweet payback. He jokes that the guy is skilled enough to perform a traditional face-changing show. Xu Jingming glances over at his distant rival. He calmly remarks that the arrogant bully is nothing but a paper tiger only picking on the weak while fearing the strong. However, his eyes suddenly grow sharp as he recalls how incredibly obnoxious and arrogant the guy acted just a moment ago. He smirks, thinking his behavior was simply too insolent to ignore. There is no way he is letting that slide. Just wait until the second stage, he will personally issue a challenge since he still has 3 chances anyway. Shaking off the thought, Xu Jingming pats his 2 companions on the shoulder, reminding them that the stage is all theirs now. Liu Wenhan confidently replies to not worry as making it into the top 50 is going to be a total breeze for him. His female classmate nods in agreement, her eyes burning with determination, saying she cannot wait to get out there and fight. Song Qiuyun smiles brightly, bumping fists with Xu Jingming with full resolve, telling him to watch closely and see what she can do. She might not be able to beat him, but she is definitely the strongest freshman besides him. The monitoring drone starts broadcasting. The screen flashes with the chaotic scenes of the next matches. In round 3, Liu Wenhan successfully defeats his opponents to secure 4th. Right after that, the 6th round results roll in, showing a girl wearing glasses with razor-sharp claws tearing through the chaos. Taking 3rd place in the 6th round by Donghae dominates the arena. By the 8th round, Song Qiuyun steps up to the stage. She raises her long spear high, her eyes burning with an intense battle spirit. It is finally her turn to shine. Her sharp, beautiful features and overflowing confidence instantly draw the attention of everyone in the arena, turning her into the spotlight. Up in the stands, the male students cannot help but cheer in sheer excitement, calling out the name of the elemental goddess. They gush over Song Qiuyun's flawless looks and figure, while others focus on her highly unusual choice of weapon. Seeing her wield a heavy halberd is a rare sight, prompting one guy to loudly declare her the school's new goddess. As the starting signal echoes, the next intense battle officially begins, and the crowd eagerly watches her first move. Back at the arena, Song Qiuyun instantly swings her halberd. It spins into blinding rings of golden light, radiating a terrifying dawn-like power. She moves like a whirlwind, her weapon sweeping through opponents and knocking them away. They are sent flying in all directions. Seeing this overwhelming display of pure force, one spectator yells out in absolute shock, "Wow! That is another Tier 2 fighter." The crowd below finally realizes the massive gap in strength. Thankfully, she is only at the lower tier. At least she is not a total monster like Xu Jingming. But his teammate quickly fires back in despair, asking what the difference even is. "We still stand 0 chance." Over in the VIP booth, the dark-haired guild leader of the Meteor Club watches this impressive display. He quickly makes a decision, telling his subordinate to put Song Qiuyun as their second target and Li Qingzi as their third. The subordinate nods in agreement. Back on the battlefield, surrounded by enemies, Song Qiuyun spins her spear into dazzling golden trails. She unleashes a furious storm of attacks, effortlessly clearing out every single obstacle in her path with her signature move. Using that momentum, she charges forward and slams down a devastating gravity strike right into the ground with thunderous force. Splitting the enemy formation wide open, the sheer weight of her gravity slash crushes her opponents. One massive fighter is pinned down. He cannot even move an inch, groaning in sheer agony about how heavy it is. The match wraps up in a flash. Her victorious figure flashes across the big screen, showing her well-deserved win. She takes first place for this round. Song Qiuyun successfully defeats player 14. She sheathes her weapon and closes her eyes, taking a deep breath to calm her aura. The glowing energy fades, leaving her completely composed. Stepping down from the stage, she happily waves to her waiting friends. Xu Jingming and the crew smile, welcoming the battle goddess back. She leans in close to Xu Jingming, flashing a playful wink. She asks how she did, wanting to know if her performance was good. Xu Jingming nods in genuine admiration. Her combination of spells and melee combat is pretty impressive, and he is already excited to see her in round 2. Soon the break ends and the giant screen lights up with the next stage. 2 hours later, the free challenge begins. The rules are brutal. Each fighter gets 3 chances to challenge anyone ranked higher than them to take their spot. But there is a catch. Those ranked outside the top 50 cannot challenge anyone who is already in the top 50. Suddenly, the entire arena begins to shake. Massive stone tiles break apart and float into the sky, restructuring into floating platforms. These will serve as individual rings. In the crowd, a mysterious dark-haired student is quietly calculating his next move. He wonders if he should challenge the second-ranked Song Qiuyun. But before he can decide, another voice rings out. "Eva, I want to challenge the third rank." Hearing his name called out of nowhere, Li Chengji completely freezes his face, showing total shock. He points a furious finger, demanding to know why the top-ranked Xu Jingming is picking a fight with the third rank. Xu Jingming calmly responds, pointing out that the rules never said only lower-ranked players could challenge those above them. His gaze turns icy cold. Besides, did his opponent really think he could just provoke him without any consequences? The crowd immediately starts whispering, "Is there some beef between these two?" One spectator who knows the details quickly chimed in. You really do not know. Earlier, Li Changji made a provocative throat-slitting gesture right at Xu Jingming. The listener gasps. Talk about arrogant. No wonder Xu Jingming decided to take the initiative and call him out. The system EVA quickly organizes the match, allocating Arena 74 for this battle and asking both fighters to step up. Li Chengji grits his teeth, his eyes filled with rage as he accepts. Fine, let us see how strong an S-class really is. On the floating stage, the two rivals face each other. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. The announcement echoes, instructing both sides to get ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. Instantly, Li Qingzi's muscles swell as his hair stands on end, transforming him into a powerful crimson beast. This is his A-class beast transformation, the Blood Lion King. He lets out an earth-shaking roar that echoes across the arena. His wild aura explodes as he charges forward like a tank, swinging a giant broadsword while screaming in anger. He blames his opponent, yelling that Xu Jingming forced his hand, but Xu Jingming stands completely still, purple lightning crackling in his eyes. He calmly fires back that he did not force anything, his opponent's own arrogance brought this upon him. With that, a massive surge of purple lightning erupts from the ground, blocking Li Chengzi's fierce strike and triggering a violent energy collision. The entire arena shakes. Leaping high, Xu Jingming prepares to crash down with his lightning-infused spear. Target locked below. But Li Chengzi does not flinch, channeling every ounce of strength into his broadsword. Swinging upward, he roars arrogantly, shouting that a lightning user is just begging for death by challenging him head-on. Mid-air collision. Their weapons clash, unleashing a massive shockwave and scattering bright electric sparks in every direction. Chengzi is sent flying by the counter-shock, his massive frame stumbling backward under his opponent's terrifying power. He stares wide-eyed in sheer disbelief. Cold sweat drips down as he realizes the unbelievable gap. His opponent's raw strength is actually much greater than his own. Giving him no room to breathe, Xu Jingming channels more energy into his spearhead. He prepares to deliver the final strike. A thick bolt of purple lightning crashes straight down on Li Chengzi. The sheer pain is absolute. He screams in agony. Amidst the blinding flashes of light, his tragic cries echo across the entire arena. The electricity constantly ravages his body. Onlookers break into a cold sweat, whispering that even a Stage 2 reinforcement Esper cannot withstand this torture. They wonder just how painful it must be. Another spectator shivers, pointing out that the truly terrifying one here is Xu Jingming. He is purposely controlling his lightning power to prolong the torment, keeping it just light enough that the system cannot call the match. Everyone in the crowd silently agrees to never mess with this guy. Finally, a massive blast of energy erupts to end the torture. The explosion blows Li Chengzi completely out of the ring. Xu Jingming is officially declared the winner of the match. Xu Jingming disperses his energy and looks down at his defeated opponent. He wishes he could have dragged this on just a bit longer. Still, 15 seconds of pure agony should be enough to last a lifetime. Hopefully, this harsh lesson teaches the guy some humility. He needs to change his arrogant ways before he gets himself killed. As Jingming turns to leave, his broken opponent lies on the floor. Li Chengzi is completely pale, shaking as he whispers that he is actually still alive. The near-death experience left him utterly traumatized. Just a second ago, he genuinely believed his life was over. Watching the terrifying silhouette of his victor walk away, he shivers. He lets out a massive sigh of relief, drenched in sweat and thanking the heavens that the monster is finally leaving him alone. But the nightmare is far from over. Song Qiuyun suddenly steps forward, shocking the entire crowd with her next bold move. She tells the system she wants to challenge the third rank. Hearing his name called again, the poor guy completely freezes up. Li Qingzi's eyes widen as his face distorts in pure, unadulterated panic. And yeah, the outcome goes exactly as everyone expected. Qiuyun sends her opponent flying with a single strike, spinning wildly out of control. The match is over instantly. After crashing heavily onto the stage, her opponent lies there completely knocked out. Song Qiuyun retracts her weapon with absolute ease. She calmly thanks him for the match as the system declares her the winner. Meanwhile, the battered Li Chengzi is being carried off. The bruised and broken fighter is wheeled away on a stretcher. Walking back to Jingming, she gives him a proud look. Song Qiuyun playfully asks if he saw how she handled that guy. Jingming smiles, admitting she's pretty impressive. She giggles happily. She bumps fists with him, showing off their perfect chemistry. Watching from afar, a group of guys starts whispering about their relationship. They are convinced something romantic is going on. A freshman goddess taken already. Another guy complains that Jingming moved way too fast, locking her down before the semester even started. His friend quickly shushes him, warning him to speak quietly. Nobody wants to get beaten to a pulp by this terrifying couple. 4 hours pass and a female instructor finally steps forward to announce that the freshman tournament has officially come to an end. She prepares to display the final rankings. On the massive screen, Xu Jingming sits proudly at the very top of the board. Song Qiuyun takes second with Li Qingzi in third. Bai Dongge lands at 26 and Liu Wenhen takes rank 39. The instructor directs everyone to log onto the official website to register for their academies. Chu Yun turns to Jingming, highly curious. She asks which class he was assigned to. Jingming checks his phone and reveals he got into class 1-2 of the Weapon Academy. She shares that she made it into class 1-1 of the Elemental Academy. Nearby, a spectacled girl nudges her white-haired friend. She points toward the couple, teasing them for already using first names. If it is first names today, it is baby tomorrow. The instructor's voice echoes over the speakers again, announcing that the academy assignment phase is officially complete. The opening ceremony and freshman tournament have formally concluded. High-performing students should expect some exciting news tonight. Dedicated mentors will be sending out apprenticeship invitation messages. She advises everyone to keep a close eye on their phones. Up in the stands, two professors note that this year's batch is far stronger than the last. The other nods in agreement. Jingming especially stands out. In a year or two, he might easily overpower every single student in the entire academy. Every major club will surely be fighting to recruit him. Meanwhile, Jingming and his friends walk out together. His white-haired friend suggests celebrating with a big meal. The girl with glasses immediately agrees to the idea. They should make the newly crowned freshman king treat them. After all, he is about to receive an incredibly valuable space ring. Jingming happily agrees to foot the bill, telling them they can order whatever they want. He is not holding back. The white-haired guy jumps with joy, praising his generous friend. Suddenly, a voice calls out to stop them in their tracks. Xu Jingming stops as someone calls out to him. The man introduces himself politely as Wu Yuan, the president of the Meteor Club, inviting Jingming to join them. Wu Yuan immediately sweetens the deal with an incredibly attractive offer. He points out that as the school's only active S-rank student, he deserves the absolute best. Just by joining, he will instantly become vice president, earning 100 credits and rare B-tier resources every semester. Jingming's friends are completely shocked. Vice president on day one, they whisper in envy, while regular students have to pay fees just to do chores. The gap is just too massive. Besides, Meteor is a premier club, and holding this title is a big deal. It practically guarantees a spot in an elite guild after graduation. Right then, another voice loudly cuts in. Vice President Wu Yuan, your Meteor Club is being way too stingy here. A silver-haired man steps up. He makes an even better offer, inviting Jingming to join the Ashes Club as the reserve president instead. Once the current leader graduates, the position belongs to him along with countless other top-tier benefits. Everyone is stunned again. They cannot believe the Ashes Club is willing to offer that much. Wu Yuan looks extremely uncomfortable and tries to explain. Since Meteor belongs to a major guild, corporate rules dictate that only the guild can assign the presidential role. It is a condition he simply cannot match. Jingming crosses his arms in deep thought, weighing both incredible offers. Finally, he tells them that he needs a few days to think it over. Privately, he remembers his past life. Back in his previous college days, joining the student council ended up consuming way too much of his precious time. This time, he needs to tread carefully. Wu Yuan hands over his business card, telling him to call whenever he decides. The rival scout quickly slides his own card over as well, eager not to be left out of the running. Wu Yuan then turns to Jingming's three companions, warmly inviting them to join the Meteor Club as well. The Ashes Scout echoes the offer immediately. Taking the cards, Jingming signals to his friends that it is time to go. But Song Shuyun warns him that escaping this place might be a lot harder than he actually thinks. Right on cue, a massive wave of club recruiters suddenly swarms them, completely surrounding Jingming with loud, desperate offers. They pitch everything from a mostly female membership to massive corporate backing, shouting over each other to get his attention. After a chaotic and exhausting struggle, the group finally manages to break free from the overwhelming crowd of scouts. Sighing in relief, Jingming leads them toward the Qinya abode, glad to put the madness behind them for now. As they walk, light footsteps catch Jingming's attention. He turns to see a beautiful girl with long, shining platinum hair. She waves with a warm smile, calling out to her favorite junior. Jingming hesitates slightly before greeting her back. Song Chuyun watches curiously, asking who she is. Jingming introduces her as Jiang Chushuan, an upperclassman he met recently. They cross paths back in the primal wilderness. The platinum-haired beauty introduces herself warmly as a sophomore element major. Their white-haired friend immediately turns bright red, completely starstruck by the legendary ice goddess standing right before them. He whispers in shock, wondering how the school's famously cold, unapproachable beauty is suddenly smiling so warmly. Song Chuyun steps up gracefully to introduce herself, keeping things polite as she greets the legendary upperclassman. Jiang Chushuan is quietly stunned by Chuyun's striking beauty, noting her perfect features and effortless, captivating elegance. Her flawless charm is almost dangerous, possessing a magnetic vibe that naturally draws absolutely everyone toward her. Breaking the sudden silence, Jingming casually asks if she would like to join them since they are heading out. She happily agrees, and the group soon arrives at a high-end restaurant called the Snacky Rooms. At their table, everyone raises a glass to toast the official end of the exhausting freshman tournament. With slightly flushed cheeks, Chuxuan leans in and raises her glass to Jingming, urging him to drink up. Not wanting to be outdone, Chuyun quickly turns to Jingming, suggesting they share a private toast of their own. Jingming simply nods and agrees, completely oblivious to the silent, sparkling tension rising rapidly across the dinner table. Recognizing a dangerous romantic war zone, his friends decide it is best to make a very swift exit. Bai suddenly stands up loudly, announcing that he and Bai Donghae have some urgent business to handle right away. Donghae quickly nods in agreement as they flee. Jingming watches them escape, utterly baffled by their sudden departure. He sighs, muttering to himself about how alcohol always complicates things. Suddenly, Chu Xuan leans softly against his shoulder. She whispers that she feels dizzy and needs him to hold her up. Chui Yun immediately matches her, leaning close. She softly complains that she is too weak to walk either. Jingming looks at both of them, completely trapped. He asks if they are really sure. Both girls answer in unison that they are, leaving Xu Jingming to sigh with a cold sweat. All right then, he says, let me take you back. Escorting two beauties out of the restaurant makes everyone around them stare in awe. People whisper in pure envy, recognizing the gorgeous goddess Jiang. They complain that he is hogging all the good fortune in the world. After safely dropping the girls off at their dorm, Xu Jingming heads back home. The moment he steps inside, a surprise awaits him. A woman is sitting right there on his sofa. Before he can even ask, she turns around with a warm smile to introduce herself. She greets him warmly as his class advisor, Su Yu. She is there to personally deliver his freshman competition reward. Xu Jingming politely thanks her. His advisor hands over a wooden box, explaining that this secure safe only opens with his fingerprint. She tells him to join the class group chat once she sends the link, adding that he can contact her anytime for help. Xu Jingming nods in agreement, thanking her again. With her delivery finally done, his advisor stands up, ready to head back out. She mentions she has other students to notify and takes her leave. The second she exits, his white-haired roommate bursts inside. He immediately starts gossiping, asking how things went and if any drama exploded between Song Kyuyun and Sister Jiang. Xu Jingming calmly shrugs it off, asking why there would be any conflict. His friend stares back at him, completely dumbfounded. He bows down in respect. Honestly, can you even blame him? Xu Jingming somehow handled both rivals with zero fights breaking out. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming presses his palm onto the prize box. A soft beep rings out, confirming his clearance has been approved. The lock clicks open. With an excited grin, he lifts the lid, eager to see what kind of reward is waiting inside. It is a storage ring. He whispers a command and a soft blue light immediately wraps around his massive spear. The giant weapon vanishes, sucked clean into the ring amidst a flash of sparkling light. He happily checks the internal space. It holds 10 cubic meters. Finally, he will not have to drag a heavy spear around with him everywhere he goes. His friend teases him, pointing out that owning 3 storage rings officially makes him look like a wealthy, eligible bachelor. The guy sighs, complaining that despite being in the top 50, he only has 400 credits, which is nothing compared to him. His roommate is green with envy. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming stares at his rings, realizing he might have a few too many. He plans to visit the equipment department tomorrow. They should be able to buy back these extra pieces of gear. He pulls out a mysterious pill from the chest, wondering what its actual effect is since there is no instruction manual inside. His friend suggests an easy fix to identify it immediately, calling for Eva. A small spherical robot flies out. The little bot projects a scanning beam over the pill in Xu Jingming's hand. Eva's digital voice chimes in. It is a grade 5 mind-condensing pill produced by the university, designed for rank 5 or lower awakened users. Consuming it significantly boosts mental strength, making it an A-rank cultivation resource. Xu Jingming is deeply impressed. He asks if Eva can really analyze medicine. His friend nods, explaining she can scan beasts, rare herbs, and materials. She can appraise almost anything. Holding the bot, he thinks AI is incredibly useful, but it is a pity she cannot go outdoors. His friend points out there must be similar scanners on the market. Xu Jingming agrees, deciding to search for one later. Later, he heads upstairs to his second-floor training room. Sitting cross-legged, he checks his current mental power levels first. Holding the pill, he reflects on how physical strength and mental power are the absolute foundation of any cultivator. The higher these stats, the longer and more devastating their abilities become, but leveling them up is notoriously difficult. Trading system points for mental power has become way too costly, and the conversion rate keeps dropping. Staring at the pill, he hopes this reward can give his stats the massive boost he desperately needs. He swallows it. Immediately, a pure surging wave of energy erupts, completely enveloping his entire body. After a brief moment, he opens his eyes. The system screen pops up to show his new upgraded stats. His physique reads 1321 and his mind is at 1037. He gained 50 mental points. That saved him 500 system points. Feeling refreshed, he summons his spear with a confident grin. Might as well train for 2 hours before bed. The next morning, he visits the campus administrative building. Standing before the trading terminal, he pulls up his account balance and is absolutely stunned by the numbers. Selling those rings pushed his net worth past 100 million. Making cash as an awakened is insanely easy. Next, he heads over to the pharmaceutical department. Over the speaker, a voice calls ticket number 14 to counter 3. Checking his own ticket number 43, he realizes he will be waiting for at least an hour. He decides to meditate. Finding an empty seat in the waiting lounge, he closes his eyes. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to him. Xu Jingming looks up surprised to see Jiang Chushuan. He asks what a coincidence this is and if she is sobered up from last night. Jiang Chushuan shyly replies that she woke up early, quickly changing the subject to avoid any awkwardness. She asks if he is here to sell the rare herbs from the cave, but Xu Jingming replies that is not exactly it. He thinks finding a pharmacist to refine them would yield much better results than simply selling them directly. With a playful smile, she asks if he realizes there is already a highly talented and beautiful pharmacist standing right here. Xu Jingming looks skeptical, pointing out that she is just an amateur, but she confidently shoots back to ask who said that. She holds a Tier 2 pharmacist license, and refining standard Tier 2 pills is actually a breeze for her. She adds seriously that she plans to stop filming in the wild and will focus entirely on being a pharmacist. This catches Xu Jingming off guard. They sit down on a waiting bench as she explains her sudden decision. After surviving their last dangerous run, she realized the wilderness is not for her, though she will still make videos. She will just pivot to documenting her pharmacy work, but Xu Jingming warns she might lose a lot of followers. She sighs, knowing the risks. A sudden memory flashes back to her days working at a local coffee shop. Her friend had excitedly shouted that her beast-slaying video went viral, making her reflect on her own tough past. As an orphan whose parents died in a beast tide, she struggled immensely even after awakening her A-rank ice ability. Getting into college was hard and money was tight. Only after going viral did sponsorships for combat gear start rolling in. Though the sponsorships boosted her income, her true passion had always been researching and refining mystical medicinal pills. A memory plays of her in a white lab coat, completely absorbed in her compounding work. Back in the present, she admits seriously that she would have died last time if he had not saved her. Knowing luck runs out, she chose this new path. Hearing this, Xu Jingming gently takes her hand in support. He encourages her to keep fighting and wishes her success, but wonders if an ice-type user can really brew medicine. Jiang Chushuan smiles, explaining that he clearly does not know how the alchemy and pharmacy field actually works. She details how specialized rune cauldrons can convert raw elemental energy into the fire required for refinement. Even his lightning element could refine medicine. Hearing this, Xu Jingming does not hesitate to hand her the wooden box. He hands over the rare plants. Jiang Chushuan is pleasantly surprised and asks if he truly trusts her with this. She smiles warmly as she takes the box, promising not to let his absolute trust go to waste. She promises to deliver the refined pills in 1 week. Suddenly, Xu Jingming's phone begins to buzz. He looks at the screen in surprise. After wrapping up the call, he heads over to a solemn ancient estate. Inside, a man mentions browsing the school forum earlier and seeing wild news about their junior brother, a total monster. Another disciple asks senior brother Liu Ming if their new junior brother is truly as formidable as the rumors claim. Liu Ming smiles confidently, saying they will find out soon enough and that he will absolutely shock them. A female disciple with a ponytail looks skeptical, insisting she needs to test this hype junior brother herself. She thinks he might be strong, but Liu Ming is likely exaggerating. Right then, Xu Jingming steps inside the room. Their master welcomes him warmly, and Xu Jingming politely replies that he rushed over as soon as he received the call. But he freezes in shock upon seeing senior brother Liu Ming sitting in a wheelchair, legs heavily wrapped in bandages. He frantically asks what happened, and their master explains in a somber voice it was the work of an 8th stage grandmaster. Wang Lin used their guild as bait to lure high-level beasts. The guild suffered heavy casualties and his senior brother was crushed. Liu Ming grits his teeth, adding that he fought that bastard Wang Lin, and though he lost, he made him bleed. He did not make it easy on him. That is why their master could not attend his freshman tournament. Xu Jingming clenches his fists in pure rage. How could an 8th stage grandmaster act so shamelessly? A powerhouse like that behaves like absolute trash. He reflects on their terrifyingly destructive strength. His gaze turns ice cold. Tier 2. He is far too weak to think of revenge right now. He is just cannon fodder. And in this brutal world, the weak get trampled. Seeing his rage, their master pats his shoulder, telling him not to dwell on it before shifting to introductions. He introduces third-year senior brother Si Wei and second-year senior sister Tong Yue, who both warmly welcome their junior brother. Si Wei pulls out a sleek gift box containing a Tier 4 Origin Energy pill designed to massively boost his training efficiency. This Origin Energy Absorber is a B-grade resource. I will send 200 credits over. Xu Jingming bows in gratitude. Thank you. Sitting in his wheelchair, Liu Ming notes that Sister Dong Yue seemed to doubt his words just moments ago. Just tell her the truth. Did you really master 4 separate A-grade lightning combat techniques? Xu Jingming remains completely calm. He calmly confirms it. Yes, it is true. Both Su Wei and Dong Yue are left utterly shocked by this news. How is that possible? They wonder how he reached Tier 2 high grade while focusing entirely on learning complex combat techniques. Dong Yue mutters in disbelief. A-grade techniques are brutally difficult. She barely mastered 2 before advancing to her current rank. He is at the exact same rank. Yet his mastery of these high-level techniques completely eclipses hers. How is that fair? There is no secret. Xu Jingming shrugs, replying that his success is simply due to his natural high level of comprehension. He secretly laughs inside. He can never reveal the existence of his cheat system to any of them. Ever. They are totally speechless. They complain that their genius junior brother's words are just way too painful and savage to hear. The master is pleased. He praises Jingming's effort, promising a massive celebration feast tonight for winning the championship. Xu Jingming humbly replies that his opponents were simply too weak. Then he turns to his master with a quick request. He wants to test a technique. Xu Wei instantly pipes up, offering his own assistance instead of bothering their busy master. No need to bother him. But Xu Jingming only smiles mysteriously, mentioning it is actually an S-grade skill. The Dark Prison Thunder Armor. Hearing that legendary S-grade rank, everyone in the room, including the master, freezes in shock. Xu Wei immediately backs off, looking embarrassed. As a mere Tier 3 low grade, he cannot hope to break that defense. The master stands up. Let's go to the training room. Inside the massive facility, they prepare for a real show. Xu Jingming and his master stand right in the center, while the senior disciples watch closely from the sidelines. Xu Wei whispers in doubt, questioning if their junior brother really mastered an S-grade technique in such a short time. Dong Yue replies thoughtfully that Xu Jingming is not the type to ever brag. Lu Ming nods along in agreement. He finally understands. In the middle of the field, Xu Jingming closes his eyes and focuses, ready to unleash power. Purple and white sparks of electricity begin to crackle around him. Suddenly, a massive suit of lightning armor solidifies. The majestic Dark Prison Thunder armor fully wraps around him. Opening his glowing eyes, Xu Jingming smiles with supreme confidence. Bring it on, master. Taking this very seriously, the master begins gathering a glowing red orb of raw energy in his hand. Lightning and fire mix together. He warns Jingming that he will start with the power of a Tier 3 peak Esper. A massive energy beam shoots forward, creating a terrifying explosion that completely engulfs Xu Jingming in a blinding flash. The smoke slowly clears. He stands perfectly unharmed within his lightning armor, heat rising from the charred ground around him. He looks at his master with a daring grin, telling him to crank up the power because this is not enough. The master frowns and increases his energy, summoning violent purple lightning. He tells him to speak up if it is too much. The onslaught intensifies, striking the young man's armor with double, quadruple, and then 6 times the original crushing force. Gritting his teeth, he holds his ground as the armor shakes violently under the terrifying pressure of the multiplied attack. The pure impact pushes him back a step, forcing his body to tense up. Finally, as the blast ends, he kneels. Panting heavily, Xu Jingming looks up. His master laughs in satisfaction, highly impressed by his student's outstanding defensive capability. A Tier 4 low-grade Esper's attack equals 10 times the power of a Tier 3 peak. His armor is truly incredible. Only a Tier 4 A-grade Esper could possibly break through this shield. The observing disciples are completely stunned by this revelation. Xu Wei stammers, wondering how combining an S-grade technique with an S-grade ability could produce such an absurd level of power. Dong Yue is also dazed, pointing out that their junior brother is practically a monster for blocking a Tier 4 attack. The master walks over to wrap up the test, suggesting they go grab some food since it is getting late. Suddenly, Xu Jingming stops him. His eyes flash with a bright, intense light as he prepares to show his true form. His hair begins turning a brilliant platinum white. He roars out that this is still not his absolute limit yet. A massive wave of purple energy explodes as Xu Jingming floats into the air, completely cloaked in furious crackling lightning. Looking like a classic Super Saiyan 3 shocks everyone once again. Senior brother Liu almost jumps right out of his wheelchair. He realizes that Jingming's indestructible Thunder God body has actually broken through to the 3rd level. Xu Wei screams in disbelief. Dong Yue feels completely defeated, muttering that her own indestructible Thunder God body is still stuck on the 2nd level. Her genius junior brother not only mastered 5 extremely difficult high-level techniques, but he also easily reached the ultimate Thunder extreme state. The master bursts into a wild laugh, conjuring an even larger ball of energy. No wonder his body can take this kind of punishment, easily withstanding 10 times the normal impact. It turns out his indestructible Thunder God body has reached the 3rd tier. Flying high into the air, the master unleashes a devastating blast down at Xu Jingming, standing firm below. 3 minutes later, Xu Jingming drops to one knee as his thunder armor fades. His master stands opposite him, looking extremely pleased. Withstanding 20 times the limit means only a mid-tier 4th stage Esper has enough raw power to break through his defenses. The master looks at his student with immense pride and shock, admitting that reaching this level is way beyond his expectations. Xu Jingming looks up with a grin, thanking his master for the brutal workout while quietly measuring his own true defensive limits. Helping him back up, the master pats his shoulder with a grin, offering nothing but high praise for his incredible progress. Out of all his students, Xu Jingming is the only one who learns everything on his own without needing constant guidance. Soon the group heads out. The master is in such a great mood that he tells everyone to order the most expensive food. After piling into a car on the busy streets, Xu Jingming sits in the back and decides to ask for some crucial advice. He asks Senior Liu whether he should join the Ashes Club or the Meteor Club, wondering which one is actually better. Liu Ming chooses Meteor without any hesitation. Siwei, who is driving, looks back in surprise at this sudden recommendation. He expected Liu Ming to recruit their junior brother into his own Ashes Club, but Liu Ming explains things are different now. If the Ashes Guild had not run into serious trouble, he would have, but right now the Meteor Club is easily the better option. The master sitting in the passenger seat chimes in, suggesting Xu Jingming should just stay in a club for a year or two. Then in his 3rd or 4th year, he can start his own, building a solid foundation of loyal allies after graduation. That way, he can build his own faction. Xu Jingming falls silent, wondering if building a massive faction is truly necessary. The master turns around with a serious look, asking if he knows why his own path to Grandmaster was cut short. It was because he lacked a faction. Doing everything by himself wasted too much precious training time, and that is a costly mistake. Having a faction to handle the chores lets him focus entirely on training. Hearing this, Xu Jingming nods with absolute determination. He understands now, thanking his master for the insight. Once he grows a bit stronger, he will definitely start planning his own force. The next day, Xu Jingming walks down the school hallway, glad that official classes are finally getting underway. Everything is starting to fall into place. In the lecture hall, the teacher begins explaining the origins of the wild beasts. Hundreds of years ago, origin energy appeared on Blue Star, mutating ordinary animals into ferocious beasts and triggering human awakenings. After class, Xu Jingming stands before a digital screen digesting the history. It turns out that after the energy arrived, humanity discovered massive ruins of ancient civilizations buried deep underground. Most of the advanced tech used today, including the devices used to test Esper abilities, was actually reverse-engineered from those ancient relics. Next up is Anatomy class, followed by the Weapons Academy, where instructors break down the mechanics of different combat gear. Meanwhile, over at the Elemental Academy, a female instructor demonstrates the raw power of different elemental abilities. She watches in absolute shock as Xu Jingming casually manipulates a swirling dragon-shaped stream of energy right in his palm. She praises him, saying controlling an S-tier ability with such precise shaping is incredibly difficult and honestly impressive. In fact, even her top elemental students cannot pull this off, making her deeply regret that he is not in her academy. By the weekend, Xu Jingming is out in the Yangcheng wilderness, geared up in his battle suit and ready for a fight. He wields a lightning-infused weapon against a vicious beast, his new Qingxiao Black Dragon Spear, worth 1,000 credits. It crackles with powerful purple electricity. Standing confidently mid-battle, he realizes his new gear and skills have boosted his combat power significantly. Suddenly, a digital status board pops up right in front of him. Check out his current stats. Name is Xu Jingming, rank is Tier 2 Upper Plus with over 13,134 ability points. His power has more than doubled in 2 months, but unfortunately the upgrade plus sign next to his ability still hasn't appeared. Logically, if everything else can be upgraded, his raw ability should be 2. He decides to stop hoarding his points. Instead, he should use them immediately to power up, maximizing his efficiency for the dangerous hunts ahead. Xu Jingming clenches his fist with burning confidence, believing that one day his Zixiao Divine Thunder will reach SS tier. Back at the academy, Song Qiuyun looks at Xu Jingming with a mix of deep admiration and a little bit of envy. She pouts, complaining that he only started practicing control a few days ago, yet he is already better than her after a month. It is honestly unfair. Xu Jingming just smiles, telling her that he simply had a sudden moment of sheer inspiration. He silently thinks that since he has a system, she obviously cannot compare. Song Qiuyun then asks if he is joining the freshman research trip next week. The freshman research trip, a joint program between 3 elite schools, Qingjing Academy, Jinqing Academy, and their own school. When she asks if he is going, Xu Jingming replies that since it is in the wilderness, he is absolutely going. He smirks, thinking it is a prime opportunity to farm some ability points. He is also quite eager to see what kind of genius freshmen those 2 top-tier universities have actually recruited. Fast forward 1 week later, Xu Jingming and his team have fully assembled. His friend remarks that with Jingming here for this year's trip, they can simply lie back and enjoy the ride. Another teammate agrees, saying that even without an S-rank powerhouse like him, their academy has already won 4 straight championships, so a 5th victory seems easily within reach. Xu Jingming. looks forward and declares they have arrived. A dimensional portal brilliant with light suddenly opens before everyone, and a female instructor, dressed in vibrant red, steps through to greet them, explaining that she will host this meeting about the upcoming trip. She commands her AI Eva to pull up the map. A three-dimensional hologram instantly materializes before the group as the instructor points to a specific spot on the map, announcing that their destination is the notorious demonic cave, number 7, located deep in the mountains of Shunan. A projection of the cave appears, surrounded by a terrifying black aura that makes the students whisper in fear. They mutter about how terrifying a real demonic cave is, a place where countless awakened have reportedly died. This trip feels incredibly dangerous. The instructor continues, explaining that this particular training exercise will be personally led by her, with mentors from each academy accompanying them. Furthermore, school resources will be allocated based on their rankings. Rankings will depend entirely on the total number and tier of fierce beasts each student manages to slay. Only the top 50 students will count. First place earns 34%, third place 19%, and the remaining 47 split 24%. She floats up into the air, looking directly at Xu Jingming to hand him his mission. Securing first place is absolutely vital, affecting Magic City Academy's hope for a 5th consecutive championship and the critical resources the school will receive. Xu Jingming is entrusted with this duty. He confidently replies there is no problem, thinking that with his current power, no other freshman should be able to surpass him. The female instructor smiles with a hint of mystery, saying very well, but she has to warn him first. According to the latest intel, Qingjing Academy has made a surprising move for this trip. They have recruited an outside helper with an S-rank ability. The surrounding students immediately gasp in shock at the news. Where did another S-rank come from? Aside from Xu Jingming, no new S-rank user has appeared in Great Yang Zhenqian recently. The last S-rank before him was registered 3 years ago. Suddenly, a holographic image of a strange man appears. The instructor explains that this S-rank user is not from Great Yang Zhenqian but an exchange student invited over from India. She adds that his name is Kirino and he possesses a powerful S-rank ability belonging to the physical enhancement type, reaching the low tier of the 3rd realm. Hearing this, even Xu Jingming is surprised while the others are completely stunned. A 3rd-tier freshman, is that even possible? The instructor confirms that this information gathered by Eva is absolute fact. However, unlike them, this guy is already 20 years old, which immediately prompts some heavy complaints from the crowd. No wonder he is so strong with 2 extra years of training. That feels like cheating for a freshman. They have absolutely no shame. However, another student explains that in India, college starts at 20, making Kiran technically a freshman. Song Chu-yoon looks at Xu Jingming with concern, knowing she is definitely no match for an S-rank rival like that. Yet looking at Jingming, he does not seem worried at all. In fact, he is calmly analyzing the situation. So what if they are both S-ranks? Fighting above his own level is something he is already very used to. With 3 S-rank skills, 4 A-rank techniques, and master spear play, why would he fear anyone besides? This tournament relies on slaying monsters, an area where he refuses to lose to any freshman regardless of their rank. The female instructor looks at him with a satisfied gaze, thinking that Xu Jingming is indeed the most outstanding S-rank student of their academy. His unwavering confidence under pressure is impressive. It makes her feel that approving his special request was totally worth it. She recalls approving his special reward of SS rank Dragon Blood Essence, standing there with complete confidence in his victory. In her mind, Qingjing Academy only brought in outside help because the top spot determines the priority resource allocation. But this time they are bound to be disappointed. She floats up, enveloped in a brilliant golden aura, and speaks clearly. She announces that is the general outline of the upcoming trip, urging everyone to use the remaining 7 days to prepare. 7 days later, inside Xu Jingming's apartment, Jiang Chushuan is proudly introducing a special item she brought. A row of colorful bottles lay before him, filled with detox, healing, energy recovery, and mental clarity pills, all high-quality rank 2 elixirs. With 20 pills in each bottle, it was more than enough for the month. Xu Jingming gently stroked her hair, his eyes filled with warmth. He softly told her she had worked too hard, pointing out the dark circles under her eyes, urging her not to stay up late refining. Instead, he could easily buy them outside. Jiang Chushuan gave a charming smile and confidently replied that store-bought pills were nowhere near as good. She personally guaranteed that every single pill she crafted possessed the absolute maximum possible medicinal effect. Pointing to another set, she continued. Pointing to another batch, she explained that she had actually prepared 2 portions of each medicine, wanting him to share with Song Chuyun. Xu Jingming was surprised, asking how she and his little sister Song Chuyun had suddenly gotten so close lately. Jiang Chushuan just smiled. Leaning close to his ear, she playfully whispered that it was a secret before turning around and waving goodbye as she headed out. She reminded him that both he and Song Chuyun needed to stay safe and work hard during the upcoming field study trip tomorrow. Telling him to get some rest tonight, she quickly left. Once she was gone, Xu Jingming picked up one of the warm bottles. He felt deeply moved. Crafting 160 rank 2 pills in a single week required pulling at least 3 or 4 all-nighters. Knowing exactly how much she cared, he squeezed the bottle tight but realized now was not the time. First, he needed to focus on getting stronger before thinking about romance. Meanwhile, a massive crowd gathered at the school's sports field. A colossal shadow stretched across the courtyard, completely engulfing the newly gathered freshmen. Xu Jingming scanned the massive crowd in front of him. 856 students. It seemed almost every single freshman had signed up for this trip. Yet one thing seemed highly unusual. Why would the academy assemble them on the sports field instead of the high-speed rail station? A white-haired classmate stepped up beside them. The student leaned in to whisper to Song Chuyun, explaining that they would actually be taking a plane for this journey. She blinked in surprise, pointing out that this sports field did not have a runway. But right as those words left her mouth, someone yelled for everyone to look up. Across the sky, a massive airship slowly descended through the thick clouds. As it hovered over the field, the excited students gasped at its sheer size, calling it the coolest thing they had ever seen. One student questioned if humanity even possessed this level of advanced technology yet. A classmate nearby quickly chimed in with an answer. It was actually recovered from ancient ruins and scientists still had not figured out how its anti-gravity engine worked. Just then, their female instructor arrived in a bright red outfit radiating a powerful aura that demanded absolute attention. She ordered all the freshmen to board immediately. The excited students quickly lined up and climbed onto the massive vessel. Once everyone was safely inside, she stood outside and began forming complex hand seals as a glowing magic circle materialized. Channeling her energy, she unleashed a powerful spatial barrier. Instantly, a brilliant blue glow wrapped around the entire ship. The vessel slowly turned completely transparent. Inside, the students gasped in shock, wondering how the ship had suddenly vanished from sight. A senior explained that Principal Ling was an 8th-rank Grand Master. Her spatial magic isolated the ship from the outside world. Thanks to this barrier, they did not have to worry about crashing into any wild flying beasts during transit. Xu Jingming stared at the passing scenery, realizing that only top-tier experts could bend reality in such an incredible way. Once his immortal Thunder God body reached the 6th stage, he would unlock a random skill from his absorbed beast bloodline. He wondered if he might finally roll a flying ability. Suddenly, Principal Ling issued a command to the ship AI. She ordered Eva to take off. The system immediately acknowledged, announcing the launch of the stealth combat vessel. The ship silently climbed into the sky. It did not take long before they safely arrived at their destination. They landed at the Shunan supply base in Qian province. An instructor welcomed them, directing them toward their designated dormitories. Madu Ability University was assigned to buildings 1 and 2. After grabbing their keycards, the students were cleared to head inside. The complex had its own cafeteria and a huge training facility. As they moved in, a bespectacled girl asked for their room numbers. She was in room 402 on the 4th floor. Their white-haired friend was down on the 2nd floor in room 203. Xu Jingming was in room 504. Song Chuyun smiled warmly, chiming in that they were neighbors since she had room 505. He smiled, noting the lucky coincidence. Since he used a spatial ring, he didn't need to drop off any heavy luggage first. Since he was heading to the training hall anyway, Song Chuyun eagerly joined, saying she had a feeling he would do that. The massive facility was fully loaded with state-of-the-art training gear. Once inside, Song Chuyun immediately leaned in to whisper. She gestured toward a muscular student, asking Xu Jingming if that was the famous S-rank genius from Qingjing Ability University. They watched a burly warrior wearing a red headband who was easily lifting 2 massive heavy dumbbells with absolute ease. Nearby onlookers whispered in disbelief, wondering how much weight he was pulling. Just a single plate weighed 200 kilograms. Either way, there is no way we can lift it. Sweat beads on his forehead as he thinks of Mado's Xu Jingming, then boom. The man slams 2 heavy dumbbells onto the floor with a deafening crash. Their sheer weight actually cracks the concrete beneath them. It is a terrifying display of raw power. He turns around, strides towards Xu Jingming, and confidently introduces himself. He says hello and introduces himself as Karen Zhao from Qingjing Awaken University. Nearby, the local Qingjing students begin to whisper. So that is Mado's top freshman, Xu Jingming. Word on the street is that he already reached the 2nd tier. He is at the upper 2nd rank, pretty impressive honestly. And unlike Kiran, this Xu Jingming is only 18 years old, just like the rest of us. Luckily, Qingjing has Kiran, otherwise Mado would have completely crushed us this time. Xu Jingming smiles and reaches out to shake his hand, but Kiran completely ignores him, walking straight over to Song Chuyun. He offers his hand politely, calling her a beautiful lady and introducing himself. But a rank smell of sweat wafts off him. The heavy odor makes Song Chuyun instinctively cover her nose. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoes as Xu Jingming moves. In a flash, he grabs Kiran's wrist, stopping him cold. He stares straight into his eyes and speaks with a freezing tone. He tells Kieran that while he might pretend to know Western etiquette, dripping sweat all over a lady is incredibly disrespectful. It is flat-out rude. Kieran grits his teeth in pure anger, glaring at him as their energy begins to swell. A red aura erupts from Kieran, clashing violently against Xu Jingming's blue energy. The air in the room turns suffocatingly heavy. Terrified students back away, muttering about a potential fight. Someone needs to run and find an instructor right now. If these two actually go at it, nobody here can stop them. But Xu Jingming only tightens his grip further. He tells Kieran to learn some local manners and respect Great Yangzhentian customs. Kieran is utterly shocked by the raw power. Mado's S tier is terrifying. He cannot break free at all, wondering how a lightning type has such insane physical strength. As Xu Jingming and Song Chuyun turn to leave, Kieran stares after them, his eyes gleaming with a calculating, dark look. The Sichuan Song family's genius daughter is the real deal. He figures he has to claim her for her massive family resources. No matter her connection to Xu Jingming, he plans to win her over. It is his ticket to endless cultivation resources. Song Chuyun turns to thank him for stepping in, and honestly, can we blame her? That creep was getting way too close. She complains that the training room's smell is unbearable, suggesting they find another spot to practice. He readily agrees. An hour later, the two step out of a Guizhou restaurant looking completely satisfied after a great post-workout meal. But as they walk down the street, they spot a disheveled man muttering to himself about an impending apocalypse. The crazy stranger rambles on about world-ending beasts, claiming only the supreme angel can save humanity from the final doom. As Xu Jingming continues down the street, the strange man suddenly lunges forward, trying to recruit random passers-by. He begs them to join his cause, but the pedestrians only give him cold shoulders and walk away. Xu Jingming recalls hearing about these doomsday cults that started popping up ever since the monsters first appeared. In a chaotic dungeon zone packed with awakeners, seeing weird religious fanatics is not exactly a surprise. But suddenly, the cultist snaps, grabbing a terrified woman who is just trying to walk past with her young child. He screams at them for not believing him, suddenly whipping out a glowing sharp dagger with a manic look on his face. The lunatic mutters that they clearly have not suffered enough yet. He laughs, saying pain is the only way they will learn. With completely bloodshot wild eyes, he shrieks that only through intense suffering will they ever witness the greatness of his angel. He raises the weapon and lunges directly at the helpless mother and child. The terrified woman screams out in pure horror. But right then, purple lightning crackles in Xu Jingming's eyes. In a literal blink, he vanishes from his spot. He delivers a devastating bolt of lightning, dropping the madmen before the blade can touch them. The immediate danger is gone. The crying mother pulls her daughter close, sobbing that they are safe now. She looks up at him with immense gratitude. She thanks the young man repeatedly, saying her family would have been ruined. He simply brushes it off, saying it was nothing. Song Chuyun walks over and stares at the unconscious cultist, noting how incredibly aggressive these religious fanatics are getting lately. Attacking innocent people in broad daylight is bold. Xu Jingming agrees that the situation is highly unusual. Usually, they only preach without resorting to violence. He looks around, wondering if this was truly just a random incident, or maybe there are accomplices lurking nearby. Farther down the street, a cloaked figure watches them before quietly slipping away. The mysterious observer slips into a lavish mansion. Inside, a dark-clothed subordinate delivers an urgent report to the high priest. He states they identified the target who took down their cultist, Mado University's very own prodigy, Xu Jingming. Holding an energy sphere filled with bones, he asks if this is Xu Jingming, the peak second-tier S-class elite from Mado. His subordinate nods. Yes, he awakened during the martial arts exam and reached the peak of Tier 2 in under 6 months. The Archbishop's eyes grow cold. Letting a monster like this grow up will definitely bring them massive trouble. Dismissing his subordinate, he orders him to retrieve the divine blood about to appear in the catacombs using a special locator. He warns him to gather a team and recover it quietly without ever mentioning the name of the Destiny sect. The subordinate bows and leaves while the Archbishop floats in the air, his energy sphere glowing with a fierce red light. He declares that the Destiny sect will reveal itself to the world in a month, transforming Xu Jingming and the other school elites into perfect sacrifices for his rise. The scene then shifts to a massive training base where the new students gather. Freshmen from all 3 universities are assembled as a man in a white lab coat steps forward to address the crowd. He introduces himself as Vice Principal Xu Ping of Tingjing University, welcoming the elite students from the 3 schools. Their expedition officially starts at 9 o'clock this morning and will run for 11 days beginning right now. Staff members immediately move through the crowd, handing out high-tech smart bracelets to every single one of them. Vice Principal Xu Ping explains that these bracelets will record their scores and every single battle against the beasts. The top 1,000 scorers with the highest overall results will receive incredible rewards once this brutal trial is over. Even better, the top 3 can choose any high-tier combat technique from the combined treasuries of all 3 universities. On top of that, the champion gets an exclusive bonus reward from their own academy, setting off immediate chatter. Some students laugh off the top spot as impossible, while others wonder if Kieran or Xu Jingming will take it. As the crowd whispers, the vice principal announces that there are no teaming limits, encouraging them to work together. He leaves the students to form their teams, and the chaotic scramble for reliable allies begins immediately. Groups start shouting out their needs, looking for specific classes like support-type awakeners to round out their five-man squads. Other elite duos are strictly hunting for high-tier offensive powerhouses with an A-class rating or higher. Ding Yu, the class monitor, approaches Xu Jingming, inviting him to join their group for safety along the outer perimeter. Xu Jingming crosses his arms and calmly declines, telling his classmate to go ahead and form the team without him. Song Qiuyun then approaches the youth, curious if he really plans to tackle the dangerous catacombs completely by himself. He explains that his target is the deep central zone, and having teammates would only slow his pace down. Studying the holographic map of Catacombs number 7, he notes the outer area only hosts Tier 1 to Tier 3 beasts. The center holds Tier 3 to Tier 5 threats, and he is confident he can handle Tier 4 beasts or escape Tier 5 ones. Song Qiuyun looks visibly worried, knowing that heading straight into the deep center is basically a death wish. Since traveling to the center takes a couple of days, she asks if she can tag along with him. Xu Jingming gives her a quick nod of approval, making her face light up with a bright, relieved smile. She happily agrees to set off together, but a cold voice suddenly interrupts them from behind. Kieran struts over, throwing a provocative look while telling Xu Jingming not to fall too far behind him. Xu Jingming calmly responds with 100%, leaving Kieran completely baffled as the hero casually walks past him. He promises he will absolutely win, leaving an enraged Kieran gritting his teeth and swearing to crush him utterly. Kieran wants to show everyone his true overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Xu Ping steps up to smile warmly. He officially declares the expedition open, and the crowd of students erupts into excited cheers to set off. Armed and ready, the students charge out of the base gates, eager to hunt down their first beasts. 7 hours later, deep inside the dark forests of the catacombs, Xu Jingming and Song Qiuyun move with caution. Suddenly, they run right into a pack of iron-furred armadillos, and Song Qiuyun quickly warns him about them. She points out that their armored scales are harder than E-class alloy, making them incredibly difficult to crack. Xu Jingming tells her to leave it to him, charging forward as his spear whips up a massive energy vortex. The beasts roar and curl into tight spiked balls, hurtling toward him like a barrage of living cannonballs. With fluid grace, he dodges the onslaught and drives a lightning-fast strike right into the weak spot of one beast. He spins and pierces through another armored shell, his powerful spear strikes cutting down the beasts one by one. Watching from a safe distance, Song Qiuyun is completely stunned by his clean strikes, hitting every single weak point. A tiny mistake could be fatal. This level of control is not just about rank, it demands terrifying intuition. She watches in pure awe as he directs his ability with delicate, flawless control, perfectly channeling his energy. Not a single ounce of power goes to waste. With the beast pack completely wiped out, Xu Jingming stands among the carnage. 12 iron-furred beasts slain. That is 276 ability points in the bag, plus 1,200 points, which is pretty solid. Since deeper beasts are stronger, he aims for at least 30,000 points. He wonders if this is enough to upgrade his power to double S rank. Song Qiuyun approaches to help, asking with deep curiosity. She notes that Jingming is nothing like other lightning-type users. He looks back and asks how he is different. As they harvest the beast materials, she mentions how others with lightning powers tend to be flashy and wild. But Jingming acts with extreme restraint and caution. He simply explains that it is all about conserving stamina. Sure, his Purple Heaven Divine Lightning could instantly vaporize a pack like this, but that would be total overkill. He reasons that only by carefully managing his energy can he survive and eliminate even more beasts in the wild. Song Qiuyun nods as the pieces click together. Still a small part of her wishes she could see him go all out. It feels like a missed opportunity. Soon the scene shifts to sunset, casting an orange glow over the mountain peaks. Standing together in the fading light, Xu Jingming looks toward the horizon and suggests they find a place to camp. Since night is falling, it is best to rest. We camp here and move tomorrow. A plan Qiuyun readily accepts. But as he checks his wrist device, a holographic map pops up, making him smile with sudden excitement. He spots a nearby watering hole, knowing these spots are prime gathering grounds for dangerous beasts in the wild. Pointing ahead, he urges her to move quickly so they can clear one last wave before night fully sets in. They rush over and soon reach a remarkably peaceful, clear lake, tucked away deep within the dense forest. Standing at the shore, Jingming scans the area. Dead silence. He wonders why a water source is completely deserted. Suddenly, a massive tiger with glowing blue eyes and razor-sharp claws steps out from the shadows of the trees. The beast slinks down to the edge of the water to drink, entirely unaware of the two onlookers watching from afar. But as the tiger lowers its head, the calm surface ruptures as an enormous crocodile lunges from the depths. The predator snaps its massive jaws shut. The tiger roars in agony as powerful high-pressure water blasts slam into its body. The tiger is utterly defenseless. The beast gets violently battered by the crocodile's heavy crushing water strikes. Within seconds, the massive tiger is launched into the air, thoroughly defeated. Jingming and Chuyun watch from their hiding spot. He realizes that with such a terrifying spring crocodile claiming this territory, other beasts would naturally stay far away. Panicking, Chuyun grabs his arm. A Tier 4 beast is here. She warns him they must leave immediately. Meeting a Tier 4 beast in the outer caves is insane, so she urges him to retreat before they get spotted. Since its senses are incredibly sharp, they might already be target number 1. But Jingming only offers a confident smile. Don't panic, he says with a calm smile. Even a Tier 4 beast is not entirely impossible to handle. Brilliant purple and white lightning crackles around him as he gathers his inner energy preparing for the strike. Having taken down his fair share of these beasts back in Yangcheng, she wonders if Director Yang taught him this. A confident smirk plays on his face. The immortal thunder god body is strong, but he has an even better trick. To deal with this tier, he has a much more devastating technique. Suddenly, the sky darkens as dark clouds roll in. As lightning crackles above, Qiyun wonders if a storm is coming, but then realizes the energy is centered entirely on him. Pointing to the sky, he summons his heavenly lightning strike, sending massive purple bolts crashing directly onto the beast's head. The monster shrieks in agony as the devastating electricity tears through its flesh. Immediately, a system notification pops up. Defeated 1 lower tier 4 spring crocodile. Gained 213 ability points and 10,000 rank points. Jingming smiles in satisfaction. The rewards for Tier 4 beasts are 5 times greater than Tier 3, pushing him to fight harder. It seems this deep blue system wants him to keep pushing his absolute limits. He tells the dazed Qiyun to follow him. The threat is dead, and it is time to harvest the spoils. She follows behind her mind, still completely reeling in shock. She has met plenty of prodigies before, but a complete monster like Jingming is on an entirely different level. To leap across 2 major cultivation realms and instantly vaporize a Tier 4 beast while only at rank 2 is unbelievable. As they approach the giant carcass, she finally realizes that this is his true, incredibly terrifying strength. Xu Jingming looks at the torn hide of the beast and sighs with regret, noting that a spring crocodile's skin is easily worth 20 or 30 million, but this one is ruined. Standing nearby, Song Qiyun remarks that the whole body of a Tier 4 beast is actually a valuable treasure. Looking at the carcass, she suggests storing it in her spatial ring for now, as it is easily large enough to hold the prize. She promises to hand it back once they return to the supply base, and Xu Jingming nods in agreement. After packing up, he looks around the deserted riverbank. The local beasts probably already know how dangerous this water source is, so none of them will likely come here to drink anymore. Since staying is pointless, he suggests they head out and find a nearby cave to rest up. As they walk, Song Qiyun blushes slightly and hesitantly asks if he can wait for just a quick second. She spotted a lake nearby and wants to wash up a bit, but Xu Jingming immediately grows alert and raises his hand to stop her. He tells her to wait so he can check for hidden beasts, and purple lightning immediately begins crackling around his hand. With a deafening boom, a powerful lightning strike crashes directly into the water, sending massive waves splashing everywhere. After the strike, Xu Jingming stares at the lake in surprise as bright red blood starts spreading from the depths, turning the entire area a deep crimson. Suddenly, he frowns as a bizarre sensation washes over him, wondering why the water smells so sweet and carries such a deadly attraction. It triggers a powerful, overwhelming urge deep within his body, as if some primal instinct is screaming for him to dive in. Meanwhile, deep in the nearby forest, a group of mysterious dark-robed figures is quietly on the move. One of the subordinates asks the bishop whose divine blood they are actually recovering this time, and the heavily cloaked leader replies coldly that it is the blood of the ancient dragon god, sending a wave of sheer excitement through the loyal follower. He boasts that once they secure this divine blood, their destiny cult will gain another incredibly powerful blood emissary. The leader suddenly whips around and snaps at him to shut up, reminding him they are the Blood Moon cult, as the panicked subordinate quickly bows. Staring at a glowing red orb of energy in his hand, the leader mutters that the divine blood has manifested much earlier than expected. Since their destination is close, he orders everyone to skip resting tonight and advance at full speed. Meanwhile, back with Xu Jingming, both of them stare in absolute shock as the lake water turns a deep crimson, and he asks what could possibly be causing this blood-red change. He asks Qiyun if she feels any strange attraction toward the bloody pool, but she simply shakes her head and replies that she feels nothing, though the feedback from her Dawn's Light talent indicates a dense, powerful beast aura hidden in the crimson water. Remarkably, she notes the energy feels a lot like his. He ponders this, recalling how he absorbed the essence blood of the Tier 8 SS class Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Since this might be the blood of another dragon-type beast, it explains his intense reaction, so he decides to take a massive risk. He tells Qiyun that he is going to step in, asking her to pull him out immediately if anything seems to go wrong. Stepping into the blood lake, thick streams of crimson energy instantly wrap around his body. He closes his eyes as a wave of pure comfort, washes over him, feeling just like a traveler dying of thirst in the desert who suddenly stumbles upon a refreshing cold spring of water. Within seconds, the entire blood lake condenses into a massive crimson cocoon of energy wrapping around Xu Jingming and slowly lifting him into the air. Song Chuiyun calls out to him in panic, but quickly composing herself, a look of absolute determination fills her eyes. Taking a defensive stance, she realizes he has found his own lucky break and is completely vulnerable while absorbing the power. Resolving to protect him at all costs, she watches over him until the next day, standing amidst a battlefield littered with beast carcasses. Exhausted and breathing heavily, she wipes the sweat from her brow, relieved that the strongest beasts she faced overnight were only Tier 3, low ranks. Glancing back at the energy cocoon, she notices its crimson glow has faded significantly and figures his breakthrough is almost complete. Suddenly sensing a nearby presence, she spins around in warning as the leader of the black-robed cultists emerges and stares at her and the strange cocoon, wondering why the divine blood has taken such a weird shape since he has harvested it many times. Recognizing her as one of the top freshmen from Mado University, he wonders why she is here. Meanwhile, Song Chuiyun tightens her grip on her weapon, warily scanning the cultists. She can tell from their outfits that they do not belong to any of the three major schools. She warns them that the lake is contaminated, advising them to look elsewhere for water, but one of the subordinates screams out in pure rage, shouting that she is speaking of the supreme divine blood. Annoyed, the cult leader commands his men to ignore her and seize the blood cocoon behind her first. Song Chuiyun quickly realizes their goal and panic begins to creep into her mind. These guys are directly targeting the cocoon. With a Tier 4 leader and the rest at least Tier 3, she realizes she must use her trump card. She quickly grabs the protective amulet from around her neck, and it immediately bursts with a brilliant, blinding light. A protective golden spherical barrier expands outward, enveloping her and the cocoon to completely block the cultists' incoming barrage. The enemy strike is easily neutralized by the golden shield, leaving the subordinate shocked as he recognizes the rare heirloom amulet. An ancient relic. This kind of amulet is incredibly rare, only found in ruins, and can be used multiple times. It is a literal lifesaver. Song Chuiyun stands inside the shield, daring them to try something despite knowing what it is. Why not just retreat instead of wasting time? The leader sneers, mocking her because he knows these amulets have limits. They have a set duration. Since they are in no rush, they can easily wait it out. Song Chuiyun snaps back. Then keep waiting, she says. But internally, she is panicking. This shield will only hold for about an hour. After that, it takes 12 hours to recharge. She desperately hopes Jingming wakes up. Soon, the hour is up. The protective barrier suddenly shatters. The leader laughs triumphantly, declaring that every shield has its limits after all. He steps forward with a cold threat. Hand over the amulet right now, or you will die a horrific death. There is no escaping it. Song Chuiyun looks at the medicine pill in her palm, her eyes hardening with sheer resolve. She has to risk everything. But wait, a chilling voice suddenly echoes from the massive blood cocoon. Why does he feel like they are the ones about to die? Boom, the shell shatters. Xu Jingming slowly rises. Blazing red energy swirls around him. His gaze drips with pure malice. He hovers in mid-air above a giant, a majestic dragon made of blood energy. The leader stumbles back in terror, whispering Xu Jingming's name through gritted teeth. Their highest priority target is standing right here. But why does this guy's presence feel so completely overwhelming? Even a Tier 4 like him feels his heart racing. He is supposed to be just Tier 2. Kill him, he screams. Jingming merely glances at them, his eyes cold. Lightning flashes as he instantly conjures a massive thunder prison. The electric cage traps the grunts instantly. They barely manage a single terrified scream before the blinding current vaporizes them. The leader gnashes his teeth. He knew his 5 Tier 3 fighters would struggle, but this is ridiculous. To think they were wiped out instantly. Still, a Tier 4 versus a Tier 2 means he holds the advantage. But before he can even plan his next move, Jingming is already upon him, thrusting his heavy spear forward. The leader barely raises his arms to block. Talk about a one-sided beatdown. He gets blasted straight into a tree. He struggles to sit up, gasping for air while trembling in pure terror. He could not even see the kid move. Suddenly, Jingming is standing right over him, delivering a chilling demand. Answer his questions. What is that blood pool? With a razor-sharp spear tip pressed against his throat, the terrified leader stammers that it is divine blood. Specifically, the essence of a Tier 9 beast king. Jingming then asks why such a resource is even here. The leader explains that during ancient times, a martial saint fought a legendary war against the beast king, scattering its blood. Jingming quickly presses him with one final question. Who exactly are they, and why are they gathering this beast blood? The leader sneers wickedly, declaring they are the Blood Moon sect, but he will never reveal their reasons. With that, he bites his tongue to commit suicide, dark blood spilling from his eyes and mouth. Jingming sighs. Dead. Another fanatic cult. He decides to ask Principal Ling Chang about them once they return to base. Turning back, he sees Song Q-Yoon rushing over to ask if he is all right. He raises a hand to soothe her. Smiling warmly, Jingming gently pats her head and thanks her, saying she did an amazing job holding them off. With the danger cleared, Chuyun points at the now crystal-clear pool, wondering if those cultists were after the blood water. Jingming nods, confirming they belong to the Blood Moon sect and came specifically to harvest the Beast King essence. Chuyun gasps. That was Tier 9 Beast King essence, a triple S rank resource that requires complex refining before use. Why was he able to absorb it directly? Jingming is just as puzzled, watching his status screen pop up. Though he has no answers, it did not harm him. It actually upgraded his indestructible lightning god body. It jumped straight to the 4th tier, which is an insane power boost. There must be even more benefits. He will have to ask his teacher. Noticing her exhaustion, he gently tells her to take a quick rest. Guarding him for 2 straight days has clearly left her exhausted. She was barely able to stand. She nods warily, sitting down under a tree to rest while Jingming keeps watch. Meanwhile, far away. Inside a dark mansion, 2 cloaked figures stand on a balcony. Suddenly, a subordinate delivers a report. He explains that Bishop Chu's divine blood locator has suddenly lost its signal. The Archbishop looks at his glowing orb, calmly suggesting an unexpected accident occurred. He asks if they should send reinforcements to retrieve the blood. The leader declines, suspecting a powerful local esper has already intervened. He gazes quietly up at the pale crescent moon. A sinister smile cuts through the darkness. The real move won't happen for another month. Back in the forest, Song Q-Yoon wakes up to a mouth-watering aroma and spots Xu Jingming roasting meat over a campfire. He turns around, smiling as he tells her she woke up just in time to eat. She grabs a skewer and happily compliments his cooking skills. Xu Jingming shrugs. It is just practice. He says after this trip, she will probably be grilling like a pro too. Taking a huge bite, her eyes light up. This is so good, she insists, suggesting he open his own barbecue joint. She even offers to invest. He teases her back. If the wealthy Song family Harris backs him, he will dominate Blue Star. Half an hour later, Song Q-Yoon stretches with his side totally stuffed. She asks if she can wash up before they head out. Xu Jingming nods easily. It will not take long, and he plans to take a quick rinse right after she finishes anyway. She happily agrees and heads off first. Hurrying toward the lake, she is eager to wash away the dirt from their journey. Song Q-Yoon steps into the lake and uses her water magic to conjure a massive sphere around her body. The cool, refreshing water washes away her exhaustion. Slipping off her outer jacket, she manipulates the current to form a playful little water dragon that circles around her as she splashes happily. After a while, she turns back and smiles at Xu Jingming, sitting on the shore, telling him it is his turn now. A bit flustered, he avoids looking directly at her, letting out a couple of awkward coughs to hide his intense embarrassment as he stands up. He mutters that he is going in now. As he walks past, she watches him, wondering why his expression seems so incredibly strange. Then she looks down at herself and squeals in panic. Her face turns bright red as the embarrassing truth hits her. She is used to wearing this outfit in her dorm, but out here under the light is practically see-through. An hour later, both of them are dressed and ready. Song Q-Yoon hands Xu Jingming some protective talismans, telling him they are teleportation wards. He politely declines, telling her to keep them. He has plenty of wilderness experience, so he will be perfectly fine. He offers a friendly fist bump, which she happily returns while telling him to stay safe and watch his back. They promise to meet up in a month, then turn and dash off in completely opposite directions. Song Q-Yoon runs with burning determination. She is ready to push herself to the limit and secure a top 3 finish. Fast forward 1 month later. Deep inside a pitch-black cave, a black panther with glowing red eyes snarls viciously. Standing opposite is Xu Jingming, his hair visibly longer, his entire body crackling with raw, violent blue lightning. The beast lets out an earth-shattering roar, but he does not even flinch as the electricity around him intensifies. Closing his eyes, he concentrates massive lightning energy into his fingertips. Suddenly, a lightning-fast spear thrust drives right through the beast's throat. Fresh blood splatters everywhere as the rank 3 peak beast collapses. A system notification immediately pops up. Killing the peak level 3 Night Panther rewards 43 ability points. He wonders if it is finally time to break through. Sitting cross-legged, he channels his energy, determined to push past his limits. He stands up and unleashes a furious roar. A massive shockwave of lightning detonates, completely engulfing the cavern. As the blinding dust and sparks finally settle, Xu Jingming exhales a sigh of relief. He is finally level 3, a feat that would make any normal cultivator jealous. Even the top geniuses at Magic Capital usually take 6 months or a year to level up, proving his talent is truly monstrous. Opening his holographic status screen, his stats have completely skyrocketed. His rank is now officially low tier 3. With over 48,000 ability points saved, both his physical power and mental strength have jumped by nearly 400 points. His vitality even broke past 2,000. He is thrilled, though he is slightly disappointed about his current points. Even with 48,000 points, he still cannot upgrade his ability to double S rank. He decides to wait until he hits 50,000. Slinging his long spear over his shoulder, he steps out into the sunlight, standing at the cave entrance. He smiles confidently. The trial results are due in 2 days, and with his current score, first place is practically guaranteed. On results day, students crowd the main hall in anticipation. One guy cheers happily upon seeing his score. He scored 121 points, ranking 998th. A classmate immediately rains on his parade. The top players are submitting their wristbands today, so those rankings will plummet. Plus, there are still 2 hours left. Right on cue, a familiar and highly anticipated figure walks into the hall, instantly drawing the entire crowd's attention. It is Song Chuiyun, the second-ranked freshman of Magic Capital. The celebrating student groans in despair. Her score is bound to be insane. She calmly walks up to the scanner and places her smart wristband on it. The screen flashes, confirming her identity at Magic Capital University with a whopping 12,131 points. The crowd gasps in disbelief. Over 12,000 points is absolutely ridiculous. She really is a top-tier genius. Compared to her, even Mado University's top talent falls short. Principal Ling Shuang smiles with absolute satisfaction. "You did incredibly well, Song Qiuyun." She humbly replies, thanking the principal for the praise. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Su Ping whispers to the principal, asking if she is the niece of Senior Song from Sichuan Province. The principal nods, noting how surprising it is that the Song family did not train her themselves but sent her to our academy instead. Still, she has incredible spirit. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from behind. "Not bad, Chuiyun." Song Chuiyun gasps in surprise, calling out to her aunt as a woman approaches. This is Zhou Ying, Song Chuiyun's aunt and the general manager of the Shunan supply base. She praises the girl, repeating that she did a fantastic job. Leaning in, she playfully teases, asking why her little boyfriend did not return with her. Song Chuiyun instantly blushes, quickly trying to explain that he is not her boyfriend and nothing is happening yet. Then shocked, she asks how her aunt even found out. Her aunt smiles confidently, reminding her that as the general manager of this entire base is filled with her eyes and ears. Just then, a massive shout draws everyone's attention. Look over there, it is Qingjing's S-class foreign recruit Kiran. He has finally returned. Kiran walks in with ultimate confidence. The surrounding crowd whispers that a Tier 3 powerhouse must have secured at least 50 to 60,000 points, making his first-place victory a guarantee. He casually approaches the scanner and the screen updates. Kiran from Qingjing University finishes with 113,264 points. Taking first place, he pushes Song Chuiyun down to second. The crowd is absolutely stunned. How could a score possibly reach over 110,000? It is unbelievable. Second place does not even match his fraction, showing absolute overwhelming dominance. A man shakes hands with Vice Principal Xu Ping, saying that with 110,000 points, congratulations are already in order. The Vice Principal humbly downplays it, saying they just got lucky. Meanwhile, Principal Ling Shuang crosses her arms and watches silently, thinking that while the hope is slim, the confidence Xu Jingming displayed earlier might actually bring a major surprise. Suddenly, the leaderboard flashes as another student uploads their score. It is Jinqing University's absolute ace player Dong Sheng. His total of 13,526 points lands him in second, securing his spot as their top weapon. Song Chuiyun watches her rank slip down to third. She sighs in frustration, realizing she might not even make the top 3. Checking the clock, she grows anxious, wondering why Xu Jingming is not back yet with only 8 minutes remaining. Students from other schools whisper among themselves, wondering if something terrible has happened to Mado's star student Xu Jingming. After all, the catacombs are incredibly dangerous, but Xu Jingming's friends immediately reject the rumors, defending his survival skills. He is far too experienced to make a sloppy mistake. Right at that moment, someone yells that Xu Jingming is back. The Mado students erupt in cheers, shouting that no matter his final score, he is still the absolute pride of their academy. They yell for him to keep pushing, promising their eternal support. Watching from a corner, Kiran sneers with absolute contempt. A pack of weaklings clinging together for warmth cannot change reality. The ultimate winner is still going to be him. Looking at the scoreboard, Xu Jingming smiles, noting Kiran's 110,000 points. No wonder everyone assumed he would lose. Principal Ling Shuang approaches him, telling him to go ahead since they are only waiting on his results now. She is quietly shocked to realize he is already Tier 3. With a nod, Xu Jingming heads toward the scanner. He places his tracker onto the scanning surface. Around him, the students start buzzing with intense speculation about his score. One student wonders how many points he could have possibly gathered, while another guesses 50 to 60,000 points. Since he is only high Tier 2, they believe it is a shame he cannot beat Kiran for first place. But the moment his tracker registers, a massive glaring notification flashes across the main screen, lighting up the entire hall. Xu Jingming from Manhwa University finishes with a total of 405,637 points. He holds absolute first place. This absurd result leaves everyone, including Vice Principal Xu, Principal Ling Shuang, and Karen, completely paralyzed. Even Song Q-Yoon stands frozen. The entire hall erupts into pure chaos as people scream, questioning if they are seeing things. 400,000 points is flat-out ridiculous. Is Mato's S-Class user really this broken? His score is 4 times Kiran's. This is completely insane. Nobody could reach this even by hunting Tier 1 beasts for a month straight without any sleep. Vice Principal Xu Ping mutters the math. To score 400,000, one would have to slay 20,000 Tier 1 beasts. That requires slaying 666 beasts daily, which is physically impossible. Song Qiuyun's aunt is equally dumbfounded by the display. She turns to her niece, asking if she knew about this beforehand. Song Qiuyun merely smiles with deep, unwavering trust. She admits she did not know, but adds that she is never surprised when he pulls off absolute miracles. Kira gnashes his teeth, utterly unable to accept the truth. How could Xu Jingming score double and triple his own? Qingjing University's promised cultivation resources would simply vanish into thin air, and there was no way he would let that happen. Completely losing his composure, he points straight at Xu Jingming and yells that his score cannot possibly be that high. He demands that Vice Principal Xu investigate Xu Jingming's smart bracelet, openly suspecting the young man of cheating. Kiran's accusation instantly triggers furious protests from the Manhwa University students who call him out for being a sore loser. They argue it is completely ridiculous, especially since the smart bracelet has already been scanned and verified by the official testing machine. Are they suggesting the testing machine is broken too? Amidst the chaos, Vice Principal Xu Ping turns to Principal Ling Shuang. He asks for her opinion, and she calmly responds that reviewing the records is certainly not a problem. But as a chilling aura radiates from her, she warns that if the investigation proves Xu Jingming is entirely innocent, then there must be consequences. How exactly do they plan to handle their mistake? Another leader from Manhwa steps forward to back her up. The scoring system was strictly vetted by all 3 universities, making them wonder if Vice Principal Xu is doubting his own school. With no comeback, Vice Principal Xu Ping falls silent, realizing that despite being over 10 years her senior, she's incredibly tough. He quickly makes his decision. Classmate Xu cannot be wronged. If the official video playback confirms everything is perfectly clean, Qingjing will compensate him with an S-Class cultivation package. Principal Ling Shuang nods in agreement, deciding they should go ahead and check the smart bracelet records. Calling Xu Jingming over, she watches as he smirks silently, celebrating this unexpected stroke of good fortune. He literally did nothing and just fell into an S-Class cultivation resource, wondering where else he could find such easy loot. Seeing his relaxed face, Vice Principal Xu Ping panics, slightly questioning if he had made a terrible mistake. The tech staff begins replaying Xu Jingming's entire hunting run, while Kiran watches closely with crossed arms. He is eager to see how Xu Jingming reached 400,000 points, convinced that even a Tier 3 fighter cannot be this absurd. But as the combat footage starts playing, the entire room is instantly blown away by what they see. People are amazed by his spear technique, whispering that they could never achieve such high-level mastery in their entire lives. Not only is his spear play insane, but his elemental control is absolutely terrifying, prompting Principal Ling Shuang to speak up. She asks if his spear technique has reached Grandmaster level, and he humbly attributes the breakthrough to pure luck. She smiles, knowing luck alone cannot forge a Grandmaster, and realizes this young man is hiding some deep secrets. And here's where things get wild as the screen shows him facing a massive Tier 4 beast. Students gasp, pointing at the Tier 4 beast, completely baffled as to why Xu Jingming is not running away. They wonder if he actually plans to fight, since an upper Tier 2 hunter beating a Tier 4 beast is completely impossible. Then the footage shows Xu Jingming unleashing the Heavenly Thunder art, sending a devastating bolt of lightning crashing down. The crowd goes wild, trying to comprehend what tier of combat technique could instantly vaporize a Tier 4 beast. Kiran is frozen in shock, recognizing the S-Class elemental spell and wondering how a physical spear wielder mastered it. Even Principal Ling Shuang is utterly stunned, a weapon practitioner wielding such high-level elemental magic. The S-Class Heavenly Thunder technique is rarely mastered even by the top geniuses of the Elemental Academy. Yet this first-year weapon student pulled it off, prompting her to turn to Vice Principal Xu with a knowing smile. She asks him if he needs to see any more, forcing the sweating man to quickly wave his hands and decline. He publicly commends Xu Jingming, admitting that mastering an S-Class combat technique in freshman year is a legendary feat. He promises the S-Class cultivation package will be sent immediately, while the young man politely bows in gratitude. Gritting his teeth in disappointment, the vice principal laments that despite all their extensive preparations, they still lost. He deeply regrets not doing whatever it took to recruit such an absolute monster to Qingjing from day one. Things finally quiet down. The vice principal steps forward to officially end the joint training trip. He brings the training event to a close and announces the top 3 rankings, beginning with 3rd place. Jinsheng is 3rd with 27.5%, while Qingjing takes 2nd with 31.5%. Finally, he declares Maju University the undisputed champion, securing a massive 41% of the resources. This massive win secures them priority allocation rights, sending the entire Maju student crowd into absolute hysterics. Xu Jingming's white-haired friend jumps for joy, cheering that Modu is back on top and praising his incredible performance. They did it again, securing their 5th consecutive championship, as the vice principal speaks up to conclude the distribution. These 3 academies grow rare exotic herbs in the outer ring of the catacombs. Tomorrow, all the new students will be guided by their academy mentors. They will enter the plantation to harvest. Once finished, each school will arrange their own curriculum for the remaining half-month before dismissing. He is done. Suddenly, Kirin steps up, eyes burning with anger. Vice Principal Xu, I cannot accept this, he fumes. Let me fight Xu Jingming directly. If we lose, then we will hand over the resources. But if we win, we keep everything promised to us. Vice Principal Xu Ping looks at Kirin with a very serious expression, asking how confident he is. Kirin boasts that Xu Jingming's S-class combat skill needs 1 or 2 seconds to activate. In a duel, I will surely win. Vice Principal Xu Ping ponders for a moment. He quickly agrees, admitting he cannot accept this outcome either. Meanwhile, Principal Ling Chang asks Xu Jingming about his plans for the remaining half-month of study. Without hesitation, he replies that he wants to enter the catacombs and keep hunting beasts. She is quite worried. He has fought for nearly a month, so she asks if he is tired. He smiles, admitting he is. But only this way can his strength keep rising so quickly, he explains. She gently advises him, noting that life and death danger truly tempers a person. But finding balance is key to lasting. He must understand this principle. He nods, promising to rest once they return to school. Then he remembers something and quickly asks Principal Ling about a lake he found in the catacombs. He starts detailing the entire story of the Blood Pool and the Blood Moon sect. After listening carefully, Principal Ling Chang analyzes that based on his description, it was indeed the essence blood of a Tier 9 Beast Emperor. This is an SSS class cultivation resource. Of course, what he absorbed must have been diluted otherwise. A normal person could never survive absorbing pure Beast Emperor blood. She continues, wondering how he managed to absorb it directly. It probably has to do with his body tempering combat skill, so he should ask his mentor. She has never heard of the Blood Moon sect, meaning they are likely insignificant and not worth worrying about. He replies that he understands. She smiles, telling him to get some rest. But as he turns around, Song Chuyun is already waiting there with her aunt. She quickly introduces her, telling Jingming that this is her Aunt Zhou Ming, who serves as the general manager of the Shunan supply base. He politely greets Manager Zhou, but she waves it off, telling him to just call her Aunt Zhou. She then hands him a striking black and gold card, explaining it is the Song family black gold card. Buying any of their family products will get him a 20% discount. Xu Jingming accepts it in utter shock, thinking to himself about how massive the Song family empire is, covering almost everything from battle armor and combat gear to exotic herbs, pills, and medicine. A 20% discount across all of that is worth an absolute fortune. Song Chuyun and her aunt urge him to take it, noting his combat gear needs constant upgrading anyway. He takes the card with a blushing face, awkwardly wondering if he just became a kept man. Suddenly, a swarm of reporters and excited fans crowd around him, shouting over each other to request an interview and pitch endless offers. They ask him to test defensive products or sign with the largest weapon company in the nation as their main brand spokesperson. Others beg him to add them as friends so they can train together in the future. Representatives from the biggest ability user forum ask to shoot videos with him. Later that afternoon, inside a private room, Principal Ling Chang delivers the details of a sudden challenge, telling him that Kirin wants a direct duel. The bet from Qingjing is 20% of their resources, while they want half of our relic passes. She asks if he wants to accept. Jingming, pretty confused, asks what a relic pass even is, so Vice Principal Xu Ping explains that these passes are tickets to ancient civilization ruins. They only hired S-class foreign helpers, specifically to secure those 40 passes. Since he took first place, those passes naturally belong to him, leaving them feeling rather empty-handed. Jingming instantly recalls his history lessons back at Madu Academy, which taught that before this current era there existed a highly advanced ancient civilization. They also dealt with wild beasts and powerful ability users. Their society was actually incredibly glorious, boasting advanced technology alongside a deeply profound understanding of supernatural abilities. Yet for some unknown reason, just as that ancient civilization reached its absolute peak, it was suddenly and completely wiped out, buried deep beneath the earth. Only thousands of years later, when awakened ability users reappeared on the Blue Star were these ruins finally excavated. Legendary training methods and SSS-class combat techniques were all discovered inside. Vice Principal Xu Ping goes on to explain just how precious these entry passes are. Ancient ruins are highly coveted. Some can be entered directly while others require a pass. Those allowing direct access have long since been fully explored. The area was swept completely clean, which is why everyone fights so hard for these entry passes. Principal Ling Chang adds that these 40 passes will correspond to Civilized Ruins number 9. It only opens once a year, allowing only those from Tier 4 to Tier 6 to enter. If you beat Kirin, I can give you one of your choice, Vice Principal Xu Ping casually tells him. Declining is perfectly fine too, since the narrow stage gives Kirin the advantage. Xu Jingming smiles, resting a hand on his chest, and decisively accepts, telling the principals he will do it. Vice Principal Xu Ping nods and turns to leave, saying he will go inform Kirin. The match will take place at the supply base arena. Principal Ling Chang looks at Xu Jingming, asking if he is really that confident to agree so quickly. He calmly replies that he has about a 90% chance of winning. She gasps in surprise, but Xu Jingming just smirks, his eyes flashing with absolute confidence. Honestly, he is being modest. He knows his victory is 100% guaranteed. Principal Ling Chang just shakes her head, amused. If Xu Ping and Kirin knew he was this certain, who knows how they would react. Meanwhile, Kirin hears the news and clenches his fists, roaring that if this kid actually wants to fight, he will show no mercy. He turns to a local leader, asking if injuring Xu Jingming on stage will cause any issues. She reassures him to relax, pointing out that because the vice principals of all 3 schools, instructors, and countless students are present, he can safely go all out. If things get too dangerous, someone will intervene. Kirin grinds his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with rage, swearing that Xu Jingming will regret facing his brutal attacks. The scene shifts to the arena, where a standard boxing ring is set up, surrounded by a massive buzzing crowd of spectators. Now get this, the entire crowd is buzzing with insane hype for this S-class showdown, expecting an epic clash. Some spectators analyze that while Xu Jingming's lightning strikes easily dominate the wild, a confined ring changes everything. Kirin is a melee enhancement powerhouse, so they are eager to see if Xu Jingming has any secret trump cards left. Standing by the ring, Kirin overhears the crowd and sneers. He finds it hilarious that anyone thinks Xu Jingming has another trump card. Learning a single S-class technique as a freshman is a miracle. Having a second one is just impossible. Do people think S-class skills are that easy to master? Just then, a figure calmly walks towards the stage, drawing wild cheers from the Madu University students. They shout support for Xu Jingming while Kirin glares at his approaching opponent, with pure excitement, shouting that he has been waiting for this exact moment. Xu Jingming just looks up, his sharp, ice-cold eyes locking onto Kirin. He smirks, asking if his opponent is really that eager to get destroyed. Spear and sword in hand, both warriors step onto the platform. Xu Jingming raises his weapon, his gaze incredibly intense. A silver-haired elder steps forward to host the match, explaining that the duel will end once someone loses consciousness. Once a fighter surrenders or gets knocked out, the battle is over and no further attacks are permitted. He tells them not to hold back, as the experts present will ensure neither of them actually dies. The host is Jiang Quan, an 8th-tier water grandmaster. With a gentle wave of his hand, he summons a massive stream of water, creating a transparent barrier that wraps around the entire ring. He stands between both fighters. Raising his hand, the referee shouts for them to get ready, counting down to start. Instantly, Kirin lets out a deafening roar. His body swells as glowing crimson tattoos spread across his skin, and 2 black horns sprout from his temples, radiating a terrifying, brutal aura. Xu Jingming watches calmly, recognizing the raw power of this S-class enhancement ability. Kirin sneers mockingly, telling Xu Jingming that he will give him time to prep his S-class spells, wanting to crush him fairly. Down in the crowd, onlookers start to panic at the sight of this S-class melee power. With the ring being only 30 meters wide, long-range lightning magic is severely limited. Still, since Xu Jingming accepted the challenge, he must have a plan. The young warrior simply smirks as purple lightning begins crackling around his body. Since reaching Tier 3, he has not yet unleashed his true full power. Now is the perfect time to test it out. Suddenly, a deafening blast of lightning erupts from his body, engulfing the entire arena. Even Vice Principal Jiang Quan is stunned, knowing his water barrier is only built to withstand standard peak Tier 3 attacks. Yet a mere burst of aura is already pushing his barrier to its absolute limits. He quickly reinforces the barrier, his expression turning deadly serious while the crowd looks on in absolute awe. This legendary S-class purple cloud divine lightning is terrifying, giving off a pressure that feels like it could instantly vaporize them. The gap between these freshmen is insane. Even Kirin feels the oppressive current, eating away at his defenses, forcing him to frown. Regular lightning cannot hurt him, but this lightning is. With poison actively eating away at his body, he has to end this fast. Clenching his fists, he charges. Kirin moves at extreme speed. In a flash, he closes in on Xu Jingming, roaring when his opponent does not flinch. "Oh, so you are standing your ground," he sneers, unleashing the brutal, completely raw power of an S-tier enhancement ability. Kirin swings his massive blade with a deafening shout. "Take this." But with a sharp metallic clash, Xu Jingming blocks. He thrusts his spear forward in a flash. Caught off guard, Kirin barely raises his sword to absorb the shock. Both fighters stumble back. Kirin is in absolute shock. How can they be so evenly matched after my transformation? I am an S-tier enhancement user. In response, Xu Jingming stands dead calm as crackling purple lightning wraps around him. "You seem pretty shocked," he says quietly, "but there is no rule saying lightning users are weaker than enhancers." Kirin rubs his forehead, his expression turning deadly serious as a sinister dark aura begins to seep out from him. "You are right, there is no rule. I actually wanted to play around with you first, but that is no longer an option." Kirin's body mutates again. Jet black. Spiky. Terrifyingly vicious. He glares forward with pure murderous intent. "Consider yourself lucky, Xu Jingming, because I am using my absolute maximum power to completely crush you," he roars. The wild mutation completes, leaving a monstrous savage beast in his place. "Face your nightmare," the beast's sovereign descends. The arena stands completely explode at this display. An S-tier Brahma beast sovereign paired with an S-tier skill is terrifying. So this is Kirin's ultimate form. He looks completely unstoppable. Combining a unique S-tier combat skill with his raw talent is insane. Fans are already calling it a done deal. But Principal Ling Chang has a completely different look on his face. He remembers Yang Zentian, the Weapon Academy Dean, has a very similar S-tier skill. Xu Jingming must know it too. On the stage, the monstrous Kirin looms over Xu Jingming, who is still casually standing inside a sea of electricity. Kirin flashes a hideous wicked grin. "Xu Jingming, in this state, do you actually dare to clash with me again?" Suddenly, Xu Jingming's hair shifts to a brilliant silver white, his eyes glowing with an intense blinding radiance as his lightning surges. The lightning around him crackles with insane intensity. He just smiles. "Sure, let's go for another round." An earth-shattering wave of energy erupts from his body. It is clear he is finally unleashing his absolute peak combat form. The smug confidence Kirin had a second ago completely vanishes, replaced by a look of sheer, unadulterated panic. And honestly, who wouldn't be terrified? His gaze has completely shifted, leaving everyone in the crowd absolutely speechless. "What is happening?" One fan stammers. "I looked down at my phone for a second, and now there are two monsters." His friend laughs. "Those aren't raid bosses, man. Xu Jingming and Kirin have just entered Phase 2 of their fight." The guy is still in shock, muttering, "Not a boss. You literally just called it Phase 2. Of course they are monsters." Staring at Xu Jingming's terrifying new form, a cold sweat breaks out on Kirin. This is an S-tier combat skill. Xu Jingming just shrugs. "Good guess, but too bad there is no prize." Raising both hands, he starts channeling a destructive force. He forms a dense sphere of crackling thunder and activates his thunder prison. Kirin instantly senses a fatal threat. Realizing it is a trapping skill, Kirin panics. He is setting up for his S-tier lightning strike. With no escape, Kirin roars desperately. Burning all his life force to summon his blood armor, he charges forward like a madman, ignoring the lightning lashes raining down. The brilliant red armor absorbs the brutal electrical shocks. With one final desperate scream, he finally breaks free from the trap. He finally breaks free, but the second he looks up to catch his breath, his face turns pale with terror. Floating right above him is a colossal spear forged from pure condensed lightning screaming down at him. He barely rolls out of the way as the destructive projectile rips through the air, obliterating the ground where he just stood. That spear is insane, he realizes in pure panic. If that thing hits me, I am either dead or paralyzed. He barely gasps at the insane speed before Xu Jingming appears right in front of him, moving like a storm. Without giving Kirin a single breath to recover, Xu Jingming spins his spear, gathering a massive vortex of purple sparks on the tip. He thrusts with blinding speed. Kirin barely manages to raise his heavy sword to intercept the devastating spear strike. Even though he blocks it, the shockwave still sends Kirin flying backward, completely losing his balance in midair. Pressing the advantage, Xu Jingming blitzes forward his weapon, blurring into after images as he unleashes his ultimate lightning spear assault. Violent, thunderous booms echo as the lightning spear repeatedly punctures Kirin's body. Even through the agonizing pain, his spirit refuses to break. He grits his teeth through the agonizing torture. "If I can just survive this combo, I can still turn this around." Holding on to that desperate hope, he roars with absolute defiance. "Now it is my turn." But Xu Jingming just looks back. He coldly mutters a single word, triggering absolute destruction. Instantly, the lightning spears, already embedded deep inside Kirin, begin detonating from the inside out. A massive, terrifying wave of lightning erupts from Kirin, blowing him straight backward. His body slams violently and mercilessly into the protective water barrier. Once the heavy smoke clears, Kieran reverts to his human form, lying completely motionless on the arena floor with scorch marks covering his chest. The sharp tip of Xu Jingming's spear is pressed right against his throat. Kieran bitterly admits defeat and referee Jiang Quan immediately raises his hand in the air. He loudly declares Xu Jingming the winner. Instantly, the crowd goes absolutely wild with pure shock and excitement. Nobody expected a 2-minute sweep. It was a complete shutout against a lightning-type user, which is just totally insane to witness. He took down an electric powerhouse using reinforcement skills. Plus, Jingming combined his techniques so flawlessly, leaving no openings whatsoever. Kieran had zero chance. Principal Ling Chang smiles, noting how he used lightning prison to trap his opponent, followed by lightning spears to force out Kieran's movement skills. Then he launched a lightning strike combined with gale winds, forcing an opening before finishing him with consecutive lightning spears. Every single step was calculated, clean, and incredibly precise. Xu Jingming is truly outstanding. At this point, Principal Ling turns to the rival school principal with a smug look. He asks Principal Z if he has anything to say. The rival principal can only admit they lost fair and square. He agrees that 20% of the resource share belongs to them now, along with the S-class resources promised to Jingming. Those will arrive by tomorrow afternoon. Principal Z walks away looking incredibly bitter, lamenting that he failed to secure 20 tickets and lost 20% of their resources. What a colossal, painful defeat. Principal Ling then turns back to Jingming, handing him a special card. He praises his great work and hands over the entry pass to Civilization Ruins number 9. He adds that the school is also rewarding him with 10,000 extra credits. Jingming happily accepts the 10,000 credits. He thanks Principal Ling. Staring at the card, he realizes this is the highly coveted Ruins Pass everyone wants. After the match, Principal Ling tells Jingming to get some rest. He promises that the S-class resources and his choice of any combat technique from the 3 universities' library will be ready for him very soon. He can claim everything tomorrow right after harvesting the rare herbs from the Demon Cave. Jingming happily agrees to the plan. He smiles with absolute satisfaction. This trip did not just score him the Ruins Pass credits and S-class materials, but also a massive haul of rare herbs and premium beast materials. Talk about an insanely rich harvest. Suddenly, a stranger approaches him with massive praise, calling it an absolutely incredible match from start to finish. He says witnessing a genius like Jingming is a rare blessing. Jingming humbly thanks him for the compliment, but wonders who the guy is. Song Chu-yun quickly chimes in, explaining that this is the top fighter from Jincheng University, Dongsheng. He is ranked 3rd right behind Jingming and Kieran. She adds with admiration that his cultivation is already at high tier 2. What a monster, she says. Jingming turns to tease her, asking if she is just praising herself since she is already tier 3. He winks playfully, saying he is different because he uses a cheat code to level up instantly. She rolls her eyes and tells him not a chance. Meanwhile, inside a secluded and ancient villa, a cult of black-robed figures kneels before their levitating leader. They chant in unison, swearing eternal loyalty to the undying heaven. The leader, known as the Archbishop, asks his subordinate if everything at the plantation is ready. The follower bows respectfully and confirms that it is. The Archbishop coldly commands him to take out the teachers from the 3 main academies, killing as many as possible. The cultists shout in agreement as he turns to another dark figure, handing over the task of hunting down the 2 S-class targets. He tells the Holy Sun this is a perfect opportunity to help speed up his growth and power. The Holy Sun confidently replies that there will be no issues at all tomorrow since he will be extremely close to them. He notes how close they will be. He adds ruthlessly that if the targets submit to their cult, great, but if they refuse, they must be killed on the spot. The Archbishop looks up and laughs maniacally, declaring that tomorrow will be the ultimate stage to announce their bloody, ruthless presence to the world. He cannot wait to see their spectacular performance unfold. On the following day at the Demon Cave Plantation, in a heavily fortified zone, the young students are absolutely buzzing with excitement over the stunning scenery. They look around at the gorgeous sights in pure awe. Is that a rare class sunflower over there, growing inside the base? The students simply cannot wait to start harvesting them from the soil. A man who looks like the manager Ma Yang steps out to greet everyone. He welcomes the teachers and students of the 3 major academies. Why didn't the 3 vice principals show up, he asks. Miss Hu Bin, the instructor from Mado University, explains. The principals had urgent matters. Since harvesting herbs isn't dangerous, they stay behind. Besides, even if something goes wrong, Principal Ling can just use her spatial ability to warp here in minutes. Ma Yang nods, realizing she has a point. He tells everyone to follow him and starts assigning tasks. Xingting University is responsible for harvesting sunflowers in Sector C12. Jincheng University will collect fire-red grass in Sector B16, while Mado University takes charge of Sector C11 to gather common grass. He adds that the top 3 freshmen must be separated, telling them to follow him. Miss Hubin instantly grows suspicious. Why don't other dungeon plantations have a rule like that, she wonders. Ma Yang just smiles, explaining that these are newly grown S-grade spiritual plants, making it a rare chance for these top students to expand their horizons. After a brief hesitation, Miss Hubin agrees and tells Xu Jingming, Kiran, and Dong Sheng to go ahead and follow them. Walking behind, Xu Jingming remains highly skeptical. Separating them to collect S-class herbs feels off, but with the teachers around, he figures nothing too crazy can happen. Suddenly, Dong Sheng turns around with a bright, welcoming grin to break the ice. He greets them as Dong Sheng from Jinchang University, praising their battle from yesterday as an absolute masterpiece to watch. Xu Jingming humbly downplays the compliment while Dong Sheng leans in with a look of pure curiosity. He mentions that certain religious sects possess secret arts that can boost a Tier 2 user straight up to Tier 4. If that is true, he might actually stand a chance against them. Xu Jingming mutters quietly that staying away is probably safer. Hearing this, Kiran folds his hands in deep reverence, arguing that there is nothing wrong with spiritual sects at all. Whether it is his homeland's detoxification sect or the Holy Father sect, all of them offer positive guidance and power. Thanks to Lord Brahma, he claims he is invincible. Xu Jingming scoffs. If he is so invincible, why did his god let him lose? Kiran goes completely speechless with rage. Dong Sheng quickly steps in, offering a subtle knowing grin to diffuse the tension. He supports Kiran, claiming these spiritual beliefs bring real power. He tells Jingming that he will understand once he feels it himself soon. Experiencing that divine strength firsthand will definitely change his mind. These mysterious words immediately put Xu Jingming on high alert. What does he mean? Right then, Ma Yang halts and announces to Miss Hu that they have arrived. Miss Hu Bin looks around but senses nothing off. She asks where the S-class spiritual plants are supposed to be. Ma Yang points toward a completely empty garden plot, smiling warmly as he tells her to take a closer look. She looks over, totally confused. But the second she lets her guard down, Ma Yang's eyes turn bloodshot as he lunges. In a flash, his glowing red hand sprouts razor-sharp claws, plunging straight through the chest of an accompanying teacher. The strike pierces clean through the poor teacher. Just like that, this safe harvest turns into a total nightmare. Another teacher erupts in flames and charges forward, yelling in shock that Ma Yang is actually a Tier 7 Grandmaster. The teacher quickly transforms, growing distinct cat ears and wild stripes, roaring with pure fury at the imposter. He demands to know who this monster is, while Miao Lingying warns him about the severe consequences of his actions. The attacker smirks, mocking the peak Tier 6 instructor from Mado University. He is impressed by such fierce and stubborn resilience. You are definitely tougher than the average Tier 6, he sneers, slowly peeling off his disguise to show his true face. Since they are all about to die anyway, he sees no harm in revealing that they belong to the Heaven's Fate sect. As for the consequences, the worse it gets, the more they enjoy it. Teacher Miao Lingying growls in sheer frustration. He accuses them of trying to wipe out the future generation of Great Yang Zentian, warning them of deep regrets. The villain simply orders his men to kill everyone, leaving no survivors. Suddenly, a swarm of dark-robed figures launches an all-out assault. Complete chaos erupts on the battlefield. In a desperate move to save the students, teacher Miao Lingying crushes a signaling crystal. He hopes for immediate backup, but the leader just laughs, raising a blood-red orb to mock his futile rescue attempt. Mocking their hopes for the spatial Grandmaster, the leader declares it is already too late and activates the device. A crimson energy barrier rapidly expands, sealing the entire area and cutting off all space. Far away from the plantation, Principal Ling instantly senses the spatial disruption. Furious, she realizes someone is bold enough to ambush their joint academy team. Demanding their heads, she rallies the other principals and leaps into the air, utilizing her spatial magic to force a path. Back below, everyone gazes up in absolute awe at the overwhelming pressure radiating from the 3 flying figures. It is a terrifying display of power, leaving onlookers wondering if all 3 of them are actually legendary Grandmasters. Their auras are absolutely terrifying. Indeed, they are the vice principals of 3 top-tier universities. Damn it, could something have already happened to the students during their research trip? Inside a high-tech command center, a powerful woman is screaming loudly into her communicator teams. 9 and 10, get to the Demon Tomb plantation immediately to protect the young lady. She stares anxiously at the tracking map. Chu Yun carries a protective amulet, and there are level 8 Grandmasters from 3 top schools guarding them. So, surely nothing will go wrong. Meanwhile, back at the plantation, trapped inside a completely sealed space, teacher Miao Lingying senses the rescue attempts from outside and gasps in shock. This is a space-type ability fluctuation. The leader grins brutally. That is right, Grandmaster. Your space-type powers are utterly useless now, so prepare to die first. Staring down the devastating strike, teacher Miao Lingying feels absolute despair. It is all over. There is no dodging this. Boom. A massive blast of crimson energy smashes directly into the teacher, sending him flying. Watching this horrifying scene, Kirin swears under his breath. Beside him, Xu Jingming is deeply shaken, a level 7 Grandmaster completely overpowered like this. Even using every trump card, Xu Jingming knows he could never survive. The leader looks up, watching Principal Ling violently shake the barrier. He mutters, "Can you actually destabilize a Beast Emperor space? A Space Grandmaster is truly a terrifying force." With a cold sneer, he flies off, leaving behind a final order. "Holy Son, I leave this place to you." Every eye turns to Dong Sheng as he steps forward, flanked by black-robed cultists declaring with absolute fanaticism, "Finally, our Heaven's Destiny sect takes the stage. You guys are definitely not ready for what happens next." Xu Jingming Kirin. "Let me show you my true form." His body begins to mutate violently, his energy rising at a terrifying speed. Smashes past advanced tier 2, past peak tier 2, then through low and mid tier 3. Finally, his massive form morphs into a giant multi-armed demon. His overwhelming presence climbs to an unbelievable peak tier 4 level. Kirin and Xu Jingming stare in absolute horror. Kirin stammers, "What kind of insane skill is this? How can his power jump 2 whole tiers like that? This is the aura of god blood." Analyzing the situation, Xu Jingming realizes Dong Sheng carries multiple strains of god blood inside him. Just a single drop is in triple S tier resource. No wonder he easily broke through to peak tier 4. Looming over them, the monstrous Dong Sheng glares down at the duo, issuing a chilling ultimatum. "And trust me, there are no good options here." He gives them 2 choices. "Join us and help me hunt down the other students, or get crushed beneath my feet. Make your choice." As the tension reaches a boiling point, the other trapped students scream, desperately trying to charge towards Xu Jingming and Kirin. The 2 S-tier students are in serious danger. "Go help them. Xu Jingming is our only hope. We cannot afford to lose him." But the black-robed cultists instantly block their path, laughing mockingly as they push back. "Nobody is saving those 2 today, so worry about your own skins. You are all targets anyway." Fighting through the chaos, Song Chu Yuan looks over at Xu Jingming with deep worry, praying silently for his safety. Outside the barrier, the desperate university heads try to break through. Principal Tu anxiously asks why they cannot just teleport directly inside the plantation. Principal Ling shakes her head, her face pale with grim realization. She tried already, but the space inside is completely locked down. Staring at the leader through the barrier, she realizes he must be using a level 9 Beast Emperor bone embedded with spatial abilities. The surrounding air is totally frozen. Utilizing a level 9 space-type Beast Emperor bone is an incredibly massive investment. If anything happens to our 2 S-tier geniuses, there will be hell to pay. Meanwhile, the enemy leader throws his head back and laughs, taunting them from within. "So what if 3 great grandmasters are here? You will still watch helplessly as our Heaven's Destiny sect slaughters every single freshman. Today marks our grandest awakening." Yet Principal Jiang grits his teeth, recalling the wicked cult that was supposedly wiped out 60 years ago from Great Yang Zentian. "To think they would rise again, we must strike together. 3 minutes is all. We need to shatter this spatial seal." Unleashing their full might, the 3 launch a devastating earth-shaking strike. The shockwave slams violently into the plantation's barrier, tearing massive fissures through the ground. The entire area is violently ripped into the sky, trees shattering as a massive bottomless chasm splits open. Afterward, Principal Ling pinpoints the weak spot. The subterranean space is heavily sealed and impenetrable, but the southeast sector is vulnerable. Receiving the coordinates, the other 2 leaders instantly flare their energy, priming themselves for an all-out assault. Principal Tu shifts into a massive, raging werewolf, howling furiously as Principal Jiang begins his own transformation, a powerful water elemental. Together, they rush toward the structural weakness pointed out by Principal Ling. Inside the plantation, the students feel the ground shake violently and look up in sheer shock. They realize it is a massive attack, raining down from the outside, and they cheer with newfound hope. They cry out that the vice principals are here to save them. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming keeps his cool, calculating the 49,000 energy points left on his system panel. If he uses all of them to level up, he can reach tier 4 and completely turn the tables. Dong Sheng, in his terrifying demon form, raises his voice to tempt the other students. He sneers, asking the geniuses of the 3 universities if they saw his leap from mid-tier 2 straight to the peak of tier 4. He boasts it is the power of the Heavenly Mandate sect, offering them a chance to slaughter the freshmen around them and join him. He promises they can become members of the sect and gain the same insane power he holds. This dark proposal makes the students waver, exchanging glances of pure terror. But suddenly, the booming, majestic voice of Principal Ling echoes from the outside. He warns that any freshman who dares to attack another will be immediately expelled and executed on the spot. The warning snaps the students back to reality, and they quickly steel their resolve, muttering that defecting never ends well. They quickly agree that if they are hunted down, they will definitely die, so sticking with the principles is their only real shot. Seeing his manipulation fail, Dongsheng roars in absolute fury, calling them a bunch of brainless fools who lack even basic courage. He turns his gaze to Xu Jingming and Kirin, delivering a final ultimatum and giving them 3 seconds to surrender or die. As he counts down, the crushing pressure breaks Kirin, who drops to his knees kowtowing for mercy. He begs him not to kill him, promising to join the sect. Dongsheng sneers in satisfaction, calling it a wise choice. He then asks what Xu Jingming will do. Unlike Kirin, Jingming stands tall, his entire body crackling with fierce purple lightning, and defying him with a cold glare. Dongsheng snarls, calling him a stubborn fool who has chosen death because he refuses to become their holy son. He orders Kirin to kill him as proof of his loyalty. Kirin panics, staring at Xu Jingming, and stammers out that he cannot handle him. Instantly, 2 of Dongsheng's black-robed werewolf subordinates step forward, offering their help. Jingming glances at the enemies, calmly analyzing their power levels. He notes they have 1, 3 beginner and 4 tier 4 beginners. He figures there is no need to use his energy points just yet. Suddenly, a black-robed underling charges, swinging a massive axe and yelling. He mocks Jingming for acting arrogant just because of his S-rank ability. With a loud clang, Jingming easily blocks the heavy axe with his spear shaft. He spins, unleashing a sudden burst of lightning to pierce straight through the attacker. The underling is blown back, coughing up blood, unable to believe he was defeated despite being a tier 4 awakener. Jingming coldly tells the fool that charging in alone was nothing but pure suicide. Seeing his subordinate crushed so effortlessly, Dongsheng roars that he will personally deal with him. Facing the terrifying pressure radiating from Dong Sheng, Jingming senses a genuine deadly threat. This opponent is powerful enough to put his very life in serious danger. He realizes he must spend his energy points now. It is a pity, as he wanted to see if 50,000 points could upgrade his superpower. But right as Jingming finishes off the underling, a sudden notification pops up from his system, confirming he defeated a tier 4 divine blood emissary, granting him 1,000 points. He calculates, his total eyes flashing with resolute determination. With 50,000 points now secured, he commands the system to proceed and upgrade his superpower immediately. The interface appears before him and he selects his S-rank Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. A brand new notification instantly pops up, announcing that the evolution has begun. His S-rank ability progresses to 10 and then 20%. Simultaneously, blinding bolts of yellow lightning crash down from the sky, shattering the red spatial barrier around them. As the evolution process advances to 30%, Jingming floats into the air, gracefully dodging every desperate strike from Kirin and the werewolf minions. He glides effortlessly through the falling yellow lightning, untouched by any of their attacks. Seeing this, Dongsheng lets out a furious roar in sheer frustration. Losing his patience, he unleashes a devastating full-power strike, launching a massive orb of dark energy straight at Jingming, triggering a massive earth-shaking blast. But as the smoke eventually clears, Jingming is revealed completely unharmed, hovering in midair as the system progress bar nears completion. The upgrade reaches 98, 99, and finally 100%. The evolution is a total success. His S-rank Thunder has officially evolved into the legendary SS-rank Dutian Divine Thunder. A sheer surge of destructive force erupts from his body. As he slowly opens his eyes, his pupils shine with a brilliant blazing gold, crackling with terrifying lightning. Without making a single physical move, his cold gaze alone triggers a colossal pillar of golden thunder to crash down violently from the heavens. Hit dead on by the lightning, Dongsheng cannot even let out a final scream before his entire body is instantly reduced to ash. Simultaneously, a crisp system notification rings inside Jingming's mind. With a peak tier 4 divine blood envoy wiped out, Xu Jingming pockets another 2,000 energy points. The remaining werewolf underlings point at him, trembling in absolute terror. Xu Jingming coldly orders them to drop dead. Another storm of golden lightning crashes down, vaporizing the remaining enemies instantly. With the threat gone, Xu Jingming floats back down toward Kirin. The coward is shaking violently, stammering, "Please no." Kirin desperately slams his head against the ground, begging for his life in absolute misery. He pleads that Xu Jingming must believe him, saying he was threatened and never actually attacked. Nearby, the Destiny sect leader watches his holy son fall. The leader stands frozen. Is the holy son dead? Shock quickly turns into absolute fury. He roars, swearing to bury Xu Jingming alongside him before launching a ruthless all-out attack. Crimson energy tentacles lash out at Xu Jingming. Against the overwhelming force of a tier 7 grandmaster, his body freezes. He cannot move. Not even an inch. Is this the terrifying gap between him and a true master? But suddenly, the pressure vanishes. Talk about perfect timing, the deadly attack grinds to a complete halt. This is space manipulation. A powerful, majestic figure steps out of the void, and it is Principal Ling. The Destiny sect leader gasps in sheer disbelief, screaming to know how she could possibly break in. She ignored the spatial lock completely. Principal Ling calmly raises her hand as a brilliant golden blade of light takes shape. Relying on an external artifact to copy spatial powers, she mocks, yet you still dare to lose focus. You are practically begging for death. With a sharp flick of her wrist, she unleashes a space-cleaving slash. The strike rips straight toward the enemy's arm, aiming for the spatial orb. It connects with a massive explosion, tearing his limb apart. As he howls in agony, Principal Ling does not give him a single second to recover. She channels her energy for another devastating strike. Bleeding heavily, the desperate leader pushes his remaining strength to lock her in place. He attempts a spatial prison, but the principal is 10 steps ahead. She triggers her teleportation skill before his spell can even form. A glowing magic circle flashes beneath the leader's feet. In the blink of an eye, the powerful headmistress reappears right next to Xu Jingming. She lands gracefully beside him, asking with genuine care if he is okay. Xu Jingming looks up at her and sighs with relief. He assures her that he is perfectly fine. Soon the three principals regroup. One of them asks how they should handle the rest. Her voice cuts through the air like ice. They dared to touch the young geniuses of the great Yang Zentian nation, she says. Capture the Tier 6 ability user alive, but as for the rest of these bastards, kill them all, leave none alive. Without missing a beat, the other two principals charge. The overwhelming might of Grandmasters easily crushes the remaining cultists into dust. Caught in the crossfire, Kirin stammers in pure terror, pleading with Principal Ling. She merely spares him a freezing, dismissive glance. Someone will deal with you later, she tells him. Turning back to Xu Jingming, her eyes fill with intense curiosity. What was that ability? An S-rank skill with 0 casting time, and it manifests as golden lightning. Standing amidst the smoking ruins, Xu Jingming gives an honest answer. He admits he is not quite sure, explaining that his only thought was survival. In that desperate moment, his ability simply broke past its limits. Principal Ling narrows her eyes in deep thought. Not a standard combat technique, then. She asks him to manifest his purple heaven divine thunder again. Xu Jingming complies immediately, extending his hand. Right on cue, brilliant arcs of golden electricity begin to dance across his palm. The principal is genuinely astonished. It is strange that this is still technically his signature skill. She decides to run some tests back at base. Xu Jingming simply nods in agreement. Right then, Song Qiuyun rushes onto the scene, throwing her arms around his waist from behind. Her voice breaks as she sobs, saying she was worried half to death. Watching them from a distance, Principal Ling cracks a gentle smile. To be young again, she muses. Xu Jingming gently unwraps Song Qiuyun's arms, turning around to face her with a soft expression. He tenderly wipes away the tears from her eyes, reassuring her that it is all over now. Holding her hand, he looks into her eyes. He smiles, telling her to see for herself that he is completely fine. Soon after, the entire demon cavern is sealed in a giant water sphere. The massive sphere is moved out of the danger zone. Inside, Principal Ling addresses the weary surviving students with a solemn tone. She announces that during this freshman training expedition, a total of 342 students have lost their lives. They were murdered by the fanatical members of the Destiny sect. The 3 major universities will take full responsibility for these tragic losses. We will provide complete compensation in accordance with wartime sacrifice protocols, she promises. Then her tone shifts, growing sharp and unyielding. The Destiny sect is an enemy of humanity and a direct threat to our universities. Starting today, we are declaring an all-out hunting order. Both students and teachers can accept these assassination missions. We will hunt them down until there is absolutely nothing left of them. Listening from the crowd, Xu Jingming calculates his options. Taking down those divine blood envoys yields an incredible amount of energy points. Maybe he should sign up for a few of these hunts the moment he returns to campus. It is a perfect leveling opportunity. Principal Ling concludes her speech, stating that due to the severe cultist interference, this freshman training expedition is officially over. The trial is over early. All freshmen must gather at 9 a.m. tomorrow. For now, they follow their guides back to base. Time to rest. Back at the base laboratory, Principal Ling hands Xu Jingming a device to analyze his ability. It is designed to analyze his awakened power. As the machine boots up, Xu Jingming places his hand on the scanner. Instantly, golden lightning surges out, wrapping the device. Principal Ling watches completely stunned. Did his ability mutate? Could his S-rank talent actually mutate into an SS rank? That should be impossible since he started at E rank. S rank is already rare enough. Suddenly, the screen beeps with the final analysis. His ability is Du Tian. It is the Du Tian Divine Lightning. An SS rank. Both Xu Jingming and the principal freeze in shock. Principal Ling gasps, it really is an SS rank talent. The sheer gap between S and SS is absolutely massive. With proper training, he could turn the tide of battle. He is destined to become a true monster slayer. The last time an SS rank user appeared in Great Yang Zhenqian was over 10 years ago. Principal Ling looks at him. She turns to Xu Jingming with immense pride. Outstanding job, she tells him, praising his incredible new SS rank power. Xu Jingming mutters to himself. His ability mutated again. But how did this machine even recognize it? Did it exist in the past? Principal Ling explains that if the system detected it, it must have appeared before. It was not in modern times though, but rather deep within the records of an ancient forgotten civilization. These modern testing machines are actually reverse-engineered from technology recovered in ancient ruins. Xu Jingming nods in understanding. She looks at him with high hopes. This means his talent matches the legendary powerhouses of the ancient era. Principal Ling pulls out a physical talisman and hands it to him. She tells him not to hide his strength, but he shouldn't show off either. If he ever crushes this talisman, she can sense it instantly. She can reach him from up to 400 kilometers away, but warns him to save it for true emergencies. Xu Jingming accepts the talisman with a respectful bow. Next, she hands him a mysterious red vial containing an S-rank resource. This is the 7th grade breakthrough pill promised by Tsingheng University, meant to help him surpass a major cultivation barrier. She advises him to save it for his transition from Tier 5 to Tier 6 to avoid wasting its potent effects. Holding the vial, Xu Jingming smiles. With his system, he does not need pills. He asks if he can trade it. Principal Ling laughs. Tsingheng University won't trade it, but she has a special loophole for him. She will grant him special permission to visit Meido University's private vault and choose a different S-rank treasure instead. Once they return, he can also select his first-place skill reward earned from his stellar performance during the trial. Moving to a private room, Xu Jingming commands his personal AI assistant Eva to pull up some high-tier options. He wants to see every A-rank and higher lightning skill from both Xingqiang and Jindai. Eva immediately brings up the list. Holographic screens surround him, showcasing devastating lightning combat techniques. 2 legendary SSS rank options immediately catch his attention. First is Destructive Thundercloud, which weaponizes natural weather patterns to rain down endless bolts of lightning on the battlefield. However, it requires a minimum of Tier 5 and an A-rank lightning affinity. The second is Thunder God's Judgment. This technique conjures a massive projection of the deity to annihilate ground targets but requires a Tier 6 rating. Looking at these godlike skills, Xu Jingming sighs. SSS rank techniques look amazing, but his tier is still too low. He needs to be realistic. He must choose a powerful technique he can actually master right now. He begins scrolling through the other virtual screens looking for a powerful skill that matches his current tier. After browsing for a moment, he turns back to Principal Ling. He has officially made his choice. It is called the Thunder God's Finger. The screen immediately displays the details of this S-rank offensive technique. It allows the user to materialize a massive finger of pure lightning, delivering a concentrated strike that obliterates the target. Requiring Tier 3 and an A-rank lightning affinity, Principal Ling warns him that learning this skill will not be easy. Since it is a Xingqiang technique, they will not get any instructional support, which could make the learning process painful. But Xu Jingming is confident. He still has 6,000 energy points, which is more than enough to learn it. She smiles, leaving the final decision to him since he already has plenty of experience mastering high-level abilities. Deep down, the principal is absolutely astounded. Insane leveling speed, flawless comprehension, and now a mutated ability. All of these legendary gifts in a single person is unreal. If he survives, humanity will gain an absolute god. He is destined to become a peerless powerhouse. Soon after, he enters the training room to begin practicing. Calling up his system, Xu Jingming orders Deep Blue to display his status. Instantly, a detailed panel floats right before his eyes. Name Xu Jingming. Level Tier 3 Beginner. Double S grade superpower Du Tian Divine Lightning. Physique is 2038, Vitality and Spirit at 1522. His skills include Master Spear Technique, Beginner Heavenly Lightning, Beginner Hell Lightning, Armor, and Intermediate Fist Techniques. Add to that Advanced Lightning Spear, Intermediate Rapid Fire Spear, Advanced Lightning Flash, Intermediate Lightning Prison, and Master Level Wind and Lightning, along with the 4th tier of the Indestructible Lightning Body. Holding 6359 energy points, he grins as Gold Electrical Currents dance across his palms. Spending 50,000 energy points upgraded his S-rank Purple Sky Thunder to double S Du Tian Divine Thunder. The difference from his old power is night and day. This new Divine Lightning is far more volatile and difficult to master. Next, he needs to focus completely on mastering this wild energy. His eyes flash with a deep, hungry ambition. An SSS-grade lightning superpower, he cannot wait for that day. At 6 p.m., an unusual spaceship suddenly descends upon the base, instantly catching everyone's eye. People whisper in shock, "Look at that cool ship, it has no propellers or even jet exhausts. Could it be an anti-gravity vehicle recovered from some ancient ruins? Isn't that an incredibly rare, highly classified strategic resource? Is some massive political heavyweight visiting the base?" The sleek disc-shaped vessel slowly descends from the sky toward the street. Steam hisses loudly as the heavy landing gear touches the asphalt. The cabin hatch slides open, revealing a mysterious silhouette. A man in a black suit and fedora leaps out with a devious smirk, calling out that he's finally arrived for Xu Jingming. His sudden arrival sends ripples of unease through the watching crowd. They begin whispering to each other, completely baffled by his presence. They wonder if they should report this to base security. The mysterious stranger just smirks his fingers lightly, brushing his hat brim. It's better if nobody knows he's here. With a swift snap of his fingers, a strange wave washes over the crowd. Instantly, their memories are wiped clean. They turn away casually, chatting about normal daily life and asking if they've seen that new movie, or what they should have for dinner tonight. Satisfied with the result, the man smiles. Meanwhile, deep inside the base detention center, fanatical screams echo from the dark cells. A prisoner shrieks to let him out, warning that the angels will show no mercy. They are dreaming if they think they can squeeze any information out of him. The orange jumpsuited captive rattles his heavy chains furiously. He screams at the top of his lungs, raving that his great angel will surely rescue all of his devout followers. The Security Bureau's head of intelligence, a powerful Tier 5 mental type Esper, gives his report directly to the Academy's principal. He explains that these fanatical heavenly mandate cultists are far too stubborn, making it impossible to extract any useful intelligence. Principal Ling calmly tells him she understands, dismissing the exhausted staff to rest. Through the thick steel bars, the prisoner sneers. He mocks them as fools, telling them not to waste their energy. Another officer sighs, noting that even intelligence could not crack him. It seems their only option left is to wait for the highly ranked experts dispatched from the headquarters above. Principal Ling reassures them, stating that based on the schedule, their savior should be arriving any second now. Just then, the mysterious man in the black suit steps into the corridor, sending invisible ripples of mental energy washing over the area. Principal Ling instantly senses this incredibly powerful familiar aura. Her eyes narrow as she registers his overwhelming presence. Tipping his fedora, the man apologizes in a calm, steady voice for making everyone wait. Principal Ling gasps in absolute shock. Calling him Master Liu, she admits she never expected him to come in person. Liu Yushan responds that with the cult's return, after 60 years, he had to handle this personally. She watches him stunned that an A-rank mental esper like him is here. As one of Great Yang Zhantian's rare Tier 9 martial saints, she wonders if this minor incident really required his personal presence. Liu Yushan ignores the quiet all, walking straight to the cell. His eyes glow with a strange purple light as he questions the captive. Demanding to know if the man is the supreme leader of the Heavenly Mandate cult, he unleashes a crushing wave of mental pressure. Unable to resist, the prisoner's eyes glaze over as he mutters that he is only an archbishop. Liu Yushin presses on, demanding to know their actual goal and if they have deep cover spies hidden inside the major academies. How many of them are there? The archbishop answers like a mindless robot, revealing their plan to slaughter the freshmen across 3 schools, proving the Heavenly Mandate cult's influence reaches far beyond just Jincheng University. 10 minutes later, Liu Yushan turns to explain the situation to Principal Ling. Meanwhile, the archbishop collapses, his mind completely broken by some mental interference. A hidden esper has tampered with his memory, blocking vital secrets. Clearly, the Heavenly Mandate cult is plotting something massive. He believes the higher-ups will take action soon, then adds that the true purpose of his visit actually lies elsewhere. Leaving the cult matter aside, there is another pressing issue regarding the sudden superpower evolution of Xu Jingming. Where is the young man now? He wants to meet him. Principal Ling immediately realizes what Master Liu is truly after. But there was another goal. Summoned to a reception room, Xu Jingming meets with the principal. Principal, you called for me. She gestures for him to take a seat. Principal Ling begins, let me introduce you. This is a member of our Daxia National Council Commissioner Liu Yushan. Xu Jingming is startled. There was another person here the whole time. He did not feel a thing. Suddenly, Liu Yushan turns with a warm smile, greeting him as student Xu Jingming. Hello, student. But Xu Jingming instantly senses something is off. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of mental pressure crashes down. He feels dragged into an endless dark abyss. His entire body tenses up. Instantly, golden lightning crackles around him instinctively to resist. He pants heavily, covered in sweat, fighting the surprise mental strike. He slumps back into his seat, mind racing. Previously, he had only seen level 9 martial saints online. He never expected that in person he could barely survive a single glance. Liu Yushan turns back, praising him. Not bad, very few level 3 awakened can withstand my gaze. Your willpower is incredibly solid. Xu Jingming replies with humility, thanking the commissioner for holding back. Liu Yushan just smiles warmly, explaining that while the blue planet produces 3 or 4 S-class elites, yearly double S-class talents are incredibly rare. Fewer than 50 have appeared in 200 years. Those who survive become humanity's absolute peak combat power. He hopes Xu Jingming will join their ranks, promising that the nation will provide him with full unrestricted support. Then presenting a glowing crest, Liu Yushan explains it is a special mental seal designed to protect his mind. A mystical purple sigil materializes. With a flick, it shoots forward, sinking straight into Xu Jingming's forehead. Swaying slightly from the effort, Liu Yushan explains that this soul brand is a double S-class mental technique. He developed it himself and cast it personally, meaning even a level 9 mental specialist would struggle to break it. After completing the seal, Liu Yushan seems to have used up a significant amount of his energy. Principal Ling quickly nudges him, reminding him to show gratitude. Xu Jingming bows, immediately offering his sincere thanks. Commissioner Liu Yushan casually waves it off, telling him there is no need for thanks. It was a joint national decision, so he should focus on getting stronger and eliminating enemies for Daxia. Principal Ling smiles warmly, noting that a massive layer of defense has now been placed around his mind. She adds that Commissioner Liu's special seal is something even level 8 great grandmasters can only dream of. Yet, he received it effortlessly. Grinning confidently, he replies that it only makes sense considering who he is. After all, he is the top genius student of Manhwa University. Principal Ling chuckles, calling him out for his total lack of humility. She then mentions the National University tournament next March, leaving it in his hands. Xu Jingming is startled and instantly protests. He reminds her that he is still just a freshman. But she gets serious, telling him not to even think about slacking. She is reserving a spot specifically for him, so he needs to train hard. Xu Jingming clenches his fist with burning determination. He is absolutely looking forward to testing his limits against the strongest university geniuses from all over the country. 3 days later at Manhwa University, a silver-haired girl stands in the crowd, eagerly searching the sky for him. A massive airship slowly descends onto the campus grounds, welcomed by a huge cheering crowd of excited students. Stepping off the vessel, Xu Jingming and his teammates spot her waiting. He smiles and waves to Chu Xuan. She waves back happily, calling out their names. Song Chu-yun greets her warmly, saying it has been far too long. Chu Xuan lets out a sigh of relief that they returned safely. Song Chu-yun holds her hands in deep gratitude. Your potions saved us, senior. Without them, navigating the catacombs would have been a complete nightmare. Chu Xuan beams proudly. After all, she made them herself. Linking arms with Song Kui-yun, she announces she booked a table at Qingye residence. Song Chu-yun asks if it is her treat. Xu Xuan proudly confirms that the meal is absolutely on her today. But first, she eagerly asks about the rare herbs she requested. Xu Jingming smirks, confirming he brought back plenty. He hauled back a massive amount, questioning if she can even handle them all. Watching from afar, Principal Ling smiles. She notes to herself how incredibly popular Xu Jingming is with girls. Still, strong bloodlines usually produce even stronger children, so having a few partners might actually be a benefit. But then she lets out a small, wistful sigh. Looking into the distance, she remembers her youth. Back then, absolutely no one in her generation could match her. Consequently, she is still completely single at 30. Later at Qingye residence, Xu Xuan stares in absolute disbelief. The sheer amount of rare herbs Xu Jingming unloads makes her wonder if they completely cleaned out the catacombs. What a haul! Looking at his rare herbs, they ask if he cleaned out every treasure in that demon cave. No worries, honestly, not many awakened are strong enough to reach the center of the demon abyss anyway. If you had stayed a bit longer, you might have gathered even more. Xu Xuan sighs, noting they are both about to get pretty busy again. Hearing this, Xu Jingming stands up, saying he is heading out to the resource room to redeem the S-grade cultivation rewards provided by Capital University. The scene shifts to Magic University's resource room located inside a grand ancient building. Stepping inside the quiet hall, Xu Jingming commands his AI assistant Eva to list all S-grade resources exchangeable with his Stage 7 breakthrough orb. Right away, Eva responds, popping up a massive wall of virtual holographic screens all around him. Xu Jingming stares in absolute shock, muttering that it is just too much. He asks which option can maximize the control of his lightning ability. Instantly, a bright blue hologram is pushed forward, displaying details for an S-grade lightning domain pass. With this pass in hand, a student can enter the local lightning domain in Hedong City for intensive training. Xu Jingming frowns, pretty confused. He knows Hedong City is located less than 100 kilometers from his home, yet he has never heard of any lightning domain existing there. Ava gently clarifies that the domain actually manifested in Canner Town 87 years ago. Once the local lightning dojo took over the entire area, they put it under strict closed management. Since an exclusive pass is required to enter, ordinary citizens have absolutely no clue about it. Intrigued, he asks if there are any fierce beasts lurking inside the domain. Eva confirms there are, adding that the vast majority of them wield powerful lightning abilities. Xu Jingming smiles with satisfaction, deciding to claim this pass as his S-grade reward. Right after making his choice, his phone rings with a call asking if he is indeed Vice President Xu Jingming. When he confirms, the caller explains that their student association is holding a special social gathering later this very afternoon. Listening to the caller, he remembers following the advice of his senior Liu Ming a few days ago. He joined the Meteor Club and ended up as its vice president. He definitely did not expect club duties to find him this quickly. He agrees to attend and hangs up. Looking at his screen, he realizes this gathering might actually turn out to be pretty interesting. Fellow cultivators from different departments sharing their insights is a great way to spark new ideas. It is definitely worth his time. But the moment he meets his master, the man gasps in pure shock, asking if Jingming has reached stage 3 already. Xu Jingming smiles, confirming he broke through during his recent training trip. His teacher pats his shoulder, staring at him in disbelief. He wonders why Jingming makes overcoming a stage 3 bottleneck sound as effortless as grabbing a quick bite to eat. At this rate, he will probably become a stage 7 grandmaster before graduation. The ecstatic teacher wraps an arm around his star disciple, dragging him toward the training room. He wants to see exactly how Jingming's body has changed after absorbing the blood of a god. Once inside, Xu Jingming unleashes his power, sending violent arcs of golden lightning dancing wildly around him. Standing at a safe distance, his teacher is completely stunned by the sight. He cannot help but wonder what is going on. Isn't the purplish heavenly thunder supposed to be purple and blue? Not only has the color shifted entirely, but the core essence of his ability feels totally different. Xu Jingming calmly asks if Vice Principal Ling forgot to mention the news. His lightning has officially evolved into the legendary SS-grade Heavenly Thunder. The teacher stands completely frozen, his jaw dropping as he stammers out. An S-grade ability actually evolving to SS-grade. No wonder the vice principal called yesterday, promising a massive surprise. Once he manages to calm down, he warns that while evolution is great, mastering an SS-grade power is exceptionally difficult. He will need to train harder than ever. Xu Jingming politely nods, saying he understands completely, and mentions he has already redeemed his S-grade pass for the lightning domain. He asks what preparations he should make before going. His master nods, fully agreeing that the lightning domain is the perfect training ground for lightning users like them to refine their techniques. He promises to share key precautions only after testing his disciples' current limits. He instructs Xu Jingming to activate his maximum lightning state. Smiling with confidence, Xu Jingming tells his master to watch closely. Instantly, a surge of blazing golden energy wraps around him. His physical appearance shifts entirely. His hair turns spiky gold, his eyes glow, and powerful lightning coats his entire body. His master looks on, praising his incredible progress. He notes that the foundation of his indestructible body has been massively enhanced, likely reaching the high 8th stage tier, while carrying the fierce essence of a Beast King-grade bloodline. Maintaining his state, Xu Jingming silently realizes why his raw physical attributes alone are capable of rivaling an S-grade Qilin. So that is his secret. His teacher tells him to rest a bit while he summons a suitable sparring partner. Since only real combat can test his physical limits, he begins evaluating candidates. Dong Yao is currently a high stage 2. Si Wei is a low stage 3, and Liu Ming is recovering. None of his 3 students are quite suitable. This junior disciple, Jingming, seems to be far stronger than his seniors at the academy. 10 minutes later, a man wearing a neat shirt, a brown door opens. The instructor notes that he has arrived. A tall, muscular weapons senior named Zhang Shan enters. He scratches his head in confusion. Why was he summoned? He hasn't messed up, so why is this show-off looking for him? The dean smiles warmly to calm him down. No need to stress. He just wants a physical sparring match between the two. He wants a physical combat session with his disciple Xu Jingming. Zhang Shan looks at the much smaller boy, totally unconvinced. Feeling highly skeptical, Zhang Shan asks if a pure physical match isn't just bullying the poor underclassmen. The dean casually responds that it is fine. He instructs him to use his full power while watching from the sidelines. Zhang Shan cracks his knuckles. He warns his junior that since the dean ordered it, he won't be holding back at all. The dean turns to the man standing right beside him. He asks Old Fu who he thinks will win this matchup. Old Fu analyzes the situation. While Jingming is stronger overall, Zhang Shan should easily take a win based on pure muscle. The dean narrows his eyes, completely disagreeing with that assessment. He notes that such a conclusion is not entirely correct here. Sure, Zhang Shan is a peak tier 3 A-class enhancement user, 2 minor realms higher than Jingming, but Jingming has had crazy opportunities. His physical gains are far beyond imagination. Suddenly, Zhang Shan roars and transforms, get ready for this, into a massive werewolf. With thick gray fur and piercing blue eyes, this is his A-class beast transformation. He sees Xu Jingming standing completely ready. Zhang Shan reminds himself that this junior is an S-class favorite of both the dean and the Grandmaster Space-type vice principal. He decides it is best to go easy. Injuring the kid would look bad. He warns his junior to stay alert. The werewolf roars and lunges forward, throwing a devastating punch. However, his furry face instantly contorts in sheer utter shock. He stumbles back several steps, completely stunned by the impact. How is this possible when he is a peak Tier 3 fighter? He is a peak Tier 3 and used his A-class enhancement. Even holding back, this should have been an easy, overwhelming victory. Xu Jingming asks with mock innocence if his senior is holding back. Zhang Shan breaks into a heavy cold sweat. He completely underestimated his opponent. Zhang Shan lets out a deafening howl, channeling every single ounce of his power. Facing an opponent who is finally taking things serious, Xu Jingming merely smirks. Zhang Shan charges at him with terrifying speed, yet Xu Jingming easily blocks the strike. He unleashes a flurry of punches, each landing with devastating bone-shattering force. Watching closely, the Dean analyzes the fight. Jingming's blood circulation speed is 1.3 times faster than Zhang Shan's. That must be the effect of the mysterious Beast King's blood essence. In terms of raw strength, they are virtually equal. He orders Jingming to activate his lightning limit state. Hearing this, a panicked Zhang Shan immediately begs them to stop. He pleads with the Dean to cancel the command. Meanwhile, golden sparks begin crackling intensely around Xu Jingming. This sight terrifies Zhang Shan even more. He is already getting overpowered, and that mode would make things downright tragic. The giant wolf looks at Xu Jingming with pleading eyes, begging his junior to go easy on him this time. Entering his lightning limit state, Jingming's hair turns a vibrant gold. He smiles, telling him it is no problem at all. A few minutes later, the massive werewolf is flattened on the floor, gasping for air with his tongue lolling out. He groans that he cannot take any more. Having returned to his normal form, Xu Jingming kneels and offers him a potion. He mentions that the master got inspired to improve a combat technique, so they should call it a day too. He thanks Senior Zhang for the hard work. Zhang Shan accepts the potion, expressing his gratitude while swearing under his breath. He promises that if anyone on the forums claims Jingming does not deserve his reputation, he will personally flame them. Turning to old Fu, Jingming asks when the master will be coming out. Old Fu replies that it is hard to say. It could be a few hours or even a few days. Just then, Jingming's phone starts beeping with an incoming call. It is President Ling calling. She informs him that representatives from Jingdu University have arrived with the S-class skill, Thor's Finger. She instructs him to head to the library to collect it. Surprised, Jingming asks if President Ling is serious. He wonders if she means right now. On the other end, she asks if he is busy, then decides to pick him up. Instantly, a golden spatial vortex opens and President Ling steps right through. She places a hand on his shoulder. Before he can react, Jingming is pulled straight into the portal, vanishing from the training room to everyone's absolute shock. In the blink of an eye, they materialize inside a luxurious room where a distinguished man is waiting patiently on a sofa. President Ling introduces him as Instructor Chen Lin from Jingdu University, then turns her attention to the waiting guest. She introduces Xu Jingming as their own S-class prodigy from Mado University. The young man bows politely to greet the guest. Instructor Chen nods in acknowledgement, welcoming him. President Ling then turns back to give Jingming some crucial instructions. Master Chen is a 7th-ranked Grandmaster, a true master of the Thunder God's Finger, staying for 2 weeks. Jingming must seek his guidance. He politely promises to do so. He secretly marvels at Capital University's sheer generosity. Not just a manual, but a personal guide too. Too bad he has his system to directly upgrade. Master, I might trouble you, he says. The elder smiles warmly. No worries, I know your master. Master Chen is an old friend of Yang Zhenqian, inviting the boy to drop by any time. Meeting over, Xu Jingming rushes to the Meteor Guild. He steps into the loud room. Stepping inside, he apologizes for the delay, instantly drawing everyone's eyes. Respectful greetings echo as members welcome their new vice leader. This place is huge, he thinks. A purple-haired youth waves. Jingming, sit here. He whispers in shock at his rapid progress. At this rate, he jokes, they might make you the next leader. Sitting next to Du Liangping, Jingming shrugs. I have zero interest. What is the meeting about? It is the Destiny sect. They dared to attack the Freshman Alliance. Total death wish. Do you accept? Jingming narrows his eyes, his gaze turning incredibly sharp. Of course I do. Another member stands up, addressing the crowd. The Destiny sect has risen from the ashes, and Great Yang Zhenqian ordered their absolute destruction. Several missions are active. He looks at Jingming. Want to team up? He declines politely, explaining that he prefers working solo. He needs to master the Thunder God's Finger first to stay safe. An extra S-class skill will keep him alive. He heads to Chen's quarters. Sitting opposite the veteran, Jingming asks humbly about the manual he read last night. Chen is completely stunned. You read it already? Such incredible diligence. Chen offers to share all his knowledge, urging him to ask away. The description is a bit vague. It is like the Heavenly Thunder art you know, but far more condensed. The morphing process is highly complex, Chen explains. Jingming nods, absorbing the instructions. 3 hours later, Chen pats his shoulder, praising his incredible comprehension. Now practice sinking mind and energy. It took him 10 days back then. Jingming bows in gratitude. He closes his eyes. Deep blue, add points. The system panel flashes, instantly upgrading the skill. Chen urges him to try it. Jingming wonders what could go wrong. It is time to test this insane cheat code. He suggests practicing alone first. Chen insists it will be quick, forcing the youth to reluctantly agree. Standing on the field, Jingming points his finger high. Wild lightning gathers. Brilliant golden arcs dance violently. Chen watches silently, grading him. Not bad. Absolutely perfect. Geniuses struggle for months. He keeps watching as Jingming starts the next step. Wait, what? He successfully connected with the world's lightning instantly. Even Capital's best took 4 months. The final step is surely impossible. Boom! A massive roaring pillar of golden lightning crashes down, fusing perfectly with his finger. The entire sky lights up as space itself trembles under the terrifying pressure. Chen stands completely frozen, sweat dripping down. He actually cast it. How is this possible? Suddenly, Jingming panics, yelling that he cannot seem to turn it off. The Thunder God's single finger sparks fly completely out of control, firing a massive finger-shaped bolt of lightning straight down. The blast heads right for a nearby building, but Teacher Chen reacts instantly, weaving hand signs to unleash a surge of blue energy. Hoping to stop the disaster, he roars and fires a powerful beam of blue electricity from his fingertip to intercept Xu Jingming's attack. The two massive forces collide midair, setting off a spectacular explosion that sends blinding electrical sparks showering in every direction. Once the smoke clears, Teacher Chen stands there in absolute shock at the raw power of the Thunder God's single-finger technique. The shockwaves prove the skill was fully unleashed, prompting him to warn Xu Jingming to focus entirely on his control from now on. If that destructive strike had actually hit the ground, this entire district would have been completely wiped off the map. Xu Jingming lets out a sigh of relief while holding the scroll, laughing that he got lucky. Teacher Chen was there to help. Handing the manual back, he casually mentions he already mastered the move, leaving Teacher Chen absolutely speechless in disbelief. Xu Jingming cheerfully says goodbye and dashes off. Teacher Chen stands completely frozen like a statue, holding the scroll as his teacup spoon trembles. Teacher Chen marvels at how old Yang's new disciple is an absolute monster. He suddenly understands why Manhwa University won the freshman competition, wishing he could recruit this S-tier prodigy to Jingdu University instead. Walking down the street, Xu Jingming reflects on his training, realizing the sheer destructive force of his new lightning skill. Even weaker Tier 5 Awaken would struggle to block it, though the massive energy consumption remains a major drawback. A single blast burns through half his lightning reserves. Shaking his head, he pulls out his phone. He calls up his artificial intelligence assistant Ava to open the shop for some energy recovery pills. As he navigates the bustling streets, a familiar voice suddenly calls out his name from right behind him. He turns to see a breathless Song Chu-yoon, who asks why he is there after she spotted that massive lightning finger. Guessing it was him, she hurried over, and now they stroll together as she asks what new skill he just learned. With a calm smile, he explains it is an S-rank skill prepared for his upcoming mission against the Providence cult. Her cheeks blush with excitement as she asks about the specific tier of the mission he chose to accept. He casually answers that it is an S-rank assignment targeting a major branch of the notorious Providence cult. A wave of sadness hits her since an S-rank mission means she cannot join, leaving her to wish him luck. Sensing her disappointment, Xu Jingming asks if she has any plans to take on missions of her own soon. She sighs, admitting she lacks a proper team, which prompts him to suggest reaching out to senior sister Jiang. He also recommends Chu Xuan, causing her eyes to light up with excitement as she decides to find them immediately. She drags him along by the hand and he agrees, wanting to discuss some energy recovery medicine with them anyway. Meanwhile, inside the music cafe in Jining City, an impatient group of local officers sits waiting for their reinforcement. A purple-haired girl asks when the Manhwa University student will arrive, but their blonde captain urges her to stay calm. He points out they still have time before 8:30, noting their understaffed public security bureau really needs this help. When asked who their guest is, the captain reveals the helper is a 19-year-old freshman named Xu Jingming. The squad is stunned, wondering if the university made a terrible mistake by sending a mere freshman to his death. Calling it a complete joke, the blonde leader cuts them off and demands they let him finish the explanation. He explains that Xu Jingming possesses an S-rank ability as a Tier 3 beginner, but fights like a peak Tier 3. The group is completely speechless, realizing they are dealing with an absolute prodigy, and agree to show him proper respect. Right then, the cafe door chimes and Xu Jingming walks in with a warm, polite smile on his face. Apologizing for the delay, he shakes hands with the blonde leader, who quickly insists they also just arrived. The captain introduces himself as Kaiju, a Tier 3 peak enhancer with a B-rank ability, before introducing the others. Next is Yang Zentiang Shan, a B-rank Tier 3 mid-level support user, followed by the fiery B-rank fire user Zhang Tong at high Tier 3. Finally, they have Sun Yan, an intelligent B-rank mentalist at high Tier 3, wrapping up their squad introductions. Getting straight to business, Kaiju activates a screen to share the critical clues they uncovered about the cult. Xu Jingming sits down and thanks them for their hard work, focusing intently on the upcoming mission details. A holographic projection lights up, revealing two main targets tied directly to the local Providence cult operations. They are Zhang Wenshan Yuhao, president of the Lake Club, and Lang Cheng, the chief executive officer of South Blue Sea Technology. According to their intelligence, both individuals are crucial assets for the Providence cult, and the team must capture them immediately. With a psychic ability user handling the interrogation, they can finally track down the Heaven's Mandate sect branch in Jining City. Taiju points out that Lang Cheng is a tough nut to crack, so they plan to bag Zhang Wenshan Yuhao first. He tells student Xu to just tag along tomorrow, but Xu Jingming wonders why they do not split up to cover both targets. Xu stands up and confidently points right at Taiju, asking if he is being underestimated, then demands they leave Lang Cheng to him. He tells them to focus on the Tiger sect instead. Taiju looks skeptical, asking if this S-class from Madu University is just overconfident. Facing a mid-tier level 4 is incredibly difficult even for an S-class. Zhang Tong quickly steps in to stop him too. She warns that Lang Cheng has a mid-tier level 4 bodyguard, making it way too dangerous for him to fight alone. They should secure Zhang Wenshan Yuhao first, but Xu tells them not to worry, which only makes her snap at his stubbornness. She demands if he even understands the situation. Sighing, Taiju hands him a flash drive and tells him to go ahead. It contains a 3D map and intel on the target corporation. Xu Jingming takes the drive with a subtle smile. He mutters about how little faith they have in an S-class, and honestly, it's time to show them some real skills. Later that night, Xu Jingming sits alone in a dark room staring at the holographic 3D map projected from his portable terminal. He notes there are 5,362 sensors and 51 awakened patrol squads, his eyes turning cold and sharp. Lang Cheng actually turned a tech zone into a fortress tighter than a military base, proving just how paranoid he is. Suddenly, his phone on the floor buzzes with a sharp notification beep. He opens it to find a text from Taiju. The Bureau has assigned a 20-man special ops team to assist him. He sighs, not expecting much from them anyway. Even with the extra hands, he is pretty sure they will only end up getting in his way when things go south. The very next day, inside the massive South Lam high-tech complex, Jingming casually sips tea at an outdoor cafe. He quietly speaks into his communicator, asking Captain Wang for an update on their scouting progress. Disguised as a regular office worker, Captain Wang Gang, a peak Tier 2 user, quickly reports back through the comms. He says they have searched the perimeter multiple times but cannot find a single crack in the security system. Jingming looks down thoughtfully. He really wanted to avoid violence, but it seems he has to force his way in. But just as he prepares to make a move, a familiar female voice suddenly cuts through his thoughts. It is Lin Qingluan, his old high school class monitor. She approaches him in absolute shock, recognizing him instantly. Jingming is just as surprised to see her, realizing she must be attending college here in Jining City. She curiously asks what he is doing here, since he is supposed to be studying at Madu University. He smiles and plays it cool, saying he is just visiting but was rejected from entering the tech zone. Hearing this, she happily offers to help, mentioning her uncle is attending a tech exhibition inside right now. She promises to get her uncle to bring him along, but Jingming acts a bit hesitant about the trouble. Waving it off, she assures him that a single word from her uncle will easily get them inside. He gives her a grateful smile, which makes her giggle because he still calls her by her high school title. Seizing this perfect opportunity, he quietly instructs his team over the radio to stand by as he moves in. Thanks to his old friend, he easily bypasses the tight security and steps right into the main courtyard. Her uncle Lin Haima turns to them and mentions that the big boss, Lang Cheng, will be arriving shortly. He tells them to look around freely while he catches up with some associates before the boss gets here. Lin Qingluan politely thanks him while Jingming smirks to himself, glad the target is coming straight to him. Once her uncle is gone, she turns to ask him if he has already become an awakened user. An awakened already, Jingming nods in confirmation while her eyes show a brief hint of deep sadness. Honestly, she is incredibly jealous, reaching this level in just 6 months while she remains completely stuck. Before they can finish talking, his phone suddenly rings and he quickly steps away to answer the call. Standing in a quiet corner, he picks up only to hear Taiju speaking in a panicked rush. He urgently asks if Xu has located Lang Cheng yet because the other cult members have already fled. Lang Cheng is their only remaining lead. Hearing this, Jingming's brow furrows as he realizes the target might run. When Jingming goes completely silent, Taiju calls out in worry, asking if everything is okay over there. Xu snaps out of his thoughts as the urgency hits him, his eyes locking onto a sudden movement. He speaks calmly into his phone, telling them that it is nothing and he has already located Lang Cheng. The scene then cuts to Taiju's squad. Zhang Dong asks, anxiously wondering how Xu Jingming is doing, while Taiju keeps his eyes glued to his phone. He replies that Jingming found Lang Cheng, though they have no idea what the actual situation is and must head there immediately to back him up. Jingming turns back to Lin Qingluan with a serious expression, instructing the class rep to take her people and hide in a corner. He explains he has some business to settle. A completely baffled Qingluan mutters back, asking why they need to hide. Ignoring her confusion, Jingming strides forward and speaks with pure killer intent, stating he actually came here for another reason entirely. Not far away, Uncle Lin is happily greeting the chairman of Lanhai Technology, President Leng Chang, glad to see him. He asks when the busy executive will finally have time for his old friends, but Leng Chang responds with pure arrogance. Leng Chang claims he has been tied up with matters in this building. Suddenly, a booming shout echoes through the area. Jingming's voice startles Leng Chang and his guards as he orders the Destiny sect member to surrender immediately. Raising his hand, Jingming firmly announces to the crowd that according to the Jining Municipal Public Security Bureau's investigation, Leng Chang of Lanhai Technology is linked to the Destiny sect, ordering all uninvolved bystanders to leave right away. He warns that anyone choosing to shield Leng Chang from this moment on will be treated as a member of the cult. The crowd erupts into panicked whispers. Did Leng Chang seriously join a dangerous heretical cult like the Destiny sect? It seems impossible, but since the Security Bureau is already on site, the shocking claims cannot be a lie. Right then, a massive guard named Wu Hang steps forward to block Leng Chang, wearing a smug, mocking sneer. He scoffs, claiming he only knows his duty to protect President Leng and has never heard of any Destiny sect. He taunts that the Security Bureau must be desperate to send a mere level 3 novice kid to handle this. The onlookers gasp in disbelief. Is Xu Jingming really just a low-tier level 3 after all this time? They wonder if elite universities are truly that monstrous training and awakened into a level 3 powerhouse in under a semester. Jingming calmly raises his hand as a hovering device materializes, prompting him to issue a cold command to his AI. Since the guard is clearly part of the cult too, Jingming decides to take down both of them right here. He tells Eva to begin recording the mission, and the mechanical sphere chirps in response. Wu Hang rages at the insult. Veins bulge on his arms as he swings his massive greatsword, roaring to know who gave the kid such guts. Charging with pure murderous intent, the guard leaps high into the air, screaming for the young challenger to die. He unleashes his blood tiger slash, bringing down a crimson glowing blade that tears the ground apart and scatters the crowd. Bystanders panic, noting Master Wu is a mid-tier level 4 expert whose raw power easily splits the reinforced stone floor. Splitting a floor as tough as D-rank alloy so easily is insane, yet Jingming simply slips backward to dodge. Wu Hang slams his sword down and sneers that his target has decent reflexes, but you won't dodge a second time. Jingming merely smirks as crackling lightning begins to coat his body, muttering that dodging won't even be necessary. He declares he has already measured his opponent's limits, and a brilliant golden lightning storm explodes from his frame. And just like that, he transforms into a blinding flash of golden electricity, leaving Wu Hang in a cold sweat. Terrified, he wonders if this is deity state, a power supposed to be exclusive to their cult's divine blood messengers. He realizes it is different, lacking any of the grotesque physical mutations seen in their immortal cultists. Jingming closes the distance in a fraction of a second, his killing intent surging as he calls the guard foolishly stubborn. He tells him to rot in hell as he unleashes a jagged razor-sharp bolt of lightning straight downward. With a sickening tear, the bolt blasts right through Wu Hang's chest, leaving a massive hole as his lifeless body collapses. Blood pools on the floor, leaving the onlookers completely petrified by the sheer brutal display of overwhelming power. They whisper in horror that he took down Master Wu in an instant, leaving Qingluan questioning her own eyes. Sweating, she struggles to process that this terrifying prodigy was once just her ordinary high school classmate. Leng Chang watches the scene with a pale face, stepping back in absolute panic as cold sweat drips down. He wonders when the Security Bureau acquired such a monster, but Jingming has no intention of letting him escape. He summons a lightning cage with a cold scoff, telling him it is already far too late to run. Fiery pillars of electricity erupt from the ground, trapping Leng Chang inside a deadly grid as Jingming slowly approaches. Staring down with freezing eyes, he warns him not to make any stupid moves now that his guard is dead. I can never guarantee I will deliver you to the interrogators in one piece, Xu Jingming warns him coldly. Leng Yang Zentian grits his teeth in utter despair. He never expected the Bureau to employ such a bloodthirsty monster. Suddenly, he pales. What are you doing? But without a word, Jingming violently slams an energy orb into his chest. Total collapse. Foam instantly pools at his mouth as he hits the ground, knocked out cold in a second. Complete panic. The surrounding guests begin screaming in terror, desperately shoving past each other, demanding to be let out. They yell that the cult members are already caught. Why can they not leave? They are not part of the sect. Instantly, security guards clad in dark suits and sunglasses rush in to intercept the crowd and restore order. They form a solid wall, shouting that absolutely nobody leaves until a full investigation has been completed. Attempting to escape by force means being branded a cultist, leaving the trapped crowd silent and trembling with worry. The guards keep insisting that the Bureau will never lock up innocent people, though the crowd is not convinced. They assure everyone that no law-abiding citizen will suffer, but they will absolutely not let any criminal slip through. Meanwhile, over at the South Lanhai Tech Zone, the heavy metallic footsteps of the reinforcing Special Forces team ring out. Total silence greets them. Looking around the quiet, completely orderly area, the patrol officers are utterly baffled. No casualties, no struggle. Taiju rushes forward, clicking his tongue in bitter disappointment at the failed mission. Damn it, all that planning down the drain. He had hoped to capture one of them and trace them back to the base. Sun Yan anxiously asks if they arrived too late and if their primary target, Leng Yang Zentiang, has already escaped. The guard shakes his head. Not at all. We have fully secured the Lanhai zone and captured Leng Yang Zentiang. Taiju gasps. Captured, but how is that possible when there are absolutely no signs of combat anywhere? The officer scratches his head in confusion, admitting they do not actually know the full details themselves. He explains that by the time they arrived, Officer Xu had already handled everything. They only did the cleanup. The entire squad pales in disbelief. Wait, didn't the target have a formidable level 4 mid-tier bodyguard? The guard calmly replies that everyone has been dealt with, just as Taiju spots a charred, bloodied corpse. It is the bodyguard Wu Hang lying dead on the ground with a massive hole blasted through his chest. Taiju examines the wound, cold sweat dripping. Xu Jingming actually killed a level 4 mid-tier combatant. Defeating an opponent is tough, but taking them out in one blow, honestly, that is on a whole different level. He severely underestimated the S-rank prodigy from Madu University, feeling incredibly glad he did not offend him earlier. Approaching Xu Jingming, Captain Tai plasters on a warm, flattering smile, thanking him profusely for taking down the target. He admits his team would have been completely helpless without him, promising to buy him a drink after the mission. Jingming casually slips his hands into his pockets, glancing at the chained Leng Yang Zentiang. Drinks can wait. Let's interrogate them. Sun Yan immediately unleashes his mental ability on Leng Yang Zentiang, quickly turning back to report the cult branch location. The hidden base is located in the suburbs of Jining, housing about 200 active cultists ready for a fight. There are 3 level 4 low tiers and 1 level 4 mid-tier divine blood messenger, along with 8 level 3s. Hearing this, Jingming's eyes flare with excitement, a sharp smirk spreading across his face as he targets them. Those elite messengers are basically walking jackpots of ability points, but Taiju looks extremely worried about the numbers. He asks if they should call for reinforcements, pointing out that facing so many awakened enemies is highly risky. Jingming confidently dismisses it, telling the group there is no time to waste and ordering them to move immediately. The scene shifts to the team marching deep into a mountain forest, eventually stopping in a quiet, secluded clearing. Sun Yan points ahead, warning them that the cult's stronghold is hidden right here, completely invisible to the naked eye. He tells everyone to relax their minds so he can share his telepathic vision, and the team quickly agrees. Sensing the psychic wave, Jingming notes how incredibly useful mental-type abilities are, deciding to study them later in the library. He hopes his lightning element can eventually mimic this, just as the shared vision reveals what is truly there. A massive alloy gate hidden inside the mountain comes into view, prompting Taiju to seek cover behind a tree. He asks Zhang Tong if her fire abilities are strong enough to blast through the thick metal gate or solid rock. She grimaces, admitting it will be tough, while Jingming pops a level 3 energy recovery pill into his mouth. Jingming offers to handle it, leaving Taiju feeling incredibly grateful for his unstoppable, overpowered young ally. Now that they're in trouble, they have to rely on Xu Jingming again. Our 2 elite Tier 3 teams are apparently completely useless compared to this Magic Capital S rank. Jingming steps forward, raising his hand to unleash the Thunder God's finger. Lightning erupts violently, and a massive golden bolt crashes down on the target like a falling meteor. Boom! This sheer power is insane, completely shattering the reinforced alloy gate into hundreds of flying shards. The violent blast sweeps dust and rocks backward, forcing Keiju and Zhang Tong to dive behind a tree. Keiju clings to the trunk in sheer shock. Is this a dream? Is this kind of ridiculous power actually possible for a Tier 3 user? Meanwhile, Jingming gently blows the sizzling smoke off his fingertip with a smirk. That felt great, since teacher Chen Lin neutralized it the first time. Now he finally got to enjoy the blast fully, and his lingering regrets are gone. He grabs his spear and charges straight inside, telling Captain Kai that since the gate is open, he is going in. Eva, activate combat monitoring mode. Right after speaking, Jingming and the floating mechanical orb plunge into the dark depths of the bunker. Outside, Kaiju shifts into his half-leopard beast form, shouting for everyone to leave 10 guards behind to secure the exit. No one from the Destiny sect gets away. The rest of you charge. Inside, the cultists are scrambling in total chaos, but their leader yells out for them to grab their weapons and face the enemy. The fanatical mob quickly gathers, shouting that they must follow Priest Wang, for their god is eternal and will grant them unstoppable strength. Yes, Priest Wang tries to calm them down, telling them those government lapdogs from public security are only Tier 3 agents. Besides, they have the noble Tier 4 divine blood messengers. If one comes, they kill one, and if two come, they kill a pair to serve their god. The fanatical crowd raises their hands high, chanting praises to the ceiling, celebrating their eternal deity. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of lightning tears through the ceiling, striking the middle of the crowd. They freeze in pure panic, unable to comprehend what just happened. Through the thick dust and crumbling debris, Xu Jingming slams his spear, sending waves of lightning outward. He smiles coldly, sorry to interrupt your little pre-battle rally. Do any of you know where your divine blood messenger is hiding? A cultist points a finger and screams in rage, calling him a mere Tier 3 public security brat. The mob surges forward, shouting that they can easily take him down. Jingming smirks, his voice cold. They think way too highly of themselves. Get ready, because they have absolutely no idea. He swings his spear, releasing a massive wave of golden lightning. The electric shock immediately sweeps through them, frying them to a crisp as they scream in agony. One terrified survivor drops to his knees, crawling forward and begging for mercy, crying out that he surrenders. Jingming leans in close, his calm eyes radiating cold, murderous intent as he begins the interrogation. That is perfect. Now tell him where the divine blood messenger is. Shaking on the floor, the cultist desperately confesses that the messenger is currently at the deepest blood pool inside the mountain. Jingming softly murmurs that he understands. Immediately, his lightning-covered palm slams right down onto the man's head, crackling with raw force. Seeing this, the other cultists back away in terror, screaming why he killed a man who surrendered. Jingming smiles icily, arcs of lightning crackling around him as he asks if he ever promised to spare them. The remaining cultists are completely frozen in horror, utterly speechless. They immediately drop to their knees, begging and crying that their crimes do not deserve a death sentence. They swear they were only brainwashed into joining the Destiny sect and are completely innocent. Looking down at them, Jingming raises the mechanical Eva device, commanding her to scan their identities. The metal orb flashes as she begins processing the data. Listening to their pathetic excuses, his face darkens with disgust. He whispers that he is eager to see their so-called innocence. Instantly, the database pulls up their files. One is Zhou Ping, a Tier 2 wanted murderer who slaughtered a helpless mother and child in Manhwa. Another is Liu Yang, a Tier 2 trafficker who distributed highly addictive spirit fruits across the province. Looking at Wang Hai's file, Jingming's eyes flare with freezing lethal intent. Is this their version of being innocent? He raises his hand, releasing a massive surge of thunder that incinerates everything in its path, telling them to die quietly. Right then, Kaiju and Zhang Tong finally arrive, instantly stopping in their tracks as the overwhelming shockwave sweeps past. Dripping with cold sweat, Kaiju looks at the destruction, wondering if this S-rank ability can really turn living humans into ash so instantly. Zhang Tong is equally horrified, silently realizing that even with her own flames, she would need to be Tier 5 to pull that off. Snapping out of it, Kaiju steps forward to ask Jingming, since the bishop and the divine blood messenger are apparently hiding at a place called the Blood Pool, do you know its purpose? Jingming calmly replies that he heard Leng Chang mention it, and it seems to be where they. Stepping deeper inside a cold, sterile lab reveals countless incubation chambers holding human bodies suspended in green liquid. Staring at these horrific machines, Xu Jingming grits his teeth in pure rage. Damn it, the Heaven's Destiny sect is experimenting on humans and animals. These scumbags must die. Absolutely. The team quickly pushes further into the facility. Taiju suddenly points ahead. Student Xu, we are close to the blood pool, but that is Zhang Wenshan Wuhao from Hu Shejia blocking us. Zhang Wenshan Wuhao blocks their path with an arrogant laugh, mocking Captain Tai for bringing his squad straight to their graves. Since you are here, leave your lives behind. Xu Jingming scans the lackeys coldly, noting the strongest is only peak Tier 3. Where is your divine blood envoy anyway? Zhang Wenshan Wuhao barks back in absolute fury. You arrogant brat, why would our Lord Divine Envoy ever lift a single finger against someone like you? He immediately channels his energy, throwing a heavy fist straight at Xu Jingming. Too slow. Xu Jingming swings his spear, releasing a massive lightning bolt that blasts him away, mocking him for having absolutely zero actual power. Zhang Wenshan Wuhao drops dead on the spot. Just like that. The cultists behind him tremble in pure terror. Bishop Zhang Wenshan is dead. Who are you? One of them panics, trying to negotiate, offering a high rank if he joins. We will ask the Divine Envoy to make you a Cardinal Bishop. Lightning crackles around Xu Jingming once more. He lets out a dangerous smile, coldly stating he has zero interest in joining and mocks their terrible intelligence. Do you guys seriously not know that your precious holy son has already met his end by my own hands? The cultists lose their minds with fear and scramble to run, shouting that he is the S rank from Mada University. Run! But Xu Jingming fires a blinding web of electricity, wiping out the remaining cultists in a flash. Seeing this, Taiju does not know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Xu, could you leave some alive for interrogation? Sun Yan thinks in awe, wondering if he is secretly a professional assassin instead of a normal student. Xu Jingming turns around with an innocent look. Oh, he shrugs, brushing it off. Let's head to the blood pool next. He quickly grabs the key card from the corpse, walks to the giant metal door and swipes it. The automated system chimes. Welcome Bishop Zhang Wenshan to the blood pool. The door slowly rumbles open as he steps forward, calmly entering the dark chamber beyond. A foul odor hits them. Zhang Dong pinches his nose in disgust. Smelling the heavy blood, Sun Yan looks around, wondering why the room is completely empty. Did the divine blood envoy flee? They approach a bubbling crimson pool, radiating a strange, sinister energy. Xu Jingming gathers bright crackling lightning in his palm, eyes narrowing as he decides to test the waters first. Leaping up, he drives his lightning spear straight down, sending a massive geyser of blood erupting outward. The pool churns violently as lightning splits the fluid, followed by an endless barrage of raw power from his hands. He fires relentlessly. Sun Yan adjusts his glasses, staring in utter disbelief at the sheer force of the attack. Can combat skills even be unleashed like that? Honestly, his extreme caution is unreal, but suddenly a furious roar echoes out. Stop this! 4 hulking beast-like mutants slowly emerge from the depths of the boiling blood pool. Xu Jingming smirks, noting they were indeed hiding inside, specifically 3 early Tier 4 and 1 mid-Tier 4 mutants. Captain Tai, just wait here. The leading mutant barks out in pure raging fury. You lowly humans, how dare you mock us and treat our divine presence as some mere target to probe? Xu Jingming replies coldly, from your tone it sounds like you don't even consider yourselves human anymore. The pig-headed monster points arrogantly, claiming they are divine messengers chosen by the heavenly angel, far superior to low-class humans. Without another word, Xu Jingming charges straight ahead, his spear crackling with blinding lightning. Let us see what makes you divine messengers so special, he yells, swinging his spear down with massive force. Sparks fly as he clashes with the leader's greatsword. The beastly commander snarls, blocking the blow with smug confidence. Forget we have 4 people, the commander growls as the other mutants swing their staffs in a sudden ambush. Die with honor, Xu Jingming, I will take credit for killing an S rank. But he is lightning fast. He easily dodges with his body clad in crackling lightning armor, leaving the sweating attacker in absolute terrified shock. Seizing the moment, Xu Jingming sweeps his spear, releasing a massive wave of electricity that blasts all 4 away. Standing midair with contempt, he asks if these weak attacks are just meant to be a massage. Spinning his spear, Xu Jingming summons a violent lightning storm that completely surrounds and crushes the beast mutants. The system pings continuously. Alert: defeated a low Tier 4 Godblood Messenger, ability points plus 1,000. Defeated a mid-Tier 4 Godblood Messenger plus 1,500 points and another low Tier 4 Messenger. Jingming tallies his loot: 4 messengers down, 4,500 points gained. Not bad at all. He picks up a spatial ring from the ashes, smiling at the haul of pills, rare herbs, and cold hard cash. Talk about a massive payday. Kaiju walks over in absolute awe, praising Brother Xu for his crazy skills. He asks if everyone at Moto Academy is this overpowered. Jingming shrugs, saying he is just average. He just happens to be slightly special. Kaiju laughs, calling him humble but saying only fools would believe that. With the Destiny Sect branch wiped out, they need to celebrate. Kaiju insists they throw a massive party tonight. Jingming is totally down and nods. Just like that, we jump right into the next morning. The sun is shining bright over the campus. Inside the mission hall, students are bustling with chatter. Some complain about D-rank missions being too brutal, almost getting killed, while others brag about their big scores. One student laughs, calling them weak, while boasting about pulling 74 credits from a single run. Right then, Jingming walks in with his hands in his pockets. Instantly, all eyes in the hall lock onto him. The gossip starts. Some wonder if he cleared a C-rank quest. Others call them crazy. A C-rank is nothing. It only gives 120 credits, so why would he waste his time? Maybe it was an A rank. A top-tier fighter named Zhang Yue just turned 1 in, but she's already at Tier 4. No matter how hyped Jingming is, surely he cannot match that. Meanwhile, he swipes his card on the terminal. A massive glowing notification pops up, leaving the entire crowd utterly speechless. It reads, "Congratulations on completing the first S-rank Destiny Sect mission, taking the absolute #1 spot on the Glory leaderboard." Students stare with dropped jaws, stammering out S rank. The holographic display shows complete and total dominance. First place, Jingming Xu, S rank, 67 hours and 23 minutes. Second place is Li Shang with an A rank at 65:32, followed by Zhang Yue in third with 67:12. The whole room erupts in absolute chaos. An actual S rank. Now that is a mind-blowing achievement. It has only been open for 2 days and a freshman already crushed an S rank. This guy is too savage. Suddenly, a calm, poised upperclassman approaches with a smile, telling Jingming he never expected anyone to beat his time. He admits Jingming really lives up to his legendary name. The stranger extends a hand in mutual respect. He introduces himself as Yao Fang, stating he loves befriending powerful people and says it is a pleasure. Nearby students gasp and back away in sheer awe. That guy is none other than one of the school top 5. The infamous Ice Mountain Yao Fang. To think Jingming actually cleared an S-rank quest faster than him is insane. Ice Mountain is actually initiating a friendship. Jingming is officially recognized as an elite. He recalls Yao Fang's profile. Senior Yao Fang from the Elemental Academy Tier 4 possesses an A-rank ice ability and sits in the top 5. He earned his legendary nickname Ice Mountain by freezing an entire mountain peak solid in the past. Jingming shakes his hand politely, saying he has heard a lot about him. Yao Fang lets out a hearty laugh. He is pleased Jingming knows him, explaining he had a bet with some friends on who would clear an S rank first, but they all lost to a freshman. Pointing to the desk, Yao Fang says he needs to turn in his quest. He promises to introduce Jingming to his circle next time. Jingming nods and tells him to go ahead. Watching him walk off, Jingming smiles. He wonders if this means he is officially accepted into the school elite circle. As he leaves, he recalls a text from his master yesterday saying he has finished his secluded meditation. He needs to visit his master before taking on another quest. The scene cuts to a traditional manor. It sits peacefully at the base of a gorgeous snow-capped mountain. Stepping inside the sunny courtyard, Jingming greets them. He bows, greeting his master and senior brother before eagerly asking if the indestructible lightning body technique is ready. Teacher Chen sips his tea calmly, stating it is not that simple. 5 days of meditation only brought a few clues. Senior brother Liu walks over with a proud smile, congratulating his junior brother on his recent massive success. He mentions the S-rank quest and his new friendship with Ice Mountain. Jingming is stunned at how fast his brother gets his updates. Liu chuckles, explaining he saw everything trending all over the school website, representing the academy. Since you successfully completed an S-rank mission solo, maybe the National University Tournament this coming March will grant you a spot to compete. Teacher Chen immediately cuts in, saying it is not a maybe. Principal Ling already told him that Jingming is already a reserve player for the tournament. Senior Liu gasps in disbelief, shocked that a spot was secured so early. Jingming has to be the first freshman in their school history to participate in the prestigious National University Tournament. Teacher Chen stands up, waving his hand with excitement, telling them to head to the training hall since Senior Liu has not fought him once since recovering. This is the perfect opportunity for some real combat practice, and Jingming happily agrees. Senior Liu is just as eager, dying to see exactly how powerful his junior brother has actually become. Inside the training hall, both take their stances. Senior Liu grips his long spear tightly, his eyes turning incredibly sharp as he looks at Jingming, warning him that he is going all out. Jingming calmly raises his spear. Teacher Chen calls out that they are ready to begin. Instantly, violent green lightning erupts as Senior Liu channels his power, sending his hair flying with a terrifying aura. Jingming matches him instantly, his entire body crackling with brilliant golden lightning as his eyes flash with an unmatched majestic power. He reminds himself that since his SS rank talent is incredibly destructive, he needs to end this sparring match as quickly as possible. Senior Liu swings his spear downward, unleashing a crescent of green lightning. Jingming moves like a flash to block the strike. Clang! The two spears collide with immense force, sending brilliant bursts of green and yellow lightning exploding in every direction. They clash at a blistering speed. Spear strikes wrapped in wild electricity trade blows, filling the room with deafening metallic roars. Just 3 minutes later, the intense storm clears. Senior Liu is seen holding onto his spear, gasping heavily for air. Drenched in sweat, he drops to one knee and smiles in absolute defeat, admitting he is simply no match for Jingming. Jingming lowers his weapon and humbly waves it off, telling his senior that he was surely just holding back during the fight. Senior Liu vigorously shakes his head, protesting that he did not hold back at all and calling Jingming an absolute monster. He declares that he will definitely watch Jingming compete in person at the national tournament. Teacher Chen walks over, laughing warmly. He praises Jingming and offers to approve any leave of absence he needs from his academy classes to focus on his plans. Jingming nods in agreement, explaining that he intends to dedicate his immediate time to running high-level combat missions. On his way out, Jingming calculates his options, realizing that hunting down the divine blood messengers yields far more talent points than beasts. Time flies, and a month later, a massive crowd of students gathers around the holographic glory leaderboard in pure anticipation. The newly updated rankings on the screen leave everyone absolutely speechless. First place goes to none other than Xu Jingming. His mind-blowing record shows 3 S-rank missions, 6 A-rank missions, and 4 B-rank missions with an incredible total time of 225 hours and 12 minutes. Second is Kong Shi and third is Yao Fang. One student gasps in shock. No one could have predicted that the top spot on the legendary Glory leaderboard would actually be claimed by a freshman. Others agree, noting that even though Kong Shi is close to breaking through to Tier 4, he still fell short. They wonder how Jingming even trains, since his growth is just ridiculously fast. Today is the official awards ceremony. Jingming walks into the hall with his hands in his pockets, excited that the day to receive his rewards has finally arrived. He wonders what they will give him. The surrounding students whisper in awe, remembering how he awakened only 6 months ago. Climbing from a newly awakened to intermediate Tier 3 in half a year is just absurd. He has leveled up again. Even for an S-rank genius, this speed is insane. No wonder they call him the Thunder Emperor. Yao Fang spots him. He walks over to tease him about his badass new title, saying the Thunder Emperor name sounds incredibly cool. Jingming scratches his head awkwardly, telling his senior it is just a random nickname the students made up on a whim. Yao Fang gestures toward an approaching woman, offering to introduce him to the famous blood hand known as Shen Dongling. Wearing an elegant orange dress, she smiles and praises Jingming, saying his physical stats are incredible for his tier. She playfully asks why the two beautiful girls who are always with him did not tag along today. Jingming shrugs. He explains they are busy cramming for final exams and he will have to study right after getting his rewards. Yao Fang slaps his forehead suddenly, remembering that Jingming is still just a freshman despite his monstrous combat power. The school presenter steps up to hand out the Glory leaderboard rewards, starting with their top-ranked student. For taking down 978 members of the Destiny sect, Jingming receives a rare S-rank resource package and 3,000 credits. The entire hall falls into a stunned silence as they hear his terrifying combat statistics. Killing nearly 1,000 enemies in just 1 month is absolutely insane, basically taking out over 30 lives every single day. Yao Fang gasps in total disbelief. This is way more brutal than the infamous blood hand Shen Dongling. Did he really take down that many members of the Destiny sect? Jingming casually replies that he only killed under 500. It was no big deal, just a couple of missions near their branch, so he cleaned house while passing through. The school representative steps up to hand over his reward, S-Class Cultivation Resources, featuring a bottle of Grade 6 Return Yuan Elixir. There are 10 pills inside. The instructor hopes he keeps pushing hard to secure the top spot on the Glory rankings next time. Jingming bows respectfully, promising to put in the work. Clutching the valuable bottle in his hand, Yao Fang can only marvel. It is a top-tier S-Class resource designed to supercharge cultivation speed. The prize for first place is genuinely insane. Jingming just smiles. Yao Fang rubs his chin, leaning in closer with a playful smirk. He suggests that instead of constantly risking his neck on these deadly missions, Jingming should just make a move on Song Qiuyun. Her family is a powerful dynasty with grade 8 grandmasters. But Jingming declines, saying he does not rely on women. Besides, how could any wealthy patron help him level up faster than his trusty Deep Blue system? Leaving the office, he ponders. Master Yang advised him to master a fist technique next. In his lightning state, his physical body is already a deadly weapon. Close quarters combat would also help suppress the bloodthirsty side effects of his immortal lightning body. He opens up the system interface. Scrolling through the skill library, he makes his choice, Thunder Dragon Fist. It is direct, practical, and packing serious heat. This A-class technique focuses lightning energy directly into the fist, delivering lightning-fast strikes. He shuts the interface with a plan. First, he will reach the basic mastery level, then find his teacher to test it out whenever he has some spare time. Right then, his phone starts buzzing loudly. Jingming answers to hear the familiar voice of Vice Principal Ling on the line. She tells him to drop by her office, and he quickly complies. Pushing the door open, he steps inside her workplace. An unexpected wave of energy hits him immediately. Sensing the dramatic shift in her aura, he looks up with wide, surprised eyes. He asks if she has finally broken through. Vice Principal Ling offers a charming smirk, praising his incredibly sharp perception. She notes that he definitely does not act like a typical Rank 3 awakened. Jingming cups his hands, offering sincere congratulations. He quietly analyzes her. Among the 3 grade 8 vice principals, the other 2 are already over 50 without a breakthrough. Yet Vice Principal Ling managed to take that massive step forward first. He cannot help but wonder how old she actually is. Judging by her flawless skin and elegant figure, she looks exceptionally young. Her cool voice suddenly cuts right through his thoughts. She dryly remarks that guessing a lady's age is not very polite. Jingming flinches as a cold sweat breaks out. He wonders in panic if she can literally read minds, stepping back while mentally cursing his own stupid mouth. Ling is famously strict, and now he is about to face the terrifying wrath of a grade 8 grandmaster. She offers a surprisingly gentle smile to calm his rising panic, explaining that she has no mind-reading abilities at all. However, a grade 8 grandmaster possesses immense spiritual power, meaning even the tiniest emotional flicker cannot escape her sharp gaze. She warns him that in front of high-level masters, it is always best to keep his poker face fully locked. Jingming bows, accepting the advice, and exhales a quiet sigh of relief. It seems she is not actually mad. Her eyes soften as she casually adds that he does not need to keep guessing about her age anyway. She is 34 years old, hardly the ancient lady he might have imagined. But internally she suddenly pauses in slight confusion. Why on earth is she over-explaining herself to his student? Jingming, however, immediately seizes the golden opportunity to flatter her. He gasps that 34 is incredibly young, especially since the average age for grade 8 grandmasters starts at 46. Master Yang is over 50 and still stuck at peak grade 7. He claims to admire her achievements immensely. Vice Principal Ling scolds him playfully, unable to hide her amusement. She tells him to cut the flattery and focus. With winter break starting in 2 days, she asks about his plans. Jingming responds seriously, intending to return home. He wants to head back to Jiangnan and train inside the lightning rift for a month. He activates his smart assistant. He asks Eva the straight-line distance from Magic Capital University to the Jiangnan lightning rift. The device glows blue and responds. It reports a distance of 563 kilometers. Vice Principal Ling nods, calmly confirming that is not an issue. Reaching mid-grade 8 allows her to teleport up to 600 kilometers. She delivers a stern warning about the enemy. The Destiny sect is fighting back hard, so if his life is ever threatened, he must instantly crush this talisman. Jingming accepts it with deep gratitude, thanking her for the protection. Seeing her gentle smile, he reflects on her support. Even though she does not provide daily training like Master Yang Shentian, she acts as a true guardian angel for him, a solid shield to protect his life. He has to train incredibly hard and absolutely cannot fail her expectations of her. Shifting to the training grounds, the wind howls fiercely, tearing through the air as Xu Jingming continuously unleashes devastating punches as thunder roars all around him. A massive fiery lightning dragon surges and coils directly out from his clenched fist. Crack! The lightning erupts violently, showcasing the overwhelming power of his thunder dragon fist. Witnessing this incredible progress, Teacher Yang Zentian strokes his beard and prays, "Not bad, it seems you have mastered what I just explained." The key to Thunder Dragon Fist lies in energy control and punching speed. The more you condense that power, the faster your fist and the higher the damage. Teacher Yang then hands a glowing object to Xu Jingming. This Tier 6 protective talisman is yours. It can withstand any attacks below the level of a Tier 7 Grandmaster for 3 minutes. Xu Jingming happily accepts it, thanking his teacher, and marveling silently. A Tier 6 protective talisman from the ancient civilization ruins is something even massive wealth cannot easily buy. Teacher Yang smiles and asks if he is visiting the Thunder Realm. "I will send you the phone number of your graduated senior Jiang Luo. He was transferred there as a supervisor, and he can definitely help make things much easier." Xu Jingming nods, "Yes, sir." Teacher Yang strokes his beard, adding a warning that the Thunder Realm is over 500 kilometers from Madu University. Principal Ling cannot teleport that far, so be careful with everything you do. Xu Jingming calmly replies, "Do you not know yet? Principal Ling has broken through to mid-Tier 8 and can now teleport up to 600 kilometers. Hearing this, Teacher Yang gasps in shock. Mid-Tier 8 Principal Ling is indeed the #1 Esper at Madu University. Her speed of advancement is truly terrifying. Regaining his composure, he chuckles. "It seems your relationship with Principal Ling is quite good. You even know this major news before me, but with her protecting you, I can rest easy." We cut to 2 days later at residential district in Jiang City, where his aunt happily greets him. "Xu Jingming, are you home for the holidays?" Walking inside, he smiles warmly. "Hello, aunt, uncle, and cousin." His aunt gently pats his shoulder. "Come here quickly, let me look at you. It has only been 1 semester and you have grown taller already." His uncle, wearing an apron, smiles. "Wait a bit. Dinner is almost ready." Xu Jingming stands in the room pulling out items. "Aunt, uncle, I have gifts for everyone." Everyone is stunned, but soon they all gather on the sofa in the sunny living room to unwrap them. His aunt opens her gift box and gasps in shock. This is a spatial ring. She had only seen one once with her consultant. Xu Jingming calmly explains, "These are 1 cubic meter spatial rings, one for each of you. It will make carrying things much easier from now on." His uncle picks up a ring, hands trembling. 1 cubic meter. Oh my god, this storage capacity is even larger than our own consultants. The uncle quickly waves his hand, stopping his daughter Tang Chi. "Put it back down. This is too expensive. We cannot accept this." His cousin Tang Chi innocently asks, "Is this really that expensive?" His uncle breaks into a sweat and strictly tells his daughter, "One of these is at least 50 million, equal to decades of our family savings. Do you think that is cheap?" His aunt adds with hesitation, "It is indeed too expensive. We really cannot accept this." Xu Jingming smiles, waving his hand. "There is no need to be polite. Look at mine. It has a capacity of 10 cubic meters. And besides, I am already a mid-tier 3. The small space of these rings is useless to me anyway." Hearing this, Tang Chi stares in absolute shock. "What, you are already a mid-tier 3? Oh my god, the school consultants are only at tier 4. Our Xu Jingming has truly grown successful. The uncle proudly pats his shoulder. In that case, Tang Qi should keep one. It will be convenient when entering the wilderness. As for us, we will pass. I am heading back to cook. We must drink together later. Jingming obediently nods, of course, uncle. That night in his private room, he takes out a bottle of pills and calculates. An S-grade cultivation resource, the Tier 6 primordial returning pill. He decides to test its effects first. He sits cross-legged on the bed, closes his eyes, and begins to refine the energy. Surges of raw power begin to rise, swirling around Xu Jingming's body and creating sharp howling sounds. Half an hour later, he opens his eyes to check the status. Panel. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as an S-grade resource. Both his physical and mental stats increased by over 10 points. Normally, one session only yields half a point at most. Feeling a bit regretful, he thinks to himself because of the side effects, he can only take one pill a day. But his Deep Blue system is still the best as long as he has ability points. He can easily break through to Tier 9. Moving to the next day in Donghae City in front of the Thunder Realm, he is sitting in a sports car with his senior Jiang Luo. Xu Jingming curiously asks, "Senior, inside that giant fortress wall is the Thunder Realm, right? Is it true that the sky above it is always covered by dark clouds? Constant lightning striking all day?" Jiang Luo turns around with a knowing grin. "Just wait until we get inside, then you will finally find out." The sleek supercar glides effortlessly toward a massive closed metal gate deep in the basement as the automatic scanner suddenly springs to life. A mechanical voice chimes. "Identity confirmed." Beep. Supervisor of the Thunder Dojo headquarters, Jiang Luo. Beep. Identity confirmed once again. S-Class pass from Maddo Ability University, owned by Xu Jingming. The time remaining is 29 days and 23 hours, 58 seconds. Creak. The heavy gate groans open and their car plunges straight into the pitch-black tunnel ahead. An aerial view reveals that the outer walls make this place look exactly like a quiet, peaceful neighborhood from the outside. Jiang Luo breaks the silence, asking how he likes it. Jingming nods in awe, admitting that looking at it from the outside, nobody could ever guess what is hidden in here. But the second they pass through that massive barrier wall, a completely different world unfolds where giant, jagged lightning bolts tear through the dark gray sky, relentlessly striking down on the streets below with ear-splitting thunder. Looking around the neighborhood, Jingming is completely caught off guard. "This is nothing like I expected," he says. "I thought it would be wild and primitive, not an actual modern city. But how do you hide a massive storm like this from the rest of the world using just a single wall?" Jiang Luo chuckles, explaining that this is the masterpiece of high-level space type awakened. That wall they just crossed is actually a massive spatial portal. He points toward the center of the city. This entire residential area is built for ability users to rest and live in complete soundproof comfort. The actual storm zone, far in the distance, is where the real lightning secret realm lies. Jiang Luo pulls out a glowing crystal to show his junior. This is a rare lightning core harvested directly from the bodies of lightning beasts. Tier 1 beasts do not drop them at all, while Tier 2 and Tier 3 beast drops depend entirely on luck. But a Tier 4 beast is a guaranteed drop every single time. He hands the crystal to Jingming. These cores have many uses, but the easiest way is to crush them and harness the elemental energy to temper your body. "This is a top-grade Tier 4 core, a little welcome gift from me." Jingming takes the gift and thanks him. "But why can't I just cultivate by bathing directly in the natural lightning?" Jiang Luo explains that the wild lightning in the storm zone is far too violent and constantly fluctuates, making it incredibly dangerous. Cores provide a stable energy source. Plus, the lightning beasts here are much stronger than typical monsters. The closer you get to the center of the storm, the more terrifying the beasts and the lightning become. Their car pulls into a luxury villa compound. Jiang Luo tells him they have arrived at his quarters, advising him to rest. But Jingming cuts him off eagerly, saying there is no time to waste and he wants to head in right now. Jiang Luo nods, offering to walk him over. Seeing his determined face, he admires how hardworking this S-Class talent is. No wonder the master holds him in such high regard. Their vehicle cruises smoothly past the sprawling luxury estates. Meanwhile, in a dark hidden lair, a figure clad in black robes bows low to deliver an urgent report. "Lord Cardinal, that Maddo University student Xu Jingming has killed over 10,000 of our cult members in less than a month, destroying 2 of our branches. He is currently in the lightning secret realm. How should we handle this?" A dark expression crosses the Cardinal's face. "Xu Jingming has an S-Class ability and carries too much influence. If we strike, it must be a fatal blow. I will report this to the Grand Pontiff and the Destiny Pope soon. For anyone who opposes us, kill them. As for this rebel, show absolutely no mercy." Cut to the entrance of the lightning storm zone, crowded with heavily armored military vehicles and bustling personnel. As Jingming and Jiang Luo step out of their car, Jiang Luo spots someone and waves to call out Coach. Wu, are you heading to the storm zone as well? Coach Wu shrugs, explaining that he is stuck running the rookie trial. He then glances over at Jingming with curiosity, asking who the unfamiliar face is. Jiang Luo steps in to introduce his junior Xu Jingming from Manhwa University, who is planning to train here for a while during his winter break. He then introduces Wu Sang, a coach from their Thunder Dojo. Jingming politely nods, greeting him respectfully as Coach Wu. The coach smiles in admiration, noting that a genius from Manhwa University indeed carries an impressively sharp aura. Behind him, the elite students whisper among themselves, wondering if Manhwa University students are actually stronger than their own elite squad. Looking closely at his energy levels, the guy seems to be at the exact same stage as us, a mid-stage Tier 3. A cocky recruit snorts, claiming that since they came from the elite training camp, they are obviously stronger. Jingming ignores the chatter, waving goodbye to Jiang Luo as he prepares to enter, while Jiang Luo warns him to be extremely careful. Coach Wu then turns to his own squad, telling them to get moving since their official evaluation. Their trial lasts 6 days. If they cannot even kill a single peak Tier 3 lightning beast, they should not bother coming back. Kill a peak Tier 3 lightning beast. That is a brutal requirement, considering most of them are only at peak Tier 3 themselves. But these guys are elite training camp recruits, so this is nothing to them. One of them points ahead and whispers, "Look at the guy leading them. His name is Lei Jinyang, an A-class lightning user. He is the top student in this elite cohort. He is the absolute star of the Thunder Dojo elite camp. Honestly, taking down a Tier 4 lightning beast would be easy for him." Outside, Coach Wu turns to Jiang Luo, asking about his intermediate Tier 3 junior brother, who seems to carry a distinct aura. He wants to know if the young man's actual combat power might actually reach peak Tier 3 level. Jiang Luo chuckles, revealing that his junior brother Liu Ming actually considers the kid to have peak Tier 4 strength. Coach Wu Chuang nods in approval. Peak Tier 3 is definitely possible. He smiles, clearly impressed by this talent from the university. He hopes they can spar later. Meanwhile, Jingming heads deep into the lightning forest. Jingming feels the ground tremble beneath his feet. The constant thunder here is deafening. First, hunt some beasts, then study the natural lightning up close. Suddenly, a voice calls out, asking the guy from Magic Capital University to wait up. Jingming turns around. 3 elite students approach him. The purple-haired guy admits they are curious about his actual power. He proposes a friendly competition to see who can hunt the most lightning beasts over the next few days. They claim it is just a friendly competition. But get this, Jingming is not buying it. He flatly refuses, saying he has zero interest. Honestly, there is not even a single Tier 4 cultivator among them. How could they possibly hope to compete with him? As Jingming walks away, the gray-haired kid scowls. The green-haired boy steps in to stop his friend, saying they should not force someone who is unwilling. But the gray-haired student scoffed, mocking the top university students as cowards who are afraid of a simple contest. Ignoring the cheap shot, Jingming walks deep into the gloomy woods. And right on cue, a beast attacks. A massive creature leaps out from the dense brush, roaring savagely as it lunges. Jingming easily dodges. He identifies it as a black-armored lightning bull. Judging by its size, it must be a high Tier 1. His senior warned him that beasts here are tougher than normal wild ones. Time to see what they can do. The bull bellows and charges, throwing out wild arcs of blue lightning that rip through the air. Jingming calmly raises his hand to take the blast head-on. Standing firm, he casually brushes off his clothes. The lightning power is decent. A single strike like that would vaporize most Tier 1 beasts in the outer wild. His eyes sharpen with cold curiosity. Now he wants to test the creature's physical defense. Charging forward like a literal bullet, Jingming blitzes straight toward the raging beast at absolutely terrifying speed. He delivers a crushing downward punch right onto its head, shattering skull and sending blood splattering everywhere. The massive beast collapses. Pulling his hand back, he notes its defense is indeed far superior to average monsters. A system notification pops up. Defeating a high Tier 1 black-armored lightning bull earns him 15 ability points. Constantly getting struck by lightning would naturally make their physical bodies incredibly resilient. Jingming grins with anticipation. It has been nearly an entire month since his last real-life or death battle, so let the absolute slaughter begin. His goal is to reach high Tier 3 as quickly as possible. 4 hours pass in a flash of hunting. The system notification pops up. He takes down an intermediate Tier 2 swift iron wolf, earning 25 ability points. Gripping his spear, he steps over the bloody carcass of the giant beast. But Jingming is frowning. Only 9 kills in 4 hours. In any other wilderness, he would have bagged at least 40 by now. The beast density here is way too low. Pulling up his holographic map, he realizes there is a trade-off. He cannot have it both ways. Perhaps this zone is only good for boosting his lightning skill proficiency. Studying the map, his eyes drift from the outer zone to the deep, dangerous core areas. Currently in the mid-zone, he decides to head straight into the core, where the most powerful monsters likely gather. 5 hours later, he reaches the core zone where terrifying blue lightning continuously strikes down, obliterating the scorched earth. Standing amidst the chaos, Jingming coats his body in protective electricity and marvels at the destructive power. The core zone is no joke. The lightning here is so intense it is actively tempering his immortal lightning physique. He realized he needed to keep his ability active at all times. Jingming scanned the gloomy, desolate forest around him, wondering why rumors claimed beasts surviving in the core area had to be at least tier 4 when the real problem was he couldn't spot a single beast anywhere nearby. Suddenly, a piercing screech tore through the sky, catching his attention. Jingming snapped his head up, tracking a massive bird-like silhouette soaring straight into the heavy clouds. That was the deepest core. There flew the azure feather thunder condors, blue-winged predators chasing down the most powerful bolts of lightning. Whole flocks of these thunder condors plunged directly into the blinding flashes high above. Watching them, Jingming smiled. A clever idea struck him. Not just these condors, but all thunder beasts share this exact same habit. For them, lightning was the ultimate tool to grow stronger. Perhaps he could use his Du Tian divine lightning as perfect bait. No sooner said than done, he leaped up, landing gracefully on the thick branch of an ancient tree. Relaxing, he stared out into the distance. First, however, he had to increase his proficiency with the Du Tian divine lightning. This spot was ideal to study natural lightning and cultivate his power. Bathed in the brilliant flashing electricity, Jingming found deep enlightenment watching the sky cloud discharges ball lightning sheet strikes, all violent, wild, and incredibly sharp. There were so many tiny details he had never noticed before. Raising his hand, he focused on condensing, crackling, blue electricity around his fingertips. Watching nature do its work was definitely boosting his own lightning manipulation skills. 3 hours passed by. The current in his hands slowly shifted to a dense, blindingly brilliant golden hue, crackling and hissing with intense energy. Staring at the golden spark, Jingming estimated his current control level was only court, on par with his old S-rank purple cloud divine lightning. To take it further and liquefy the energy, he needed time. He stood up on the high branch, finalizing his plan. Energy liquefying and then solidifying each phase. Compressed the power further, yielding far more devastating results. That was definitely enough for today, step by step. First, he needed to return to the central thunderstorm zone to test his new theory. Stepping back into that chaotic place, Jingming stood firm on the cracked earth. Whether he could harvest a massive amount of ability points depended on this. Spreading his arms wide, he released a massive wave of golden, Du Tian divine lightning into the surrounding area. Instantly, furious roars echoed from all directions. It was actually working. Beasts were reacting to the surging energy. Jingming waved his hand in a mocking gesture, yelling for the thunder beasts to come get him. Lured by the power, massive predators charged wildly out from the dense thickets. Watching the incoming tide of fangs, Jingming's eyes flashed cold. It was time to start the harvest. Raising his hands, he prepared his spell, muttering that since they all wanted to bathe in his lightning, he would gladly grant their final wish. He unleashed his thunder cage. Huge golden columns erupted from the ground, weaving a massive net that trapped and roasted the panicking, screaming beasts in a golden cage. Smirking, Jingming pressed the attack, raining down razor-sharp bolts directly into the very center of the stampeding pack. An earth-shaking blast ripped through the forest, incinerating and blowing everything away in a sea of golden flames. Yet, as fast as the front ranks fell, another fierce wave rushed to take their place, diving straight at him. The relentless onslaught didn't stop. Jingming gathered massive energy in his palms, his eyes blazing with intense battle spirit. A devastating blast went off. System alerts flooded his vision, confirming the defeat of a mid-tier level 3 black armored thunderbolt that earned him 37 points. He also took down a high-tier level 1 long-tailed thundercat for 11 more ability points. Next, a high-tier level 3 scorpion-tailed thunder lion fell, yielding 57 ability points, followed quickly by a level 2 saber-toothed thunder tiger for 23 points. Jingming laughed in pure triumph. This lure strategy was absolutely 10 times more efficient than his old hunting style. After the brutal battle cleared, he stood, holding his long spear among the corpses, checking his panel. With 1,813 points, breaking through to high-tier level 3 would be easy. Though his face was completely drenched in sweat, his eyes gleamed with resolve. He could easily survive 6 days and 6 nights. Only 1 day had passed. Baiting for 2 hours, resting for 8 meant 3,600 points twice daily. Even without counting study time, the future was looking incredibly bright. Squatting down, he pulled out his blade to carve up a massive white wolf. First came the loot, then a quick rest before returning to the hunt. Picking up a glowing purple crystal, Jingming smiled. The first level 3 beast he slew had actually dropped a rare thunder crystal core. Talk about luck. 5 days later, in the heart of the thunderstorm zone, a trio of elite academy students made their way slowly through the thick woods. Trembling from the biting cold, a gray-haired boy complained that it was only 3 in the morning. Lei Jinyang walks ahead with total calm. After all, there is barely any difference between 3 a.m. and noon in this lightning zone, since the sky is constantly lit up like broad daylight anyway. The girl walking with him asks when they are finally heading back. This is the final day of their 6-day trial. Lei Jinyang replies that they will leave around 6 p.m. Even though they met their targets, staying longer leaves a better impression. He warns them not to embarrass the elite training camp. The gray-haired youth smugly agrees, saying not to worry. He wonders if that coward from Manhwa Academy already chickened out and ran away. He figured the guy fled the lightning zone long ago, proving elite college students are not actually a big deal. The girl nods in agreement. Even with taking shifts to rest, their own group barely managed to survive this harsh environment. She doubts a solo fighter could survive. The gray-haired guy sneers, boasting about his smart choice to join the Thunder Dojo instead. Suddenly, a massive and blinding explosion of lightning erupts in the distance, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The gray-haired youth panics, wondering if it is an earthquake. He freezes as he spots a stampede of wild beasts charging forward. Terrified, he screams about a beast tide and tells them to run, but Lei Jinyang narrows his eyes and urges him to stay calm. It is just a minor swarm. Leading the stampede is Jingming, sprinting for his life while wrapped in crackling arcs of lightning. Pointing in shock, the gray-haired guy recognizes him as the coward from Manhwa Academy. It seems the guy accidentally provoked a massive pack. Lei Jinyang suggests helping him out, but the girl quickly steps in to stop him, her face dripping with cold sweat. Now get this, she asks if this guy is just trying to save his own skin by dragging the entire horde right toward them. Meanwhile, Jingming glides like the wind, leaving a trail of brilliant lightning as the roaring beasts snap at his heels. The gray-haired guy sneers with delight, mocking the selfish kid for finally getting the brutal payback he deserves. The girl frowns, realizing something is off. She wonders why the beasts are not turning to target their larger group instead. Lei Jinyang explains in a low voice that the boy is intentionally using his yellow lightning to draw their full attention. Breaking into a cold sweat, Lei Jinyang wonders why a mere mid-tier level 3 fighter would pull off such a crazy stunt. There are even several peak level 3 monsters in that pack. The girl suddenly gasps as the boy stops running entirely. Lei Jinyang clenches his fists in extreme tension. He knows that without using his trump card, even he would struggle here. He wonders what the kid plans to do. Suddenly, Jingming spins around and slams his fist directly into the hard ground. A massive blast of lightning erupts, blowing away the leading monsters. Lei Jinyang gapes in absolute shock at the sheer scale. The blast area of his ability is incredibly massive, and the raw power is just terrifying to witness. Even as a peak level 3, Lei Jinyang can only reach 30 meters. He bites his finger, staring with wide, disbelieving eyes. This lightning ability must be rank S, far beyond rank A, but that seems impossible for a freshman at Manhwa Academy, especially since this guy is already a mid-tier level 3. Nearby, the gray-haired youth clutches his head in absolute dread. He cries out in fear, shocked by how insanely aggressive Manhwa Academy students are, as they slaughter monsters like paper. Standing amidst the carnage, a sweaty Jingming notes that he finally gathered 2,300 energy points to upgrade. Having gone 5 days and nights without sleep, his stamina is low, so he decides to find a quiet spot. As Jingming leaves, the gray-haired youth turns to ask Lei Jinyang if he could have cleared that horde himself. Lei Jinyang quietly admits that he could do it, though definitely not with that level of terrifying speed. The gray-haired guy clicks his tongue, amazed that someone is even faster than Lei and possesses such real skill. He is incredibly relieved they did not spar with him, or they would have been beaten to a pulp. The girl asks Lei if he thinks the newcomer can kill level 4 beasts above his rank like Lei does. Regaining his pride, Lei Jinyang doubts it if that is his only limit. The girl smiles flatteringly at him. She declares Lei is still superior. 10 minutes later, Jingming sits cross-legged on a safe branch and summons his system. He uses Deep Blue to allocate his points, prompting a massive lightning bolt to strike and warp the space. With the upgrade complete, he clenches his fists, feeling the immense power of high-tier level 3 surging within. His physical and mental stats jumped by nearly 500 points, while his range expanded to 40 meters, matching a rank A expert. Leaving quickly, his eyes gleam with excitement as he decides to venture into the core zone to observe natural lightning. Back at the base entrance, the gray-haired youth stands around with a heavily worried expression on his face. Xu Jingming has not returned for 5 days and 5 nights, making him wonder if the boy is in serious trouble. Even he could only survive 8 days out there. His thoughts are interrupted when he spots a man approaching them. He asks what Wind Blue Supervisor Jiang over here, and Jiang Luo calmly replies that he is just standing by, waiting for his junior brother. The man is shocked. He wonders if the junior still has not come back. Jiang Luo nods, looking down with worry. It has been 6 days now, and he should have returned long ago. Coach Wu offers a reassuring smile. He tells him not to worry since he is heading into the thunderstorm zone anyway. He offers to search along the way. Jiang Luo is deeply grateful and thanks Coach Wu for taking on this trouble. Coach Wu waves it off. No problem. He stands ready before the massive metal gates that lead into the dangerous zone. He says it is no big deal since they all work at the Thunder Dojo. Helping each other is only natural. Deep inside the core zone, 6 hours later, Xu Jingming wanders the woods. He thinks it is time to head back. He leaps down from a high tree branch. Crash! He hits the ground with enough force to shatter the earth. Standing tall, he smiles with satisfaction. An advanced Tier 3 physique is truly insane, but there is still a long road ahead. He is still far from the peak. Suddenly, a massive growl echoes through the thick trees. Pure danger. A giant beast wrapped in crackling blue lightning leaps out from the dense bushes. It roars with absolute rage. Jingming instantly recognizes the monster. It is a Tempest Thunder Bear, and it looks like a deadly advanced Tier 4. He could easily one-shot it with his Heavenly Thunder art. But now that he is advanced Tier 3, he wants to experiment. Can he kill it with his bare hands? Let us find out. He launches forward like a blazing bolt of golden lightning. Hiding behind a tree nearby, Coach Wu spots him. He gasps. It is the very kid he was looking for. He never expected to run into him here. But watching the massive trail of lightning following Xu Jingming, the coach frowns. The kid has broken through to advanced Tier 3, but his lightning output seems way too massive for his rank. By the looks of it, this crazy kid is planning to go head-to-head, right against that deadly beast itself. The coach strokes his chin, thinking the boy is completely fearless. Supervisor Jiang's junior brother certainly has plenty of guts. A harsh lesson might actually be good for him. Only some pain can help a young genius realize his own limits. The bear roars furiously, opening its mouth wide. It raises its giant claws, crackling with green lightning to strike. But Jingming rushes forward and meets the blow head-on. He swings a brilliant golden fist to block the massive attack. Coach Wu is completely dumbfounded. Absolutely unbelievable. Did this kid actually just block that heavy strike with ease? His lightning is overpowering a Tier 4 beast. That monster is a whole major realm higher than Xu Jingming. Sweat drips down his face as he connects the dots. He realizes he has heard that name somewhere before. Something is very wrong here. His talent cannot be just A rank. It has to be S rank or maybe even higher than that. Realization hits him like a truck. He remembers that Xu Jingming is the legendary S rank lightning freshman from Mao Academy. But even for an S rank, this level is absurd. How can a college freshman already be an advanced Tier 3? Nobody would expect a freshman to reach these heights. Meanwhile, in the eye of the storm, Jingming just smiles. He confidently tells the beast to bring it on, and they clash in an explosion of energy. Boom! They trade brutal blows locked in a fierce close-range struggle. The ground trembles as their sheer power collides. Shockwaves rip through the forest, tearing up trees and shattering stone. Wu Sang is left completely paralyzed with awe. He cannot believe his eyes. This kid is trading blows head-on with a terrifying advanced Tier 4 beast. He is not even human. He is basically a humanoid monster in disguise. The coach clenches his fists in excitement. Those cocky kids from the elite training camp think university students are soft and cannot compete with them. He cannot wait to show those arrogant brats what a real top-tier university genius is actually capable of. Jingming grins like a wild predator. He realizes his raw physical power can fully match this Tier 4 beast. He is not backing down. He channels every ounce of his power for an absolute devastating burst of energy. This is his 3,000 points of vitality, his supreme lightning state, and his indestructible lightning body in action. He unleashes a devastating golden fist right into the bear's leg, blasting a massive hole clean through its body. The bear roars in pure agony, retaliating with wild, desperate swings that unleash deadly scythes of crackling lightning. Jingming dodges the sweep and calmly analyzes the situation, noting that a single fist is not enough to break its leg. He realizes he really needs a weapon for high-tier beasts, but today he is going to finish this with his fists. The furious bear slams its heavy paws down. Immediately, a massive wave of violent lightning converges right on him, forming a massive ball of lightning right above its head. Wu Chuang holds his breath in terror, knowing that once this lightning storm hits, anyone caught inside will either die or end up severely injured. Normally, when facing a disaster like this, people would just run away and wait for the storm to blow over before doing anything. But Xu Jingming has absolutely no plans of backing down. He stands tall, channeling blinding electricity right into his palms, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. It is time to see whose lightning reigns supreme. He stomps the ground hard, launching himself into the air like a golden flash of lightning slicing through the trees. A massive, earth-shattering explosion erupts the moment Jingming's golden lightning slams straight into the core of the giant bear's green electrical storm. Amid the flashing aftershocks of the blast, Jingming emerges with a wild, pretty confident grin slowly spreading across his face. As the two powers clash furiously, Jingming gathers his energy to drive an electric-charged fist straight into the giant beast's face. The Tempest Thunder Bear roars, but Jingming moves like actual lightning, easily dodging every single swipe from the massive beast. He counters with devastating high-voltage punches, shredding through its thick hide until blood flows. This fight is wrapping up incredibly fast. Jingming leaps into the air with a mocking smirk, muttering how clumsy and painfully slow the monster's swings really are. To think a peak tier 4 beast is only this weak now die. He leaps high, gathering every drop of his electrical power. He shapes the energy into a massive glowing golden dragon, unleashing his ultimate move, the devastating lightning dragon fists straight down. Boom! The critical hit triggers a massive ground-shaking blast, completely crushing the beast's head in a blinding flash of light. As the smoke clears, the system alerts announce a complete victory over the peak tier 4 Tempest Thunder Bear, awarding him 321 points. Watching this unfold from afar, Coach Wu breaks into a cold sweat. He wonders how a peak tier 4 overlord beast like this could possibly be taken down so easily. Jingming is not even a human beast anymore, he is a straight-up dragon. Wu Chuang grins and steps out from hiding. He showers him with praise, calling him the absolute pride of Magic Capital University. That S-tier power is genuinely terrifying. Jingming looks up from harvesting materials from the beast and casually greets Coach Wu, who nods in absolute admiration. He marvels at a peak tier 3 defeating a peak tier 4, wishing the nation had more geniuses like him. That way, wiping out the beasts wouldn't even be a challenge. He holds up his camera with a bright smile. He mentions he recorded the entire epic battle to use as a teaching tool for his local martial arts dojo. He asks if Jingming would mind, but the young fighter casually waves his hand to say it is totally fine. Jingming adds that he did not even use his full strength, so sharing it with the Thunder Dojo is no big deal. Wu Chuang is absolutely thrilled, thanking him on behalf of the entire Thunder Dojo for such a generous contribution. Seizing the perfect opportunity, he tries to recruit the genius, asking if he has considered joining them after graduation. Still busy skinning the massive bear, Jingming calmly replies that he has not really thought about his future plans yet. Wu Chuang refuses to give up, hyping up their dojo master, who happens to be a tier 9 lightning saint. He promises personal guidance from the saint, top-tier benefits, and even guardianship over the highly coveted lightning secret realm. He tells the young prodigy to think it over, and Jingming nods, politely thanking the coach for the generous offer. He promises to give it some serious thought, though he secretly notes that guarding a secret realm sounds incredibly lucrative. It would definitely boost his lightning powers, but since he is only a freshman, there is absolutely no rush. Coach Wu nods in satisfaction and mentions that his senior classmate Jiang Luo is actually waiting outside for him right now. He asks if Jingming wants to stay longer or if he should go let the worried senior know he is safe. Jingming pauses in surprise. He scratches his head, sweating slightly, and tells the coach not to worry about it. He says he is already packing up to head back, silently scolding himself for completely forgetting about his senior brother. Wu Chuang watches him go, marveling at how the kid survived in this deadly lightning storm alone for 6 whole days. Back in his own day, he only lasted 4 days. He waves goodbye, urging the young man to head home. Jingming bids him farewell, slings the massive pile of bear fur over his shoulder, and heads out. As he walks out of the forest, he examines the purple lightning core he harvested, feeling pretty satisfied with it. It is not quite as good as the one Jiang Luo gave him, but it is still a solid find. Outside the base hall, Jiang Luo spots him coming out safe and sound, letting out a massive sigh of relief. He slaps Jingming on the shoulder, pointing out that he was in there for 6 days and 5 nights. He asks how it felt, and a very tired Jingming just replies that he is mostly just incredibly sleepy. He was laughing and crying while I advised him. No sleep for 5 days, constantly fighting and slaughtering beasts. How could he not be exhausted? In cultivation, finding a balance between work and rest is always the best path. Now, I will take you back to rest. Xu Jingming nodded softly, saying yes. Cut to 9 p.m. that night inside the office of Coach Wu, who was spinning a hologram projection sphere in his hand. Before him, the elite student group stood, at attention, reporting their results. Over the 6-day trial, there were no casualties or severe injuries, and safety was well handled. Safety measures were fully secured. Reporting Coach, all evaluation tasks have been successfully completed. Wu Chuang leaned back and asked, what about the combat assessment, is it done? Lei Jinyang took a step forward, confidently answering that everyone had killed at least a peak rank 3 beast, while he personally took down an early rank 4 beast. Hearing this, Wu Chuang stroked his chin, impressed. Lei Jinyang, graduating from this elite training camp, taking down a beast above his level, namely an early rank 4 beast, was truly incredible. Too bad compared to that absolute monster Xu Jingming, he was still way behind, but he still praised him. Smiling, Wu Chuang nodded, not bad, you did not disappoint. By the way, do you all have any impression of Supervisor Jiang's junior brother from Madu University? Lei Jinyang gave a smug look and remarked, Supervisor Jiang's junior. We ran into him in the lightning storm zone. His power was strong, way above average for an intermediate rank 3. His clearing ability is also extremely powerful with peak combat strength, reaching peak rank 3 at best. The gray-haired guy next to him chimed in to flatter him, indeed quite formidable, but he is nothing compared to our brother Lei. Coach Wu raised an eyebrow and asked, is that really so? The gray-haired guy waved his hand with absolute confidence. It is undeniable. Our elite training camp is definitely stronger than Madu University. Wu Chuang said nothing, only holding up the tech sphere. Here is a video, you all should watch this first. The sphere floated into the air, casting a projection that was about to blow these arrogant elite students' minds. Staring at the screen, the gray-haired guy gasped in panic. That is a storm thunder bear. Look at its size. It is at least a high-tier rank 4. Wait, who is its opponent? The whole group stared wide-eyed at the familiar figure cloaked in lightning. Someone stuttered, it is Xu Jingming. On screen, a giant lightning dragon roared and surged downward in an earth-shattering blast. A girl covered her face in shock compared to our first encounter. How did Xu Jingming get this insanely strong? The gray-haired guy agreed. His aura is not inferior to that monster at all, not inferior to the storm thunder bear. Coach Wu rested his hands on the desk, smiling. So what do you all think? After watching that, Lei Jinyang broke into a cold sweat and muttered in a low voice, Xu Jingming is terrifyingly strong, simply beyond our wildest imagination. Is he really only at intermediate rank 3? This level of combat power completely defies common sense. Coach Wu waved his hand to correct him. Not intermediate rank 3. When I ran into Xu Jingming, he had already broken through to high-tier rank 3. Hearing this, Li Jinyang breathed a sigh of relief. So high-tier, that makes a bit more sense. The gray-haired guy immediately snapped, his face twisted in shock. Sense my foot. High-tier rank 3. How did he level up that fast? Lei Jinyang analyzed with a very grim face. A high-tier rank 4 storm thunder bear is easily capable of wiping out most high-tier rank 4 awakeners in seconds, yet Xu Jingming completely crushed it. This is absolutely ridiculous. The sweating gray-haired guy immediately chimed in, right. And what is even scarier is he actually won in close quarters combat. Seeing his students panic, Coach Wu calmed them down. Do not worry. Even at Madu University, Xu Jingming is a special exception. The gray-haired guy asked curiously. A special exception? Is his background really that special? Is there any chance he is the son of the Madu University Chancellor? Coach Wu burst out laughing. The Chancellor's son? Even his grandson could never have this level of ability. I am talking about Xu Jingming's actual talent. He is an S-class awaker. Lei Jinyang asked in utter shock. S-class? But he is a freshman. How can a freshman's level possibly reach high-tier rank 3 already? Coach Wu let out a sigh. As much as I want to deny it, the truth is, he only turned 19 recently. He's a real-deal Madu University freshman through and through. The girl clutched her chest in despair. A 19-year-old at high-tier rank 3. All these years we have spent practicing feel like a complete waste. The gray-haired guy held his head, screaming, only 19. And us, graduates of the elite training camp, have an average age of 23 already. Lei Jinyang clenched his fists tightly and muttered, a monster. He is a total monster. Coach Wu looked serious as he warned them. I showed. He tells them they are watching this video for no other reason than to get motivated. You must take Xu Jingming as your target. It would be best if you could keep up with his pace in the future. The group bursts with energy, shouting in unison that they understand. They promise to work hard, and then Lei Jinyang steps forward to ask if he can get a copy of this training footage. Wu Chuang waves his hand and says he will post the video on the dojo intranet later so they can just log in and watch. Hearing this, the gray-haired kid hesitatingly asks if doing that is really a good idea since the national tournament is starting soon. Wu Chuang flinches. He pulls his hand back, realizing he almost forgot. In that case, he will not post it anymore. If other universities see this, they will surely target Xu Jingming. He strokes his chin in deep thought. Mado University placed second in the last tournament, so they will surely fight for the top spot this year. Cut to 2 days later, outside a sunny residential building. Inside, the phone rings loudly. A sleepy Xu Jingming rubs his head and sits up, feeling like he has slept way too long. He checks his phone. Pure shock. Principal Ling is calling. He really slept for 2 whole days. He picks up, and Principal Ling's voice sounds incredibly grave. Xu Jingming, reliable sources say the Destiny sect is planning a massive counterattack. They have already arranged protection for his family and friends. If he is in danger, he must activate his talisman immediately, since he is likely their main target. Jingming replies seriously that he understands and thanks the principal. Hanging up, Jingming gets dressed, thinking to himself that local security is very strict, since entering and leaving here requires a special ID card and going through a detailed retina verification process. No way the Destiny sect can sneak in. Even if they do, his master's talisman has his back, so he decides to head out for training. Meanwhile, inside the grand hall of the majestic Destiny Sect headquarters, which is completely filled with dim candlelight and classical decor, a subordinate bows deeply and reports to the leader. Their spies in Mado believe that the S-rank Xu Jingming is growing too fast and could become a massive threat. They are requesting permission to assassinate Xu Jingming to eliminate future trouble and ask if they should take action. The leader asks with authority Xu Jingming of Mado, where is he now? The subordinate replies with great respect. He is training in Hedong City, Jiangnan Province, inside the Lightning Secret Realm. He won't leave anytime soon. The leader then orders the red-robed man standing beside him, blood slay after you finish your work in Jiangnan Province. Go there, eliminate Xu Jingming and destroy the secret realm of that lightning dojo as well. The assassin blood slay grins maliciously. Understood, sir, he says. Hunting down these young human geniuses is his absolute favorite. The subordinate confidently flatters him, saying that with Lord Blood Slay on the move, success is absolutely guaranteed. Lord Blood Slay is at intermediate tier 8 and possesses terrifying combat ability. Even if Ling Chang of Mado, who is a beginner tier 8 space ability user, tries to interfere, it will not be a problem at all. Scene cuts to a bustling street filled with red lanterns and bright promotional signs. Spring Festival, big sale, 20% off. On all pills, buy 10 and get a free limited edition Snowman version E-Class combat suit. Only 100 sets are available. First come, first served. E-Class rare herbs are on special spring bundle sale. Looking at the busy street, Jingming walks alone, thinking that since the Spring Festival is coming, he will likely have to spend it alone again. Still, the lightning core is decent, raising his vitality 3 points in just 2 hours, which equals 6 days of training, but still feels too slow. He looks up at the towering tower, smiling with anticipation, hoping the lightning tower will not disappoint him. That is the place senior brother Jiang highly recommended as a truly wonderful place to observe natural lightning and master the fine control of his elemental ability. In the first floor lobby of the lightning tower, the receptionist tells him he holds an S-rank pass, granting him 4 hours in the secret training room on the 100th floor, and asks if he wants to use it now. Jingming passes through, wondering what the 100th floor secret room is. She explains that the tower has 110 floors, and the higher the floor, the better the effects of observing natural lightning. He nods and agrees to use it immediately. The elevator doors open and Jingming steps decisively right onto the 100th floor. As he walks into the massive room, Jingming looks around the empty space and mutters in confusion, wondering where the lightning actually is. Suddenly, a sudden boom. A blinding flash of lightning strikes straight down from the ceiling, leaving Jingming completely stunned. Looking up in awe at the rolling blue lightning crackling right above him, Jingming realizes this is the most fundamental form of electricity. He closely observes his glowing eyes, analyzing the source of the lightning within the storm zone, located more than 1,000 meters up in the sky, completely invisible to the naked eye. Up here, he can witness its secrets in incredible detail. 4 hours later, Jingming meditates amidst the endless lightning strikes, realizing with excitement that if he stays, he can easily reach the mastery needed to liquefy lightning in less than 5 days. This place is an absolute holy land for cultivation. Right then, a female staff member calls out, cutting off his train of thought to let him know his session has expired. Jingming cracks open the door and asks how he can extend his time in the room. The receptionist smiles politely and explains that he can only pay using lightning core crystals. The 100th floor only accepts tier 4 crystals with a basic level 4 crystal, giving him 3 hours of training in each higher grade, adding 1 extra hour. Hearing this, young Jingming breaks into a sweat and rubs his chin. That is pretty steep, considering a basic tier 4 crystal goes for over 6 million yuan. 2 million an hour is a massive money sink. The receptionist then mentions that floors 72, 90 accept tier 3 crystals instead. Jingming just waves his hand and pulls out his payment, deciding to stay right here. When he presents 2 brilliantly glowing core crystals, her jaw drops in sheer disbelief. To her surprise, he has a peak tier 4 crystal and a high-grade tier 4 one. Is this kid secretly loaded? Snapping back to business, she tells him that both crystals together buy him 11 hours of training, and she will credit his room right away. Jingming smiles, getting a bit curious. If floor 100 needs tier 4, what do they require for the levels above that? She smiles and explains that floors 101 to 107 need tier 5, while floors up to 110 require tier 6. Jingming laughs dryly, thanking her before heading back to work. 11 hours later, at the main Thunder Dojo building, Jiang Luo catches up with him to share some highly anticipated news. The monster materials and those 4 rings brought in 311 million, so his junior brother owes him dinner. Jingming readily agrees, knowing he never would have secured such a solid price without his senior brother hooking him up. Jiang Luo crosses his arms, mentioning that Coach Wu told him about Jingming single-handedly taking down an incredibly powerful, high-tier 4 Thunder Bear. He notes the kid is leveling up way too fast, but Jingming just shrugs it off with a smirk, joking about his natural genius. Jiang Luo laughs, shaking his head at the lack of humility. Talk about confidence. With the Spring Festival right around the corner, Jiang Luo asks about his next move, and Jingming casually mentions he's planning to visit the thunderstorm zone, meaning he will miss the holidays. Jiang Luo frowns, asking if he has lost his mind, but strongly urges him to return because the dojo is hosting a major auction during the festival. There might be something he needs there. This catches Jingming by surprise, and he rubs his chin in deep thought. Come to think of it, his current spear is getting a bit too light, so finding a better weapon there sounds like a solid plan. Jiang Luo nods, promising to save a ticket for him when the time comes. Jingming thanks him and heads out, eager to make his way back into the heart of the storm zone. Back at the dorms, Song Chuyun is sitting on her bed talking to her close friend Jiang Chushuan. She excitedly proposes a trip to the mysterious Thunder Zone to visit Jingming during the holidays, asking her to tag along, which catches Chushuan off guard. Jiang Chushuan touches her lips with an amused smile and agrees, wondering if her friend is trying to share the guy with her. Not a bad deal at all. 6 days later, deep in the central district of the zone, a massive modern tower stands tall, completely enveloped by crackling high-voltage lightning. Stepping into the lobby, Jingming prepares to pay. He hands over his collection of glowing crystals to the receptionist, asking her to calculate how long they will buy him. On the 100th floor, her eyes widen in absolute shock at the massive pile of Tier 4 lightning crystals. She carefully counts them one by one, cataloging a peak Tier 4, 3 high-grade Tier 4 crystals, and more, a mid-grade 1 and 4 low-grade ones. In total, they grant him 37 hours of training time. While processing the transaction, she sneaks a glance at him with blushing cheeks. In her 2 years here, seeing this many high-tier crystals turned in is incredibly rare. She never expected someone so remarkably young and handsome to hold such wealth. Handing over 9 precious crystals at once is unheard of. Just how powerful is this guy, snapping out of it? Jingming asks if he can split up his training hours. The receptionist quickly nods, eager to help. She explains that whenever he wants to pause his session, he just needs to swipe his card near the exit. Jingming nods in total satisfaction. On New Year's Eve afternoon, he sits in quiet meditation, deeply focused on his cultivation amidst a blinding grid of lightning. Suddenly, the phone lying on the floor rings out with a notification. He taps the screen to pick up the video call. Immediately, Chuyun's beaming face appears, asking him a playful question. "Guess where I am?" she says. Jingming looks at the screen with a completely calm expression and flatly replies, "The Lightning Realm." Chuyun blinks in shock, wondering how he knew. Jingming just smiles, points at the screen, and gently explains the obvious. Where else but the Lightning Realm has so many flashing bolts of lightning? Hearing that, Chuyun chuckles and admits defeat. Fine, she forgot about the bright light. Senior sister Chu Xuan and her wanted to surprise him but forgot his address to get his location. Jingming is completely caught off guard, asking if senior sister Chu Xuan is coming along too. Just then, Chu Xuan pops her beautiful face into the frame, teasing him by asking if junior brother Xu doesn't welcome her. Jingming quickly assures her that of course he welcomes both of them and asks them to send their location so he can pick them up. He promises to head over right away. After hanging up, he swipes his card on the wall terminal as the system announces that his session in room 6 has ended. Having only 4.5 hours remaining makes him frown as he leaves. He wonders if he can master lightning liquefaction in time or if he must return to the thunderstorm zone again. A little later, Jingming brings the 2 girls back to his luxurious. Entering the room, Chu Xuan looks at him in utter shock. It has only been 20 days since his last breakthrough. Like, how's he growing this fast? Chu Yun gapes in shock, wondering if his speed is just too absurd. Just a humble smile. Jingming rubs his head, explaining that he faced a few close calls during his training. Fortunately, he managed to break through to Tier 3 high grade. Hearing this, Chu Yun clutches her head with a long, dramatic sigh. A grandmaster by graduation, Chu Yun sighs, muttering that comparing herself to him is just making her go crazy. Jingming just laughs. He tries to cheer her up quickly, changing the subject to ask about their entry passes. Chu Yun holds up 2 fingers, explaining that they purchased B-class passes which only allow them to stay for 2 days. 1,000 credits each. Jingming widens his eyes in shock, quickly doing the math in his head. That is 10 million Great Yang Zentian dollars for 2 days. Insane. He then points up the wooden stairs. Upstairs has 4 rooms. He warmly tells them to pick any 2 they like except for his own. But Chu Yun immediately declines. No need for that, they can easily share a single room. Jingming nods. He tells them to head up, promising dinner later, but Chu Xuan has other plans. Spatial Ring to the rescue. She pulls out fresh ingredients, pointing out that tonight is New Year's Eve. At home, of course. We prepped all the ingredients before coming over. He looks at the pile of vegetables completely surprised. Do you two actually know how to cook? Qiuyun proudly clenched her fist, confidently declaring they are absolute pros. Total pros, she says. Jingming smiles, slipping off his coat and rolling up his sleeves to help out. Xu laughs and accepts his help. A while later, their massive dinner comes to an end. Jingming puts his chopsticks down stuffed. He rubs his stomach and genuinely praises their skills. Their cooking is way better than expected. Qiuyun beams with pride. She boasts that of course they are. Suddenly, a massive firework blast echoes outside, startling Qiuyun and making her turn. She looks out the window, mesmerized by the brilliant bursts of light before jumping up to make an excited suggestion. Since they rarely get to spend New Year's Eve together, she wants to grab a group photo up on the rooftop. The others instantly agree. Soon the three head out to the rooftop pool area where the vast night sky is putting on a show. Vibrant, colorful fireworks explode one after another above them. Qiuyun holds her phone high and calls out for everyone to smile. They all look into the camera, capturing a perfect moment together. As the flashing lights paint the sky, Jingming smiles softly. He reflects on how much his life has changed. Ever since he gained the system, his entire world has flipped upside down. This is easily the most wonderful New Year's Eve he has ever experienced, but the next day, things get busy again. Jingming walks into a massive building lobby with the two girls offering an apologetic smile for dragging them along on New Year's Day. He is sorry to drag them to an auction today, but Xu just laughs it off, telling him he is being way too polite. Xu agrees, pointing out that she was actually hoping to shop around for some new gear anyway. Just then, a familiar voice calls out. Senior brother Jiang Luo walks over and asks Jingming who his companions are. Jingming quickly gestures to introduce them. Jingming happily introduces his friends from Mado University to Jiang Luo, first-year students Song Qiuyun and sophomore Jiang Chuxuan, before introducing Jiang Luo as his senior. The two girls politely bow and greet Senior Jiang, which makes him freeze. Jiang Luo stammers out a nervous greeting, sweating, while silently sizing up the situation. His junior brother is quite impressive, hanging out with two beautiful girls at once, and somehow they all get along so harmoniously. Jiang Luo feels completely outclassed. Quickly shaking off his shock, he gestures for everyone to move inside. He offers to cover the entry tickets for the ladies. Jingming smiles with real gratitude, thanking his generous senior. As the group walks through the main lobby, they overhear some pretty smug boasting from a nearby crowd praising Sister Wenying. They brag about her letting them enter the Lightning Realm and even attend the exclusive auction. Then another person chimes in, mentioning how others have to spend tens of millions just to buy a single entry pass. Right next to them, a man scoffs loudly, calling anyone who spends 10 million a fool. Hearing those harsh words, Song Qiuyun frowns in annoyance. She turns around and asks which family they belong to and why they are so unbelievably arrogant. Jiang Luo looks toward a glamorous woman in a black dress walking amid the crowd. He explains that she is the eldest daughter of the prominent Li family, the top of the 6 major clans here. Her name is Li Wanying, the powerful heiress of the clan. Their family head is the honorary deputy master of the Lightning Dojo, nearing level 7. Her 27-year-old brother has already reached the peak of level 4, making their arrogance somewhat expected. Jingming calmly notes they certainly have talented people, representing both the older and younger generations, which fully explains Li Wanying's bold attitude. Jiang Luo nods in agreement. He mentions that her brother Li Shanglin actually fights like Jingming. He is also a spearman, but he relies on the reinforcement class, whereas Jingming wields lightning. Walking to the end of the hall, Jiang Luo stops before massive double doors and gestures with a smile that they have arrived. "Welcome to the Lightning Realm auction," he says as the doors swing open, revealing a massive semicircular auction hall. Jiang Luo continues to explain that this particular spring festival auction holds immense value. Only real elites get in. They are all highly influential guests, powerful figures with deep pockets and serious authority. Everyone here has liquid assets exceeding 100 million. Around 800 guests are invited. Once the group finds their seats, Jiang Luo points out the electronic screens on the right armrests, explaining that every single seat has a unique number for bidding. One simply enters the price and confirms the bid, then raises a hand to signal the auctioneer. Jingming nods, in quiet agreement, saying he understands. Jiang Luo then kindly guides his attention back to the tiny screen to explain how he can browse the entire catalog beforehand. Jingming taps the screen, nodding as he starts to look through the listed items. Scanning the massive catalog, he quickly realizes the scale of this event. Rare herbs, core stones, battle gear, and S-grade resources are all here, totaling 108 high-end items. They truly have everything. Looking at the screen, Jiang Luo asks with a smile if S-grade feels a bit low, though he personally thinks it is perfect. We could never afford anything more expensive. Jingming calmly agrees that this is plenty. Sitting right beside him, Song Kuyun leans in close curiously, asking if he has found anything he wants to buy. He calmly replies that while a few things caught his eye, he prefers waiting for the host before making decisions. Even so, he has already locked onto two pretty solid targets, starting with an S-grade spear priced at 500 million. His old C-grade spear desperately needs a replacement. The second target is a pack of 5 lightning core stones, at level 4 starting at 40 million, which would save him a lot of tedious beast hunting. Soon, the elegant hostess steps gracefully onto the main stage, welcoming everyone to the Grand Lightning Dojo auction. She proudly announces that today, they have 108 lots, starting with a 35-year-old ice grass that boosts spirit by 50 points. Starting at 20 million with 100,000 increments, bids immediately fly across the room the moment she finishes. Seat 0213 bids 21 million and seat 0625 pushes it to 22. The atmosphere heats up for a full hour until the hostess introduces item number 36, a pack of 5 lightning core stones starting at 40 million with 200,000 increments. Seeing his target, Jingming prepares to make his move, leaning forward to press the bidding button. The first item is finally up and the system registers his bid immediately. The host announces seat 0310 at 41 million, but the intense bidding continues. Other screens light up as bids hit 41.8 million. Watching this fierce competition, Jingming frowns as he realizes too many people are fighting for this. He might need a massive jump bid to scare them off. He decisively presses the button. A massive bid lights up, stunning the entire hall. Seat 0310 bids 4.6 million. The gap is huge. The sudden jump stalls the room, prompting the hostess to urge the crowd. Anyone else bidding on this rare tier 4 lightning core? Missing this chance means waiting forever, she says. She calls out 4.6 million once. The entire hall falls into dead silence. With no other bids, she strikes her gavel on the final call of 4.6 million. Sold, she announces, congratulating the bidder. Delivery will occur right after the auction. Jingming blinks in surprise, turning to his companion and asking if it was really that easy. Jiang Luo chuckles. The Thunder Dojo and major families already hold plenty of lightning cores. Only solo hunters buy them out here. Because he raised the price so drastically all at once, the others naturally back down. Normal people just do not have his kind of cash. They simply cannot make money like him. Curious, Jiang Luo asks why he is even buying so many of these tier 4 lightning cores. Hunting lightning beasts in the wild is just way more cost-effective, he explains. Jingming casually replies that his lightning mastery is close to breaking through, so he wants to use them all at once. Hearing those casual words makes Jiang Luo break into a cold sweat. He gasps in shock, asking if he is really about to reach the liquefaction state. Reaching it so quickly is insane. He mentions he barely reached it by his senior year, calling Jingming an absolute monster. 2 hours pass. Spotlights focus on a gorgeous glass cabinet as the hostess steps up to introduce the next highly anticipated item. Up next is the 98th item, an S-tier weapon called the Flowing Cloud Golden Wind Spear, crafted by the legendary master Yu Wen. Measuring over 2 meters long, a close-up of the spear appears on screen. The shaft is forged from a special A-tier alloy. Meanwhile, the spearhead is crafted from a supreme Gale alloy known as the sharpest and most durable material among all S-tier metals. The crowd immediately erupts into excited whispers, noting that Master Yu Wen has not released a new weapon in nearly 2 years. No one expected him to suddenly drop such an incredible masterpiece. People are practically drooling over that supreme Gale alloy. Jingming's eyes light up with ambition. The Gemia alloy has a unique property that increases its weight when infused with energy. It is exactly what he needs most right now. He decides that he absolutely must get his hands on that spear. The hostess continues to hype up the auction, adding that when fully infused with energy, the weapon's weight increases dramatically. It can weigh up to 100 tons. The starting price is set at 500 million with increments of at least 1 million. A fierce bidding war erupts instantly. Offers fly from all directions quickly, pushing the price past 505 million. Bids escalate rapidly to 530 million. Without missing a beat, Jingming presses his button, causing the screen to flash. Seat 0310 enters the fray as the prices continue to climb rapidly, soon passing 610 million. He keeps pushing, driving the bid to 630 million. Seeing the stiff competition, Jingming pauses to rub his chin. It seems hard to scare them off easily. He decides to wait, sensing that Li Wanying at seat 0104 is his real rival. Sure enough, Li Wanying arrogantly shrugs loudly, declaring that her Li family is bidding and challenging anyone else to try. She wants to see who dares compete with her as the hostess calls 630 million once. Ignoring her threat, he proceeds. Jingming calmly places another bid. Seat 0310 raises it to 640 million, shocking the whispering crowd. People mutter about the unfamiliar bidder, assuming he is just an outsider who does not know how things work here. Annoyed at being blocked, Li Wanying glares back at Jingming, adopting a highly condescending tone to threaten him directly. She warns him that her brother Li Shanglin happens to need a spear, suggesting he back off and hand it over. Doing so would earn his friendship and the goodwill of the powerful Li family. But facing this pressure, Jingming remains unfazed. Jingming only offers a cold, dismissive stare, internally mocking her. The friendship of a peak tier 6 cultivator means absolutely nothing to him. Just then, the hostess stands tall, raising her voice to issue a firm warning that the auction bans threatening other bidders. If she violates the rules again, her bidding rights will be immediately revoked. Despite the warning, the tension in the room only rises. Ignoring the warning, the two lock eyes in a fiery, silent clash as the price of the spear continues to climb. Seat 0104 bids 650 million, but Jingming instantly raises it to 660 million, leaving the crowd gasping. Spectators whisper in sheer shock, wondering who this incredibly bold newcomer is, and if he even fears the inevitable retaliation from her family. Provoking someone like her is a dangerous move, but it certainly makes for an entertaining show. Clenching her fists in pure rage, she fumes. Li Wanying grits her teeth. She cannot believe this random nobody dares to disrespect her and her entire family. Ever since her father reached peak tier 6, no one has dared to treat her with such blatant disrespect. The hostess cuts through the thick tension, calling out 660 million once. Li Wanying glares across the room. She smirks at Jingming, pushing her bid to 670 million, silently daring him to try and top her. What kind of financial power do you have to compete with me? Facing this skyrocketing price, Xu Jingming had to turn to his friends. Chu Yun Chukshuan, can you two lend me some money? I will pay you back in full later. Chu Yun immediately responded generously, I have 500 million right here, is that enough for you? Chu Xuan also spoke up calmly. I also have about 1 billion, and if that is not enough, I can have my family transfer more right now. Receiving this massive backing, Xu Jingming smiled and waved his hand. That is plenty. For an S-class weapon, there is no need to bid if it exceeds 1 billion. Using that money to commission a brand new one is much more practical. Sitting nearby, Jiang Luo overheard them and stared in absolute shock, screaming in his mind. Damn it, just what kind of insane backgrounds do his junior brother's 2 girlfriends actually have? Just tossing around 500 million and 1 billion like it is nothing and easily asking for more. What kind of family is this? It is absolutely absurd. With full financial backing, Xu Jingming confidently raised his hand to push the bid even higher. Seat number 310. 700 million. The bidding war escalated rapidly. Seat 104 bids 750 million. Seat 310 bids 780 million. Seat 104 800 million. Seat 310 830 million. 830 million twice. Li Wanying's face contorted with rage as she prepared to raise her hand again, but her friend quickly stopped her. Sister Wanying, this is way over our budget. Do you really want to pay over 1 billion just to make him bleed? Let it go. He is no fool. Let him have it. I have another way to deal with him. When no one else responded, the auctioneer slammed her gavel down to end the bidding. 830 million, going 3 times sold. Congratulations to seat 310. Xu Jingming smiled in satisfaction, thinking that 830 million is still within his acceptable range, hoping this spear would not disappoint him. Half an hour later at the pickup area, a female staff member carefully brought out the items. Sir, here are 5 low-grade tier 4 lightning crystal cores and the S-class Flowing Cloud Golden Wind Spear you won, totaling 874 million. Please inspect the items before we complete the transaction. Xu Jingming nodded, all right. He stepped closer to the display cabinet, firmly grabbing the cold metal shaft. As soon as he lifted it, the lightning energy inside him surged out instinctively, wrapping the spear in blinding, crackling electricity. Pleased with his new weapon, Xu Jingming pulled out his card and handed it over, noting that everything was perfect and she could swipe it. Meanwhile, in an incredibly luxurious villa, a butler rushed over to ask why she had summoned them so urgently. Miss, why did you call us in such a hurry? Is there something you need us to handle? Li Wanning sat with her back turned, commanding in a bone-chilling tone. Uncle Li helped me kill a guy, then strip him of all his gear. The butler raised an eyebrow and inquired, who is the target, and where should we make our move, young mistress? She turned around, smirking. I just looked him up. His name is Xu Jingming, a Tier 3 upper rank ability user. He entered the Thunder Realm using an S-class pass from Madu University. The butler showed some hesitation. A student from Madu University, should we investigate further? She immediately waved her hand dismissively, saying it is fine, and there are dozens of these college kids training in the Thunder Realm. Just wait until he goes deep inside before making a move. Li Wanying's eyes flashed with pure malice as she smiled cruelly. With the ferocity of the beasts inside the Thunder Realm, it will only take 1 or 2 hours before not even a trace of his corpse remains. As for that spear, Altering its look with some quick modifications and a paint job is incredibly easy. Having received his orders, the butler immediately turned to two black-suited bodyguards and strictly commanded them from now on lie in wait at the entrance of the Thunder Realm. The moment you spot Xu Jingming, report back immediately. The two bodyguards bowed, acknowledging her orders in unison as Li Wanying maliciously instructed the butler, "Uncle Li, let me know when you start. I want to tag along. I want to personally witness him regret daring to oppose me." The butler bowed in obedience. "No problem at all, young mistress." Meanwhile, Xu Jingming had already taken his new weapon to the training grounds. Stroking his hand along the shaft, he marveled. In silent awe, it really is an S-class spear. The grip feels absolutely flawless. The maximum weight of the flowing cloud Golden Wind Spear is 100 tons. First, let's try channeling ability energy at full power to see how much the weight can actually increase. Gathering his full strength, a blinding burst of electrical power erupted, channeling straight from his hand into the weapon's shaft. In the next split second, the spear's weight violently spiked, dragging Xu Jingming's entire body down. The tip slammed heavily onto the floor, forcing him to grit his teeth and grunt in frustration. "Damn it." Xu Jingming frowned, analyzing the terrifying mass weighing down his arms. His current lifting limit is 5 tons at most, and just now he almost lost his grip. The weight must have exceeded 6 tons. This spear originally only weighed 800 kilograms, but spiking suddenly to 6 tons means he can probably shift his combat strategy. Putting thought into action, he regained his footing and braced himself. He swings the massive weapon, slicing through the air with terrifying speed. With mind-blowing force, the spear tip strikes straight down onto the wooden floor, smashing the wooden planks to splinters and carving out a deep crater. Seeing that devastating destruction, a smug smile plays on Xu Jingming's lips. He knows this will definitely work. If he mid-swing suddenly increases the spear's weight to 6 tons, the sheer mass, combined with momentum, will absolutely leave any unsuspecting opponent heavily injured. He slowly lifts the spear, pondering deeply as he assesses it. Controlling the momentum after such a massive weight spike is quite a challenge. Once Song Chuyan and the others finally leave, he plans to head to the lightning storm zone to train more. This weapon is truly a massive killing machine. The very next day, outside the sunny villa, Song Chuyun and Jiang Chuxuan wave goodbye, calling out a warm farewell to Xu Jingming. They tell him they will surely rely on his guidance once the semester starts. Responding to their warm enthusiasm, Xu Jingming gives a gentle smile and thanks them for keeping him company. He promises to see them when school opens, then stands by the roadside, waving until their red sports car finally disappears around the far corner. Leaving all the lively noise behind, Xu Jingming turns and walks away, his gaze turning incredibly resolute. He must quickly reach the lightning storm zone. After all, he only has less than 1 week left in this realm to gather enough thunder crystal cores. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a low raspy voice speaks through the earpiece of a bodyguard dressed in black, warning that Xu Jingming is preparing to enter the lightning storm zone and asking the young lady to head over. Hearing this, Li Wanying smirked from her sofa with a malicious grin while playing with her phone, replying that she will head over immediately. Standing up to adjust her dress, she spots Li Shanglin walking over, who asks if she is going out. Turning around with a venomous glint in her eyes, she smiles and tells him she is going to get his birthday present, something she has meticulously prepared for a long time. Li Shanglin raises his chin with arrogant pride, chuckling and saying that he is genuinely looking forward to seeing it. Deep within the quiet woods of the lightning storm zone, Xu Jingming drives his spear straight through a savage beast, spraying fresh blood across the grass. Slowly pulling his weapon from the corpse, he tilts his head slightly to look toward the thick bushes behind him, coldly demanding that those who have been following him finally step out of the shadows. Rustling footsteps echo as Butler Li emerges from the dark, leading 2 burly bodyguards and clapping his hands with a sneer. He praises him sarcastically as the genius of Magic City, impressed that a mere peak Tier 3 has such incredibly sharp senses. Jingming's gaze turns razor-sharp as he calmly scans the strangers, stating coldly that he does not think they are acquainted, and asking why they are tailing him. Before the goons can reply, Li Wanying struts forward in a high-slit black dress, oozing arrogant charm from behind her, men proudly declaring that while he might not know them, he definitely knows her. Recognizing his opponent from the previous auction, Jingming rests his spear on the ground, calmly asking Li Wanying if she is trying to rob him of his S-rank flowing cloud spear. She bursts into laughter, waving her hands in denial. No, she wants his life as well, adding that it is a pity for his handsome face, because if he did not cross her, he could have been the leader of her harem, singing and entertaining her every single day. Confronted by such blatant arrogance, Jingming's gaze darkens. He remarks coldly that she has no mercy even for humans, calling her incredibly cruel. Infuriated by his calm indifference, Li Wanying's face twists with malice as she glares back. Declaring that the weak have no right to speak before the strong, she demands he kneel and beg for a quick death. Otherwise, she will make him suffer the pain of 1,000 cuts. As if waiting for this exact threat, Jingming lets out an ominous smirk. The massive pool of lightning energy inside his body suddenly erupts, blowing back his hair and turning him into a blinding electromagnetic center. He mocks her words about the weak having no right to speak before the strong, claiming she clearly failed to investigate his background. He asserts that none of them actually know who the real powerhouse here is. The terrifying pressure radiating from Jingming tears wildly through the surrounding trees and grass, generating a massive raging tempest that forces Li Wanying back in sheer panic, breaking out in cold sweat. Inside the blinding aura, she trembles in utter shock. Jingming wears the terrifying grin of a descending demon god, noting her squad consists of 2 mid and 2 low tier 4 fighters. He asks if she truly thinks this is enough to kill him, challenging them to attack all at once. Feeling his overwhelming murderous intent, the butler turns pale and screams that something is terribly wrong, urging everyone to charge as he leads the rush forward. Facing the coordinated assault, Jingming simply reaches out his hand, his voice carrying the deep, heavy echo of divine thunder. He commands them to die under the divine lightning. In the next instant, countless pillars of brilliant gold lightning cascade down from the sky with absolute destructive force, crashing onto the butler and his lackeys as they shriek in sheer agony. They scream in utter despair. A colossal pillar of lightning tears through the earth, obliterating everything and swallowing his attackers whole. Seeing this terrifying power with her own eyes, Li Wanying's pupils shrink in absolute horror, her face completely drenched in cold sweat. Uncle Li and the others were wiped out in an instant. She realizes she needs to run and hide right now. Stumbling backward, Li Wanying tries to flee, but she barely takes a few panicked steps before tripping and crashing to the dirt. Terrified, she looks up. Jingming slowly looms over her, his eyes freezing cold as he delivers his final judgment. Shivering, she crawls backward and stammering asks who he really is and how his power can be this terrifying. Jingming looks down on her with absolute authority, calmly replying that he is just an ordinary student. A student from Moxu Academy. Jingming. He reminds her that she was just trying to murder him to steal his treasure. Paralyzed by terror, she throws away all her pride pathetically, begging him to spare her life and promising him endless wealth. She offers him billions in cash and a safe passage out. Realizing money might not cut it, she tries another angle. She runs a hand over her curves, desperately offering her own body to serve him, claiming she is far better than his companions. But her desperate attempt at seduction only earns her a look of utter disgust and contempt from Jingming. He sneers and scoffs at her, stating that those 2 girls are far too excellent to ever be compared to her. She cannot even compare to them, especially with a body so thoroughly ruined by cheap desires and drugs. Talk about a brutal reality check, he flatly tells her she is simply too filthy, instantly shattering her pathetic act. That harsh rejection completely shatters her fake humility. Her face twists in rage as she screams at him for insulting her. She threatens to slaughter his entire family and skin him alive if she survives. Her father and brother will hunt him down. Her father and brother will never let him go. But ignoring her, screeching, Jingming slowly raises his hand. He gathers blinding arcs of lightning calmly, saying that if she does not want to go back alive, he will gladly oblige. A split second later, a massive bolt of destructive lightning crashes down, completely erasing any trace of the wicked woman. Watching the smoke rise from her ashes, he coldly remarks that those who live by the sword always die by it. If you go out looking to murder others, you had better be prepared to get put down yourself. Knowing the spatial rings of these wealthy clans are usually tracked, he decides to leave them behind to avoid any trouble. Meanwhile, far away inside an extremely luxurious mansion, a high-tech security system suddenly blares with an urgent emergency warning. It detects that user number 003 has lost all vital signs. Her smart bracelet shows her heart has stopped. Reading the alert, Li Shanglin leaps to his feet in sheer panic, realizing that number 003 belongs to his sister. His shock instantly turns into pure unbridled fury as he roars, demanding to know who dared to murder his precious sister. Li Shanglin demands to know exactly where this happened to Yang Zentianoing. His subordinate quickly checks the tracking device. The subordinate nervously reports that tracking bracelet 003 lost connection. Its last known coordinates were on the edge of the thunderstorm zone. Li Shanglin frowns in confusion. She said she was getting his birthday gift. Why was she near the thunderstorm zone? He completely loses his patience. He orders his men to contact Yang Zentianoing's escort team immediately to find out what is happening. He wants to know what they are doing. But his subordinate is about to deliver some truly terrible news. All 4 escort members have lost their vital signs. None of their smart bracelets are responding. Li Shanglin's face darkens with pure hatred. He grinds his teeth. Could Uncle Li and the others really be dead? Who could wipe them out like this? They did not even have a single second to send a warning signal. Standing nearby, the subordinate suggests it might be a peak Tier 4 combatant on the verge of a major breakthrough. Or maybe they simply underestimated their enemy. Furthermore, the killer was extremely cautious and did not touch the spatial rings. Li Shanglin replies in frustration. If the killer is this careful, finding them is going to be incredibly difficult. The subordinate asks if they should report this to the family head. Li Shanglin rubs his temples and rejects it. His father is in closed-door cultivation for 6 days trying to reach Tier 7 Grandmaster. They must find clues first. They need to check Yang Zentianoying's recent travel history and see who she was interacting with. Receiving his master's direct orders, the subordinate bows and promises to investigate immediately. Shortly after, he scrolls through his screen to deliver his findings. A month ago, the young lady had a dispute with the Wang family. Half a month ago, she entered the thunderstorm zone. 2 days ago, she tried to buy an S-class spear for his birthday, but someone else beat her to it. Listening closely to the report, Li Shanglin suddenly whips around to ask a sharp, clever question. He demands to know who bought that spear. The subordinate immediately answers that the buyer is a guy named Xu Jingming, a student currently studying at Manhwa University. He entered the Thunder's secret territory using an S-tier pass. He was Jiangnan Province's top college exam scorer in 2037, an S-tier talent middle tier 3. Piecing all the facts together, Li Shanglin sinks back into his sofa and firmly tells his men to stop searching since this guy definitely did it. His little sister Yang Zentianoying had mentioned going to get him a birthday gift. His subordinate hesitantly warns him, "Young master, this involves an S-tier awaken, so it might get pretty messy." Covering half of his face, which is twisted with pure hatred, he hisses out that nothing is too troublesome. A life for a life, so what if he is S-tier? He killed his sister, and he wants him dead. Without hesitating for a single second, Li Shanglin strides decisively out of the room, coldly ordering Uncle Quan to follow him to ambush the target right at the exit of the thunderstorm zone. If he cannot kill the guy himself, Uncle Quan will do it for him. Meanwhile, far from the rising storm outside, deep in the forest, Xu Jingming is resting easily on a giant beast carcass with a glowing core in his hand. Admiring his hard-earned loot with a satisfied smile, he starts doing some quick math. He has already taken down 17 Tier 4 Thunder Beasts, gaining 4,250 energy points and 17 Thunder Cores of various ranks. This should be enough to go all out and break through to the liquid Thunder state in one single shot. Gathering his spoils, Xu Jingming turns and heads deeper into the thick forest, muttering to himself that it is finally time to head back. Back at the noisy and crowded checkpoint, a strange man with wild spiky hair stands at the security gate as the receptionist politely asks him to present his pass. The guy swipes his card with a highly sinister smile as the automated system voice chimes in, confirming his identity as C-tier pass holder Zhang Hang from the Thunder Martial Arts Center. His remaining time is 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Meet the infamous Blood Slaughter Crimson Bishop of the notorious Destiny sect. He casually slips the card into his pocket while the receptionist kindly warns him that a C-tier pass only allows 24 hours in the Thunder Zone, so he should manage his time wisely. Who actually cares about managing time anyway? His eyes flash blood red as he gives a highly creepy, sinister smile, thinking that 24 hours is way more than enough to wrap things up. That S-tier student from Manhwa University, Xu Jingming, his days are officially numbered. Meanwhile, a group of guys in black suits stand guard nearby, looking exactly like a bunch of aggressive debt collectors. Their intimidating presence has local passers-by whispering in fear, with one guy wondering who they even are and why they have been standing around staring all day. His friend quickly shushes him, warning that they are from the powerful Li family and have been waiting there for days now. It really seems like they are hunting someone down, which means some poor soul is about to face a massive world of trouble. And right on cue, our main character Xu Jingming calmly walks out of the gate. A black-suited guard immediately taps his earpiece to sneakily report that the target has finally appeared. With the sharp hearing of someone who just cleared a monster horde, Xu Jingming catches it and wonders who this young master is. Before he can process it, the furious Li family young master drops from the sky like a diving hawk, gripping his long spear and roaring that Xu Jingming has finally shown his face and will pay in blood. Facing this wild storm of attacks, Xu Jingming stays completely calm, analyzing his opponent as a peak Tier 4 spear user who is likely Li Shanglin. He clicks his tongue in regret, thinking that if he knew he would be tracked down anyway, he wouldn't have destroyed those spatial rings and wasted hundreds of millions. Right upon landing, Li Shanglin thrusts his spear forward with absolute fury, demanding to know if Xu Jingming was the one who murdered his sister, Li Wanying. Xu Jingming easily dodges the strike light as a feather, casually replying that he already knows the answer, so why even waste time asking? That straightforward yet arrogant response completely shocks the surrounding crowd, leaving them utterly stunned to hear that Li Shanglin's sister was actually killed. A guy in green shrugs sarcastically, noting that with her terrible personality, it is no surprise she got into trouble. His friend looks at Xu Jingming with pity, feeling bad for the kid who is about to face the full vengeful wrath of the powerful Li family. Seeing that he doesn't even deny it, Li Shanglin shakes with pure rage, his veins bulging as he grits his teeth, demanding why he dared to kill his sister. Still keeping his signature cool composure, Jingming frowns and lays down his perfectly logical explanation. Your little sister tried to kill me for my loot, so she got put down instead. What other reason do you even need? Rich elites always think they own the truth. Li Shanglin swings his spear, unleashing a heavy wave of pressure as he roars his ridiculous logic. Even if my sister was in the wrong, you had no right to end her life because the elite Li family always has her back. Hearing that pathetic excuse, Jingming sighs in pure exhaustion. Why are we even wasting our breath on this nonsense? At the end of the day, does it not just come down to whose fist is bigger? And to prove his own fists are absolutely massive, Jingming unleashes his energy, blinding lightning crackling all over as his hair turns pure white and stands up in a wild surge. With a smug smile, he dares him step up and try. Let's see if you and your backed-up family can touch a single hair of mine. The blinding flash of his elemental power instantly gives away his identity to the stunned onlookers nearby. A guy in the crowd breaks into a cold sweat and yells that this kid is actually the S-tier genius from Madou University's Xu Jingming. Others gasp in sheer disbelief. A 19-year-old freshman already at high-grade Tier 3, good lord. A young man in green shields his eyes from the sudden gust of wind and sighs. What a waste for such a rising star to die so young. Faced with his opponent's flashy display of power, Li Shanglin instantly rips his clothes to shreds, roaring like a beast, transforming into a massive green werewolf with bulging muscles as he howls, "You arrogant brat, you are nothing but a pathetic high-grade Tier 3, and I can end you all by myself." With that, the beast lunges down, striking with a devastating blow, but Jingming does not even flinch, thrusting his lightning-clad spear straight up to block. The massive collision sends shockwaves through the air, completely catching the werewolf off guard as his physical advantage vanishes. He rapidly slashes his weapon, sneering that a mere lightning user stands no chance in a direct clash of raw physical strength. Ignoring the trash talk completely, Jingming swings his own spear in a furious counterattack, meeting the heavy strikes head-on. The weapons collide with a deafening bang, triggering a brilliant explosion of energy that tears the solid concrete floor into dust. Shockingly, the massive rebound force from that single clash sends the giant werewolf flying backward in sheer disbelief. Lightning surges along his weapon, shocking his body as he crashes heavily back down to the hard ground below. He desperately drags his spear along the road to slow down, leaving a deep trench before finally sliding to a halt. His glowing purple eyes widen in utter shock, his mind racing with questions on how this could even be possible. Is his physical strength actually superior to mine? This makes absolutely no sense. I am a peak, Tier 4 reinforcement specialist. Yet I am somehow losing to a lightning user, giving his enemy zero time to process his growing confusion. Jingming gathers a massive blazing surge of gold lightning in his palm, coldly stating that on any other day, he might have toyed around with him a bit, but right now he just wants to end this quickly. He unleashes a colossal pillar of thunder from above, roaring out his signature move, the heavenly thunder art. The electrical storm completely swallows the green werewolf whole, causing the giant beast to howl in absolute mind-numbing agony. Realizing that he will die if the fight continues, the beaten werewolf is forced back into his normal human form. Tattered and bloody Li Shanglin collapses heavily to the ground and scrambles backward, desperately screaming for his backup to save him. Uncle Quan responding instantly, the sunglasses-wearing butler leaps into action like a battle god soaring over his master. With fists blazing in wildfire, he aims a deadly strike straight at Jingming while the crowd watches in shock. Everyone breaks into a cold sweat as they suddenly recognize the formidable identity of this newly arrived protector. A young man screams in terror that it is the peak Tier 5 butler Li Quan, prompting sighs of pity. Jingming is completely done for now, as the massive gap between their power levels is simply too grand to overcome. The raging crimson flames roar as they clash, completely swallowing the young hero whole in a violent explosion of blinding light. But wait, the butler suddenly breaks into a cold sweat, whipping his head back with eyes full of absolute terror. He screams out for his young master as the onlookers erupt into another chaotic wave of gossip and shouting. A guy yells that the kid defeated a peak Tier 4 with just 2 lightning bolts, calling the attack terrifying. A hooded teen nods in fear, whispering that S-tier power is truly monstrous, but a crucial question is suddenly raised. How on earth did he survive that blazing firestorm? The answer is revealed instantly as the heavy smoke clears out. Standing completely unharmed amidst the roaring flames is Jingming, protected by a glowing high-tech blue energy shield. With a smirk, he grips his spear and sighs. In the end, he still had to use his master's trump card. Recognizing this high-tier protective gear, the butler gritted his teeth and backed away, wondering if it was yet another ancient artifact. Stuck in a complete dead end, he wiped his sweat in sheer helplessness. He had absolutely no choice but to contact his boss. Gently tapping his earpiece, the butler turned pale as a ghost as he prepared to deliver the terrifying news to his powerful employer. He reported that the young master was killed right at the exit of the thunderstorm area, and what is more, the young lady was also killed. Meanwhile, let's shift our gaze to the luxurious mansion of the Lee family, which was peacefully basking in the warm morning sun. But that quiet peace is instantly shattered as the mansion's roof explodes and an imposing figure surges into the sky, tearing through the clouds. He flies high with a terrifying surge of murderous intent. A close-up reveals the bald patriarch's fierce face, his eyes burning with red lightning. As crimson electricity crackles in his eyes, he roars in agony. Yang Zentiano Lin, my son, died without even getting to grow up. The old man kicks the air, blasting forward at a speed that tears through space, leaving a massive energy vortex behind the skyscrapers. Back at the battlefield, Xu Jingming's face suddenly pales, cold sweat pouring down as he senses a terrifying pressure from above. An unprecedented, monstrous wave of energy is hurtling down from the sky, crashing toward him like a devastating meteor. The old Li patriarch slams down right in front of Xu Jingming. The terrifying impact shatters the ground into pieces. A violent shockwave slams hard against the boy's green protective shield. The old man's face is completely contorted with absolute hatred. He glares, spitting out venomous words. That brat from Madu University dared to kill my daughter and son. This has gone too far. Seeing his furious boss arrive, the butler tiptoes forward, bowing his head in fear, only to immediately trigger the patriarch's explosive rage. The old man screams at him, "You absolute trash! If you cannot even protect one person, why should I keep you alive?" Screaming in anger, the patriarch casually waves his hand to unleash a devastating arc of energy right at the poor butler's face. The attack is so blindingly fast and vicious that the terrified man barely has time to lean back in pure shock. The glowing crimson energy wraps tightly around the butler's neck, choking him while violently draining his life force away. His face instantly shrivels up like a withered mummy, and he can barely let out one final choked gasp. Having disposed of the useless servant, the cold-blooded monster steps over the shriveled corpse and glares directly at Xu Jingming. Raising his glowing hand, he roars that the boy is next, and honestly, even I am sweating for our main character. Xu Jingming grips his spear tight, cold sweat dripping down his face under the overwhelming pressure of absolute death. But a good story always has a last-minute savior. Suddenly, a sharply dressed gray-haired man in a vest steps forward. He blocks the path between them and demands to know what on earth Li Kanghai thinks he is doing. This powerful new arrival is none other than Wang Gu, the prestigious branch manager of the Thunderstorm's secret realm. The crowd of onlookers immediately starts whispering in excitement, pointing out that the legendary manager Wang has finally arrived. They note that he is the only Tier 7 Grandmaster in the entire realm. Another hooded bystander gasps in awe. Even Lecturer Wu is on the scene along with all the top martial masters of the Thunder Dojo to back Xu Jingming. Seeing the opposing side suddenly grow so massive with elite heavy hitters, the Li family patriarch grits his teeth in pure frustration. Glaring in absolute hatred, the old man bitterly realizes that there is no way he can kill this arrogant brat today. Despite his usual arrogance, he knows better than to challenge someone stronger, forcing himself to bow respectfully before Manager Wang. Meanwhile, the lecturer in the beanie turns to Xu Jingming with a reassuring smile, telling him not to worry. He promises that with the manager present, Li Kanghai cannot cause any trouble, allowing the young hero to finally breathe. Xu Jingming offers his sincere thanks, prompting the majestic manager Wang to turn and look at him with a warm, approving smile. He tells the boy that Lecturer Wu praised his battle records, and seeing him now, he is truly outstanding. The young man humbly declines the praise, but a massive plot twist is quietly brewing in the shadows. While the group is celebrating, a bearded villain is lurking in a dark corner of the crowd, secretly watching everything. His glowing red eyes widen with a twisted, sinister smile as he quietly whispers that having everyone gather here makes his job much easier. Completely unaware of the terrifying storm brewing right behind them, the friendly manager continues to confidently reassure Xu Jingming. He tells him to rest easy because he will never let anything bad happen to him in this realm. Showing deep respect, the young student clasps his hands and offers his sincere thanks to the powerful branch manager. As the crowd slowly begins to disperse, a young man remarks that the crisis seems to be over. His friend scoffs, reminding him that the manager is a Tier 7 Grandmaster who nobody would dare cross. There is absolutely no way Li Kanghai would dare cause trouble in front of a powerhouse like him. Mouth now, there is no more entertainment to watch. But unfortunately, right behind them, the villain's hand is already conjuring a blood-red vortex of energy. Out of nowhere, the blood slaughter cardinal grins like a maniac and unleashes a massive wide-range attack. Countless blood-red spikes fly out like grim reaper scythes, instantly skewering the three curious onlookers who were just standing there. They die a miserable death in a split second. The fiend, his eyes burning with demonic fire, unleashes his full power to create a devastating explosion of deadly red and black light that floods the entire area. He has officially declared war, starting a brutal massacre right at the entrance of the Mystic Realm. Following that horrific bloodbath, the crazed villain bares his razor-sharp claws and howls. The Blood Slaughter Cardinal of the Destiny sect has come under orders to completely destroy this Thunder Mystic realm. Wang Gu and Xu Jingming, your end is near. Manager Wang Gu breaks into a cold sweat, takes a step back in sheer panic, and gasps in shock. Is this the Destiny sect, an 8th rank Grandmaster? The Blood Slaughter Cardinal points down, clicking his tongue in total mockery. Look at that, a 19-year-old kid at high-tier rank 3, yet his actual combat power surpasses peak rank 4. If you were allowed to grow, you might actually become a martial saint, but too bad you are dying right here today. He gets close, showing off his wrinkled face and a twisted ear-to-ear grin. He sneers, asking if he remembers correctly that his school has a spatial-type Grandmaster. Why not call her over to help, or is the distance just too far for his principal to teleport here? Our protagonist, Xu Jingming, breaks a sweat staring at this complete lunatic before him. He thinks to himself, totally bewildered. Has this rank 8 Grandmaster from the Destiny sect completely lost his mind? The guy is talking big, being way too arrogant. Even if the villain does not know Principal Ling Xuang just leveled up, she is still an S-class spatial esper after all. A confident smirk creeps onto Jingming's face, his fingers clutching a glowing blue high-tech spatial talisman. He calmly replies, wondering why people always like to pop the champagne and celebrate when the game is only halfway through. If he wants to see his principal that badly, he is happy to oblige. Without hesitating, the young man crushes the spatial talisman. Shards of glowing blue crystal light scatter everywhere. In an instant, Jingming raises his hand and points directly toward the sky, conjuring a brilliant spatial magic circle that floats majestically right in front of the Mystic Realm entrance. From within that beautiful glowing ring, Principal Ling Xuang steps out, her long black hair flowing gracefully in the wind. Her stunning figure in a noble red dress makes her look like a descending goddess. The crowd below drops their jaws in utter amazement, gasping that she is indeed the formidable 8th rank Grandmaster from the Magic City Academy. Others start sweating cold, remarking that her terrifying aura is definitely powerful enough to wipe out an entire nation. Dongqing breathes a sigh of relief, glad they do not have to worry anymore. Seeing her arrival, the bald Li Kanghai turns pale with fright, sweating buckets and thinking that Xu Jingming can actually summon an 8th rank Grandmaster. He is incredibly glad he did not make a move earlier, or his whole clan would be history by now. Floating in midair with an incredibly dominant and elegant presence, Principal Ling Xuang narrows her eyes at the cloaked villain, her cold voice full of sarcasm. Those remnants of the Destiny sect really are as persistent as lingering ghosts. The Blood Slaughter Cardinal panics, his face turning pale as cold sweat starts pouring down. He is desperately analyzing Ling Xuang of Magic City Academy, wondering how she could possibly teleport here from so far away. Her maximum teleportation range should not even reach 500 kilometers. Ling Xuang glints her sharp emerald eyes, offering a knowing smile that catches him off guard. She knew his desperate cult remnants would not give up, so she hid the news about her recent breakthrough, and he fell right into her trap. The villain is completely shocked, wondering if she actually broke through. Her energy has indeed reached the mid-tier 8th rank. Realizing this is a losing battle, the villain spins on his heels and runs, kicking up a cloud of dust behind him as he screams internally. He is only B-class, while she is a powerhouse S-class. Running is his only option. Watching her prey try to escape, the beautiful Ling Xuang calmly raises her elegant hand forward, creating a brilliant blue magic circle, as she cold-bloodedly declares that trying to run now is far too late. The Blood Slaughter Cardinal gasps as a massive hexagonal blue spatial dome suddenly drops from the sky, trapping him. This is her signature move, the Yin-Yang Spatial Domain. Without wasting a single second, Ling Xuang dives inside, the newly created domain ready to deliver the final strike. She swings her hand, shaping a colossal spatial blade that tears through the air. She commands him to stay put, and the villain immediately counters with a massive surge of bloody fog, yelling that killing him will not be that easy. The blue spatial force and deep red blood magic collide violently, sparking a fierce explosion of light that shreds the surroundings. Armed with overwhelming power, Ling Xuang unleashes one magic circle after another, forcing the Blood Slaughter Cardinal to retreat desperately in midair. Inside the energy barrier, blinding explosions erupt. Arcs of bloody lightning fly everywhere as Xu Jingming and Wang Gu watch from the sidelines. Stuck playing VIP spectators, Branch President Wang Gu raises his hand and quickly gives orders to his subordinates. This clash will take some time. Supervisor Jiang, Supervisor Zhang Wenshin, and Instructor Wu stay here to support Principal Ling. Supervisor Li, lead the others. Alert our people at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall and arrange an orderly evacuation. As they begin, Wang Gu turns to warn Xu Jingming, advising the young student to leave with Supervisor Jiang. But Jingming refuses. He calmly answers that he will stay right here and watch the fight. Inside his mind, our brave protagonist is quietly analyzing the situation. Blood Fiend cannot beat Principal Ling. No way. Even if she cannot win, she can easily escape safely and running would only hold her back. Besides, watching a clash between rank 8 Grandmasters is a golden opportunity. He absolutely cannot miss this. 30 minutes pass, the battle finally reaches its end, leaving Blood Fiend completely battered and drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Ling Xuang steps forward with a brilliant aura looking completely untouched as her exhausted opponent collapses. The villain faceplants, caving into the dirt and kicking up dust. With his failed show, over Jingming starts plotting. Staring at the defeated Grandmaster, his practical side kicks in. What if he delivers the final blow himself? He wonders how many energy points a rank 8 Grandmaster using Divine Blood techniques would actually give him. Nearby instructor Wu wipes away his cold sweat and praises her, calling her the pride of Magic University. She is spectacular. With no way to win or escape, Blood Fiend has officially run out of options. The instructor nudges Jingming, joking that getting one spatial talisman is already incredibly lucky, so why demand another? Jingming offers a wry smile. That was his only lifesaver, and using it meant losing his special privilege. The instructor continues to tease him, laughing that Principal Ling is basically acting as his personal babysitter now. Right then, the powerful lady lands nearby and walks over, her voice carrying a sharp, freezing edge. She demands to know what they are talking about immediately, making both men freeze like guilty students. They nervously stammer out her name. Ignoring their gossip, Ling Xuang reaches out and presents a shiny space talisman. The blue talisman glows in her hand. She warns him that remnants of the Destiny sect are still active. She tells him to crush it if he faces any danger, and Jingming happily takes the life-saving gift. He thanks his babysitter Wu's Principal Ling, leaving instructor Wu standing beside them in absolute burning jealousy. Another spatial talisman. The instructor screams internally, realizing that she really has become a dedicated babysitter. With that settled, Ling Xuang turns to branch president Wang Gu and speaks with a very serious tone. She demands absolute secrecy regarding this battle, reminding him of his duty at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Furthermore, he must spread rumors that she was severely injured and temporarily unable to use her spatial powers. Wang Gu quickly bows in compliance. The president breaks into a cold sweat as the brilliant strategy clicks. It is a perfect trap. If the Destiny sect believes this rumor, they will surely send another victim. They might lose another rank 8 Grandmaster. As she prepares to leave, Ling Xuang adds one more order. She insists that Xu Jingming's incredible achievements in the Thunder Secret Realm must also be kept completely secret. The National College Tournament is starting soon. Wang Gu nods but immediately brings up another serious matter. He has crucial news regarding the young student, and it directly involves the dangerous actions of the Li family. Upon hearing this, her face darkens with sheer malice. Her blue eyes flash with a terrifying cold fury. How dare they try to rob and kill her precious student? Where is Li Kanghai hiding right now? Suddenly, the old man steps out from the crowd. Ling Xuang stands tall, staring down at the trembling figure. She delivers her judgment. Coddling a child to commit robbery and murder shows a complete lack of discipline. Worse, trying to finish the job is a deliberate crime. She sentences Li Kanghai to 20 years in custody. She asks if he complies. His face turns pale in utter despair as his active years vanish instantly. The arrogant patriarch has no choice. He falls to his knees on the cold floor and submits completely. The crowd immediately starts whispering. A spiky-haired student gasps, shocked by the brutal 20-year sentence. He remarks that Magic University is incredibly overprotective, but his bowl-cut friend immediately rolls his eyes. He points out that the Li family brought this on themselves, leaving the branch president watching their humiliation. Wang Gu silently analyzes the situation. With this 20-year setback, the Li family is completely finished. Both of their key figures have fallen, and they will likely never recover their former glory. Having dealt with the troublesome situation, Ling Xuang turns to warn her student to be extra careful lately because the Fate sect might actually make another move on him. Jingming, the main character, strokes his chin with a mischievous grin and boldly asks, "Principal, for such a dangerous decoy mission, is there any reward for him?" Standing nearby, instructor Wu is so shocked his jaw nearly drops to the floor, breaking into a cold sweat. He wonders if this junior brother of his is always this gutsy, daring to demand rewards from a Tier 8 Grandmaster. To his surprise, the beautiful Ling Xuang turns around and gently asks what kind of reward he wants. This leaves instructor Wu wide-eyed, frozen, and biting his nails in utter disbelief. Is she really going to reward him? Realizing his joke went too far, Jingming quickly waves his hands with an awkward laugh, saying no, he was just kidding. He silently reminds himself that he already got a space talisman, so he shouldn't be too greedy. Ling Xuang closes her eyes slightly, smiling softly as she notes it has been a long time since anyone dared joke with her. Even so, she truly has a gift for him. Under the dim light, she pulls out an exquisite necklace shimmering with magical energy, and calmly offers it to him. No matter how thick-skinned Jingming is, he breaks into a sweat and politely declines with both hands, protesting that it is way too precious for him to accept. He can tell it is high grade since its energy feels even stronger than the Tier 7 amulet his master gave him. Principal Ling smiles in approval, praising him for having such a sharp eye, and explains it is a Tier 8 amulet capable of withstanding a strike from a mid-tier Tier 8 Grandmaster, gently pushing it into his hands. She tells him that since it is useless to her now, he should just accept it as his reward. Jingming respectfully accepts the gift with both hands, bowing deeply as he sincerely thanks her for her care and generosity. He promises that if she ever needs anything, he will happily go through fire and water for her without a second thought. Ling Shuang nods in approval of his attitude but tells him to focus on training. Grinning, the young man wraps the expensive necklace around his wrist like a bracelet, while Instructor Wu watches with clenched fists, wishing he could have one too. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Wang Gu watches with calculating eyes, noting that Xu Jingming seems to hold an extremely important place in Principal Ling's heart. For someone like him, they must do everything possible to win his favor and build a close connection. Once things wrap up, Ling Shuang kindly asks if he is finished with his business here since Mado University is starting soon, and she can easily take him back with her. Jingming scratches his head, explaining that he still has a few things left to finish. He suggests she head back first, prompting her to ask how long he will need. Jingming strokes his chin, estimating it will take about 2 days. Surprisingly, Ling Shuang flashes a gorgeous goddess-like smile, her emerald eyes sparkling softly. She decides she will wait for him here and take him back together once he finishes training. Jingming happily thanks her, apologizing for the trouble. Meanwhile, Instructor Wu is practically screaming inside from sheer jealousy, absolutely dying of envy. Getting babysitter-level care from a Tier 8 Grandmaster, is this the kind of special treatment only geniuses receive? If it were him, he would be lucky to not get slapped into oblivion. Suddenly, the scene shifts, leaving the ruined battlefield behind. We find ourselves at a luxurious sun-drenched villa with a cool blue pool, a massive contrast to the usual bloody fights. Our main character is lying flat on his face in bed, looking totally exhausted as he lazily scrolls on his phone. But then he springs up like a coiled wire, scrambling out of bed in a total panic, swearing under his breath. He actually slept for 2 whole days and nights. Is today already the 19th? There are only 2 hours left before his time in the Thunder domain expires. How can he possibly master Thunder liquefaction in time? This has got to be a joke. Jingming storms down the hallway like a whirlwind, sliding across the wooden floor with the desperate panic of someone running late. Bursting into the living room, he stops dead in his tracks. He sees Principal Ling sitting serenely with her hands forming elegant magic seals. He can hardly believe his eyes, shocked that she actually waited at the villa for him. Without turning around, the beautiful principal calmly asks how he slept. Sweating bullets, Jingming stammers that he slept great, but has barely any time left to study the natural lightning. Ling Shuang quietly disperses her magic circle, standing up with a reassuring smile. She tells him not to worry because Branch President Wang of the Thunder Dojo has upgraded his S-Class pass into a permanent card. He no longer has to worry about time limits. Jingming sighs in relief, nodding, and reflecting that he did not do much to help. She explains that President Wang upgraded his access voluntarily, likely because he highly values the young man's potential. Jingming, always quick-witted, replies that if not for her influence, cross-armed Yang Zentiang Ling mutters with a smirk that Branch President Wang definitely wouldn't dare to pull a stunt like that. She praises him, noting he sees things clearly, though she adds that Wang has no idea he is actually double S rank. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to step in. Besides, once the national tournament begins, keeping this secret will be impossible. She warns him to prepare himself, prompting Jingming to ask what exactly he needs to get ready for as she looks away. Looking out the window, sunlight catching her perfect profile, she slowly lists the ultimate temptations: money, power, fame, and of course, beautiful women. More than 10 S rank awakened appear on Earth every single year, but the last double S rank showed up 4 years ago. She tells him he absolutely must stay true to himself. Placing a hand on his chest, the polite student nods and promises he understands, but Yang Zentiang Ling still keeps a serious tone. She warns that compared to fame and wealth, she worries far more about beautiful women, a classic tactic used by foreign factions. The gorgeous principal suddenly leans her face in close, her emerald green eyes blinking with a teasing, suggestive look. She playfully whispers that if the 2 girls currently by his side cannot satisfy him, he can just tell her and she will handle it. Flustered by her sudden boldness, the blushing main character steps back in a cold sweat, thinking there is absolutely no need for all that. What kind of wild talk is this, he wonders, feeling completely overwhelmed. Seeing his sheer embarrassment, Yang Zentiang Ling finally drops her playful act. She turns toward the entrance and calls out for the others to come in. The door swings open, revealing Branch President Gu Wang and Instructor Luo. Gu Wang steps inside and warmly delivers some good news to young Jingming Xu, announcing that Kang Hai Li has officially been jailed. He guarantees that the Li family will never trouble him again. Jingming flashes a bright, confident smile and politely thanks him. He expresses his deepest gratitude to Branch President Wang, especially for upgrading his pass to permanent full-access status. Gu Wang waves it off with a gentle, fatherly smile, playing the role of a supportive elder, claiming it was just a minor gesture. He says he is simply doing his part to support the growth of the great geniuses of their nation. Furthermore, since Jingming wants to master liquefied lightning, Wang secured him 24 hours of access to the top floor of the Lightning Tower. Hearing about this VIP privilege, Jingming's eyes light up. He eagerly clasps his hands in gratitude while Principal Ling stands nearby. Meanwhile, Principal Ling has already summoned a glowing spatial portal ready to transport him straight to the summit of the Lightning Tower. After thanking the branch president one last time, he watches as Yang Zentiang Ling steps into the magic circle, turning back to beckon him. She urges him to hurry up and follow her. Before stepping through, Jingming waves goodbye to instructor Luo. He yells that once he masters the natural lightning, he will head straight back to school and see him next time. The instructor waves back enthusiastically, telling him that he only dropped by to bid him farewell before his departure. The magic portal slowly seals shut, leaving the two men standing there, watching the golden sparks fade into nothingness. Just like that, the scene shifts. Standing majestically before us is the massive lightning tower built with highly advanced futuristic technology. Massive bolts of green lightning strike down violently from the stormy sky, relentlessly pounding the high-tech structure. Heading inside, Jingming sits cross-legged at the very center of an active energy array, gold sparks dancing around him. Countless crackling golden currents wrap around his body. A close-up reveals his bright blue eyes burning with intense resolve. He remains hyper-focused, realizing the lightning here is much closer to the source compared to the 100th floor. Raising a hand into the air, he carefully channels and feels the potent electrical currents wrapping around his fingers. 17 hours later, Jingming's palm no longer crackles with dry sparks as the raw lightning begins to condense. It flows like a glistening liquid stream through his fingers. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips as he gazes at his progress. Watching the liquid lightning trickle past, he mentally celebrates, knowing he has finally mastered the art of lightning liquefaction. Wasting absolutely no time, he leaps up, gathering his energy to form a massive glowing orb of liquid electricity. It illuminates the entire chamber, and he realizes that simply hurling this condensed orb would unleash absolutely devastating damage on anyone. After calming his energy and sitting back down, Jingming casually brings up his glowing blue holographic status screen. He taps the floating panel, eager to analyze his updated stats and see exactly how much stronger he has become. The screen clearly displays his name: Jingming Xu, 3rd rank high-grade SS Divine Lightning, 312 Physique, and 261 Spirit. He has 18,231 energy points, prompting Jingming to rub his chin thoughtfully like a seasoned gamer. He clicks his tongue, noting that 18,000 points is still a bit short for a rank 4 breakthrough, so he will upgrade his skills first. As for leveling up, he decides to wait until the National College Tournament begins to harvest a massive wave of energy points. In his mind, he can already envision the fierce, action-packed battlefields of the upcoming national tournament waiting for him. He confidently maps out his strategy. Every tournament is split into individual duels, team battles, and a brutal survival match. The final round is a race to hunt down the most beasts. Since every beast there will be tier 4 or higher, he is bound to rake in an absolute mountain of energy points. With his grand plan locked in, he clenches his fists and stands up straight, lightning crackling wildly across his entire body. It is time to upgrade the indestructible Thunder Body to the 5th stage. Blinding light erupts in a flash as Jingming's body undergoes a sudden mutation. Pure white, spiky hair and sharp ears emerge, radiating an overwhelming, terrifying pressure. Standing in his ultimate lightning form, muscles bulging with raw electricity, he cannot contain his excitement. Spending 15,000 energy points on this massive upgrade boosted his vitality by nearly 1,000 points. Flexing his solid arm, wrapped in veins and crackling lightning, Jingming realizes that a powerful body needs the right skills to back it up. Only then can he unleash his full potential. It is time to push his fist technique straight to the Grandmaster rank. With a sudden thrust, he unleashes a monstrous punch right into the empty air, throwing enough force to tear open the sky and trigger a massive explosion of blinding light that obliterates everything nearby. Staring at the shattered wall cracked by his own sheer shockwave, he brushes aside his silver hair with a confident smirk. He is strong enough to obliterate a peak tier 4 Storm Thunder Bear with a single strike. Even if he goes head-to-head in close quarters against a tier 5 beast, he will not back down. Returning to his usual handsome black-haired self, Jingming spins on his heel and confidently strides toward the exit. The lightning liquefaction is complete and it is time to leave. But the moment he steps out of the training room, he stops dead. Waiting right there is Vice Principal Ling Shuang, leaning against the wall with her eyes closed, calmly and patiently, waiting for her star student to finish. Ling Shuang crosses her arms and narrows her eyes, studying him with deep suspicion. She asks how he managed to massively boost his physical strength alongside liquefying his lightning, finding the sheer power gain questionable. Jingming raises his fist and gives a modest smile, saying it was just pure luck since he upgraded his lightning technique. Reaching the 5th stage of his indestructible thunder body is what gave him such a massive vitality boost. Ling Shuang merely smiles, her eyes reflecting a quiet nostalgia. She admits she almost forgot that his master was the one who created that unique style. Back when his master traded for that level 8 SS rank Thunder Dragon blood to help him, she was the one who approved it. But the trip down memory lane is over. With an elegant wave of her hand, Ling Shuang conjures a brilliant golden teleportation array right beneath their feet. Brushing her hair back, she tells him it is time to head back to the university. Meanwhile, far away under a dark, heavy sky, a sinister Western-style Gothic castle looms in the shadows. Towering in the darkness, the massive fortress looks incredibly ominous. Deep inside the gloomy sanctuary, 2 cloaked cultists bow in fear, reporting to a figure shrouded in shadows. They deliver the grim news that Lord Blood Fiend was slain by Vice Principal Ling Shuang. She is reportedly heavily injured from the clash, meaning she can no longer use her spatial magic to protect him. They ask if they should strike now. Hearing this, a heavily scarred and brutal-looking zealot eagerly steps forward to volunteer, radiating pure malice. He begs his leader to let him handle it, promising to bring back Jingming's head without fail. But the cult leader, his glowing red eyes piercing through a heavy white hood, raises a hand to quickly silence his subordinate. He points out that since the Empire launched its grand crackdown, their Destiny sect has lost too much core combat power. Hunting the boy right now is simply too risky. He orders his followers to lie low and bide their time. They must wait for the peak of the primal energy tide when their supreme deity will finally descend upon the world. Only then will their cult achieve true glorious immortality. Intoxicated by this absolute decree, the fanatical followers bow deeply before the throne amid a swirl of dark red energy, chanting their absolute loyalty to the eternal deity. Leaving the delusional cultists to their fanatic prayers, we flash back to the vibrant campus of Magic City University, where towering blue glass skyscrapers gleam brilliantly under the afternoon sun. Their Jingming is taking a much-needed breather. Ling Shuang sits elegantly on a leather chair, hovering a snack in her hand while looking at her exhausted student. She asks if mastering liquefied lightning has completely drained him of his energy, noting his thoroughly exhausted state. Jingming sighs heavily, admitting he had to push his superpower to its absolute limit for 17 straight hours. That ordeal left him bone-tired. Hearing this, she slides a huge glowing pack of rice crackers toward him. She tells him to eat up because it will help replenish his depleted reserves. Jingming stares at the snack in disbelief, wondering if she is playing a joke on him. Confused, he asks if this ordinary-looking snack is really the B-rank cultivation resource she retrieved from the mystical realm. It is his first time ever seeing something like this. Right off the bat, chomping down on the cake, Jingming's eyes light up as he smiles and praises the incredible taste. He says it is amazing, feeling his energy instantly and fully restored. Suddenly, a cute chibi head of Ling Shuang pops up to explain. This snack does not just restore energy, it also brings the eater good luck. She hopes he can defeat Capital University in the upcoming national tournament, making a name for himself and claiming the top spot. Standing by the window, Principal Ling Shuang seriously hands over the massive responsibility, adding one more thing. She wants him to captain the Magic Capital University team this time. Jingming pauses, wondering if he heard right. He accepts. Holding the glowing rice cake, our main character frowns slightly quickly, reclaiming his confident, cool attitude. With fierce determination, he promises that no matter what identity he uses, he will absolutely take the championship title. Seeing her student's burning passion, Ling Shuang gives a charming smile, her green eyes filled with deep satisfaction. Tonight she will finalize the roster. If there are no issues, it will go live on the school website tomorrow. The scene then shifts to 8 a.m. the very next morning, right in the middle of the university campus. A male student stares at his phone and raises his hand, shouting excitedly for everyone to check out the newly announced roster. The phone screen clearly displays the national championship team details glowing in bright golden text for all to see. It lists the 2026 national tournament competitors, naming team captain Xu Jingming from the freshman weapons department class 2, vice captain Kong Shi weapons department class 354, and Yao Fang elemental department class 154. The list instantly creates a massive storm. One guy runs a hand through his hair, questioning if naming Xu Jingming captain is too risky. His friend in the blue shirt agrees, arguing that since Jingming is only a freshman, senior Kong Shi should handle it. But immediately, another guy in a brown jacket objects, saying he completely disagrees with that idea. Kong Shi is only at mid-tier 4, meaning he stands no chance against Capital University's high-tier 4 fighter, so it is much better to take a gamble on Jingming. Meanwhile, another student with long black hair is sweating buckets, staring at his phone and biting his lip in shock. He cannot believe Jingming's combat power has reached this insane level. They are both top freshmen, but comparing himself to a monster like that is just depressing. Now let us switch gears to some classic campus romance. Under the shady trees, a girl wearing glasses and pigtails happily jogs after her best friend to tease her. She calls out to Qu Yun, teasing her about her man becoming the team captain and looking incredibly cool. Qu Yun blushes furiously, waving her hands and asking who her man is. Nothing is official, yet she stammers. Her bespectacled friend grabs her arm, wearing a curious and teasing expression. Did she not go all the way to the Lightning Realm to find him on New Year's Eve? A guy and a girl alone in one room, and she still has not won him over yet. Qu Yun sighs, explaining she actually invited Senior Jiang along with her back then. Hearing this, her friend nearly drops her glasses, clutching her forehead in disbelief. Why on earth would she bring Senior Jiang Ya along? Does she like Jingming too? Qu Yun looks away, trying, soothing her chest to justify herself. She believes Senior Jiang is a good person and keeping secrets would feel wrong. She would have felt like a thief otherwise. Her friend smiles wryly, tilting her head to ask a killer question. How can anyone possibly share love? Qu Yun's eyes suddenly turn incredibly determined as she faces her friend. Smiling calmly, she says she does not mind sharing with Senior Jiang, and Jiang actually feels the exact same way. Her friend covers her face, sweating in disbelief. Both of them are seriously way too generous for their own good. Qu Yun just closes her eyes with a smug smile, raising her finger to explain her logical and confident theory. It is not about being generous. With how fast Jingming is rising, he will definitely have multiple women in the Kirabouts' future. So is it not better and easier to accept if those partners are people they already know and trust? Completely defeated by this harem logic, her bespectacled friend can only sweat and nod along in total surrender. Qu Yun blushes, scratching her cheek as her confidence dips slightly, admitting, it is still too early for this. Jingming has not accepted either of them yet. Her friend immediately places her hands on her hips, gasping dramatically. Too early. Once the national tournament wraps up, the entire country will know exactly who Xu Jingming is. By then, even more outstanding girls will definitely make their move on him. It is bound to happen. Qu Yun's purple eyes widen in shock, her lips trembling as she slowly repeats that sudden reality check. Girls more outstanding than her, she walks off into the sunset, an anxious look in her eyes. He is completely determined. Yes, he really needs to hurry. Leaving the harem drama behind, the scene shifts to a mansion built in traditional Chinese architecture with moss-covered roof tiles. Inside, a deep authoritative voice echoes through the halls. Your senior brother Jiang already told me all about what happened inside the Lightning Realm. You did an absolutely incredible job. Jingming stands respectfully with clasped hands before his heavily bearded master Feng Jian, who sits comfortably on a silk sofa. The master waves his hand and advises, once you strike, make sure to finish them. Unplucked weeds only bring bigger trouble. Jingming nods respectfully. He only dared to act thanks to his master's protective amulet and Principal Ling's spatial ward. His master pats his chest proudly, his beard shaking as he laughs. That protective amulet I gave you is meant to be used, so it is really no big deal. But as for Principal Ling, you truly need to find a proper way to repay her. She poured her heart out for you and literally saved your life. Jingming narrows his eyes with a highly playful smile. As his student, he knows that all too well. His master strokes his chin curiously, examining his favorite disciple. He wants to hear exactly how much power Jingming has attained by now. Jingming clenches his fists with absolute confidence. He proudly reports that in his normal state he is at peak rank 4, but with extreme lightning active he can match a beginner rank 5. Hearing his students' absurd power levels, even the master breaks into a cold sweat while stroking his beard. He gasps in shock. That high, a rank 3, taking on a rank 5 is honestly hard to believe. Jingming admires his slender hand under the warm sunlight. He flashes a pretty devious knowing grin. He explains that it was a total stroke of luck. His indestructible thunder body has successfully reached the 5th stage. He made it. The master frowns in deep thought, his face turning quite serious as they talk business. All the loud online rumors right now are seriously affecting Principal Ling, especially since this is her first time managing any high-level public relations like this. Since your strength has grown so quickly, you should probably help her out. You need to prove that her decision to back you was definitely not a mistake. Jingming shrugs his shoulders with confidence. How exactly should he go about proving it? Should he find his senior, Kong Shi, and beat him up? His master smiles and explains it is very simple. Just go claim the #1 spot on the school's glory rankings. Right now, Kong Shi is at the absolute top. Jingming's eyes light up with sudden, wild excitement. That is right, how could he completely forget about this? He always thought virtual training was pretty useless before, so he never even bothered to step foot inside. His master chuckles slyly, giving his somewhat clueless student some advice. Go check out the practical training building. It will definitely bring you way more benefits than you can ever imagine. Suddenly, the scene shifts as Xu Jingming strides directly into the practical training facility surrounded by futuristic technology. As he walks through the glowing blue halls, he overhears some pretty loud boasting from 2 passing students. A guy in a brown jacket clenches his fist, bragging that he almost cleared the 10th floor last time. and hit 10,000 combat power, so he is totally sure he will succeed today. But his friend immediately crashes his hype, telling him to stop dreaming. The 10th floor has 20 Tier 2 beginner one-horned rhinos attacking all at once. Since he is only Tier 2, is completely impossible. Ignoring their chatter, Jingming is guided by a lovely female staff member. She politely leads him to a highly advanced premium pod. She introduces it as the top-tier virtual reality capsule, reserved exclusively for S-rank students. The sudden appearance of our main character immediately draws a lot of attention. Those two gossiping students from earlier suddenly recognize him, their eyes widening as they start sweating bullets. They shout in shock it is actually Xu Jingming. He came for virtual training, which is incredibly massive news. The guy in the gray shirt quickly urges his friend to post about it. Sure, it will trend hard online. Everyone wonders if he can actually beat Kangxi. Thanks to these amateur reporters, the school BBS forum instantly explodes. Sensational red headlines pop up everywhere. Shocking news. Xu Jingming has arrived at the virtual practice facility. Who is stronger between the Thunder Emperor and the Iron Bear? The absolute truth will be revealed very soon. Ignoring all the wild online chaos, Jingming confidently grabs the handle and steps inside the virtual training pod. He carries himself with the quiet calm of an absolute pro gamer. He lays down comfortably inside the capsule. As the transparent glass lid slowly slides shut under the staff member's watchful eye, the system immediately boots up. A voice announces that the virtual space is scanning him to perfectly simulate his actual level and physical strength. The system asks him to temporarily release his combat skills to help complete the simulation process smoothly. The system asks if they can officially begin since everything is prepared for the simulation. Jingming closes his eyes and relaxes. He calmly tells them to start. A glowing blue liquid immediately rises, wrapping around his body as the system processes the data. It announces the physical scan is complete and neural connections are verified, preparing to enter the virtual environment. A blinding flash of light erupts from Jingming's face, pulling his consciousness deep into the virtual reality world. He crashes into the Matrix, hitting a perfect superhero, landing on one knee with absolute power and style. Stunning streaks of energy swirl around him inside a massive, sprawling hall filled with towering white marble pillars. Standing up, he looks up at an incredibly giant and intricately carved pillar that rises high into the air. He realizes this must be the combat power leaderboard. With over 4,200 names, it looks incredibly impressive. At the top, Kangxi shines in rank 1 with a combat score of 2513, making Jingming sweat a bit. With Kangxi in first place and himself at the bottom, no wonder everyone thinks Kangxi is much stronger. The gap between their rankings on this leaderboard is just too massive. Suddenly, shimmering magical lights begin to gather. A cute lolly AI with fluffy blonde pigtails materializes and hovers in front of him, giving him a bright greeting. Introducing herself as Eva, she welcomes S-rank student Xu Jingming to the trial and tells him to choose a B-grade armor and a B-grade weapon too. Instantly, countless weapons like swords, axes, and spears appear floating in the air. Eva helpfully explains that he just needs to reach out and touch any weapon to equip it and adjust its weight. Jingming immediately locks his eyes onto his favorite weapon, stepping forward and calmly reaching his hand out. His long fingers touch the shaft of a sharp spear. In a flash, black battle armor and the spear are equipped. With everything ready, Eva floats over and asks if he would like to begin the challenge right away. Jingming grips his weapon tight and nods. Eva smiles excitedly as a glowing magic circle appears behind her. Counting down from 3, 2, 1, the first floor of the virtual reality trial is officially underway. Suddenly, Jingming is standing in a lush green meadow, his cape fluttering gently in the breeze as he holds his spear. Right on cue, a pack of red-eyed, bloodthirsty, one-horned rhinos charge wildly toward him, their roars shaking the entire field. But a seasoned rank pusher has no fear. Jingming looks relaxed, not even bothering to swing his spear. Instead, he simply raises a single hand, releasing a blinding stream of golden lightning straight at the beasts. A massive earth-shaking electrical explosion erupts as violent currents completely tear the unfortunate rhinos to pieces. The battle is won effortlessly. Jingming rests his spear on his shoulder, instantly returning to the white marble lobby. Eva floats down, announcing his victory on the first floor, and asks if he wants to take a break or continue. He calmly answers without a second thought, continue. Meanwhile, as he continues climbing, the camera pans over to the seniors. Inside the senior student dormitory area, luxury stone villas built in European style sit quietly under the green trees. In a bright sunny living room, a group of upperclassmen has gathered together to talk about the latest rumors. A senior in a brown jacket speaks up in annoyance, saying Principal Ling handled this whole matter very poorly. Since Kangxi is already at Tier 4 mid-rank, he is clearly far more suited to be captain than Xu Jingming. Kangxi, the current rank 1 student, calmly listens as the brown-jacketed friend continues, voicing his strong complaints. Exactly, the two have not even fought yet, so why did she choose him? But Kangxi simply waves it off. He tells them not to speak like that, saying Xu Jingming's strength makes him fully qualified to lead the team. A spiky-haired guy on the couch scowls at Kongshi's defense of the rookie, claiming he is far too soft-hearted. He refuses to accept this and wants to challenge the new guy, but Kongshi just smiles and advises against it. He reassures them it is unnecessary since Principal Ling must have her reasons. Just then, the brown-jacketed friend checks his phone. He suddenly bursts out laughing in excitement, pointing out that the school forums are talking about Jingming starting the trial. He says he is eager to see how high the newcomer can rank. But as they keep staring at the screen, looking like he just saw a ghost, a buzz-cut student in a black shirt gasps in shock at rank 42 with a combat score of 214. Didn't his power used to be 0? Let us check. When Xu Jingming actually began this run. Quickly scrolling on his phone, a student in a gray shirt smiles, delivering the shocking news that he only started 3 minutes ago. Hearing this, the former rank 1 Zixiao freezes up, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief as he calculates the speed of the climb like a math genius. 3 minutes to reach 200,000 combat power, one must clear floor 20 of the virtual trial, meaning the average time Xu Jingming spent on each floor didn't even exceed 9 seconds. Terrified by this insane speed, the guy in the gray shirt hurriedly stared at his phone screen, asking in total confusion if there could be some mistake. But his crew-cut friend shook his head, firmly saying there's no mistake. There are several other posts saying the exact same thing. Trying to save a bit of his remaining dignity, the guy nodded and analyzed it like some online expert, claiming the lightning element clearing speed is indeed faster than ours. But floor 21 will definitely hold him back for quite a while. Hearing this, the gray-shirted guy chimed in, gesturing wildly as he tried to back him up. Exactly, the challenge on floor 21 is a primary tier 4 beast, making it a major threshold. Only students passing this point with 240,000 combat power can join Mado University's first tier squad of Mado University. But before he could even close his mouth, the crew-cut guy gasped, almost choking on his water as he stared in disbelief. What the hell did he clear it that fast? His friend, breaking into a sweat, kept desperately arguing. But the challenge on floor 22 has 20 primary tier 4 beasts. There is no way he can instantly wipe them outright. To slap these doubters right in the face, a bright new notification suddenly popped up on the screen. Xu Jingming ranked 35th combat power 244,000. The crew-cut guy sat there in complete shock, delivering the brutal truth. You were wrong, he cleared it again, and he even completely finished off the armored earth dragon on floor 23. Is he a monster? Meanwhile, his gray-shirted friend just stood there, squirming, dumbfounded and stammering. Watching from a corner this whole time, this serious-looking Tai Xiong stroked his chin in a cold sweat, his face tense silently, realizing that this guy Xu Jingming is far stronger than anything he had ever even imagined. Meanwhile, on floor 23 of the trial tower, Xu Jingming stood looking cool, resting his spear next to the smoking carcass of the unfortunate giant monster he had just roasted alive. The cute system guide, Eva, floated nearby, giggling excitedly, with her hands over her mouth. She reported that the school forums were currently flooded with posts all about him. Everyone is shocked by his absolutely mind-blowing clearing speed. Hearing this, our cool main character Jingming flipped, his hair smiling smugly as he dropped a bold claim that since he now has a double S-tier ability, his speed, being a bit fast, is completely natural. Talk about a total pay-to-win flex. Flitting around our overpowered protagonist, Eva sweetly asked him if he wanted to rest for a single minute or continue on to the next trial. And of course, our rank grinder didn't even blink, confidently swinging his spear and choosing to keep going. Eva happily gestured, summoning a dazzling magic circle. All right, the challenge on floor 24 starts now. This time there will be 5 armored, intermediate tier 4 earth dragons. Instantly 5 giant blue-skinned dragon lizard hybrids with jagged teeth and a fierce bloodthirsty glare materialized, growling as they lunged forward to devour our protagonist. Facing the hungry horde, Jingming didn't even look. Taking a step back, he raised his hand to condense a massive, bright golden orb of crackling lightning. Then, with a perfect baseball pitcher stance, he leaped into the air and hurled the destructive lightning sphere straight at them, shouting out for it to go. A devastating lightning explosion erupted, unleashing an absolute shockwave that completely leveled the ground. Blinding red lightning bolts ruthlessly vaporized the entire pack of earth dragons in a fraction of a second. As the pristine white hall fell silent, Eva excitedly congratulated him, praising our S-class student for clearing the 24th floor. His combat power has surpassed 400,000, putting him in the top 10. Next is a peak. Tier 4 Tempest Lightning Bear. She asked if he wanted to rest or continue. Hearing this familiar name, Jingming smirked, with a villainous grin, his eyes flashing. He replied that it was an old friend and he wanted to test if he could defeat it with a single punch. Eva pointed happily to the sky, announcing the next round. All right, floor 25 begins now, she cheered. Meanwhile, Jingming curiously turned to ask her what rank he would reach if he successfully cleared it. The A blinked her big round eyes and gestured as she explained that the elite students ranked 2nd through 7th on the leaderboard are currently stuck on this exact floor. Only Tai Xiong managed to clear it, and that took him half an hour. If he finishes it in less than 30 minutes, he will claim the top spot. Suddenly, the arena shifted and a giant hairy tempest bear roared loudly, shaking the entire sky as it lunged forward with razor-sharp claws. Without even using a weapon, our protagonist put away his spear and raised a palm crackling with lightning, smiling mockingly. Last time he had to play around with it, but not this time. Instantly, Jingming transformed into a flash of lightning, his eyes glowing intensely. His fist glowed with fierce crackling lightning as he drove it straight into the face of the unlucky bear. Before the beast could even register what was happening, it was instantly locked in a high-intensity, bright blue electrical grid, completely paralyzing its body and freezing it in place for 5 seconds. Next came a devastating lightning-infused punch, straight to the chest, pure, One-Punch Man style, sending a massive shockwave deep into its body, shattering its defenses and making it spit blood. Absolute despair and total confusion filled the bear's terrified eyes. And just like that, the massive beast was completely vaporized. Back in the VIP waiting room, Xu Jingming casually examined his smoking fists like he had just created a masterpiece. Floating right behind him, Eva sweated nervously, commenting on how violent S-rank students can be, but she had to admit that clean, decisive strike was more than enough to claim that coveted top spot. Meanwhile, a group of students hanging out around the campus stared at their phones in absolute shock, screaming, 510,000 combat power, the Thunder Emperor just rocketed to number 1. A bowl-cut student smirked, stroking his chin. I knew it, the Thunder Emperor is on a completely different level than Tai Xiong. The guy next to him broke into a cold sweat. Wait, from the very start of his run to taking the top spot, did he only take 5 minutes? That. Now check out Tai Xiong's reaction back at his villa. He is literally standing frozen like a statue, his arms hanging limp in utter shock. How long did it take Xu Jingming to climb from 400,000 all the way to 510,000 combat power? His friend in black stared at his screen, swallowed hard, and dropped a bombshell. Less than 20 seconds. Hearing this, a guy in gray completely lost his cool, waving his arms and shouting as if he had been wronged. But floor 25 is home to a peak tier 4 Tempest Bear. Did he seriously one-shot that beast too? Just what kind of monster is Xu Jingming? Tai Xiong let out a deep defeated sigh, raising his hand in resignation. Is an S-rank ability really this ridiculously overpowered? The gap is just too wide. Xu Jingming is not just slightly ahead of me, he muttered bitterly, realizing Principal Ling was absolutely right. Back in the sleek white VIP lobby, the cute AI helper Eva respectfully presented a glowing holographic slate and a stylus, smiling warmly. S-rank student, congratulations on claiming the number 1 spot on the combat leaderboard. Please sign your name right here. Hearing this, our hero grabbed the pen and signed with a flourish, officially claiming his throne at the top of the server. Instantly, a massive flashing screen popped up right in front of everyone, shutting down all the haters. Rank 1, Xu Jingming. Combat power 514,000. Xu Jingming shoved his hands in his pockets, smirking in pure self-satisfaction. This feels amazing, Eva. I must be the first student in the entire history of Magic City University to clear floor 25 with only tier 3 peak strength, right? But little Eva, buzzing around right next to him, immediately splashed a bucket of cold water on his pride. I did not realize you were this narcissistic S-rank student, she said with a teasing grin, but unfortunately, you are not the first. Our hero was taken aback, sweating in slight embarrassment. Wait, is there actually someone even stronger than me? Who is it? Eva floated around, counting on her fingers. Over 100 years ago, when the virtual trial first opened, a student named Qian Liang cleared floor 25 while still at peak tier 3. However, he had a massive advantage, an SS rank enhancement ability. Xu Jingming stroked his chin, recalling his boring history classes. Qian Liang, is that the same guy from the textbooks? What a pity that he never managed to reach tier 8, dying prematurely while exploring the ruins of an ancient civilization. Eva put her hands behind her back, tilting her head curiously. S-rank student, do you want to keep pushing forward? Xu Jingming rolled up his sleeves, his competitive spirit flaring up. Of course I do. With a smirk, he raised an eyebrow to ask about his predecessor. Just how many floors did Qian Liang actually clear? Eva smiled honestly. Only floor 25. Floor 26 has 5 peak tier 4 beasts, and he only managed to take down 3 of them before failing. Smelling a record waiting to be broken, Xu Jingming cracked his knuckles. With supreme confidence, start the trial, he said. I am going to break his record right here and now. Eva obediently waved her hand and opened a magical portal. All right, let us begin the floor 26 challenge. A grassy plain materialized showing 5 massive, ferocious grizzly bears roaring and baring their fangs completely surrounding our hero. Watching them coordinate a tactical surround, Xu Jingming let out a mocking smirk as lightning began to crackle around his fingertips. So they actually split up to attack. He thought pretty clever. Too bad for them, even with brains, it is completely useless against me. He did not even bother to move. Pointing 2 fingers straight skyward, he invoked his ultimate technique, the Thunder God Finger. Instantly, a massive blinding bolt of destructive lightning slammed down from the heavens, creating a fiery red explosion that flattened the ground and completely fried all 5 bears. He gets his answer in less than half a second. Back in the VIP lounge, Eva flies over to celebrate. She congratulates the S-Class student for clearing the Floor 26 challenge. His combat power has skyrocketed to 710,000. Jingming stands with his hands in his pockets, acting like a seasoned veteran as he guesses that the next floor will be either a beginner Tier 5 monster or peak Tier 4 beasts. But after checking the info, Jingming breaks into a slight sweat. He frowns and grumbles. The Earth-type Black Wolf possesses 2 massive innate talents, Earth Wall and Earth Block. An actual Tier 5 beast already. This will be his first time going head-to-head against such an incredibly tanky monster. Even this rank-grinding machine gets tired, muttering that he needs a brief rest and ignoring his cool badass image. Our protagonist collapses onto the soft, white cloud floor to pant. Lowly Eva hovers nearby to kindly deliver an update. She tells the S-Class student that he has 3 minutes to recover. Meanwhile, the spectators are glued to the screen. The crew-cut guy lets out a sigh of relief, sweating as he notes that the beast has finally paused. He scratches his head and asks if Jingming is done with Floor 26. What could be waiting on the next level? Zixiao breaks into a nervous sweat, stammering that it is likely a beginner Tier 5 creature, or maybe peak Tier 4 beasts. The gray-clad youth wide-eyedly asks if a Tier 5 beast could actually appear so soon. Zixiao crosses his arms, adopting his best expert posture to analyze. He suggests it might just be a few more peak Tier 4 monsters. Deep down, he is still hoping Jingming fails to clear this incredibly difficult stage. But the 3-minute break is up. Eva spreads her arms wide to start the fight, and trust me, this gets wild. As the battle begins, Jingming snaps his head up. His razor-sharp eyes crackle with intense lightning, promising absolute destruction. He leaps into the air as lightning explodes around him, forming a massive crackling suit of energy armor. He tightly grips his spear with immense killing intent, roaring for his opponent to bring it on. Opposite him, a giant black wolf growls with blood-red eyes and razor fangs radiating a terrifying dark purple aura. Skipping any formal greetings, the Black Wolf stomps the ground to activate its magic, summoning dozens of massive floating stone spears. This deadly rain of boulders tears through the air like guided artillery shells, hurtling straight toward Jingming. Jingming rapidly spins his spear to form a brilliant lightning shield, instantly shattering every single incoming projectile. Sparks fly everywhere as he grinds his teeth with excitement, thrilled to finally face a force that can actually push him. Overflowing with battle spirit, our protagonist leaps high into the air like a hunting eagle locked onto his prey. He points his crackling lightning spear downward, diving straight toward the giant wolf's face. Sensing its impending doom, the beast plays its trump card, activating its earth talent to summon a colossal stone barrier rising rapidly from the ground below. The ground to act as a shield against the fatal blow. But Jingming's lightning spear slams violently into the solid rock, unleashing a massive explosive blast that blows everything away. Shattered stone and debris fly everywhere, completely blotting out the sky. When the thick dust clears, only an empty space remains. Jingming's eyes widen as cold sweat pours down, screaming silently in panic. Oh no, in an instant, the massive black wolf opens its giant maw and lunges straight down like a god of destruction. The main character quickly ducks, raising his spear to block this deadly bite, but its razor-sharp claws still tear right through his shoulder, sending fresh blood and glowing green energy spraying everywhere as the wolf's claws graze him. He grits his teeth, enduring the bone-shattering pain as the massive beast flips over his head at a dizzying speed. Jingming clutches his bleeding shoulder, grimacing as he accepts the brutal reality. Just as he feared, he still cannot withstand a direct attack from a rank 5 beast. But giving up is not in the VIP protagonist's vocabulary. He ignores the pain, raising 2 fingers straight toward the sky to channel his lightning, creating a blinding and terrifying storm of electricity. The enemy is no pushover either. The black wolf charges straight through the dense web of lightning, its red eyes locked onto Jingming, determined to end him. Talk about a life-or-death situation. His eyes spark with desperate determination. The beast is so fast that even his S-rank lightning and heavenly thunder art cannot touch a single hair on its body. Close combat is his only option now. Without wasting another second, he grips his weapon tightly and swings, his lightning-cloaked spear putting all his strength into a devastating strike on the growling beast's head. The black wolf lets out a deafening roar, proudly swinging its steel claws to clash directly against the spear. The two terrifying forces collide in a blinding explosion, sending intense shockwaves that sweep across the entire area. Overwhelmed by the incredible strength of the rank 5 beast, Jingming is thrown back and unfortunately ends up. He gets blasted backwards, spinning wildly out of control in mid-air, but with flawless acrobatics, the young man regains his footing. Regaining balance, he channels all his azure lightning into his spear tip, forming a crackling thunder drill that plunges back toward the earth. The lightning-charged weapon pierces deep into the beast's colossal claw, sending blinding sparks flying in every direction and deflecting the fierce blow. Suddenly, Jingming unleashes his full power as surging lightning erupts to the limit, turning his hair gold and standing it on end. Like a legendary warrior, his gaze crackles with furious bolts of lightning as he swings his spear to deliver a brutal beatdown. He shatters the dark aura of the giant wolf, blasting crushed boulders and debris through the air in all directions. Watching this, observing the intense battle on screen, little Eva folds her hands behind her back and nods in awe of this extraordinary S-rank student. At just 19 years old, he has already achieved rank 5 combat strength, making him the first to do so in over a century. What is even more impressive is that his real battle power easily eclipses any standard Earth-type dark wolf out there. Fast-forwarding 20 minutes, the bloody carcass of the massive wolf finally collapses, leaving a completely exhausted Jingming on the battlefield. He drops to one knee, gripping his spear tightly to keep from collapsing as he gasps for air like a fish out of water. His chest heaves heavily, drenched in sweat after a brutal life-or-death struggle that completely drained every single drop of his energy. Dragging his heavy spear along the ground, Jingming grimaces as he reflects on his performance, realizing he still has a lot to learn. Without an S-rank spear technique, this fight was brutal. Having just one high-level skill would have made a massive difference. He decides to head into the wilderness next to grind some energy points and unlock a new skill. Suddenly, little Eva pops up. She beams with excitement, mouth wide open, as she happily congratulates the S-rank student for conquering the trial on floor 27. With his victory, his combat strength has skyrocketed once again, reaching a record-breaking 1.01 million power points. Jingming turns around, staggered and sweating at the sight of his own absurd rating, wondering if he really grew that much. Defeating a rank 5 beast is no easy task, so a massive spike in combat power actually makes perfect sense. Blinking playfully, Eva asks if the S-rank student wants to continue, warning that 5 primary rank 5 dark wolves are waiting next. Even though his body is completely thrashed, his competitive spirit refuses to let him back down, and he waves his hand confidently. He accepts the challenge. Of course, he will continue, but first he needs a brief moment to catch his breath. Meanwhile, outside on the campus, a massive crowd of students sprints toward the tower, shouting in pure disbelief at the leaderboard. 1,000,000 combat power points makes the Thunder Emperor a total monster, practically guaranteeing their victory in the upcoming national tournament. Everyone is eager to reach the trial tower to witness the legend in action, while elsewhere another group watches in shock. Over at the VIP villa, a gray-haired student shoves his phone screen directly into his friend's chest, looking completely speechless. He demands to know how a mere rank 3 cultivator managed to slay dozens of peak rank 4 beasts with ease. Calling the power level utterly insane, he mocks his friend who was just boasting about wanting to fight Xu Jingming. Asking if he still wants to test him, the loudmouth friend suddenly looks terrified, dropping his phone in sheer panic. He quickly raises his hands in surrender, stammering that there is absolutely no way he would challenge someone with that rating. He admits Jingming could easily crush him with a single finger, while miles away their scruffy teacher stares at his phone. Grinning with pride, the weathered instructor chuckles as he notes that taking down rank 5 beasts as a rank 3 student is absurd. Even among those with rare double S-grade abilities worldwide, only a handful of geniuses have ever pulled off such a feat. He never imagined that the student he paid the least attention to would end up becoming the absolute strongest of them all. Stroking his beard, the teacher begins plotting, realizing that as the tournament coach, he must adjust his strategies around Jingming. Building a new plan around Jingming is a must, and this pleasant surprise will definitely lift a massive weight off the administration. Specifically, it eases the heavy burden on Vice Principal Ling Shuang, who seems to be on the exact same page right now. Sitting comfortably with her legs crossed, the beautiful Vice Principal Ling Shuang smiles warmly as she glances down at her phone. She is touched that the boy went out of his way to dominate the rankings, proving her decisions were entirely correct. Back in the arena, his rest time is officially over as Jingming unleashes his glowing golden form, once again ready for action. He confidently tells Eva it is time to move, and the little AI obediently opens the gates for floor 28 to begin. The virtual surroundings warp around him, leaving him standing entirely alone against 5 giant dark wolves bearing their fangs. Sensing easy prey, the pack roars and lunges forward in unison, hurling massive chunks of solid rock straight at the warrior. Jingming grits his teeth and spins his spear, creating a barrier of pure electricity that deflects the incoming barrage of stones. As debris flies everywhere, he breaks a sweat and mutters that dealing with this onslaught of flying debris is getting pretty overwhelming. Pushed to his limit, the main character desperately rams a blinding stream of golden lightning straight into the monster's jagged jaws. But even a tiger is no match for a pack, and a giant wolf headbutts Jingming, sending him flipping high into the air. Before he can even land, the pack swarms him, their steel claws ripping through his lightning armor as he screams in agony. A massive critical hit. Jingming's avatar immediately shatters into millions of digital data fragments. He vanishes instantly into thin air. The wolves growl in frustration, clawing at empty space as a glowing gateway begins to shut. The doorway shaped like Lolly Eva slams shut to declare game over. Back in the lobby, his body is fully restored as she covers her mouth. She sadly breaks the news as an S-rank student he has failed to clear the 28th floor. Jingming examines his virtual body. He runs a hand through his hair and calmly notes that while failure was expected, experiencing death felt pretty bizarre. Smiling, little Eva leans right into the screen to explain that death in this virtual reality challenge only mimics sensory shutdown. His actual consciousness remains entirely intact throughout. She adds that she could definitely let him experience a more realistic death. However, she warns that doing something so intense could easily end up causing him actual long-term brain damage. Feeling a sudden shiver run down his spine, Jingming quickly changes the subject, pointing ahead and asking about the next step. He asks what kind of challenge awaits him on the 29th floor. Lolly Eva floats there with her hands on her hips, acting proud. Technically, she is not allowed to say anything until he clears the 28th floor, but she decides to make a rare exception for him. After all, he is a top-tier student. She playfully waves her hands around as she lays out the rules for her favorite VIP player. The 29th floor features a mid-tier level 5 Earth Black Wolf, while the 30th floor steps it up to an entire pack of 5. She then drops a pretty harsh truth. This virtual reality challenge system only goes up to a maximum of 30 floors. Our main character acts completely unimpressed, scoffing and asking if the tower really just ends at the 30th floor. Little Eva immediately crosses her arms, pouting as she asks if he honestly thinks everyone is a cheat code monster like him. With normal cultivation, even the top graduating seniors only reach mid-tier level 4. 30 floors is honestly already overkill. Despite the sassy remarks, Jingming just tilts his chin up with a smug smile, entirely confident in his own abilities. He delivers a legendary boast, telling her they will definitely need to add more floors to this virtual tower very soon. Little Eva flashes a cute smile and waves goodbye as Jingming's virtual avatar begins to dissolve. She promises to wait until he conquers the 30th floor, then mentions his reward of 2,000 credits for ranking first. The bonus for topping the combat leaderboard has already been sent directly into his student account. Wishing him luck for next time, she logs him out. The training pod slowly opens as Jingming opens his eyes. Rising out of the glowing blue nutrient fluid, he climbs out and wipes himself dry while nodding like a true scientist. He muses that besides the slightly unrealistic feeling of dying, this virtual simulation behaves exactly like the real world. Current technology is truly mind-blowing. But he suddenly freezes. Looking through the glass of his training pod, he stands straight up as cold sweat begins to drip down his neck. He mutters in confusion, wondering why on earth there is an entire crowd of students swarming around his pod. They are all craned forward, staring at him like he is some kind of alien, and the crowd instantly goes wild. One excited fanboy waves his arms, screaming about his insane score of over 1 million combat power on the leaderboard. They call the Thunder Emperor an absolute monster, while another student joins in to shout his support for the champion. They urge him to take first place in the tournament while someone else desperately squeezes through, begging him for an autograph. Surrounded by this incredibly overpassionate crowd, Jingming can only offer a forced smile as he starts sweating bullets. He quietly mutters that they are way too enthusiastic, struggling to push his way through the massive block of people. Our main character finally manages to slip away, quickening his pace as he sighs in relief, glad to have escaped. Looking up, his eyes lock onto a beautiful girl. Song Chuiyun is waving and smiling sweetly as she greets him. She warmly congratulates Jingming for claiming the top rank on the leaderboard, but he just waves it off. He acts all humble, but he is actually just flexing, claiming it is just business as usual for him. She nods with a smile and reminds him of their promise in the Lightning Realm to spar after they returned. When she asks if he is free, our main character just smirks, teasing her about their last encounter. He playfully asks if she has not had enough of his beatdowns yet, but she only clenches her fist. Confidently, she invites him to keep hitting her until she is satisfied, leaving Jingming to just shake his head. Jingming scoffs and throws major shade. "You want to beat me until you are satisfied. Tisk, tisk, looks like you totally forgot the time I utterly thrashed both you and Senior Ran, did you?" Then changing to a busy tone, he adds, "But I have special training later. How about tonight instead?" She instantly points her finger and seals the deal, agreeing to meet him tonight. Watching our main character walk away, the beauty bites her lip, blushing shyly. With sparkling eyes full of anticipation, she whispers suggestively that Xu Jingming is getting incredibly strong, hoping tonight goes smoothly. Seriously, this sounds way more like a hot date than a training session. The camera pans over to the second floor of the teaching block, revealing a stunning futuristic circular hall. The former #1 ranked fighter Kong Shi is walking in with a classmate wearing a bright green jacket. The friend turns to him with a cheeky grin, asking Kong Shi how it feels to lose his #1 spot on the leaderboard. Keeping his usual cool and serious demeanor, Kong Shi calmly replies that it is honestly nothing worth mentioning. Xu Jingming is incredibly powerful and fully deserves to be at the top. Suddenly, a clear female voice chimes in. Shen Dongling praises him, saying he truly deserves his reputation and has an amazing mindset. Right after that, their teammate Shen Dongling approaches with a radiant smile, looking exceptionally stylish in her trench coat. Beside her, a blue-haired guy covering one eye walks right behind her, flashing a cold smirk as he nods toward the entrance. He warns that their target has arrived. Our main character, Xu Jingming, strolls in coolly with one hand in his pocket. Approaching his new teammates, he waves and politely greets his seniors. The moment they see his face, the entire group welcomes him warmly, calling him their new captain. Jingming, looking incredibly sharp in his long trench coat, walks in with a commanding and powerful presence. Nearby, their scruffy-bearded instructor and other members are waiting, their eyes instantly locking onto him. Seeing the whole team gathered, the instructor clears his throat to speak. He instructs everyone to enter the anonymous virtual reality cabins first, and the entire team obediently complies. Their virtual avatars glow with a brilliant blue light before instantly teleporting directly into the system space. Standing inside the glowing digital arena, the instructor folds his hands behind his back and speaks up. He explains that team battles are the ultimate test of their coordination, meaning they must fully understand and trust one another. The camera zooms in on his highly serious expression as he begins to lay out the roster. Speaking with absolute professionalism, he notes they have 8 members total with 5 starters and 3 substitutes. Starting the official roll call, he first introduces their formidable vice-captain Kong Shi, also known as Iron Bear. He possesses an A-grade enhancement ability called Ironstone Giant Bear, which drastically boosts his physical limits. Upon activation, he gains the terrifying strength of a giant beast, serving as the team's main tank and brawler. Kong Shi raises his hand with a deadpan expression, greeting everyone simply. Next up is Shen Dongling. She possesses an incredibly deadly A-grade enhancement ability called Bloody Moon Spirit Fox, serving as the team assassin. The brunette winks playfully. The instructor then points next to her, introducing Yao Fang with his elemental type. Holding an A-grade skill called Extreme Frost Ice Soul, he acts as a ranged mage, instantly showboating with icy vapors. Then we have Gu Wan, who possesses a support-type ability called Myriad Spirit Light, acting as their primary healer. She can heal injuries or hand out powerful stat buffs. Closing her eyes, Gu Wan gently places a hand over her chest. She releases a soothing green aura. The instructor then gestures toward 3 background characters, showing off their flashy powers. He introduces the 3 substitute members. First is Tao Guan, who wields an incredibly powerful enhancement-type ability. His A-grade bronze physique makes him a solid warrior. Beside him is Li Changfeng with his A-grade fire element. Acting as a fire mage, he is joined by Su Ruoyun, who provides support with her A-grade spiritual water. With the supporting roster cleared, the instructor turns to our main character with eyes full of high expectations. He is about to introduce their captain, Xu Jingming, who just stands there coolly with a confident smirk. Before the instructor can even finish, the cocky ice user, Yao Fang, quickly raises his hand to interrupt. He tells the dean there is no need, since everyone already knows their captain is a rare S-grade awakened. Hearing this, the instructor immediately shakes his head, waving his hands to completely dismiss the idea. He corrects them, stating Xu Jingming possesses a double S-grade lightning ability as a brilliant aura radiates around him. He looks like a chosen protagonist. The moment they hear double S-grade, the assassin girl and the ice mage gasp in shock. Their eyes widen as they break into cold sweat, completely stunned by the existence of a double S-grade power. The crowd erupts into a noisy buzz as everyone whispers in shock, a double S-rank ability, no wonder he is so terrifying. Others nod in sudden realization. Yes, that is why his lightning turned yellow. This explanation makes perfect sense to them. Then a curious student speaks up. He is genuinely confused. How does an S-rank ability even evolve into double S? The instructor raises his finger, shutting down their pointless curiosity in an instant. You do not need to worry. All you need to know is that Xu Jingming possesses a double S-rank ability right now, and that is more than enough. Plus, to keep things fair in the upcoming National University Tournament, battle armor is strictly capped at Tier A, and weapons cannot go past Tier S. Suddenly, a massive stash of top-tier shields, spears, and spellbooks materializes right before them, floating right there in midair. The coach waves his hand to present them, explaining these are all Tier A armor and Tier S weapons. You can freely choose whichever gear you prefer. If none of these feel right, you can import your own weapon data next time. Jingming grabs a long spear, lifting it coolly. But in his mind, he is completely making fun of this rule. This restriction is definitely a handicap for the weaker schools. After all, powerhouse academies like Magic City, Capital, and Jin Capital, these 3 schools have such solid foundations that forging triple S rank gear is like child's play for them. He gently strokes the spear shaft, his eyes flashing with a sharp, calculating glint. For the next session, he decides. He will just import the data of his own flowing cloud spear. Clearing his throat, the coach pulls everyone back to business. He orders them to display their raw strength and mastered combat techniques before they start any team coordination drills. Jingming is the captain, you go first and set the example. The young warrior raises an eyebrow in slight surprise. Do I need to show absolutely all of my attack styles, he asks. The coach's bearded face remains deadly serious. Yes, he says. This helps your team fully understand your capabilities and makes it way easier for me to design battle strategies. Understood. Jingming replies firmly. He plants his spear into the ground, completely relaxed as he prepares to show off. He casually claims his offensive styles are actually pretty diverse, ranging from advanced spear mastery to hand-to-hand combat, and even long-range elemental spells. He offers to demonstrate each discipline one by one so everyone can see his full range. True to his word, he steps back and unleashes a blinding spear strike that tears through the air with absolute dominance. His teammates watch with their jaws dropped, a buzz-cut classmate breaking into a cold sweat. Is this really the power of a double S rank ability? Absolutely terrifying. Another teammate gazes in awe. That lightning is gorgeous, yet lethal. The green-haired student strokes his chin, admitting that while the video was impressive, seeing this in person is a whole other level. Up on the training field, Jingming leaps into the air as bright golden lightning violently crackles all around him. He summons a barrage of crackling electric spears, roaring. This is his lightning spear chain. But he is not done. The young warrior unleashes even more raw power, calling down a massive thunder prison before launching a blinding streak of golden lightning that punctures the virtual arena. In a split second, he charges forward, throwing a lightning-wrapped punch with terrifying force. The sheer impact looks powerful enough to shatter the screen. Watching him flex his insane strength, a substitute player pumps his fist. He cheers in absolute excitement, shouting that their captain is on another level. It feels like the championship is already theirs. Meanwhile, their support teammate Gu Wan wipes away a cold sweat under the immense pressure. She wonders how much her buffs can even actually boost a monster of his caliber. After a spectacular high-energy display of chaining all these insane skills, Jingming leans on his spear to catch his breath, sparks of lightning still dancing around him. He smirks, delivering a casual bomb that leaves everyone completely speechless. That heavy spear play and intense combat routine, just a basic warm-up? Next, he promises to show off all the actual S-rank combat skills he has mastered. Hearing this massive flex, the substitute and Gu Wan freeze in utter disbelief, their eyes wide and mouths agape. They can barely believe their ears. Wait, what? That was just a warm-up. Instantly, Jingming powers up, radiating blinding golden lightning like a literal super warrior. He confidently introduces his first technique, an S-rank body tempering skill passed down by his master, the indestructible Thunder Body. And alongside that is his S-rank defensive technique, the Netherworld Thunder Armor. Seeing the majestic armor shielding him, the substitute teammate breaks into a cold sweat, muttering in pure envy that this defense is leagues above his own abilities. Before anyone can even process the shock, Jingming casually waves his hand and unleashes an explosive burst of magical fire and lightning. He announces this is his S-rank long-range spell, the Sky Thunder Art. Behind him, his teammates stare in utter silence. Yet another S-rank skill, and it is a high-level magic spell of all things. Bringing his hands back, the young prodigy leisurely condenses a blinding orb of raw electric energy right on the tip of his finger, his eyes gleaming. A smirk plays on his lips as he mutters something dangerously cool. Although his Heavenly Thunder skill deals massive single-target damage, it is actually not the strongest combat skill he has mastered. In the very next second, the energy orb in his hand swells up, unleashing a colossal wave of pure power. Countless golden lightning bolts rain down like a barrage of devastating meteors, making the entire virtual space instantly light up. A massive energy fist, blazing with fire and lightning, crashes straight down from the sky with terrifying destructive force targeting the arena below. The impact triggers an earth-shattering explosion, sending fierce waves of bright golden flames, roaring upward violently, swallowing everything in sight. Standing on a rocky ledge looking down at the utterly ruined battlefield, Shen Lingling and the guy next to her wipe away cold sweat. She wonders in absolute shock if this is really an attack that a high-tier rank 3 awakened could possibly unleash. Xixiao strokes his chin, frowning as he turns to ask the dean. Dean, what exact hardness level was this virtual ground designed to withstand? The bearded middle-aged man replies with a straight face, explaining that this ground is modeled after grade C alloy. Hearing this, Qixiang breaks into a cold sweat and gasps. If even grade C alloy gets utterly blown to pieces like this, if this hit a real person, wouldn't they just turn to dust instantly? The blue-haired Li Changfeng chuckles and scratches his head, jokingly clicking his tongue. If our captain just unleashes a move like this, during the team battle, we probably won't even have to lift a single finger, will we? Overhearing this, Shen Lengling rubs her temples with closed eyes, completely speechless. She sighs. If the captain finishes the entire match on his own, what is the point of us even being here? Realizing the harsh truth, the blue-haired youth drops his jaw and waves his hands in panic. Oh man, that is actually so true. He immediately turns to beg the dean, asking if he could tell the captain to hold back a bit during their matches. The middle-aged man simply shrugs and tilts his chin, giving a blunt reply. Holding back is completely out of the question. If you guys just move faster, wouldn't that prevent Xu Jingming from getting a chance to attack? Despite his students whining, the dean strokes his beard, a sneaky, triumphant smirk playing on his lips as he silently plots. Since they lost to Jingdu University last year, Mada University will absolutely not taste defeat again, this time thanks to their trump card Xu Jingming. After completely wrecking the virtual space, Jingming reverts to his usual calm and composed self, casually declaring that those are all the combat skills he currently has mastered. The dean nods with deep satisfaction before turning to address the rest of the group, ordering the others to showcase their own skills next so they can finally move on to their team coordination drills. Deeply overwhelmed by the protagonist's sheer presence, the teammates quickly pull themselves together and loudly shout their acknowledgement. One by one, they unleash their moves, some channeling energy, others casting colorful fire and water spells, trying their best to show off. Meanwhile, the support-type girl Gu Wan shyly approaches the main character with her hands behind her back, asking with a timid smile, "Captain, I am not sure if my buffs will even work on a double S rank ability, so mind if I test it out?" Jingming offers a rare warm smile, gesturing politely as he tells her that she is absolutely welcome to try. Instantly, a soothing green light from Gu Wan's magic circle wraps around his body. Startled, he clenches his fist to feel the massive surge of energy, silently marveling that it actually boosts his combat power by a whopping 30%. No wonder every competitive team absolutely needs a dedicated support member. After a grueling sweat-drenched practice session, the dean finally steps forward to wrap things up, announcing that training is officially over for today. However, he tells Xu Jingming to stay behind, while dismissing everyone else. Happy to be off the clock, the teammates wave goodbye to both the dean and their captain, before dissolving into faint streaks of light as they log out of the system. Once the two of them are alone, the bearded man adopts a serious tone. "Jingming, there is a matter I need to discuss with you, and I hope you do not mind." Slipping his hands into his pockets, Jingming casually replies, asking what it is and telling him to speak his mind. The dean's face reveals careful calculation as he proposes that for the upcoming team matches he wants the young man on the field at all times. He asks if Jingming is okay with this, pointing out that the team tournament is a round-robin format involving maining 10 elite universities, making it a long haul rather than just a quick match or two. Hearing this seemingly heavy request, Jingming simply raises a fist with a confident, effortless smirk, no problem at all. The scene then transitions back to reality, where he is strolling along a bustling campus path, wearing his long coat with his hands tucked inside his phone. Suddenly starts to vibrate in his palm, signaling an incoming call. The familiar female voice belongs to none other than Sun Chuayun, who asks with a blushing, shy expression if he is done with training. She adds that her current combat outfit is a bit too restrictive for her to move around, so if he has time, he should head straight over to her dorm. Hearing such a tempting invitation, Jingming holds the phone to his ear, blinking as he casually agrees to meet up. He says he is on his way. But after hanging up, Kan Min just stares at his phone, scratching his chin like a totally clueless guy. A classic dense guy who has no idea what she meant by inconvenient to move. What does that even mean? Loaded with questions, Kan Min quickly walks up to the gate of the luxurious dorm villa and rings the bell. Right away, the heavy wooden gate swings open. A girl with glasses and braided hair welcomes him with a friendly smile, asking him to go upstairs where Tan Thu Van is waiting. She is in the second-floor training room. Kan Min simply nods, okay. But the moment he steps through the gates, he feels something off. He sneaks a glance at the glasses girl's back. His gut tells him something is up. Why did her smile feel so incredibly suspicious? Or was he just imagining things? Still highly suspicious, Kan Min walks up to the door of the second-floor training room. He pushes the door slightly open, letting beams of light spill out as he prepares to face whatever inconvenient to move actually meant. The moment the door swings wide, Kan Min freezes in absolute shock, and honestly, who can blame him? He is completely speechless at the sight in front of him. Turns out the beautiful Tan Thu Van is wearing something entirely unexpected. She is dressed in a skin-tight combat suit that perfectly highlights her incredibly gorgeous curves. With blushing cheeks, she looks right at him. She calls out in a sweet voice, "Kan Min, you are here." Hit by this intense visual bomb, his face turns bright red. He starts sweating buckets and stammers. Seeing his reaction, she quickly explains that this is a brand new combat suit design. It uses limit technology to reduce wind resistance, and she bought it just yesterday. She nervously asks if it looks a bit weird. She even offers to go change. Our main character quickly coughs into his fist, trying his absolute best to hide his massive embarrassment. He looks away, but his eyes keep wandering back as he nods. Coughing again, he tells her there is absolutely no need to change. This outfit is perfectly fine. Hearing his subtle compliment, Ton Thu Van smiles brightly, though secret satisfaction fills her heart. Her little scheme worked perfectly. She intentionally bought a size smaller just to get a reaction out of him, and it clearly worked. She could clearly feel his excitement. With the flirting out of the way, she suddenly spins her long spear, unleashing a brilliant aura. She strikes a flawless combat stance and sets the ground rules. Let's do this, just like last time, she tells him. Suppress your power level to tier 2 low grade and let's see if you can actually beat me fair and square this time. Seeing her fiery passion for battle, Kan Min smirks with playful confidence. He grabs his collar, preparing to rip off his heavy coat. Sure, he says, I will play along. Tossing his trench coat aside, he raises his fists, locking into an incredibly cool fighting stance. I have improved a lot since our last match, he boasts. Right now, I can beat you with nothing but my fists. Ton Thu Van is completely unfazed. She tightens her grip on her spear, her sharp eyes flashing with a fiercely competitive spark. That is fine, she smiles back, but do not think I have been slacking off either. With that, she channels her inner energy. She leaps high into the air, using the ceiling to propel herself downward like a bullet, thrusting her sharp spear directly at him. But Kan Min calmly steps aside. With casual ease, he swats the devastating spear strike away using only the back of his hand. It is an unbelievably smooth defense. Instantly, the two of them clash, sending sparks flying as the tempo of the fight rapidly accelerates. Ton Thu Van suddenly vaults off her spear shaft, performing a stunning mid-air flip to dodge his next lightning-infused strike. She executes the dodge with flawless grace. The moment her hand touches the ground for a stylish landing, he praises her move. Striking a beautiful pose, she giggles happily after hearing him call it a great dodge. She is definitely enjoying this. What follows is a mesmerizing flurry of exchanges, spears flashing and fists flying so fast it blurs the eyes. Both of them showcase some truly top-tier close-quarters martial arts. Suddenly, they end up in a tight deadlock, weapons locked. Kan Min grabs her spear shaft. Their faces draw close, and the romantic tension in the room is off the charts. After a grueling exchange that drains their stamina, Ton Thu Van stands panting, holding her spear as sweat pours down her face. Meanwhile, Kan Min stands there completely unfazed, hands casually tucked into his pockets. He extends a hand with a confident smirk, ready to surrender, yet he teases his girlfriend. Ton Thu Van glances back at him, exhausted but refusing to back down. She flashes a playful smile, declaring that she might lose, but she will never submit unless he actually makes her hurt. Hearing this provocation, Kan Min's face suddenly darkens with dangerous intent. His eyes flare with a sharp, vibrant light. Gold energy erupts around him in a blinding wave. I will make you surrender, he growls, eyes locked onto his target. Like a wild beast, he lunges forward. Enveloped in crackling yellow lightning, he unleashes a devastating storm-like punch from above. Sensing the sheer destructive force crashing down on her, Ton Thu Van gasps in shock, throwing up an arm to shield her face. Her eyes widen in pure panic. But at the very last second, right when things look critical, Kan Min screeches to a halt. He freezes mid-air, completely pulling back his devastating power, and gently lands right on his feet in front of her, grabbing the shaft of her spear. He quickly pulls his hand back, sweating nervously as he awkwardly apologizes for his slip. Please, forgive me, I lost control for a moment back there. Seeing him blame himself, she gently places her hand on his chest to comfort him, saying it is not his fault since he is likely just affected by the dragon beast bloodline within him. Then suddenly Sun Chuyuan's expression turns serious. She stands there shyly, looking at him with hesitation and calls out his name. Jingming, can I ask you a question? The confused protagonist raises his hand, and without making him wait, she slides right next to him, biting her finger playfully. She leans in with a sultry gaze, whispering, do you, like me? The question leaves him wide-eyed and stunned. But Jingming's intense blue eyes shatter all his clueless straight guy vibes. He answers decisively, saying he does not. Sun Chuyuan's face immediately flushes bright red with pure joy. She quickly touches her lips in absolute disbelief. The beauty completely lets go of her premium spear, sending it clattering to the floor, stammering to confirm his answer and asking if it is really true. Then she spreads her arms, jumps up and charges right at him. She cheers that she does not like him either. Jingming smiles warmly, wrapping his arms tight around her slender waist, pulling her close with a single comforting word, perfect. Then, with lightning speed, he leans in and completely steals a kiss, catching her off guard and leaving her wide-eyed in absolute surprise. Slowly, her light blue high heels lift off the ground, as she surrenders to the sweet moment. After the incredibly intense kiss, Sun Chuyuan turns her face away, wiping her lips shyly. She complains, asking why he was never this bold before they officially started dating. Jingming stands right behind her. shrugging and smiling as he offers his logical defense. If he did that before they were official, he would just be a creep. Finding his logic sound, she glances back and nods, fully appreciating the sheer decency of her newly minted boyfriend. Catching him completely off guard, she suddenly lunges forward, returning the favor with a loud kiss right on his cheek. Jingming touches his cheek with a sheepish grin while Sun Chunyun smirks with absolute triumph, ready to make her announcement. She claims her territory, saying since Senior Chu Xuan already left a mark on his face, she had to leave one too. Our main character clicks his tongue, amazed that they are close enough to share secrets like that. Sun Chunyun just smiles. She casually turns around and delivers a mind-blowing statement, noting that Senior Chu Xuan is indeed a wonderful person. She adds that if Jingming likes her too, she really does not mind sharing. His ears pick up those crazy words, leaving him standing there utterly dazed. With a mischievous smirk, Sun Chunyun delivers her final stance on joining his future harem. He did not mishear her. As an SS rank awakened, he is bound to have multiple beauties by his side. In the future, more girls will come, so she would rather it be Senior Chu Xuan than anyone else. Faced with the beauty's bold offer, Jingming lowers his gaze, plotting inside his head while keeping a straight face to speak, all to save his last shred of decency. He says he never expected her to be so open-minded, but even if he did like her, would Senior Jiang even want to wedge herself between the two of them? Little did he know the gorgeous Sun Chunyun moves in close, blinking her big round eyes with a mischievous smile, cornering him to ask if he means that as long as Senior Jiang agrees, he wouldn't mind dating both of them, right? Jingming is completely caught off guard, and the shocked main character can only let out a confused huh. Seizing the moment while he is dazed, the beautiful Sun Chunyun gently pulls down her combat collar to show off her stunning curves. Winking playfully toward a dark corner, she shouts to call for backup, asking Senior Jiang Chu Xuan if she heard everything, and reminding her that the final choice is now entirely up to her. Right on cue, a gorgeous figure with flowing silver-white hair, wearing tiny shorts that show off her endlessly long legs, slowly steps out of the shadows, making a sudden surprise. Turning around, they ask if Dan Jijiang is here too, as Chu Xuan steps forward. With one hand on her hip, she raises an index finger to seal the deal, offering a seductive wink and telling him he must keep his word. No backing out, Junior. Facing a sudden, completely overwhelming double tease from these two absolute beauties, the young man feels his entire brain freeze up completely as cold sweat pours down his face. He just gapes, utterly speechless. Seeing the young man get so flustered and thoroughly confused, the two girls lean in close together, teasing him with mischievous eyes. Sun Chunyun smiles triumphantly, giggling at his obvious embarrassment. But very quickly, our main character recovers, instantly regaining his signature cool and confident composure. He slightly lowers his head, hiding his sheer smugness with a devious smirk. That works just fine. Since good things always come in pairs, he is obviously not about to refuse. With their vibes perfectly in sync, the deal is officially sealed. Sun Chunyun tightly clings to our main character's arms, snuggling close while Danji Chuchuan gently rests her hand on his back. Chunyun happily declares, so it's settled. From now on, the three of us will be together. Since you two just finished sparring, you must both be pretty. Are you hungry and want to grab a late-night snack? Song Chunyun quickly let go of his hand, turning to invite her senior. But we have to wait a bit because I need a shower first. Senior Chu Xuan, do you want to join me? The white-haired senior instantly smiled in agreement. Sure, she said, since she was already sweating anyway. This was a move Jingming never saw coming. As the two girls holding hands started walking away, Chunyun turned back to drop a massive tease. Jingming, do you want to wait here or join us in the shower? Flustered to the point where his heart raced and knees shook, our main character reached out to seize this golden opportunity. But before he could even finish his sentence, Chunyun dragged her senior away. Wu Fan dashed his hopes, saying he is as strong as a monster and could never sweat. Let us just take a shower together, just the two of us. Left completely abandoned and cold, the male lead slumped into a dark, comical corner of pure depression. The poor guy clenched his fists, crying tears of sheer frustration. He really wanted to take a shower with him too, but that silly resentment quickly dissolved into pure bliss. Jingming's lips curled up into an incredibly gentle smile, letting press it out a soft sigh of absolute relief. He watched the backs of his two beautiful girlfriends holding hands happily, skipping under the bright sunlight, silently praising his own incredible luck. After all, he originally came here just to spar and train. How in the world did he end up walking away with two beautiful girlfriends? Talk about major main character luck. The next day, at the water source wilderness, Jingming sat leisurely atop the massive corpses of beasts he just defeated. 5,000 skill points should be plenty. After less than half a year of intense training, the young man confidently planted his spear into the ground. He smirked, thinking he could practically walk like a king in this wilderness. Unless he gets incredibly unlucky and runs into some massive Tier 5 beasts, his growth and power is completely broken. While basking in his own glory, his gaze followed a gentle breeze toward a bright sunlit clearing in the forest. Right there, catching Jingming's eye, were clusters of beautiful, vibrant flowers, shimmering brightly under the golden rays. He approached them, realizing they were the Water Source Wilderness Specialty 100-color flowers. He decided to pluck 2 to bring back. But as his hand brushed the petals, a mischievous thought made him change his mind. No, better bring back 3. Just to be absolutely safe. The scene suddenly shifts to the headmaster's grand office, where a powerful, stunning woman is busy reviewing documents when a loud knock echoes. The female headmaster blinks, her sharp emerald green eyes speaking calmly. "Come on in." Jingming walks in casually, sporting a bright grin as he greets her with a warm hello. Seeing her favorite student, she asks with surprise if he has just returned from the Water Source Wilderness. He confidently replies that he just got back, having gone there to hunt beasts and keep his combat instincts sharp. Hearing this, she smiles with approval, leaning on her hand. She praises him, noting that virtual tests can never match reality. "Heading out to the wilderness to maintain your battle sense was an excellent call. You did very well," she says. Caught off guard, a cold sweat breaks out on his cheek as he screams internally. Seriously, how did she fall for that? She actually bought that random excuse and praised him for it. Shaking it off instantly, Jingming flashes a bright smile. He smoothly presents a shimmering flower, thanking her for the compliment. "Oh right," he adds, "this is a 100-color flower. He picked by chance in the wilderness." He insists she must accept it, delivering a surprisingly smooth, charming gesture. Faced with this sweet tease, the cold headmaster is momentarily stunned, gently accepting the glowing bloom with a soft murmur. Holding the flower, she cannot hide her embarrassment. As a Tier 8 Grandmaster, she has received countless high-tier gifts. Many were even triple S rank, but receiving a flower like this is truly a first. She holds it up, hiding half her face yet completely failing to conceal her feminine smile. She softly admits to herself that this feels quite nice. Quickly putting her personal feelings aside, she regains her composure and looks at him with a proud expression. She mentions hearing his team defeated one of the 2 legendary teams in Magic University history who were mid-tier 4. Jingming quickly waves his hands in modesty, downplaying the feat by noting it was only the weaker team of the 2. Even so, she encourages him that is still extremely impressive. Seeing his strength, she feels much more at ease. With a gentle wave of her hand, a beautiful spinning emerald green magic circle manifests right above her open palm. From within the magic circle, she pulls out a stack of bright red tickets. She presents them as VIP passes for the National University Tournament. She gives him 10 tickets, calling it a return gift for his beautiful flower. Holding the stack, Jingming's brain completely short-circuits from shock. He sweats, realizing he was just worrying about hard-to-buy tickets. He originally planned to track down some black market scalpers, since even the cheapest nosebleed tickets cost a fortune. Yet here he is holding actual premium VIP passes. Outwardly, though, the young man puts on a shy act, scratching his head with a harmless smile, thanking the principal. He tells her this return gift is far too valuable and he feels guilty accepting it since she has already taken such good care of him. He truly has no idea how to repay her. The female principal gazes deep into his eyes, her voice sounding incredibly gentle yet filled with expectation. She tells him that performing well on the battlefield when the time comes will be the best repayment of all. Energized by her words, Jingming regains his serious composure, locking his determined gaze as he replies with a firm yes. Leaving the office, Jingming strolls leisurely beneath the lush green trees of the city streets, popping in his earbuds as he walks. He scrolls through his phone, looking completely relaxed, starting a video call with his family with a smug grin. He asks if his aunt and cousin plan to watch the National College Tournament since he has tickets. On the other end, his aunt excitedly responds that it is absolutely wonderful, because little Tang Chi was just worrying about not getting any tickets. With his family taken care of, Jingming shoves his hands into his pockets, strolling past his favorite cafe while his mind quickly calculates. Now he only needs to track down Chuyun and Chushuan as well. Lost in thought, he suddenly halts and spins around with style right on the street. No need to search far, since his 2 gorgeous girls, the white-haired senior sister Chushuan and the black-haired beauty Chuyun, are already walking over hand in hand happily, asking if Jingming was looking for them. Seizing the golden opportunity, our protagonist instantly whips out 2 brilliant, colorful flowers, flashing a killer smile as he offers them up. Blown away by this sudden wave of romance, the 2 beauties do not hesitate to lean in close, rewarding him with a passionate kiss on each cheek while shyly whispering their thanks. Meanwhile, Jingming stands right in the middle, closing his eyes to enjoy this double dose of pure bliss with an incredibly ecstatic expression. Talk about living the dream. While the mood is absolutely perfect, Jingming casually waves a stack of bright red tickets with a smirk to deliver his ultimate closing move. He casually mentions having several VIP tickets for the tournament and asks how many they want. The moment he reveals them, Kyuyun instantly pounces on the chance with a bright smile, thrilled about the VIP section. She decides to take two, one for herself and one for Yang Zentai and Oxia. Meanwhile, senior sister Chu Chuan gently pulls out just a single ticket, saying one is plenty for her. Having secured their passes, Chuayun clutches her bouquet with a playful grin and starts teasing him. She playfully notes that his spaceship flies fast, so she will head out first without him. Noticing his slightly disappointed face, Chu Chuan gently pipes in, explaining that she has to take her level 3 alchemist exam today, preventing her from seeing him off as well. Not wanting to lose his cool, Jingming immediately pats his senior sister on the head, comforting her with a smile. He tells her it is totally fine and that they will meet again in Qingshu City, wishing her luck. The white-haired beauty blushes and nods. After bidding them farewell, Jingming wastes absolutely no time heading straight for the Academy's combat skills library. He silently calculates that with some time remaining, he needs to secure an S-class spear skill to ensure absolute success. The moment he steps inside the archive room, the young man confidently commands the floating AI orb to fetch his options. He orders his AI butler Eva to list out every single S-class lightning attribute spear technique available in the archives. The mechanical orb obediently complies immediately, projecting a vast array of vibrant holographic screens right before his eyes. Stroking his chin with a highly selective expression, our protagonist mutters about there only being 5 options to choose from. Scanning the list to see which one matches his high caliber, Jingming confidently taps on a specific information panel. Choosing this technique, the holographic screen immediately displays the details for the S-class skill Thunder Pierce Demon Slaying Spear. The skill channels his own lightning elemental energy to weave a unique electrical net right over the spear tip, massively boosting strike speed. Upon piercing an enemy, it simultaneously unleashes a concentrated, highly penetrative blast of destructive lightning damage. The system note specifies that only level 3 awakened and above with at least A-rank talents can master this technique. Recognizing a top-tier skill, he waves his hand, ordering Eva to instantly send him the training manual. The AI orb blinks, confirming his request. Moments later, a mechanical arm glides over, carrying a massive, thick manual, and placing it directly in front of him at table number 10. Without a second thought, Jingming flips it open, his sharp gaze locking in as he enters a state of absolute focus. Soon the entire room falls dead silent, leaving only his silhouette deep in meditation over the pages with a solemn expression. Suddenly, Jingming slams the book shut, his lips curling into a deeply satisfied smirk. This skill offers insane speed and superior explosive power, perfectly meeting his requirements. At the same moment, the system notifies him that he has casually spent 3,200 skill points to master it. With the ultimate move learned, our protagonist leans back, letting out a long sigh of relief while feeling absolutely thrilled inside. Sure, it costs 3,200 skill points, but having the overpowered Deep Blue system makes everything incredibly convenient. This move actually drains way more energy than his Lightning God finger. He needs to test its true power soon. Barely resting for 3 seconds, his hunger for power surges again. He looks up at the AI sphere with determination. He wants the latest A-tier lightning combat skills. Eva obediently complies, immediately opening several glowing virtual panels right before him. Purple light floods the room. Xu Jingming browses the list, nodding in approval since a few options look quite promising. He locks onto a specific ability, the Lightning Shadow Clone. The virtual display loads up, showing highly detailed information. This A-tier technique uses raw lightning energy to manifest a shadow clone that mirrors his every move with perfect precision. The clone strikes instantly after his main attacks, delivering up to 30% of his original damage. This creates devastating multi-layered combos. However, it requires a level 2 rating and a B-tier lightning affinity to learn. Only those who meet the high requirements can learn it. Reading this, a confident smirk creeps onto his face. The extra damage might seem low, but it is the perfect tool to bridge his attack combos. In the right hands, this is a god-tier skill. Decision made. Xu Jingming raises a hand. He makes a cool finger gun gesture at the AI sphere, confirming that he wants to lock in this specific skill. The next morning arrives in a flash. At the campus stadium, a massive airship NCC-1701 fires up. Fierce winds whip across the tarmac. Near the boarding ramp, a stunning red-haired girl flips her hair back confidently. She highly approves of the sleek new team uniforms. Right behind her, Xu Jingming steps up, looking incredibly sharp. A massive crowd of students surrounds the launch pad, screaming at the top of their lungs for their champions. They cheer wildly for the U-Magic University representatives, shouting for the Lightning Emperor to completely sweep the competition. Take all the top spots and show no mercy, they yell. Go Lightning Emperor, go Magic University. Xu Jingming calmly raises a hand, waving to the fans like a seasoned superstar. Honestly, you can't blame them for being starstruck. He makes it look effortless. Then, carrying their hopes, the ship takes off. The massive airship blasts off, slicing through the clouds. Down below, ordinary students watch with envious eyes. They can only dream of reaching such heights. Meanwhile, in Qingshu City, the sun shines over a busy metropolitan skyline. Towering modern skyscrapers dominate the vibrant view. At the welcoming plaza, the local security force stands in tight, neat lines. Their leader delivers a stern reminder. Since Qingshu City sits right next to the dangerous Demon Cave number 5 and directly borders Qingjing City, they must maintain absolute security. There is simply zero room for error under their watch. Another organizer pipes up, emphasizing that their welcome must be grand to show off their incredible hospitality. The entire squad from Qingjing Ability College shouts back in unison. Absolutely, they yell. But amid this boiling excitement, a long-haired man in a white trench coat looks up, his sharp gaze locking onto the massive descending shadow. With a subtle smirk, he gives a quiet command to his AI device. Magic University is here. Activate the guide lights. The massive NCC 1701 slowly touches down, kicking up a wild storm of dust and wind. The main cabin doors slide open. Finally, the school's top elite competitors step out with complete confidence. The local students immediately start whispering, "Look, that is Kong Shi, the Iron Bear. He is already mid-level 4. Another voice eagerly points out Shen Dongling, known as the Blood Hand, completely captivated by her striking and powerful presence. Nearby, a scout watches the team closely, focusing on the figure walking at the very back of the group. That is Xu Jingming, the newly crowned S-tier Lightning Emperor. Meanwhile, our protagonist walks forward with absolute effortless confidence. His long coat flutters in the wind. The wait is finally over. He will not have to hide his SS-tier power. As they disembark, the eager event organizers rush over to welcome them warmly, quickly guiding the group forward. They invite Principal Ling to lead the team to a lavish lunch prepared specifically for their arrival. Standing beside Xu Jingming, Principal Ling gives a cold, authoritative nod. The team is escorted to a highly luxurious restaurant. The venue features a stunning glass dome that bathes the elegant dining hall in natural sunlight. They step inside. Their sheer presence immediately commands the entire dining room. The waitstaff bows deeply to welcome the powerhouse team. While other guests look on with intense curiosity, quiet whispers quickly spread throughout the luxury dining hall. They point out the team from Magic University, noting that the handsome guy leading them is their S-tier captain. Some envious diners quickly scoff, muttering that good looks mean nothing since he is only at high level 3. They assume he is just a media stunt hyping up the school. Overhearing these bitter insults, his seniors, Bloody Hand Shen Dongling rests her hands on her hips and tilts her chin toward Jingming, teasing that the others are looking down on him. Unlike his annoyed teammate, Jingming merely smirks with indifference, suggesting that things might actually be better this way. It will only make things far more interesting. Just as he speaks, his sharp gaze darts to the side. He senses a powerful presence deliberately heading straight for him. A young man with slick-back blue hair approaches. The guy reaches out with a seemingly friendly gesture, introducing himself and asking if he is indeed Xu Jingming, the captain of Magic University. He introduces himself as Wang Qi, captain of Jing University. Maintaining his cool composure, Jingming reaches out to return the gesture. He firmly shakes his hand with a polite smile, saying it is a pleasure to meet him. But the friendly handshake is just a mask. Wang Qi immediately drops a subtle threat, telling Captain Xu that he has heard a lot about him and looks forward to tomorrow's opening ceremony. With that, the slick-haired captain turns around and walks away, leaving Jingming standing there with his hands in his pockets. He silently watches him leave without saying a word. Seeing this, Shen Dongling crosses her arms in sheer annoyance. She complains about how arrogant the guy is, acting like he already owns them. Jingming simply analyzes the situation with absolute calm. According to intelligence, Wang Qi is an S-class Earth Elemental user, incredibly close to a true S-rank threat. On top of that, he is already at the high 4th tier, meaning he actually has the right to be arrogant. As for Wang Qi, his expression twists into pure rage the moment he turns away. He grinds his teeth, thinking that their past victory means nothing now. He plans to show them who is boss once the tournament begins. Unbothered by the petty drama, Jingming turns to his team. He waves and tells them to go ahead and eat without him because he needs to pick someone up at the high-speed rail station. The scene shifts to the incredibly busy station where the overhead announcements echo continuously through the crowded terminal. Train K312 is arriving at its final destination, Qingshu City. Passengers are reminded to gather their luggage and exit carefully. Inside the grand station hall, Jingming's aunt, his cousin Tang Qi, and a young male friend are looking around in complete awe. His aunt gasps at how gorgeous Qingshu City looks, while his cousin Tang Qi chimes in with pure excitement. She agrees, calling it the most beautiful station she has ever seen, praising the excellent service and helpful guides everywhere. But after looking around and finding no sign of her older cousin, Tang Qi pouts and wonders why Jingming is taking so long. Seizing the moment while she is distracted, a flashy blonde guy dressed in a cheap, arrogant style approaches them. He places a hand on his chest and asks in a sleazy tone if the leggy beauty wants to exchange contact info. Facing this pathetic pickup attempt, Tang Qi glares at him with utter disgust and delivers a sharp, immediate rejection. She coldly tells him that she does not give her contact info to strangers. Hearing this, the blonde guy's friends burst out laughing. They tease him about the girl's confident response, mocking their supposedly handsome friend Lao Ke for getting rejected so brutally. They call it hilarious and promise to tell their captain later, feeling completely humiliated in front of his buddies. Lao Ke snaps. Veins pop on his forehead as he glares and curses, asking who she thinks she is to act so high and mighty. He spits that he only asked because he was doing her a favor. Hearing the insults, Tang Qi's tall friend immediately steps forward to shield her. Intense currents of wind energy begin to swirl rapidly around his fists as he demands to know what the guy just said. Seeing someone try to play hero, Lao Ke spreads his arms, unleashing an explosive burst of gale force energy of his own. He sneers, mocking the boy's courage and demanding to know if he has any idea who he is messing with. The friend starts sweating profusely under the immense pressure, realizing this power is at the peak of Tier 3, just like their instructor. Bystanders quickly back away, forming a circle and whispering among themselves. They recognize the instigators as students from Baishan University. They whisper that the arrogant guy in the white shirt leading the group is none other than their vice captain Qi Liang. Everyone wonders if a massive brawl is about to erupt. Realizing they are outmatched, Tang Qi urgently pulls her friend back. She tells him to just let it go, warning him not to lower himself to their pathetic level. One of Qi Liang's teammates pats his shoulder and quietly reminds him that they came to compete, not to make a scene. Any trouble would look terrible for their school. Despite the warning, Qi Liang aggressively points a finger at the boy's face. He threatens that he would have destroyed him if not for the upcoming match. He scoffs at his pathetic level 1 status. He mocks him for trying to play hero when he lacks the strength to back it up. After spitting out his insults, the vice captain turns his head to spit in absolute disdain. But pride always comes right before a massive, painful fall. In the blink of an eye, a tall figure stands directly in his path. Qi Liang turns around in pure shock. Before he can even comprehend what is happening, he finds himself staring right into the cold, deep blue eyes of Jingming. A terrifying aura surges around him. He speaks in a deep, crushing voice, asking if his friend is unqualified. Then what about me? How about me? The overwhelming pressure of a true powerhouse leaves Qi Liang speechless and dripping with sweat. Jingming calmly raises his hand. Golden lightning crackles and roars in his palm while he stays dead silent. His quiet judgment is about to drop. Without warning, Jingming swings his hand and unleashes a blinding bolt of lightning straight into the blonde guy's face. The blast lights up the entire station lobby, leaving the arrogant jerk rolling his eyes in absolute horror. The brutal impact instantly crushes Qi Liang's face, sending blood and several shattered teeth flying through the air. But the young man is not done with him yet. With a cold, ruthless expression, Jingming grabs the head of the trash who dared to insult his precious little sister. Moving with lightning speed, he forcefully slams the guy's head down, while driving a brutal knee strike directly into his stomach, triggering a shockwave that rattles the air. Qi Liang collapses like a sack of wet mud, sprawling on the slippery floor while clutching his stomach and gasping for air. Jingming looks down from above, with ice-cold eyes devoid of pity. Honestly, watching him destroy anyone who touches his family is so satisfying. Tang Qi and her friend eagerly run over, calling out to her brother. Meanwhile, Qi Liang's teammates finally snap out of their shock and rush to help their vice captain up. They whisper in panic, warning each other not to do anything stupid. That guy is Xu Jingming, the captain of Magic University U. They agree to wait for their own captain to handle things. The station immediately erupts into chaos. One onlooker excitedly pulls out his phone to live stream the scene, hyping up his viewers. Look at this S-rank monster from Magic University U. He just showed up and absolutely thrashed the vice captain of Baishan University. Supporting his groaning teammate, one Baishan student glares at Jingming with absolute rage and screams out, "Our team never did a single thing to provoke you, so why did you attack our vice captain?" Facing their angry shouts, Jingming calmly dusts off his jacket, casting a razor-sharp look toward the weeping opponents. He speaks in a cool, threatening tone, stating it is true they did not mess with him, but unfortunately, they made the mistake of targeting his cousin and her friend. On the ground, Qi Liang gapes in shock. His mouth hangs open as he stammers out the word cousin. Just then, an authoritative voice cuts through the crowd, telling everyone to clear the path. The commanding newcomer is none other than the captain of the Baishan team, Ji Hui. Seeing the absolute mess, he shouts in anger that he only went to pay the bill for a second, and they already caused all this trouble. Seeing their savior, one teammate cries out in relief. He says their captain is finally here. Ji Hui immediately walks up to Jingming, scanning him from head to toe. He states he knows Xu Jingming of Magic University U. He admits they were wrong first, but since they are all tournament competitors, does he not think he went too far? In response, Jingming only tilts his head with a blank look. He acts completely innocent and fires back a brutal question asking if they are actually a participating team too, and wondering which school they even represent. That careless question acts like a sharp dagger stabbing straight into Ji Hui's pride. The captain grits his teeth as cold sweat runs down his temple, screaming in his mind. This guy did not even know who they were before attacking, showing absolute utter contempt. Holding back his rage, Ji Hui points his finger directly at Jingming's face. He warns that he is the captain of Beishan University, and fighting in private will get him disqualified. If the young man does not apologize to the vice captain, he will report this directly to the Education Bureau. Hearing the weak threat, Jingming is completely unfazed and just lets out a mocking confident smirk. Go ahead and report it, he says. Jingming's incredibly relaxed attitude leaves the captain utterly speechless. Ji Hui grits his teeth, veins popping on his forehead as he growls out his name, admitting defeat for now. With that, the frustrated captain turns around and waves his hand to order his team to leave. The entire Beishan squad retreats in shame like a bunch of defeated chickens. Once the enemies are gone, Tang Qi pulls her cousin's sleeve in worry, asking if this will cause him trouble. He simply pats her head with a reassuring smile, saying they are in the right. Besides, the tournament won't disqualify him over a trivial matter like this. Meanwhile, as the Beishan team walks away in the distance, a teammate timidly asks if they are really going to let this go without reporting him to the officials. Ji Hui glares back furiously, telling him that was just an empty threat. Magic University U is a top seed, and they would never get disqualified so easily. He rubs his forehead in exhaustion, completely stressed out about the tournament. It is not over yet. Xu Jingming will not let us off that easily. Hearing this, Ke Liang, who is being carried away, turns pale instantly. His voice trembles. Damn it, he's beaten to a pulp, but that guy still won't let it go. Is he planning a personal vendetta? Ji Hui glares at his useless vice captain, his voice turning cold as he warns them. He is terrified Xu Jingming will take revenge right on the arena stage. That warning hits the team like ice-cold water. One teammate panics, clenching his fists as he screams. Oh no, he is right. The U Magic University team is going to crush us. We are absolutely done for. Right then, Ke Liang bursts into tears, his swollen, bruised face looking both pitiful and hilarious. He folds his hands, desperately praying. Damn it, Ke Liang really dragged the entire team into this massive, messy swamp with him. Please let them avoid drawing the Magic University in the matchups. Ji Hui looks coldly at his men, making a ruthless decision. They fought way too hard to reach the top 10. Wang Ming, you are substituting for Ke Liang from now on. If Ke Liang gets crippled tomorrow, you go in. Wang Ming immediately salutes and promises to do his absolute best. Looking at Ke Liang trembling on the floor with a pale face, Ji Hui just sighs. Now he finally learns to fear. He hopes the Magic University won't go too harsh on them. But enough about them, let us head back to Xu Jingming. After quickly handling the lackeys, Chi urges him to leave, but the main character just grins in a pretty mischievous way. He holds up his phone and tells her to wait because there is one more person he needs to pick up. Glancing at his sister, he drops a massive bombshell, saying it is his girlfriend. Chi and her friends freeze in shock. Their eyes go wide in complete shock. While the group is still processing this, Xu Jingming casually walks toward the gate. Chi asks her friend what his girlfriend might look like. Her friend is just as eager to find out. She bets the girl must be a gorgeous beauty with incredibly long legs. Right then, a lively girl runs toward them. She is waving enthusiastically. As she gets closer, Xu Jingming smiles and introduces her, saying she has finally arrived. This is his gorgeous girlfriend Song Chu-yun and her spectacled roommate Qi Dongxia. Standing right in front of his family, Chu-yun waves happily and asks who everyone is. Xu Jingming steps up to warmly introduce them one by one. First is his sweet younger sister Tang Qi and her close friends from Jiang City, Zhou Mingyang and Meng Di. The group greets her in unison. Chi stares at Q-yun, completely amazed by how incredibly stunning she looks. Her friend nudges her, teasing that she was right about the long-legged beauty. Chu-yun giggles softly at the sweet compliment. She waves her delicate hand, conjuring 3 sparkling potion bottles. It turns out she has prepared some pretty awesome gifts. These contain highly valuable B-rank cultivation resources which she claims are not too expensive but should be quite useful for her. Holding the glowing potion in his hand, Zhou Mingyang begins to sweat, utterly shocked by her incredibly lavish gesture. Waiter, B-rank cultivation resources, seriously, not considered expensive. That stuff easily costs at least $5 to $6 million. Seeing that everyone has finally gathered, Xu Jingming takes charge like a true boss, ready to handle the logistics. He calmly suggests they head back first, drop off their heavy luggage and bags. Simple as that. Chi gently replies that their hotel is actually only about 1 kilometer away from the high-speed rail station. Hearing this, Xu Jingming frowns slightly, clearly not very pleased with the location of their chosen place to stay, way too far from the stadium. Chi sighs helplessly. There were simply no other good options left. This year's tournament is just too popular and every decent hotel near the venue was fully booked ages ago. Seizing the perfect moment to show off her wealth, Song Kyu-yoon smirks and effortlessly offers a much better solution. It turns out she owns several private luxury villas right next to the stadium. Chi-Chi is welcome to stay there. Hearing the magic word villa, the two friends gasp in disbelief. Zhou Mingyang sweats buckets, screaming silently in his mind. Qingshu City is no ordinary town. Private villas here are easily worth hundreds of millions and are incredibly rare. Meng Di swallows hard, wondering who on earth Xu Jingming's stunning girlfriend actually is. Her background must be insane. Chi-Chi gratefully accepts the generous offer, smiling warmly. Song Kyu-yoon waves it off, being the perfect supportive partner. Since his sweet cousin is basically her family too, she smiles and says is absolutely no trouble at all. She then pulls out her flashy red phone with the effortless authority of a truly wealthy heiress. Calling her personal driver Uncle Hua, she calmly tells him to bring their private luxury car over right away. Immediately, a fleet of sleek luxury black cars pulls up quite smoothly right in front of them all now. Talk about traveling in grand style. This group is rolling in serious wealth, leaving every single one of them absolutely speechless. On the busy street, a sleek car door swings open. Out steps a squad of suited sunglass-wearing bodyguards looking completely tough and professional. The elegantly bearded leader bows respectfully, welcoming her as the eldest young lady. Completely overwhelmed by their intense presence, the two country friends freeze in a state of utter shock. Zhou Mingyang stands there completely jaw-dropped, muttering that even the driver is at least a peak tier 3 awakened. Beside him, Meng Di breaks into a cold sweat. Honestly, any one of these four heavy hitters would easily dominate their entire hometown of Jiang City, wouldn't they? Everyone is completely dazed now. Song Kyu-yoon gracefully waves her hand to break the silence, gesturing for them to follow. She tells Sister Chi to get in, saying they will drive straight to the venue. But Tang Chi is still too overwhelmed, only able to stammer an agreement. Guided by a polite bodyguard holding the door open, she gingerly steps inside the incredibly spacious and luxurious back seat of the high-end ride. As the luxury car smoothly glides away, Song Kyu-yoon slides close to her boyfriend, blinking playfully like a cute kitten to show off. She asks if her entrance was good. Xu Jingming smiles, replying with cool composure, "Not bad, but flying guards all the way from Sichuan is a bit much." He tells her not to bother next time, but the beautiful girl giggles, proudly revealing her family's incredible power. These are actually family guards already stationed in Qingshu City, so she only called them over temporarily to pick them up. Hearing this, even Xu Jingming's genius brain pauses. His face turns into a completely blank, stunned stare. He asks if her family's main base is actually located back at Catacomb number 7. Song Kyu-yoon gently leans her head against his sturdy shoulder, casually explaining that Catacomb number 7 is just their primary territory. Her family actually has strong ties to all the other major catacombs as well. At this point, Xu Jingming can only chuckle and nod silently, marveling at the absolutely terrifying and massive reach of a Grandmaster clan. Soon time flies by and day one of the highly anticipated National College Championship finally arrives. At the Central Plaza, a massive, highly futuristic stadium gleams under the hot sun with media helicopters buzzing all over the sky, creating an epic atmosphere. Inside the exclusive VIP stands, Tang Chi stares out in absolute awe at the sheer scale of the event. She is amazed that the top factions like the Thunder Dojo, Mad Bear Dojo, Light Legion, and Polar Sun Guild have actually sent elite Tier 7 Grandmasters to lead their teams. Sitting right next to her, Song Kyu-yoon smiles warmly. She explains that this is the perfect chance to recruit top geniuses, so no faction wants to miss out. Right on cue, brilliant fireworks shoot into the air, exploding across the sky to kick off the event. This officially marks the start of the most anticipated tournament of the entire year. Under the bright spotlights, a sharp-looking host in a sleek suit hypes up the roaring crowd. He welcomes everyone to the championship, introducing himself as their master of ceremonies, Fang Yue. He announces that before they formally begin the matches, he wants to introduce the 10 universities competing in the team battles. The entire crowd erupts in cheers as the host calls out the first team. It is none other than the defending champions, Xinjiang Ability University. From the dark tunnel, their arrogant captain Wang Qi leads his squad out, waving to the wildly roaring fans. Keeping the energy high, the host hypes up the crowd even further, introducing the runner-up of last year. Taking the second spot, it is the Dark Magic Ability University. The host gestures dramatically toward the tunnel, signaling the arrival of the true stars. Fans go wild, chanting for the team, shaking the entire stadium. Xu Jingming leads his squad out into the bright light, his long coat fluttering in the gentle breeze. His incredibly cool and confident gaze completely overshadows the defending champions who walked out into the arena earlier. The hype continues as the host points to the other side for the third team to enter the field. However, a rather awkward silence suddenly fills the arena as everyone waits for the next squad to emerge. In stark contrast to the grand entrance of the first two, the entrance of the Beishan University team is pure comedy. The host tries to salvage the moment, awkwardly introducing the rising dark horse of Beishan. The team slinks out looking absolutely miserable, especially the vice-captain Qi Liang, whose face is covered in bandages. He walks timidly, sweating cold buckets from the sheer trauma of the brutal beating he took just yesterday. With all teams assembled, the host announces the rules, stating the tournament features team, individual, and survival matches. The team and individual matches will take place first, followed by the main announcement of the massive rewards. As he speaks, a giant holographic display suddenly flickers to life to show the prizes for each category. The spotlight instantly illuminates the top-tier treasures as the host screams with excitement. For the team battles, every winning member will receive a set of Shi-class battle armor. Meanwhile, the individual champion will walk away with a spatial ring boasting a capacity of up to 30 cubic meters. Finally, the survival champion will claim a level 6 protective amulet excavated from ancient ruins, possessing absolutely unmatched defensive power. The sheer scale of these grand rewards causes the entire stadium to erupt. Fans hold their heads and scream in utter disbelief. S-tier battle armor for every single teammate. That is just insane. The organizers are incredibly generous this year. With rewards this high, the tournament is bound to get 100 times more brutal. Amidst the envious gasps of the crowd, Jingming stands tall with his hands clasped behind his back, standing straight like a carved statue. The corner of our main character's mouth curls up into his signature smirk. As expected, every single one of these top-quality items is exactly what he needs. Seizing the moment now that all teams have gathered, host Feng Yue continues to hype up the stadium. Up next is the first event, the team battle, featuring a round-robin tournament, where each university must battle the other 9. The schedule is brutal, with 5 matches every day spanning across 9 consecutive days. The relentless schedule consists of 5 matches every day for 9 days straight. Pointing at the massive screen, he loudly declares that the opening match is officially underway. Instantly, the giant screen flashes glowing letters, signaling a fated clash. Magic U is going head-to-head with Beishan University. To prepare for the battle, a massive blue energy barrier is quickly activated by the security system, completely sealing the giant glass enclosure that surrounds the arena stage. The host's face appears clearly on the screen as he seriously explains the safety rules. If any player faces life-threatening danger, the AI system will automatically deploy an energy shield to save their life and guarantee safety. However, that also means they will be instantly disqualified. Now let us welcome the competitors from both teams to step onto the arena. Down in the stands, the crowd begins to buzz with excitement as Zhou Mingyang shouts out, "Oh man, the very first match is Magic U. This is going to be so epic." The guy next to him agrees. Magic U has an S-class ability user this year. I wonder just how strong he really is. But someone else scoffs, calling him overrated. He is only a high level 3. Ignoring the gossip, Jingming strides toward the arena. Holding his long spear, Jingming walks up the steps with his back radiating the undeniable aura of a true powerhouse. He smirks, thinking that fighting Beishan University in the very first match means their luck is actually pretty good. On the other side of the battlefield, Vice-Captain Qi Liang is dripping with sweat, his legs shaking as he begs, "Captain Ji Hui, Captain, can I please sit this one out and let someone else sub in?" Ji Hui frowns and firmly refuses, "Absolutely not. We have practiced this formation so many times, even if we lose, we must show them our overwhelming spirit." Inspired by their leader's words, the other Beishan members steel their resolve and pump themselves up, clenching their fists to shout, "That is right, even if we lose, we have to show our style." The only girl on the team agrees, "Exactly. Captain, let's get up there." Eyes flashing with tragic determination, Ji Hui decisively draws his sword and bellows, "Then let's move." Both teams officially step onto the center of the massive arena. Strong gusts of wind sweep through, creating a suffocating tension right before 0 hour. But in stark contrast to his opponents, Jingming stands calmly with his hands in his pockets, his deep blue eyes showing utter indifference, as if he is taking a casual stroll in the park rather than entering a deadly arena. Up in the stands, spectators analyze the matchup. Well, Yao Fang from Magic U has already reached mid-level 4 now. That means they have 2 mid-level 4 fighters, 2 low-level 4 and only 1 high-level 3. Someone else clicks their tongue in pity, noting Beishan is doomed. They only have 1 mid-level 4 and 4 peak-level 3 fighters. The spectator, Zhou Mingyang, claps and concludes that this is a classic case of one god having to carry a bunch of absolute deadweight. Ignoring the chatter, the players from both sides take their battle stances. The electronic countdown echoes through the entire stadium. 3, 2, 1, start. The match is on. Jingming's teammate holding a staff asks excitedly, "Captain, what strategy should we use?" Bright yellow lightning begins to crackle around the corners of Jingming's eyes. He smirks with sheer arrogance. To deal with these guys, as soon as the words leave his mouth, he roars, "We do not need any strategy at all." Instantly violent lightning erupts, enveloping his body. The main character transforms into a bolt of destructive energy, charging headfirst into the enemy ranks alone with his spear, leaving his 4 teammates completely stunned behind him. This insane, solo show of dominance by Jingming throws the stands into total chaos, sparking loud outcries. What on earth is happening? Is Magic U's S tier? Did Magic City University just break their own formation? Is this guy always this reckless, charging alone straight into the enemy lines like this? Isn't that just asking for a death wish? Absolutely, he is definitely done for this time. Seeing their opponent foolishly offering his life on a silver platter, Beishan Captain Ji Hui is absolutely thrilled. He swings his sword and roars that Xu Jingming is out of sync, presenting a golden opportunity. He yells for Qi Liang and Ma Long to charge with him while quickly turning back to order Old Li and Old Wang to back them up. They need to rain down long-range magic attacks and crowd control buffs, hoping to completely overwhelm him with numbers as the Beishan team charges. A barrage of sharp wind blades tears through the air, looking incredibly flashy, but they might not actually do much damage here. Up in the stands, the crowd is already going wild, hyping up that S-rank wind skill dimensional wind blades. Is Beishan trying to end this right at the start? But someone else immediately retorts, calling nonsense because Xu Jingming brought this on himself. Since he broke away from his team, they obviously have to go all out. Another annoyed voice calls it pure arrogance. Ignoring the noise, our main character simply spins his spear, creating a blinding vortex of lightning that completely sweeps away the incoming attacks. The crowd in the stadium instantly gasps in utter shock. No way did he just block that massive attack so easily. One guy stammers while his friend breaks into a cold sweat, realizing this is an S-rank lightning ability that is shockingly overpowered. Up in the VIP seats, the experts start showing off their knowledge, pointing out that this was not just some ordinary elemental defense. It actually completely neutralized an S-rank combat skill. A long-haired expert rubs his chin, explaining the secret behind the move. His mastery has already reached the legendary liquefaction realm. Hearing this, another expert stares at him in absolute disbelief. The liquefaction realm, he is only a freshman. The man clicks his tongue in admiration, his eyes shining with excitement. With both his raw power and skill mastery being this high, his future is truly limitless. Meanwhile, back down on the arena floor, Beishan Captain Ji Hui is still acting delusional, shouting that if Xu Jingming had charged with his entire team, he might stand a chance. He arrogantly sneers that since the freshman isolated himself from his squad, he only has himself to blame for what happens next. He unleashes a powerful sword strike, shouting out his signature move, Furious Slash, to make it sound extra dangerous. But Jingming just maintains his usual lazy attitude, casually lifting his crackling spear tip to block the incoming strike with ease. The two forces clash, unleashing a blinding explosion of energy on the stage. But of course, a cheap knockoff cannot match the real deal. The Beishan captain's sword gets blasted right out of his hand, flying high into the air. Stripped of his weapon, the captain collapses. He falls to his knees. Pale and trembling, he mutters in disbelief, asking how this could even be possible. At that moment, the other opponents rush forward, targeting the isolated fighter. But as lightning surges around him, he flashes a bright smile. A massive bolt of lightning crashes down, sending the Beishan team flying into the air with agonizing screams. The air instantly smells of burnt hair as the remaining Beishan members are tossed around like helpless ragdolls by the shockwave. Not stopping there, Jingming coldly raises his hand to unleash his ultimate move and clean up the battlefield. Thunder Prison, a massive crackling electrical cage, traps the two backline supports, making them twitch uncontrollably. Poor guys, they thought keeping their distance meant safety, but they ended up getting roasted just like the others. The audience finally realizes they were the ones acting like total clowns this entire time, quickly changing their tunes. One guy scratches his head, admitting he thought Xu Jingming was walking into his own death but ended up being the real fool. He disarmed the captain with a single casual strike, and his explosive energy blasted the others away effortlessly. What kind of monstrous strength is this? His friend looks equally stunned, wondering if there could be a more ridiculous play. Standing tall in the middle of his smoking defeated opponents, Jingming leans on his spear and lets out a heavy sigh. He figures these level 3 peak players are still way too weak. Seeing their captain take all the glory, his teammates stroll over with their shields to complain, asking him to go easy next time since they did not even get a turn. Hearing this, the defeated Beishan team would probably spit blood from pure frustration. As the final shockwave clears, the arena's automatic safety system triggers, activating protective shields to save the lives of the groaning, battered fighters. With his eyes rolled back, the captain collapses and the system officially rules him out of the match. The host finally recovers from his shock and quickly announces that all members of Beishan University are unable to fight. The undisputed winners of this team match are Magic City University, leaving the entire arena completely speechless. That was way too easy. Spectators shake their heads in disbelief, realizing the power gap is just astronomical. Some people even check their watches in absolute disbelief, realizing the entire match did not even last 30 seconds. Up in the VIP box, the experts continue to analyze the situation, questioning if an S-rank power could really do this. Is he really that strong? An eagle-eyed spectator suddenly notices something strange. Wait, is not Xu Jingming's ability supposed to be the purple sky divine thunder? Why is the color of the lightning completely wrong? The long-haired man growls, his sharp gaze locking onto the screen. He makes a bold claim. An S-grade ability. No, there is absolutely no way this level of power is just S-grade. Director Liu, have you had anyone evaluate Xu Jingming's ability rating yet? The director calmly swipes his hand across a virtual screen as he answers. Alright, the collection of lightning element info and energy burst intensity data is complete. The overall power analysis is currently running. On the display panel, a three-dimensional hologram of Jingming emerges alongside a stream of constantly scrolling stats. A constant analysis signal flashes, waiting for the final result as data continues to scroll across the screen. Director Liu holds the holographic results, his voice shaking with absolute shock. The results are in Xu Jingming's ability. Is confirmed as the heavenly divine thunder rated at SS grade. Hearing this, the long-haired man's eyes widen in sheer horror. He breaks into a cold sweat, muttering like a lost soul. Oh my god, is it really an SS grade ability? With near 10 billion people on Blue Star, it takes 1 or even 2 decades for a single SS grade to appear. Just how on earth did Xu Jingming manage to evolve his power? This makes absolutely no sense at all. With such a shocking revelation, the man quickly turns to flatter the powerful woman standing right next to him. No wonder even the High Council members are completely alarmed. Principal Ling, your security work is truly top tier. But the principal only half closes her eyes, responding humbly. It is nothing special. I only did it to protect Xu Jingming. Regaining his smug attitude, the man brushes his hair back with a grin. Yes, those old foreign geezers must be panicking right now. Riding the high of the moment, he turns to ask Director Liu, when does our match actually start? Director Liu calmly replies to him, we have no matches scheduled for today, our very first match is tomorrow. Principal Ling crosses her arms, exuding an air of absolute authority. Very well, call Wang Qi and the others to the villa. I have something to discuss with them. She glances into the distance, her eyes flashing with absolute confidence. Jingdu University will probably change their tactics to counter Xu Jingming, but it is a shame, no matter what they do, they cannot win. Meanwhile, back in the break room, the smiling coach is warmly praising the main character and his teammates. Great job, kids. That first match was handled incredibly fast and clean. The blue-haired girl in the squad scratches her head, teasingly sucking up to her overpowered captain. We did not even get to warm up before you swept them all. The coach strokes his chin as he analyzes Beishan Ability University is indeed quite weak, but tomorrow's opponent is a different story. Suhang Ability University used to be ranked 4th, you know. Come over to my villa tonight and I will brief you all on them. Jingming gives a casual reply, sure. Remembering something vital, the coach raises a finger to remind them. Registration for the individual tournament has officially started. Which of you wants to sign up for the solo battles? Instantly, the 3 most enthusiastic members shoot their hands up like kids begging for candy. Count me in. Seeing their energetic response, the coach nods in approval. All right, I will submit the list. Right then, Principal Ling suddenly appears, beckoning the main character over with an irresistible charm. Xu Jingming, come here for a second. Standing with her arms crossed, she seriously warns her star student, Jingdu University knows about your SS grade power now. Other factions will quickly sniff it out too, and soon the whole Blue Star will know. If you need anything, just ask. Jingming is slightly startled, not expecting his hidden trump card to be exposed so fast. Seeing his expression, Principal Ling smiles warmly, her eyes filled with protective care. Do not worry, I will keep you safe. Meanwhile, the gossiping teammates, spying on them from a distance, practically drop their jaws. Holy crap, did Principal Ling just smile? The staff-wielding guy rubs his temples, completely baffled. Why do I feel like the principal is being exceptionally gentle with our captain? The girl next to him rolls her eyes and shuts him down. Nonsense, if you had an SS grade ability, she would treat you exactly the same. The big guy breaks into a cold sweat, warning his joking teammates. Do you guys really want to say that out loud? At this distance, do you honestly think Principal Ling cannot hear you? The entire group instantly freezes in place. Oh crap, that is right. Her hearing is definitely no joke. She shoots them a subtle side eye from afar. She thinks to herself, gossiping right behind my back are we. Once this tournament ends, I should have director Yang arrange a very special training course for these troublemakers. Immediately, a wave of blood-red aura erupts from her. The corridor is filled with terrifying pressure, leaving the trembling students clinging to each other in pure fear. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the luxurious villa of Su Ping. The long-haired man from earlier now stands before Jingdu University's elite squad. At Capital Academy, the instructor asks what they think of Xu Jingming's strength. Their slick-back captain waves his hand. He confidently explains that while Jingming's talent is great and he is incredibly strong, the real key is his ability, his S-rank talent. The instructor smirks and tells Wang Qi he hit the nail on the head. Levels are just secondary. The real key is the ability itself. But after checking, Jingming does not possess a mere S-rank talent, but rather a double S-rank power. The entire Capital team freezes in absolute shock. A double S rank is impossible, right? Someone asks if this is a mistake. Has not Jingming's ability already been evaluated? How could they get it wrong? Another wonders if their own testing gear is broken. To calm their rising panic, the instructor frowns in deep thought. The gear is perfectly fine, he says. We do not know why, but Jingming's power has somehow evolved. It likely happened during last year's field trip. The students are completely stunned as they try to process this. That field trip where they were attacked by the Destiny sect, the captain stammers, breaking into a cold sweat. He has heard of life or death crises boosting raw strength, but never of them actually upgrading a person's ability. Another student shouts that evolving from S rank to double S is completely ridiculous. Nearby Dean Liu frowns while analyzing. If this is true, then Jingming's insane battle record at Magic University is undoubtedly the real deal. He taps his desk, realizing that the kid likely wiped out dozens of peak tier 4 monsters all by himself. The slick-back captain clenches his fists, forced to accept this harsh reality. The guy is a total monster. Given another year of growth, I would never defeat him, he admits. But then he smirks to save face. Too bad for him, he is only a freshman this year. I can still wipe the floor with him. Dean Liu pats his star student on the shoulder, agreeing that they are incredibly lucky to have him this year. But the captain sighs, shrugging as he points out that he will be graduating next year anyway. He suggests they just crush the kid as much as possible, now asking Dean Liu to change their tactics. The dean nods in agreement. Meanwhile, at major headquarters across the nation, communication systems are absolutely exploding. People scream in shock that Jingming's power is actually a double S rank. An old white-haired official begins to panic. He desperately orders his staff to draft a counter-strategy. Suddenly, the scene shifts over to the Thunder Dojo. A blonde man frantically orders his staff to contact the main headquarters right away about this insane news. He wants to know if they need to change their recruitment strategy. Over at the Savage Bear Dojo, it is total chaos too. A muscular boss grabs his subordinate and roars that they must recruit Jingming at all costs, terrifying the poor guy. Even the military is completely shaken. A neat uniformed officer rushes in to report to the commander. A true double S rank awaken has emerged in Great Yang Zentian this year. The commander strokes his mustache, his gaze sharp. He orders them to release the news. He wants every nation on Earth to know Great Yang Zentian has bred a monster. After 23 long years, another double S rank awaken has finally appeared. Shocking headlines are instantly flooding the media. Incredible photos of Xu Jingming are released, highlighting his elite double S rank ability, the Du Tian Divine Lightning. Online experts are having a field day, hyping that this power will propel Great Yang Zentian to the absolute top. Now let's step away from the chaos to a quiet ancient mansion. A beautiful secretary pushes up her glasses. She reports to two elders playing chess. Counselor Wang, the news about Jingming's double S rank has gone viral. It is currently the #1 trending topic online. She frowns, noting that foreign powers seem to be fueling the fire. She asks if they should intervene, but the white-haired elder waves his hand in absolute deep disdain. Let those foreign pests play their dirty little games in the dark, he snorts. Meet Counselor Azure Dragon Wang Jun. He slams his chess piece down. Great Yang Zentian has a solid foundation, so keeping one double S genius safe is nothing. The fedora-wearing counselor opposite casually asks Liu if he met Jingming during his last visit to dungeon number 7. He wonders who is currently protecting the kid. The elder replies that it is Magic University's vice principal Ling Shuang. The fedora guy raises his eyebrows. Is that the girl from the Thunder Dojo who has S-rank space magic? Is she really still laying low at Magic University? Yes, because she offended the powerful Li family. She had no choice but to hide out there. Still reaching mid-tier 8 in just 3 years is impressive. Doing that without any resources from the Thunder Dojo is wild. The old man strokes his beard and chuckles. That girl has a stubborn streak, he admits. For any ordinary awakeners, a situation like that would be impossible. A match made in heaven that others could only dream of, yet he avoided it like the plague. Still, the old man nodded in satisfaction. He says he is completely at ease with her, acting as a bodyguard before decisively sliding his piece forward for checkmate. The clock strikes 2 in the afternoon, and the towering arena buzzes with excitement for the next events. Up on the stage, the main announcer waves his hands to hype up the crowd, signaling the start of the individual tournament. A total of 64 players from 10 universities have registered to compete. He points down at the crowd, declaring they will select the top 32 outstanding contestants this afternoon. With his signature professional smile, the announcer yells out for the AI system to randomly generate the upcoming matchups. For these 32 matches of death, instantly the massive digital screen flashes a highly professional and complete bracket diagram. Xu Jingming's teammates immediately check the schedule, with one noting she is up in the 6th match against an opponent from Suhang Ability University, making it the perfect chance to test them out before tomorrow's team matches. The red-haired girl nearby laughs mischievously, gloating that she is in the 12th match against a mere substitute from Beta University. Right at that moment, Xu Jingming looks at the screen and smirks, seeing he is fighting early in the 3rd match against Chu Hu from Jincheng University. The announcer loudly bellows the new rules, stating that 4 individual matches will run simultaneously during each round. With the first round officially underway, Xu Jingming wastes no time and steps up, spear in hand, his cape fluttering heroically as he strides onto the arena stage. The crowd in the stands erupts in wild cheers, absolutely ecstatic that Xu Jingming is fighting in the very first round. Zhou Mingyang leaps up, cheering like a true fanboy, urging the Thunder Emperor to crush it. The surrounding crowd joins in chanting for Magic Yu and rooting for the Thunder Emperor. But in stark contrast to the hype, his unlucky opponent, Xu Hu, stands opposite him, sweating bullets and looking completely pale. He bites his lip and trembles, realizing how terrible his luck is to face Xu Jingming of Magic Yu so early. Yet his desperate optimism kicks in, making him wonder if he might actually pull off an upset victory. After all, defeating an SS-ranked fighter would bring instant fame. The system begins its brutal countdown, flashing 3, 2, 1, start. Instantly, Chu Hu resorts to a rather cowardly tactic, using his wind element to conjure a swirling vortex of air that lifts him high up into the blue sky to escape. From the ground, Xu Jingming looks up, raising an eyebrow in amusement. It seems the guy has already mastered flight. He quickly reminds himself never to underestimate any ability user. High up in the sky, Chu Hu laughs triumphantly, mocking Xu Jingming and betting he never saw this coming. He boasts that until his energy runs out, his opponent won't even be able to touch a single hair on his head. Floating midair, he launches a ranged attack, a wind blade slash, warning his opponent not to even try reaching him. A barrage of wind blades tears through the air, raining down and forcing Xu Jingming to continuously dodge and roll away. While dodging, Xu Jingming calculates that his maximum jump height is 32 meters, but the opponent is floating at over 70 meters, making him unreachable even at full leap. Frowning at his spear, he realizes hitting him with a throw is highly unlikely. Dodging another wind blade, he wishes he had some sort of gravity pull to slow the guy down. The crowd below starts booing and shouting, complaining that flying is basically a cheat code. But one analytical student calmly points out that he will still lose, as the energy defense barrier will shrink in 20 minutes. Another spectator nods, agreeing this flying trick will only stall for a little while. But our main character has zero patience for that. Xu Jingming charges forward, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Standing around and taking hits just to waste time, definitely not his style. He condenses a massive bright red sphere of lightning in his palm, striking a powerful pose to launch his strike. Chu Hu looks down smugly, shouting that it is useless because at 75 meters high, the lightning cannot reach him. Xu Jingming merely sneers, tightening his grip on the electrical sphere. Oh, so he thinks flying makes him special. Too bad. Even if he were a fighter jet, the thunder would rip him right out of the sky, ripping through the clouds. Seeing this, the Capital University students gasp in sheer terror, completely speechless. Suspended midair, Chu Hu gets blasted until he is charred black, twitching violently like a fish out of water. Smelling his own burnt skin, he panics and tries to flee for his life, desperately needing to escape. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming manifests a spear of pure lightning calmly, noting that his opponent's flight capability is quite impressive. But unluckily for him, he ran into the wrong opponent. Sweating profusely, the guy realizes his time is up. Without another word, Xu Jingming pivots to build momentum, hurling his lightning spear straight into the sky. With terrifying power, the weapon flies towards him like a long-range missile. Panic-stricken, his opponent unleashes his final defense, the wind god barrier. But against Jingming's thunder spear, that wind shield is as fragile as paper. In a blink of an eye, it is completely shattered. The lightning spearhead pierces straight through Xu Hu's chest, unleashing a blinding burst of electrical energy across the entire arena. He can only let out a painful scream before free-falling off the stage, face-planting into the turf like a fallen bird with broken wings. He lies there completely beaten and groaning. The referee officially calls the match on Ring 3. Xu Hu is knocked out cold and Xu Jingming is victorious. Down in the stands, the crowd goes absolutely wild. Oh my god, that was insanely cool and brutal. He took him down in just one hit. One hyped-up fan slams his chair crazy right. He basically creates a shockwave. Truly surreal. The girl beside him claps in awe, knowing this is the true overwhelming power of the Thunder Emperor. Over on the Capital team's side, A long-haired man strokes his chin. He figured Zhu Hu's flying ability would help him stall for time, but he still got crushed in an absolute heartbeat. His analysis continues, noting that this battle proves Xu Jingming's mastery over his thunder powers has reached a level of sheer perfection. The arrogant captain Wang Qi suddenly sneers. Coils of barbed wire around his hand begin to glow with a fierce light. He mutters that it is his turn now, channeling massive power into his giant stone and rock arm, gearing up for a brutal attack. With a single devastating uppercut packed with pure brute force, Wang Qi blasts his poor opponent straight into the sky. He stands proudly as smoke fills the arena. The announcer immediately shouts that Wang Qi has claimed victory. The crowd erupts into chants of Wang Qi over and over. Meanwhile, the victor smirks, staring down at his fist, with complete self-satisfaction. Back in the lounge, a red-haired girl nudges Jingming to warn him that Wang Qi is provoking him. But our Thunder Emperor just offers a calm smile. Don't worry, he says, he is no match for me. Right then, their instructor walks up and taps Jingming's shoulder. The Thunder Martial Saint, the Wild Bear Dojo, the Light Legion, the Extreme Sun Guild, several other massive factions have sent invitations through him. He asks if our young protagonist has any interest in meeting them for a private chat. Jingming just shoves his hands into his pockets and walks away without looking back, telling him to reject them all. The mentor just chuckles and nods, knowing he would say that. A teammate holding a staff runs after him, completely baffled by the refusal. He asks why he won't at least look into them first, but Jingming flatly replies that he simply has no use for them right now. Leaving his teammate utterly confused, he quietly narrows his eyes and recalculates his path. With the help of his deep blue system and the academy resources, he has absolutely no need for outside funding. Later that evening, Jingming and a gorgeous female classmate are taking a relaxing stroll down a quiet street, enjoying some rare peace. But their quiet night is suddenly cut short when a dark figure steps out and blocks their path. A stunning long-legged blonde woman appears, giving him a playful wink as she introduces herself on behalf of the William family of the United States. A system panel pops up identifying her as Irene from that very faction. Jingming frowns with suspicion. The blonde foreign agent gives him a highly confident smile, saying she will not waste his time. She promises that if he renounces his great Yang Zentian citizenship and joins them, they will give him anything he could ever desire. Jingming narrows his eyes and responds with a cold stare, asking if she truly has that kind of authority. Irene flips her hair and begins a very polished sales pitch, explaining that he might not fully understand their power. The family boasts 3 Tier 9 martial saints, controls 10 ancient ruins, and has 1/3 of the global council under their influence. Jingming keeps a completely straight face, but internally he is slightly surprised. 3 martial saints is indeed an impressive amount of muscle. Sensing that she might be breaking through his defenses, Irene lures him with insane material wealth, promising either double S or triple S tier resources. They can even provide things that go way beyond triple S tier. Wait, is that even possible? Jingming raises an eyebrow. She steps closer with a seductive look, whispering that once his level rises a bit more, he will discover a whole new world. And as for beautiful young women, they can easily provide him with as many of them as his heart desires. Standing right beside him, Xun Qyun is absolutely fuming, staring daggers at the blonde agent while gritting her teeth in silent rage. Realizing she might have pushed too far, Irene quickly bows slightly to apologize for her bluntness, but Jingming immediately shuts her down with a cold refusal that crushes all her hopes, saying he appreciates the offer but has absolutely no interest in betraying his country. He adds that they do not need to look for him ever again. Left completely humiliated, Foreign Agent can only stomp off in frustration, leaving our main character and his beautiful friend walking arm in arm down the road. Once she is out of sight, the blonde spy lets out a heavy sigh, muttering that she failed. Just then, a male voice crackles through her earpiece, asking if the target accepted her offer. Irene just angrily curses, complaining that these Yang Zentian people are too stubborn. Stubborn. Did you try mind control on him? The other man calmly replies, no. The target carries a powerful aura, a level 9 martial saint spiritual aura. The mustached man on the line coldly asks if they can proceed with Plan B. No chance. Irene looks up, sweating bullets, as she reports. The target is indeed very heavily protected, guarded 24/7 by a level 8 Grandmaster. Assassination is impossible. Meanwhile, under the beautiful full moon, Principal Ling floats gracefully in the air. She closely monitors every single movement, ready to easily crush any dark threat. A losing battle. The boss orders a retreat. There is no chance right now. He tells her to return first. Understood. Irene obediently acknowledges. The next day, at the packed arena, the announcer's voice rings out to get the crowd hyped. Up next, the 4th match of the team round. Let's get a massive round of applause for Magic University and to Hang University. Both formidable teams stride onto the arena. An explosive showdown is about to begin. Armchair coaches start analyzing. Tahang ranked 4th last year. They should easily test his actual limits. That's right. Sitting just behind the top 3, they are still seriously strong. Nearby, an excited girl points forward. It is about to begin. The announcer points forward, screaming out the final countdown of 3, 2, 1, start. The fight starts. Jingming immediately pulls his signature move, turning into a bolt of lightning and charging straight forward. A devastating storm. The crowd instantly erupts, shouting that this is exactly what the Thunder Emperor did yesterday. Again, is he seriously repeating that today? Another fan grits his teeth, asking if he utterly despises Tahang. Isn't he being way too arrogant? Seeing him try to take them all on solo, the Tahang captain angrily roars. He screams in rage, "You are too cocky, Xu Jingming. We are not weaklings like White Mountain." To prove it, he summons a massive purple lightning serpent. It opens its fanged mouth and charges. A blinding glare. Jingming meets the attack head-on, his lips curling into that familiar mocking smile. 2 lightning users. But your spark is nothing compared to my storm. He swings his spear forward. A massive shockwave violently shakes the entire arena. His overpowering electrical energy completely tears the beast apart, like shredded paper. A brilliant golden flash pierces right through the explosion, tearing forward at lightning speed. Pure devastation. The audience gapes in sheer disbelief at this absolute effortless domination. The serpent is gone, completely swallowed whole. Another spectator breaks into a cold sweat. They cannot even pierce his storm. How is anyone supposed to fight this? In complete utter panic, someone asks if this is double S-class power. Absolutely terrifying. Down on the arena, the Tahang formation falls into complete chaos. A teammate frantically asks what they should do. The captain grits his teeth, drawing his sword. He roars they must charge. They must defeat Xu Jingming first. Once Kong Shi and his team advance, all hope is lost. Tension skyrockets. The leader quickly turns and shouts to his glasses-wearing teammate, desperately hoping to find a miracle. Sun Fang, activate the lightning defense now. The entire team rallies, raising their weapons and shields to charge. They rush forward like moths to a flame, yelling with intense spirit. Yet Jingming effortlessly glides through the air. Flashing lightning weaves around him in a spectacular display. He easily dodges every single coordinated strike, slashing nothing but thin air. The rival captain widens his eyes in complete shock, swearing under his breath. Unbelievable. Gliding past his opponents with absolute grace, Jingming wears a highly arrogant smirk. He says using his power feels like bullying, so they should go all out. Show him what they can actually do. Humiliated directly, the captain is absolutely furious. He screams at his team to attack together. The 4 members immediately surround him. They form a tight circle to overwhelm him. However, Jingming simply pivots, swinging his spear in a violent sweep. A massive 360-degree strike. The impact blows all 4 opponents back, sending hot sparks flying everywhere. Spectators gossip excitedly in the stands. 5 against 1. Are they trying to raid a raid boss here? A sweating student analyzes the match. The real problem is they cannot even scratch him. Others click their tongues. Is Tahang really this pathetic this year? How ridiculous. Unbothered by the noise, Jingming casually swings his weapon. He strikes the butt of his spear right into an opponent's face. The guy flies backward. Just then, his teammates run over excitedly, striking epic superhero poses. They yell out that they have finally arrived to help. Reinforcements have arrived. The Tahang captain breaks into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth in complete despair. It is over. Watching from the stands, the slick-back leader of Capital University folds his arms and snorts coldly. They really are absolute trash. They can't even force Xu Jingming to use an S-rank skill. And in just 3 minutes, it is over. Groaning opponents litter the ring as the announcer finally ends the torture. The 4th match is won by Dark Magic University. Down below, the crowd is absolutely stunned. Is it already over? So fast. One guy sighs with regret. He didn't even get his fill of the match yet. Everyone marvels at the Thunder Emperor. His power is terrifying. He can handle this tournament alone. Meanwhile, Qi Liang of Baishan Academy smiles smugly in the stands. He finally feels vindicated, asking if everyone now understands that his academy wasn't weak. No, the truth is, Xu Jingming is just too overpowered. Time flies, and the giant arena screen lights up to signal the next phase of the National University Tournament. On day 8, excited crowds pack the stadium. It is Dark Magic University versus Jincheng University, the match everyone has been waiting for. One girl excitedly shouts that the moment is finally here, and since it is the opening match, she cannot wait. A red-haired guy confidently claims that Jincheng is going to get absolutely crushed. Over in the prep room, their coach seriously goes over the strategy for the final 2 remaining battles, advising they will use their primary lineup. He looks directly at their star player, warning Jingming not to underestimate their opponents or run off alone. The main character gives an obedient nod, agreeing to stick with the team. Meanwhile, out on the stage, outside the announcer fires up the crowd, calling for Dark Magic University and Jincheng University to enter the arena. Both squads walk out confidently, slowly stepping from the dark tunnel into the blinding lights of the arena. Right away, Jincheng's captain Han Shan tries to intimidate Xu Jingming by acknowledging his insane power but mocking his teamwork. He claims that being a double S-class awaken only matters in solo duels, not in a team match. Hearing this, a red-haired girl on Jingming's side scoffs at their ridiculous confidence, wondering where they even get that crazy attitude. She wonders if they have lost their minds, but Jingming remains completely calm and collected, saying they will find out soon. The two teams line up opposite each other, the air thick with tension. Meanwhile, the huge screen above flashes, the matchup in bright letters. But as the crowd looks closer, they notice something incredibly weird. Jincheng actually benched 3 of their star players, replacing them with substitutes instead. People in the crowd are totally confused. One spectator rubs his chin, pointing out they now have 2 supports and 3 long-range attackers. Is Jincheng desperate? It looks like a cheap trick, and if they lose, they are going to get absolutely roasted by the fans. Meanwhile, up in the VIP section, a slicked-back, white-haired old man tries to bait Principal Ling into a bet. He asks if she wants to make a small wager on the outcome. She raises an eyebrow, curious. Smiling slyly, the old man offers to wager a single S-rank cultivation resource on whoever wins the match. Principal Ling rests her chin on her hand, considering the offer, while another onlooker secretly laughs. He is surprised Jincheng has the guts to challenge her, knowing things are about to get very interesting. Ling flips her hair and smiles boldly, declaring that an S-rank resource is way too low for her taste. She demands they wager a double S-class resource instead, which instantly makes the old man break into a cold sweat. He stutters, asking if a double S-class resource is not way too extreme. The long-haired observer simply smirks, impressed by her absolute boldness. A double S-class resource is something even an 8th-rank Grandmaster would crave. She refuses to negotiate, telling him they either bet the double S-class resource or call the whole thing off. Backed into a corner, the old man clenches his fists and accepts wagering the massive prize on Jincheng's victory. Jiang Xuan, the long-haired observer, silently analyzes the situation, knowing his old rival is a crafty old fox. He knows that his opponent never makes a bet unless he is absolutely certain he has a hidden trump card. The guy must have a secret weapon up his sleeve. Luckily, Capital University does not fight Jincheng until tomorrow, giving them the perfect chance to sit back and observe their future rivals. Now the countdown begins. 3, 2, 1, start. Immediately, the Jincheng team begins chanting in unison, linking their energy to cast a massive defensive spell. A giant dome of light envelops their entire formation. Han Shan smirks safely from behind the glowing barrier. He boasts to Xu Jingming, showing off his double S-rank skill Life Resonance, which took him 2 years to master. It reduces any incoming damage by 60% and distributes the rest evenly across the team. Plus, with a healer, they have the ultimate defense. Up in the stands, the tactical analysts nod, completely amazed by this strategy. One to share damage, another to heal wounds. That is the exact role of these 2 main support classes. The other guy clicks his tongue and adds this allows ranged shooters to hide in their shell and stall the enemy to death. The teammate nearby shakes his head in disbelief, completely amazed by this cheap strategy. Standing before this solid turtle shell, their staff-wielding teammate clicks his tongue, shocked that the guy actually learned a double S-rank skill. Even level 5 or 6 experts might not master it. This is absolutely ridiculous. Still completely unbothered, Jingming orders Senior Yao to test things out first. Yao nods confidently, agreeing to take the lead. He waves his hand to summon his ultimate move, a Tier A ice ability called Extreme Frost. Thousands of sharp ice shards erupt, like a raging blizzard, roaring straight toward the opponent's barrier. Instantly, a massive spear of solid ice flies forward with terrifying speed, smashing violently into the glowing defensive wall. The barrier barely ripples from the impact. Inside, Han Shan just stands there with a smug grin, brushing imaginary dust off his sleeve. He mocks them, laughing that their elemental attacks are barely enough to scratch an itch. He challenges them to keep trying, even offering to let them attack completely free of charge for a whole minute. Seeing this arrogant display, the red-haired girl frowns with deep concern, quickly turning to address her teammates. She grinds her teeth, warning them that the enemies have 3 more S-rank elemental defense skills, making this situation incredibly troublesome. It seems like an absolute defense. She proposes charging in to test it herself, but their shield-wielding tank immediately stops her. He warns her that the enemy team has 3 ranged attackers, meaning the incoming damage would simply be too massive to survive. Just as the tension peaks, Xu Jingming steps forward with a smirk, his entire body erupting in blinding, crackling lightning. Since their teacher ordered Formation 1, he decides to give their foes a shocking surprise. Up in the stands, the crowd gasps in disbelief. They wonder if the Thunder Emperor can actually transform now, since they all knew him as a standard lightning user. One experienced viewer analyzes that this must be a rare body tempering technique, while the guy next to him gulps nervously. The guy looks incredibly violent. Still, Han Shan remains tucked safely inside his barrier, trash-talking Xu Jingming with absolute confidence. He shouts that even though Jingming's lightning state boosts his body, it still cannot breach their unbreakable team defense. He tells them to just give up. Staring at that punchable smirk, Jingming coldly replies that the man is far too overconfident. He calls out to Senior Gu to buff him. The red-haired girl immediately agrees, quickly channeling her inner energy. A vibrant red glow pools in her hands, casting an encouraging spiritual light. Armed with this massive power boost, Jingming raises his hand. He points a single finger toward the sky. Lightning from all directions rushes to the tip, forming a dense point of pure destruction. The heavens seem to rip apart as Jingming calmly unleashes his ultimate move, the Thunder God's Finger. Sensing the horrifying pressure from above, the smug grin vanishes from Han Shan's face. His expression twists in absolute terror, and his subordinate beside him stammers in fear. The teammate asks if the aura from that finger is just way too terrifying. Han Shan frantically tries to calm his panicked crew. He orders everyone not to panic and to max out their energy output, promising they can definitely block this strike. They all roar together to pump up their courage. But the moment his words leave his mouth, a giant bolt of lightning, shaped like a divine finger, comes crashing down right onto their heads. In this do-or-die moment, Han Shan desperately pushes his hands upward. He unleashes his final trump card, crying out, "Life Tide." A massive, earth-shattering explosion echoes loudly through the entire stadium. Furious flames and lightning completely swallow the arena. Violent shockwaves sweep over the spectators' stands, leaving the crowd utterly terrified. They scream, wondering what kind of insane skill this is. The energy fluctuations radiating from the blast are simply too overwhelming. Another spectator clasps his hands in awe, claiming he can feel the presence of a literal god radiating from the strike. A nerdy student holds his head, shouting that this is a total miracle. As the thick dust slowly clears, the crowd holds their breath. They whisper, wondering if that ultimate defense was actually shattered. No one knows for sure, and a heavy silence falls over the stadium. When the smoke finally disperses, the scene leaves everyone completely speechless. The entire five-man lineup from Jincheng University lies scattered across the floor like smoked fish. Meanwhile, Jingming stands tall and silent, looking like a sovereign deity. Golden electricity continues to dance brilliantly around his body, and his shining eyes radiate an absolute domineering presence. Han Shan lies face down, spitting blood in pure frustration. Suddenly, the commentator's excited voice breaks the tense silence. All members of Jincheng University have been eliminated. The victorious team of this match is Magic City University. Up in the VIP section, old Jiang Xuan is sweating bullets, bitterly muttering that he cannot believe his team lost so terribly. He gulps in absolute terror, realizing that if the boy is already this monstrous at just the peak of Tier 3, he cannot even begin to imagine how terrifying he will become once he breaks through to Tier 4. Seizing the perfect opportunity to rub salt into the wound, Principal Ling smirks mockingly and begins to tease his rival. Well, Jiang, looks like our Magic City University is one step ahead this time. It is a major loss of face and cash. Jiang Xuan grimaces, lowering his eyes. He swallows the bitter defeat, admitting that he will honor the bet. With that, he raises his hand. A brilliant red fireball containing terrifying power flies out. It is a legendary double S-rank treasure, the Scarlet Flame Spirit Fruit, and now it belongs to her. Principal Ling happily reaches out to claim this incredibly juicy prize. Imagine a treasure that mutates fire abilities. She definitely will not be polite about taking this legendary fruit. Behind them, another sly old master clicks his tongue. He knows Jiang Xuan's heart must be absolutely bleeding right now. Frowning, he evaluates the battle. Xu Jingming's Thunder God's Finger is simply too powerful. He must warn the others. They need to watch out for that move. But then he smirks. It looks like he just won big. Even heaven seems to be smiling on them this year. Fighting last gives them a massive advantage in gathering intel. Back in the Magic City University waiting room, their coach is grinning from ear to ear. He warmly pats Xu Jingming's shoulder. He praises him for a great job. If they beat Capital University tomorrow in the finals, he will double their credits. The team immediately bursts into wild cheers of excitement. Their big muscular teammate smiles widely at the thought of extra credits. With those credits, they will stock up on plenty of high-tier resources before graduation. But as they prepare to leave, their stunning, gorgeous principal suddenly turns around. She beckons Xu Jingming over with an incredibly commanding wave of her hand. She commands him to come over. Without a single word, she tosses him a glowing, sparkling pill. It is a Grade 6 Guiyun pill, an S-rank cultivation resource. Xu Jingming catches it completely dazed and asks what this is about. The clever principal just smirks. She bet a double S-rank resource with Jincheng University on who would win today. Since he secured her victory, this pill is his share. Talk about a principal who knows how to reward her stars. Xu Jingming breaks out in a cold sweat. Do these 8th stage grandmasters have nothing better to do than make insane bets? Even so, he quickly puts on a bright grin, thanking Principal Ling politely. Behind him, his teammates watch in envy. They are practically burning with jealousy over that S-rank resource. The principal clearly favors their captain a lot. Grabbing S-rank loot seems easy as pie for him. Grinning, the young man scratches his head, deciding to push his luck. He asks if she can place bets on his behalf next time, assuring her he is not greedy for anything rare. An S-rank resource would do just fine. Hearing that bold request, his teammate can only stare in absolute horror. He actually has the guts to ask the principal to run bets for him. Has their captain completely lost his mind? Instead of getting angry, she actually smiles and agrees. Xu Jingming immediately cups his hands, thanking her for the favor. His vice-captain claps in utter admiration of his thick skin. He is truly worthy of being their incredibly cool captain. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon arrives. The individual tournament kicks off with the second round of top 8. The announcer calls Sun Jie from Suhan Ability University to the stage. Instantly, the crowd explodes into a deafening roar. His opponent is the heavy favorite to win the entire championship, and the crowd goes absolutely wild, chanting his name. They chant Thunder Emperor over and over. Meanwhile, Sun Ji stands on the other side of the stage, sweating bullets. Gritting his teeth, he mutters that he never expected to face Xu Jingming. Knowing he is facing an absolute monster, he draws his massive greatsword and roars to boost his morale, yelling that he will not run away this time. Xu Jingming just smirks. He looks completely relaxed, strolls over, and notes that the guy has decent fighting spirit. The digital scoreboard flashes a sudden countdown, giving no one time to breathe. 3, 2, go. Instantly, he transforms into a streak of fierce golden lightning, thrusting his crackling spear forward like a god of wrath. Sun Ji's pupils shrink in absolute horror. It is too fast to hesitate. With a loud roar, he tears up the stage and transforms directly into a massive beast. The system interface scans him immediately, revealing his A-rank transformation, the saber-toothed tiger. The beastly tiger man swings his flaming greatsword down with terrifying force, unleashing a brutal strike. Facing this deadly threat, Xu Jingming does not even bother to dodge. He only wears a dark predatory smirk that reveals his sharp fangs. The lightning spear and the flaming sword clash, sending an energy tempest ripping across the entire arena floor. A blinding light explodes like a bomb at the point of contact, but the massive power gap instantly breaks the greatsword. Sun Ji screams in pure agony as he absorbs the brutal recoil of the clash, feeling it hit like a sledgehammer. The massive beast is blown backward like a dry leaf, tumbling and skidding violently across the concrete arena floor. He flies out without any sign of stopping, finally crashing headfirst into the defensive barrier and collapsing to his knees. Blood dripped from the corner of his lips, but he still tried to soothe his bruised ego. Xu Jingming's devastating attack was indeed impossible to block head-on, but at least he did not run this time. Right then, the system's cold voice echoed, bringing this swift battle to a sudden end. Congratulations to Xu Jingming of Magic University for advancing to the top 8. The audience up in the stands was left completely stunned. They were shocked. Just one strike and it is over. He got deleted instantly. It has been a long time since we saw a knockout this clean, especially a knockout this brutal in the top 8. The Thunder Emperor is unmatched, truly legendary. Just look at Sun Ji's sword. It is bent like a cooked shrimp. Trying to block that head-on is pure suicide. Soon the host's lively voice boomed, announcing the third match. The individual tournament is about to begin. Please welcome Yao Fang of Magic University and Wang Qi of Kyoto University to the arena. Down in the waiting area, Xu Jingming patted his teammate's shoulder. Good luck, brother. Try your best to crawl into the top 4. Yao Fang offered a wry smile. Going up against a monster like Wang Qi means I can say goodbye to my top 4 dreams. But the guy quickly pumped himself up, beating his chest. Even if I get absolutely pulverized, I will show them the fiery spirit of our Magic University. The moment they stepped out, the crowd roared their idols' names loud enough to shatter eardrums. Stone Sovereign, Stone Sovereign. Ice Mountain, Ice Mountain. Wang Qi's eyes sharpened as he smirked, thinking he had finally run into a somewhat decent opponent. The match starts on the board and Wang Qi immediately flexed, turning his arms to solid stone while taking a jab at the VIP seats. Xu Jingming, do not think you are the only one with physical refinement techniques. I have got them too. Hearing this, Xu Jingming stroked his chin with interest. Oh, so he is a physical brawler just like me. Up on stage, Wang Qi widened his stance. He unleashed a massive area of effect skill to show off his raw power. Absolute Earth Storm. A massive wave of yellow sand roared forward, swallowing the thin ice barriers of the Ice Mountain guy. Watching that massive wall of sand roll toward him like a steamroller, Yao Fang turned pale and broke into a cold sweat. Before he could even recover, Wang Qi burst through the sandstorm like a literal demon. The stone giant swung his jagged arm down in a lethal strike. Heavy earth slash. Realizing he could not dodge, Yao Fang gritted his teeth and conjured his final shield, but his paper-thin water armor stood absolutely no chance. An earth-shattering collision erupted, sending shattered rocks and water flying everywhere in a massive explosion of force. As the dust cleared, Wang Qi stood tall, brushing off his hands while Yao Fang fell to his knees. The robotic voice of the system boomed again. Congratulations to Wang Qi of Capital University for advancing to the top 8. The crowd erupted into chatter once more. The Stone Sovereign completely dominated this match. Unbelievable. He flattened the top-tier school's ice mountain in the blink of an eye. One Stone Sovereign, one Thunder Emperor. Did this tournament really produce two absolute monsters this year? Their fighting styles are honestly so similar. Having dealt with his opponent, Wang Qi looked up at the stands and taunted loudly. If Xu Jingming can win in one hit, I can do it too. I am looking forward to our battle in tomorrow's finals, so you better show your face. Xu Jingming was left speechless. Behind him, his teammate was fuming at the arrogance as if the championship trophy was already in his pocket. The red-haired girl patted his shoulder to calm him down, saying they should let him brag today. Once they secure the top 4, their captain will teach him a lesson in humility tomorrow. An hour later, the enthusiastic host grabbed the microphone and roared. A massive congratulations to Xu Jingming and Kong Shi of Magic University, along with Wang Qi and Zhou Taiji of Tsinghua University, for making it to the semifinals. The next day, the grand arena for the individual semifinals officially opened its doors. Crowds of students gathered outside, buzzing with excitement like a busy marketplace. Oh my God, is that really the Deputy Director of the National Education Bureau, Wu Yuan? Such a big shot actually came in person to watch, and that is not all. That man over there is the Deputy Commander of the Flame Dragon Legion. It is pretty strange, though. Last year, they had VIP guests, but none of them were as high-ranking as the ones here today. The red-haired girl smirked proudly, guessing it must be because of their cool captain's presence. The silver-haired girl next to her nodded in agreement, muttering that the real big boss had finally arrived. Just when they thought that was everyone, a tall, leggy beauty wearing a gorgeous black qiupo glided toward them from a distance. Her breathtaking presence made everyone around feel like bowing down. Men in black suits stood respectfully, bowing low before the stunning woman. As she approached, greeting her respectfully as Manager Xu Jingming poked his head out, asking in curiosity who that striking woman could be. The red-haired girl next to him immediately switched into encyclopedia mode, explaining that she was the famous manager of Thunder Martial Arts, Xu Jingli. The beauty's sharp eyes swept past them while the red-haired girl continued to rattle off her impressive background. She possessed an S-tier lightning ability, the Jade Clear Divine Thunder, and was a high-tier martial saint. Hearing this, Xu Jingming scratched his head confused. Is the manager of Thunder Martial Arts not a middle-aged man? The red-haired girl sighed, explaining that he was thinking of the previous manager. Su Qiang went missing 4 years ago, and after his disappearance, Su Qingli stepped up to take over the position of administrative position. That news was all over the front page. The young guy named Xu broke a sweat and laughed awkwardly, saying he understood now. Back then he was only in 9th grade, so he never paid attention to the news. The red-haired girl could only facepalm in utter disbelief. 9th grade. Quite a generation gap. Back at the VIP section, Su Qingli stood quietly with her arms tightly crossed. The massive arena. A gray-haired man respectfully approached her, whispering to ask if Supervisor Su had managed to contact Magic University yet, or if she had a chance to speak privately with Xu Jingming. The elegant lady calmly shook her head. She quietly replied that she tried, but Xu Jingming rejected invitations from everyone. The gray-haired man quickly came up with another plan. He suggested reaching out again, believing the kid would jump at the chance if she showed up in person, but she waved it off. There is no need for that, she said. She would personally go find him once the individual tournament was fully wrapped up. Hearing this, the assistant gaped in absolute shock, wondering if she was actually going herself. Their manager was a Tier 9 martial saint. To think she would personally seek out a mere Tier 3 kid like Xu Jingming. Meanwhile, Su Qingli kept her eyes fixed on him. She quietly studied Jingming from a distance, noting his incredibly robust build, which was far superior to any ordinary elite combatant. He even radiated a subtle, beastly aura. It was far beyond what any normal level 3 ability user could ever hope to project. His foundation was incredibly deep and stable, showing zero signs of over-relying on performance drugs. Not bad at all. Right then, the announcer's voice boomed across the entire stadium, declaring the start of the first semifinal match. Based on the brackets, they welcomed Xu Jingming from Magic University and Zhou Taichi from Qingjing Ability University to the Grand Arena. Both fighters casually made their way to the stage under the deafening, earth-shattering cheers of the massive crowd. Fans split into two sides, shouting for the Thunder Emperor and the Fist King. Zhou Taichi smirked. He cracked his knuckles with a wide grin, mentioning that he read Xu Jingming's file. Besides his spear, his hand-to-hand combat looked pretty impressive too. He challenged him to a pure fistfight for today's semifinal match. Hearing this, the crowd immediately went wild. A fist fight. What was Zhu Taichi thinking? There was absolutely no way the Thunder Emperor would agree. Others scoffed, calling it a cheap, amateurish provocation from someone who knew he stood no chance in a regular fight. But to everyone's absolute surprise, Xu Jingming simply wiped his nose with a smirk, completely unbothered by the cheap bait. He agreed, saying he would gladly show off his hand-to-hand skills. This sudden, shocking decision left the entire stadium speechless. People were sweating in disbelief. They couldn't understand why the Thunder Emperor would actually accept such an absurd proposal. Some feared his arrogance would ruin their bets. Game over, they thought. Even Zhu Taichi stood there completely dumbfounded. He asked if Xu Jingming was playing with him, but Jingming only responded with a sharp, dangerous-looking grin. Telling him to believe what he wanted, Jingming stood ready. Fearing a change of heart, Zhu Taichi quickly wiped his hands, laughing internally. He had trained in hand-to-hand combat since age 7. 15 years later, he was almost at the Grandmaster level. Challenging him in a fistfight was like trying to teach a fish how to swim. Up in the VIP stands, one judge smiled. Director Yang Xu Jingming seems awfully confident in his close combat skills, a rival teacher remarked with a smug expression. But if that arrogance makes him stumble, then both champion and runner-up trophies will belong to our Qingjing Academy. Principal Liu, sporting his signature thick beard, only laughed in response, telling them there was absolutely nothing to worry about. He simply would not lose. Just then, the referee's sharp, freezing voice cut through, signaling the start. 3, 2, 1, start. Instantly, Zhu Taichi let out an earth-shattering roar as his muscles bulged and swelled. His eyes turned bloodshot and thick hair sprouted all over his body, transforming him into a monstrous giant demon ape. The massive beast charged forward like a deadly cannonball, aiming a giant heavy fist straight at the motionless Xu Jingming. He unleashed a rapid, relentless flurry of glowing red fists. In the middle of this wild, overwhelming storm of strikes, Xu Jingming casually slipped through every gap completely untouched. He calmly noted that the power was good but lacked speed. Stepping back, his entire body erupted in a blinding surge of lightning. His eyes flashed with raw, proud power as he concentrated all that energy directly into his hand, forming a terrifying, glowing red sphere of pure, crackling electricity. He promised to show him what a real punch felt like. The thunderous strike tore through the air with absolute force, crashing directly into the giant gorilla fist. As they clashed, Zhu Taichi glared in absolute shock, roaring in pure fury. He couldn't believe Xu Jingming actually dared to fight him head-on, but before he could celebrate, the violent lightning erupted. Jingming drove his hand forward, completely crushing his opponent's defense in a massive, blinding flash of pure electrical energy. The explosion completely swallowed the stage. Right at that crucial second, a massive, brilliant lightning avatar suddenly began to manifest. Rising right behind Xu Jingming, it leaves Zhu Taichi completely frozen in shock. Before he can even blink, the lightning phantom throws a devastating uppercut straight into the giant ape's jaw. Taking the full force of that brutal hit, Zhu Taichi coughs up blood and screams out in sheer agony. That single powerful strike forces the titan down onto his knees, leaving the entire arena in absolute chaos. What on earth just happened? Leaving his dazed opponent face-planting onto the dirt, Xu Jingming stands there with his hands in his pockets, looking incredibly cool. Behind him, the magnificent phantom of the thunder god glows with blinding intensity. Zhu Taichi clutches his chest, gasping for air as sweat pours down like rain. His mind is in total panic. Was that really just Xu Jingming's shadow that punched him? Up in the VIP section, things are just as chaotic. One instructor stares with his mouth wide open, wondering what that terrifying thing behind the Thunder Emperor is. A clone, a shadow made entirely of crackling lightning that moves perfectly in sync with his actual body. Even the principal is left demanding to know what that technique is. Dean Liu smiles with immense pride as he explains it. It is an A-grade combat technique called the Thunder Shadow Bone, formed from pure lightning energy to fight right alongside the user. Judging by the kid's sheer mastery, it seems to be at least at the basic level. A single strike from that clone delivers about 30% of the original's damage. Hearing this, a nearby female teacher covers her mouth in shock. Only 30% of his total power, yet it still made Zhu Taichi cough up blood. Down below, the students are also buzzing with excitement. They wonder if the Thunder Emperor's physical strength is really that insane. Is he not supposed to be an elemental-type user? Another student immediately guesses that Xu Jingming must have trained extensively in some hidden body tempering technique. Back on the stage, Zhu Taichi struggles to his feet. He grits his teeth, muttering about how it was an A-grade combat skill after all. That must be the Thunder Shadow Bone. Seeing his opponent still clinging to his stubborn pride, Xu Jingming smirks with a cold challenge. So what if you understand it? Do you honestly think you can block it? Enraged, the giant ape beats his chest like a war drum, roaring that he was only caught off guard because he did not know about it. In a fair fight, he has absolutely nothing to fear. Activating his Thunder War Drum technique, his physical stats boost by 20%. With a massive leap, Zhou Taichi launches himself into the air, bringing down a massive fist wrapped in red energy. Xu Jingming gathers crackling lightning in his own hand, ready to meet him head-on. The two fists collide, unleashing a violent shockwave that sweeps the arena clean and splits the stage right down the middle with raging winds. Even at full power, Zhou Taichi can only stare in absolute shock, sweat dripping. How on earth is this even possible? Is his fist technique really at the advanced mastery level as well? But looking into the cold, sharp gaze of the young Xu, he suddenly realizes the terrifying truth. No, this is not just advanced mastery, this is grandmaster level. Meeting that sheer horror, Xu Jingming smiles, with absolute ruthless delight. Congratulations, you guessed right, and as a reward I am sending you packing right out of this tournament. With that, Xu Jingming unleashes his final blow, transforming all his lightning into a massive roaring electric dragon, Thunder Dragon Fist. The overwhelming power of the attack completely swallows Zhou Taichi, creating a blinding flash of light that blows him away. He is sent flying into the distance. The fight is over, and the giant now lies unconscious and splayed out on the cold floor. The announcer screams with pure excitement, declaring that Zhou Taichi has lost consciousness and congratulating Xu Jingming on winning this semi-final match. Instantly, the crowd erupts like a disturbed beehive. Students raise their hands in the air, cheering wildly for their champion. Long live the Thunder Emperor, he is truly unstoppable. Amid the deafening cheers, Xu Jingming slowly disperses his lightning and sighs with mild boredom. His opponent's fist technique was just too weak, leaving his high hopes completely dashed. Up in the VIP stands, the instructors break into a cold sweat. One of them comments that they all thought Xu Jingming only used his spear, shocked by his sudden display. To think he actually mastered a grandmaster-level fist technique is just completely insane. Honestly, if Zhou Taichi had not suggested this fist fight, they might have never even found out about it. How many more trump cards is this kid still keeping hidden? Seriously, his limits seem totally non-existent. Dean Liu strokes his beard, smugly glancing over at his dark-faced colleague. It seems the truly arrogant one was not Xu Jingming, but your own student Zhou Taichi, Dean Yang. Stung by the bitter mockery, Dean Yang huffs and turns his face away, gritting his teeth in frustration. He snaps back, warning him not to celebrate too early because the finals are still ahead. With Wang Qi there, they have no chance at the crown. Leaving behind that bitter threat, the old dean storms off in a huff, surrounded by an absolute cloud of dark, irritated energy. Heading down to the waiting room, he finds his star pupil Zhou Taichi clutching his chest, supported by Wang Qi. Dean Yang approaches them with a frown. He asks how the injuries are, and Zhou Taichi forces a grimacing smile, saying he is fine as they are only minor flesh wounds. Dean Yang rubs his chin thoughtfully for a moment before advising his remaining student, noting that it seems Xu Jingming still held back some of his strength. He tells Wang Qi to try and avoid causing any permanent damage in the upcoming finals, as long as he still secures the victory. Hearing his master's instructions, Wang Qi cracks his knuckles with absolute confidence, flashing that familiar, incredibly arrogant smile of his. He reassures his teacher that he will not be that heartless. Tucking himself away in a quiet corner, Wang Qi smirks as he consoles himself. After all, this is just a friendly tournament, not some life-or-death blood feud. Plus, he's a double S rank user. If he accidentally beats him to death, the higher-ups will skin him alive. Then the virtual screen suddenly lights up. The announcer's voice booms across the arena as the holographic names flash. It is time for the second semifinal matchup. Welcome Xinjiang University's star Wang Qi and Kong Shi from Magic U. Just 5 minutes later, it's already over. Shattered shield. Kong Shi is on his knees, surrendering immediately as the system announces a massive victory for Wang Qi. He's moving straight to the grand finals. In exactly 1 hour, the ultimate clash of the tournament will begin. Watching Wang Qi walk away triumphantly from the dark tunnel, Xu Jingming smiles. "Don't disappoint me," he quietly whispers. Meanwhile, Principal Ling rests her chin on her hand, staring intently at the files. She's analyzing the upcoming combat stats. A near S-rank fighter at Elite Tier 4 facing an Elite Tier 3 double S rank. This is a crazy matchup. This battle will surely break the internet. Honestly, the hype online is already reaching an absolute fever pitch. Sensational headlines are everywhere. Will Magic U reclaim their lost glory, or will Xinjiang crush them once again? Elite Tier 3 versus Tier 4. Who wins the individual title? At the live studio, the news anchor finally goes live. She wonders if a double S rank awakener can actually overcome a rival who sits a whole tier above him. Netizens are furiously spamming the comment sections. Keyboards are clattering. Fans are losing their minds over this fight. 19 years old and already in Elite Tier 3. Insane. It's the first time many have seen a double S rank. Missing this is not an option. Wang Qi is the tournament's ultimate dark horse. Meanwhile, in a distant quiet lab, the beautiful Chu Xuan holds up a test tube, smiling as she cheers for Jingming through the live broadcast screen. Fight hard. Exactly 1 hour later, a massive 3D holographic announcer boots up and starts roaring to the crowd. He apologizes for the wait and welcomes everyone back to the 8th day of this National University tournament. The individual finals are officially starting. The MC throws his microphone aside, pointing directly down at the grand arena. He passionately introduces the pride of Xinjiang University, Wang Qi, and the legendary Xu Jingming representing Magic U. The steel gates slide open. Wang Qi steps out with a massive greatsword, looking completely smug and full of himself. Fans are screaming themselves, hoarse chanting Stone Lord over and over. But on the opposite side, the atmosphere changes. Jingming walks out casually with hands in his pockets, exuding pure power as the crowd chants, Thunder Emperor in unison. Two absolute monsters. Standing face to face in the center of the massive open arena, the air around them instantly freezes. Pure tension. Wang Qi tilts his head back arrogantly, bragging that his opponent is finally going to taste real defeat. He declares that glory will absolutely belong to Xinjiang University. No one can stop them now, apparently. Jingming swings his spear forward, unbothered by the loud trash talk. One eye flashes with brilliant blinding blue lightning. Show me your strength, he mockingly counters. Above them, the giant electronic screen flashes, starting the final countdown. The countdown ends. 3, 2, 1, go. Right at the opening second, Jingming transforms into a bolt of golden lightning. He streaks forward, swinging his spear down with roaring thunder to unleash his absolutely devastating ultimate lightning slash. Facing the storm, Wang Qi grins widely and braces himself. He immediately activates his heavy earth armor defense. Orange energy erupts. His body is suddenly enveloped in thick, jagged rock armor, looking like a giant, spiky hedgehog. A thunderous collision explodes. The lightning spear slams directly into the rock armor, caving in the arena floor completely. Sparks fly. Stone fragments scatter everywhere. On the spectator stands, the crowd gasps in absolute disbelief at the impact. Is this really a college tournament? It feels like watching two elite Tier 5 pros tearing each other apart. These students are too overpowered. A spectator sweats and quickly corrects his friend, pointing out one key detail. One of them is just a freshman. Back on the arena, Jingming leaps high, spinning to launch a massive strike. He thrusts his lightning spear straight down. Wang Qi laughs maniacally as he prepares to take the hit head-on. A lightning spear is completely useless against him. He boasts that his earth element naturally hard counters Jingming's electric powers. He growls, channeling power into his spiked arm to slam the ground and summon a sharp stone wall shooting upward. Another blinding explosion tears through the arena, sending tons of crushed rock flying before the dust can even clear. Wang Qi stomps and charges forward using explosive force to propel his massive body. It's my turn, he roars. Activating his explosive steps, he swings his massive rock-covered arm to unleash a devastating wind-tearing earth slash. Refusing to back down, Jingming channels all his blinding lightning into his spear, spinning to launch a massive counterstrike. A brilliant strike. The lightning windbreaker. His spear thrusts forward with terrifying power, piercing straight through a massive wave of rock, creating a devastating shockwave. This blast forces both back, sending them sliding across the completely shattered arena floor. Wang Qi digs his hand into the dirt. He struggles to balance. How could a mere D-tier skill block his own? A tier ultimate. Something is definitely wrong here. This makes no sense. Seeing his opponent spiraling into pure confusion, Jingming smirks smugly as lightning crackles around him. He taunts, asking if Wang Qi is scared and where his pride went. Did a dog eat it? Without giving him a single second to think, Jingming aims his spear and lunges forward like a flash of lightning. They clash again. Savage close-range blows push the pace of this battle to a breathless level. Deflecting every deadly thrust, Wang Qi grits his teeth, sweat pouring down. The sheer force of these strikes is unreal. Summoning all his strength, he roars to block the onslaught. He leaps back to the very edge to regroup. Catching his breath, Wang Qi glares with sharp eyes. He smirks, admitting that Xu Jingming is indeed incredibly strong. But immediately after he clasps his hands, muscles bulge as earth and energy erupts around him for one final showdown. He yells out, ready to show his true power, the Earth Guardian. With a deafening roar, Wang Qi is enveloped in spiky blazing stone armor. He leaps high like a falling star, bringing down a devastating smash on Xu Jingming, who stands on active defense. Totally unfazed, the young man calmly raises his spear horizontally, channeling brilliant lightning to successfully block the giant stone claws crashing down from above. Right at the moment of impact, both rebound. They instantly charge back like cannonballs, trading furious blows in a wild clash that triggers shockwaves tearing the air apart. Up close, Wang Qi relentlessly presses his advantage with savage strikes. Meanwhile, Jingming stands his ground firmly. He skillfully spins his spear to deflect every single lethal blow. The crowd watches, completely stunned. One guy wipes his sweat, muttering that Xu Jingming's spear play has reached Grandmaster level. Another spectator stammers in agreement, pointing out that mastering both fist and spear techniques at Grandmaster rank is terrifying. His talent is absolutely unreal. Seriously, watching these two clash is pure hype. This wild battle catches the eyes of Xu Jingming. She blinks her phoenix eyes, quietly realizing that Jingming's close combat prowess is incredibly destructive. Back on stage, Wang Qi swings his heavy claws like a madman. He sweats quickly, calculating his next move. His Earth Guardian form will only last another 5 minutes at most. He needs to finish this fight right now. Meanwhile, Jingming feels a wave of anxiety. He has used up over half his energy and his stamina is dropping. Yet the guy is still standing. Deciding to go all in, Wang Qi gathers every last drop of his energy, shaping it into a massive swirling stone tornado. He rips his collar and roars that if Jingming had another year, he would easily lose. But right now, there is simply no way he can block this devastating ultimate move. Facing that intense threat, Jingming simply raises his spear. Violent lightning erupts around him. He smirks playfully. What a coincidence, he says, because he also has a secret technique he has been saving. Block it and you win. Wang Qi unleashes his massive aerial strike, mountain-shattering slash. At that exact moment, Jingming counters with his own ultimate, piercing the heavens from below with his sky-piercing lightning strike. The two highly destructive forces collide, creating a blinding explosion that rocks the entire stadium, blowing everything away as a massive pillar of energy tears through the dome roof, shooting straight into the clouds. As the thick dust slowly clears, it reveals the ruined arena where both fighters stand far apart after that earth-shattering impact. Facing the harsh reality, Wang Qi looks down in utter shock at a massive charred hole in his shirt, muttering in disbelief. How is this even possible? Unable to stand for another second, Wang Qi collapses face first, holding on to one last thought. That spear of his was just way too fast. Jingming smirks in triumph as the loud announcement booms across the entire stadium. Wang Qi has lost consciousness, meaning the victory officially belongs to Jingming, the new champion of the National Intercollegiate Individual Tournament. Amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd, Jingming turns and walks away looking cool as hell. Behind him, a massive sea of fans goes wild, screaming his title, Thunder Emperor. Up in the stands, Qiu Yun clasps her hands together and squeals, celebrating his first-place victory. In another corner of the arena, his friends are cheering just as loudly. One proudly brags about her cousin shining out there, while another screams that the guy is a total monster. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a sleek high-tech lab. A mysterious girl holding a chemical flask makes a silent resolve. She resolved to speed up her training. Once she earned her level 3 alchemist license, she would go find him, go search for him. Back at the arena, Jingming's teammates were absolutely thrilled, cheering for their leader in sheer excitement. Their captain won, showing his true worth. Meanwhile, their coach smirked with crossed arms, already calculating his next big move. One more victory in the upcoming match and Magic Capital University would secure the overall championship of this tournament. In stark contrast to the wild celebration, their opponents stood frozen and pale, completely shattered by the embarrassing defeat. Speechless and completely crushed. Seeing his students totally deflated, the opposing coach quickly stepped up to comfort them. He patted their shoulders, telling them not to lose hope because they still had tomorrow's team battle against Magic Capital. Since Wang Qi's injuries would heal overnight, they still had a real shot at redemption. Just then, the rival principal approached. He offered congratulations to Principal Ling, who politely thanked him for the tough match, keeping things quite classy. She praised Wang Qi's impressive performance, but as she turned away, she sighed, wishing that Xu Ping had actually accepted her bet. What a shame, he refused. Meanwhile, outside the arena lobby, the main character stepped out, only to get instantly swarmed by reporters. Scouts and media crowded around him like crazy. People yelled to get the champion Xu Jingming on the front page tonight. Companies desperate to recruit him were screaming about sponsorship deals for their famous sword martial arts brand. They had to sign him no matter what. Seeing the absolute chaos, Su Qingli stepped up to greet an old friend. She asked Principal Ling for a quick moment to speak with Xu Jingming, privately bypass all the shouting reporters. The principal readily agreed. No need to squeeze through a suffocating crowd when you have a bit of magic. A glowing spatial magic circle suddenly enveloped Jingming, preparing to sneak him out cleanly. Witnessing this instant teleportation trick, the surrounding crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. One poor reporter holding his microphone was left completely empty-handed. He swore in anger, realizing someone had just snatched his golden ticket. Their performance bonus was as good as gone. Escaping the chaos, Xu Jingming touched down smoothly onto a glowing magic circle inside a highly luxurious room. Waiting for him in the center of the room were two stunning, powerful women. The principal smiled gently. This is Director Xu Qingli of the Thunder Dojo under the Ultimate Technology Group. You probably know her. Jingming politely bowed, greeting the director with respect. Seeing his formal behavior, Xu Qingli warmly waved off his stiffness. Telling him they were all old friends, she invited him to sit down so they could talk comfortably. Settled on the sofa, she went straight to the point, praising how a peak Tier 3 fighter like him defeated a peak Tier 4 opponent while mastering high-tier skills. His performance was truly breathtaking, prompting her to make an offer. She asked if he wanted to join their Thunder Dojo. Jingming just scratched his head with a polite, sheepish smile. He politely declined, explaining he had not graduated yet, but the director was already steps ahead, offering an instant counter. Why wait? She pointed out that he could easily apply for early graduation from Magic Capital University at any time. Jingming looked at his principal in complete surprise, questioning whether the university actually allowed early graduation. She nodded, confirming he could indeed apply for it, though the process still required formal school approval. Seeing the young man show genuine interest, Xu Jingming crossed her legs smoothly, adding a bit of fuel to the fire. She argued that wasting 4 whole years at the university made absolutely no sense for someone of his caliber. After all, university resources were mostly designed for students below level 4 while he was already nearly there. Hearing her friend gently downplay the university's resources, the principal could only nod in quiet agreement. It was true. Hardly any student managed to cross into level 4 even by their senior year. Sealing the deal with an incredibly sweet pitch, the gorgeous director painted a massive picture of their sheer dominance. Their Thunder Dojo possessed massive global influence, boasting several level 9 martial saints and incredibly vast training resources. More importantly, every single director in their history was a lightning ability user just like him. They had tens of thousands of exclusive lightning-based skill manuals waiting for him. Hearing this, Jingming fell deep into thought. His eyes flashed with quiet calculation. Thanks to his deep blue system, normal resources did not matter much. But rare skill manuals were a completely different story. Sensing his hesitation, Xu Jingming immediately pushed harder. She leaned in, sweetening the deal by promising 4 major perks if he agreed to join their ranks. She held up her fingers, listing out the jaw-dropping benefits one by one with a confident smile. First, an operating fund of 100 million Grand Yang Zhenqian coins monthly. Second, instant access to their top-tier training camp. At the global headquarters of the Thunder Dojo, before the young student can even catch his breath, the female director drops her last 2 bombshells. Number 3 is free access to view all combat skills inside the Thunder Dojo, which includes S-Class, Double S-Class, and Triple S-Class skills. Fourth, you will become her direct disciple, and she, a magic saint, will personally oversee your training. Hearing this incredibly tempting offer, young Xu breaks into a cold sweat as he quickly analyzes the situation. The first 2 benefits are pretty standard, but that third one is incredibly tempting. As for the fourth offer, while thinking it over, he spots a contradiction, so Jingming quickly asks if she is not a level 9 martial saint and what a magic saint actually means. Hearing this, the female director raises her eyebrows in surprise and asks him if he really has no idea about that. Principal Ling stands nearby and smiles to help her student out. She explains that Xu Jingming has always trained in close combat under Yang Zhenqian at the Weapon Academy, so it is completely normal that he does not know. Seeing the boy looking confused, the principal kindly explains further. A magic saint is the ancient title for a level 9 elementalist, while martial saint is for level 9 martial artists. In the way the ancient civilization classifies ability users, those who specialize in close combat are martial artists, while those who are good at ranged combat are considered elementalists. The elegant Xu Jingming then chimes in to explain the details more thoroughly. She says that although they can be simply categorized by close combat or ranged fighting in reality, only those ability users who have successfully mastered spirit-refining combat skills can truly be called real elementalists. Sitting with her legs elegantly crossed on the sofa, the powerful director continues to share this crucial piece of knowledge. These spirit-refining combat skills are quite similar to body-tempering ones, with the main difference being that they train the mind. Only those ability users with a mental strength reaching 6,000 Hz are actually capable of learning these skills, spirit-refining combat skills. This level of mental power requires a person to reach Tier 5, which is why universities do not offer courses on spirit-refining combat skills. Then Xu Jingming directly throws down her ultimate irresistible bait. She confidently raises her hand, saying that spirit-refining combat skills are also ranked, and if he joins her Thunder Dojo, she is willing to teach him a double S-rank spirit-refining skill, which is currently the highest-ranking one on the planet. Hearing this, our male lead is secretly shocked. Double S-rank, he takes a deep breath to calm his mind after hearing these insane benefits. Xu Jingming calmly replies, asking Director Xu if she can give him some time to think things over. The female director smiles generously and nods, saying of course, her promise has no expiration date. She highly recommends he come find her as soon as his mental strength hits 6,000 Hz to avoid wasting precious study time. Hearing this, the male lead obediently says he understands and thanks her, with their negotiation ending on a high note. Jingming politely bows to bid the 2 seniors goodbye, saying he will excuse himself first. Watching the young man's departing figure, as he disappears behind the door, Xu Jingming turns to her old friend with a smirk, noting that his student is pretty cautious. The female principal proudly raises her chin to praise her star student, saying he is currently the #1 student at their Madu University. Both his character and strength are absolute top tier. Hearing her boastful tone, the black-haired beauty teases her, asking if it is really her university. Gently lowering her eyelashes and playing the victim, Xu Jingming pouts and complains, saying that only 30 years have passed and her friend has already completely forgotten about their Thunder Dojo. She adds that she thought they were best friends. Hearing the past brought up, Principal Ling frowns deeply as she snaps back, saying that is exactly why she must forget it, asking if she wants their dojo to be harassed by the Li family again. The female director is slightly startled and repeats the name of the Li family, her eyes flashing with a bone-chilling cold. The domineering level 9 magic saint confidently declares that sooner or later she will deal with them. Changing her mood in a heartbeat, she wraps her arms around the female principal from behind and whispers in her ear, saying that, actually, she did not just return for Xu Jingming, she came back because she needs her too. Caught off guard, Principal Ling lets out a helpless, affectionate sigh, complaining that she not only steals her student but wants her too, calculating everything perfectly. But then the smile quickly fades from the principal's face. She gently pulls her friend's hands away and sighs, telling her to forget about it. The moment she returns, the Li family will probably catch wind of it and come looking, and she does not want to deal with them, nor does she want the Thunder Dojo caught in the middle. Hearing her friend hesitate, Xu Jingming releases a powerful, imposing aura with magic swirling majestically around her. She firmly declares they wouldn't dare because 3 years ago she had just broken through to level 9 and taken over as director, leaving her foundation shallow, which is why she was wrong back then. But now, even if the Li family had 10 times the courage, they would never dare to. Pulling back her overwhelming pressure, the beautiful director drops an irresistible bait. She mentions that their Thunder Martial Arts Hall recently recruited a rare student. This new recruit has a Class A space-type ability. She tells the principal that it would be best for her to personally train the young talent. Hearing about a space system prodigy, the principal's eyes light up with immediate interest. A rare find like that is hard to ignore. Intrigued by the challenge, she ponders the offer for a moment. She promises to give it some deep thought before rendering a final answer. Meanwhile, young Xu Jingming is busy catching up with his heavily bearded mentor, Yang Zentian. He lays out everything that just happened. Hearing the news, the older man gasps in disbelief. 4 major conditions. Thunder Martial Arts Hall is really going all out this time. Still, the veteran coach advises his student to wait. It is smarter to hear what the Wild Bear group offers before making a final choice. Slipping his hands into his pockets to look cool, Jingming asks a sharp question. Does Wild Bear have a double S-rank soul training skill? Uncle Yang clicks his tongue and shakes his head. They do not. He admits that according to his intel, such a technique is incredibly scarce. In fact, the Thunder faction might be the only ones in the entire country who possess it. Hearing this perfect answer, the young man smiles. Determination flashes in Jingming's eyes as a confident smirk spreads across his face. It looks like Thunder Martial Arts Hall is the perfect fit. Looking at it this way, he feels the Thunder faction is definitely the right choice. Surprised by the quick decision, his teacher chimes in. He points out that Jingming usually hates the long-range bombardment style commonly used by elemental magic wielders. Jingming chuckles and reminds him that he already knows 2 powerful lightning skills. He asks when he should graduate and make the move. Seeing his student get ahead of himself, the older man pats his shoulder. There is no need to rush into things just yet. The soul training technique requires a mental strength rating of at least 6,000 H. Jingming needs to level up his mind first. He must reach the mid-4 or peak stage first. Only then will the resources of Mado University start to lose their effectiveness for him. The young student nods along in agreement. For now, he decides to focus all his attention on securing a win in tomorrow's team match. The next day, inside a massive roaring stadium, the sheer volume of the crowd makes the ground tremble with raw excitement. Fans scream from Mado University, chanting their name at the top of their lungs. The atmosphere is absolutely electric as the finals begin. The announcer's voice booms over the speakers, introducing their fierce opponents, who also boast an undefeated 8-0 record. They are the team from Qingjing Ability University. As soon as they step onto the field, their captain frowns in sheer confusion. Zhou Taiji looks at the opposing side and blinks. The lineup Mado University is putting out today is incredibly bizarre. While his teammates stand confidently in a straight line, Jingming is positioned way in the back, acting as their rear guard. The crowd starts buzzing with gossip, pointing out that the star player has retreated. They wonder if Mado is reusing an old strategy, specifically the infamous one-hit kill tactic they used against Jin Da. That finger strike is powerful, but there is a catch. The previous team only lost because they stood too close together. Fans agree that the Qingjing squad will not fall for it. Watching closely from the VIP section, Xu Jingming studies the field. She wonders if Mado plans to use Jingming as a long-range threat. It seems pretty strange considering everyone knows he is a dedicated melee fighter who excels at close combat. The opposing captain narrows his eyes trying to figure out the game plan. Why is Jingming keeping so much distance? Smiling confidently, the captain realizes this actually works in his favor. He can wipe out the rest of Mado first. It will secure them an easy victory. Without making the crowd wait any longer, the referee steps up and signals the start. The countdown hits 0 and the battle begins. Instantly, Jingming calls out to his teammate, asking Senior Gu for a quick buff. The platinum-haired girl nods and unleashes her skill. A beam of pure, holy light instantly wraps around our hero. As crackling lightning begins to gather around Jingming, the opposing team charges forward completely unfazed by his stance. They mock him, shouting that they are not like Jin Da. That cheap finger trick will not work on them at all. Hearing their taunts, Jingming merely flashes a dangerous smirk. Now watch, he is about to unleash a completely different spell. It is the Heavenly Thunder Art. A massive roaring pillar of lightning crashes down from the sky, striking right in their midst. The terrifying blast leaves the spectators completely frozen. Those caught in the direct hit scream as raw electricity consumes them. Fans gasp in disbelief, sweating at the size and speed of the lightning. That strike was just incredibly massive. Getting hit by that would probably vaporize a level 4 fighter on the spot. It is a terrifying display of power. Gritting his teeth in a cold sweat, Zhou Taiji realizes they fell for a trap. This isn't the finger trick at all. They got completely outplayed. Even worse, how on earth did he manage to cast such a high-tier spell so quickly? Panicking, a teammate asks what their next move should be. Taiji quickly forces himself to calm down and take control. He barks out orders telling them not to panic because a massive spell like that must have a long cooldown. He tells his teammate to hold back Kong Shi while he deals with Shen Dongling. Zhou Taiji stomps his foot hard on the ground. He summons a row of sharp earth spikes, shooting them forward, but before they can strike, a sudden burst hits. A burst of flame slams straight into his teammate's face. Blown back by the sudden shockwave, she's completely sent flying. She hits the dirt, completely knocked out. Zhou Taiji stares up at the sky, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Another lightning strike. How is he casting this incredibly fast? Suddenly, a terrifying explosion of thunder crashes down. Lightning tears through the entire arena. Mado's giant beastman Kong Shi opens his massive mouth and roars with excitement. While their opponents are panicking, the Mado team members just stand around casually enjoying the show. They laugh about how brutal the fight is. Their captain's insane lightning is just way too overpowered. Sure enough, the battered members of the Qingjing team are scattered across the ground, groaning in pain. They wonder if he's literally spamming that spell. Even their leader Zhou Taiji can barely stand. He watches his teammates fall one by one. Suddenly, a cold voice calls out to Wang Ji. Kong Shi has fully transformed into a giant bear. His rank A enhancement ability is truly terrifying. He asks if Wang Ji really wants to keep resisting. The seductive fox girl Shen Dongling steps forward. She smiles dangerously. Her rank A ability, Demon Moon Blood, makes her an incredibly deadly threat. She reminds him that getting struck by lightning on top of his existing injuries would be brutal. Under this crushing pressure, the Qingjing captain bites his lips, sweating heavily in complete and utter helplessness. Swallowing his pride, he closes his eyes. Defeat is guaranteed anyway, so saving their remaining energy is smarter. He shouts out that their team officially surrenders. Instantly, the commentator's voice explodes through the speakers. Qingjing surrenders. Mado University wins the team match. The giant screen instantly flashes the official final results. The glowing words declare Mado University as the champions. Crowds of excited people erupt in roaring cheers. Up on the podium, the entire Mado team waves to a massive roaring sea of passionate fans. The crowd goes wild. Mado is the best. Everyone knew they would pull off this epic victory. Fans scream for the powerful Thunder King. Watching from a distance, the beautiful Su Qingli smiles in approval. She is highly impressed by Xu Jingming's incredible top-tier talent and long-range magic combat. Going down the elementalist path won't hinder his close combat skills either. She must absolutely recruit him. Meanwhile, their bearded mentor Yang Zentian rubs his chest, finally letting out a massive sigh of relief. He can finally relax. Meeting up with his star student, he pats him warmly on the shoulder. He praises Xu Jingming, reminding him that only the final crucial survival match remains in the tournament. Their school has never won all 3 events at once. He hopes they can do it. The young master confidently smiles and tells his mentor to leave the rest of it to him. He has been waiting for this survival match. It is the perfect chance to farm points. As he daydreams about crushing monsters, his teammates walk up to him with a fun proposal. They tell him that since tomorrow is a day off, they are all heading downtown together. They ask if he wants to join them, but Xu Jingming politely waves them off. The beautiful Shen Dongling claps her hands, smiling slyly as she exposes his real plans. She laughs, pointing out that his girlfriend has been waiting for him for days. The others laugh, realizing they completely forgot. Exposed, Xu Jingming can only offer a sheepish smile. He waves goodbye and takes his leave. The scene transitions to a dimly lit room. Our shirtless main character is enjoying a relaxing magical massage from his beautiful girlfriend Kyu Yun. She gently asks how the high-grade body-forging liquid feels, curious about the effects. He replies that it works incredibly well but feels bad about constantly using her resources. Xu Yun blinks her beautiful eyes gently, complaining about why he is still being so polite. She wraps her arms tightly around his broad shoulders, leaning in close with a warm smile. She whispers softly into his ear, suggesting that if he really wants to make it up to her, he should stay tonight. Faced with this incredibly dangerous temptation, the young man simply smirks, fully aware of her intentions. A devilish smirk plays on his lips as he nods in agreement. Soon the quiet night wraps around the luxurious villa, concealing the sweet and exhausting secrets of the young couple. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the resting quarters of the Jindat team. A long-haired, scarred man enters the room asking the elderly Vice Principal Z, "Did you need something from me?" The old man calmly sips his tea before getting straight to the point. "It is nothing major. I just want Team Jindat to cooperate with us in the upcoming survival match." Standing up abruptly from his chair, the long-haired man shrugs and speaks bluntly as the Vice Principal knows Madu's momentum this time is truly too fierce. Without an alliance, the survival match championship will surely go to them. And if they win, so be it. Hearing that passive attitude, the long-haired representative scowls and presses further, pointing out that if they let them take all 3 championships this year, it will severely damage future student recruitment for both of their prestigious academies. He asks if the old man has even considered this issue. Hit right where it hurts, the elderly Vice Principal closes his eyes in deep thought. Seeing him waver, the long-haired man raises a finger to offer an incentive. He promises they won't have to work for free if the Vice Principal agrees to join forces and crush Madu. Every single member of his team will receive a premium peak A-grade cultivation resource. Hearing this, the Vice Principal Z gestures in surprise, noting that 8 peak A-grade resources is an incredibly generous offer. The long-haired representative sighs helplessly, admitting he has no other choice. Rubbing his face under immense pressure, the Qingjing representative confesses his struggles. He is responsible for all of Qingjing's academic affairs this year. The failed exchange program was already a massive disaster, and if they leave this alliance tournament completely empty-handed as well, he simply will not be able to survive the fallout. Sharing a goal to overthrow the reigning champions, they seal the deal in the shadows. But Vice Principal Z has one condition. He agrees, but after they eliminate Madu, whoever claims the ultimate crown will have to rely on their own strength. The long-haired representative smiles smugly, wishing for a successful partnership. A sinister gleam flashes in his eyes as he plots. He figures 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands, and honestly, he might be right. Soon the 20th of the month finally arrives. Roaring cheers echo through the packed stadium as the highly anticipated survival match officially begins. The crowd goes wild as the atmosphere reaches a fever pitch, eager for the bloodiest, most violent battles of the year. Spectators scream that they cannot wait any longer, wondering who among the elite will hunt down the most beasts. Up in the stands, Chu Yun is breaking a sweat. Her face is flushed with worry over the unpredictable survival match. She and Jingming had spent a very exhausting night together, and she wonders if that will affect his performance today. Noticing her friend's face is as red as a tomato, the bespectacled girl sitting nearby quickly asks Chu Yun if she is all right. Flustered, Chu Yun clasps her hands together and stammers that she is fine. Suddenly, a booming voice cuts through the chatter. The dapper commentator clears his throat over the microphone, spreading his arms wide to command the crowd's full attention. He loudly welcomes everyone back to the grand finale of the National University Alliance Tournament, the ultimate survival match. A massive holographic screen instantly flashes to life, displaying a giant map of the competition grounds as the details begin. The arena is set inside a massive dungeon spanning 400 square kilometers, pre-stocked by the event organizers with thousands of level 3, level 4, and even level 5 beasts. On screen, the savage monsters roar as the rules play out. 80 elite competitors will fight for survival over 10 grueling days, hunting down beasts to rack up points. Slaying higher-level beasts yields significantly higher scores, but the commentator quickly highlights a brutal rule to ramp up the tension. The survival match strictly permits direct combat between the participants, adding a dangerous layer of suspense to the game. Any student who voluntarily surrenders or triggers their defensive sphere will be instantly eliminated from the entire competition. Upon defeat, half of their accumulated score is transferred directly to the victor, driving the crowd into an absolute frenzy. Who doesn't love a good backstabbing tournament plot? The spectators are absolutely living for the upcoming drama. To satisfy the audience's hunger for non-stop action, a state-of-the-art surveillance camera network has been deployed. High-precision cameras now cover every single corner of the arena, ensuring viewers do not miss a single clash. The atmosphere turns incredibly tense as the countdown clock begins and the commentator roars with pure excitement. The match is officially underway. Let us tune into the cameras and check on our top contenders. The massive screen immediately zooms in on the cold, sharp face of Xu Jingming displaying his starting rank. Standing deep inside a dense forest, the young warrior grips his spear tightly, his eyes flashing with determination. With a fierce urge to fight, he thinks to himself, "Let's get this started, I can't wait any longer." Just as those words cross his mind, the notification from his wrist device rings like an opening whistle. The survival battle begins, and all movement restrictions are now officially lifted for all participants. Instantly unleashing his full lightning power, Xu Jingming tears through the forest, letting out a wild, roaring battle cry to the beasts that he is coming for them. Rocketing forward at breakneck speed, Xu Jingming instantly runs into a pack of ferocious forest wolves, baring their fangs and staring him down warily. Without wasting a single breath, he leaps into the air and rains down a storm of bright blue lightning, leaving the wild beasts screaming in agony. Watching his prey struggle helplessly in vain, the young warrior grins with excitement, his spear spinning and lighting up the entire forest. He channels his power even further, causing violent orange bolts of electricity to erupt wildly from the tip of his spear. He brings it crashing directly down onto the scattered wolves fleeing below. A massive pillar of lightning strikes the earth, shaking the ground violently, vaporizing everything in its path and roasting the beasts into a crisp in an instant. Landing gracefully like a divine being, our main character turns and walks away, leaving behind a trail of complete devastation and bloody carcasses. His system immediately floods his ears with score notifications. Defeated 1 Tier 3 Peak Stage Wind Wolf, 45 energy points added. Defeated 1 Early Tier 4 Wind Wolf, 211 energy points added. Defeated 1 Late Tier 3 Wind Wolf, 39 energy points added, and so on. Watching his score skyrocket on the screen, Xu Jingming looks back with a deeply satisfied grin, muttering how amazing it feels, yet he's still not quite satisfied. He launches himself forward again to hunt down his next targets, shouting with pure excitement to keep the momentum going. Just like that, 3 days quickly pass. Deep in the thick forest, a team member spots his leader and asks in confusion, "Captain Han, you're finally here, but why do you look so beat up?" The support team member scratches his head with a bitter smile, trying to defend himself. This survival match is basically a playground for combat types, but for a support user like him, just staying alive this long is already an absolute miracle. Hearing this, the captain of Qingjing University smirks confidently, suggesting they team up. "Captain Han, tag along with us. From now on, we'll find our teammates first, and then we will eliminate Madu." Thrilled to have found such reliable backup, Captain Han firmly shakes his hand, saying he looks forward to working together. As the three of them venture deeper into the forest, they begin chatting, and one member can't help but marvel. "Thinking back, having our vice principals order an alliance between our two schools to fight Madu is a first in history." The teammate beside him sighs and shakes his head, replying that they didn't really have any other choice. That guy, Xu Jingming, is just way too terrifying, racking up over 6,000 points by only the third day. Staring at the virtual ranking board, the member's eyes widen in sheer horror as he screams, asking if this is some kind of sick joke. He really broke past the 6,000 point mark. Captain Han strokes his chin, adding another chilling piece of information. From what he's seen, the guy hasn't rested for even a single second, leaving his companions completely speechless. Captain Zhou Taizi sneers in disdain, silently wondering why Xu Jingming is bothering to hunt down so many wild beasts. After all, the final results will entirely depend on the massive showdown during the final 3 days anyway. The muscular fighter beside him nods in agreement, adding that no matter how many beasts Xu Jingming slays on his own, it is all completely useless if he gets defeated in the end. All those points he's farming will just be delivered straight to them. Up in the VIP stands, the crowd is once again going absolutely wild, screaming with their jaws dropped in shock. The Thunder Emperor's hunting efficiency is utterly terrifying, and he's doing all of this without taking a single break to sleep. He was only at 4,000 points last night, but he's already broken 6,000 this morning. Suddenly, a loud shout draws everyone's attention to the main screen, telling them to stop focusing on the Thunder Emperor and look at Qingjing and Jinda. They have officially formed an alliance. Madu is completely finished. It seems Qingjing and Jinda have thrown sportsmanship right out the window. Over in the VIP faculty section, the smug vice principal of Qingjing steps forward to propose a little wager. "Principal Ling, didn't you decline all previous betting invitations? Do you want to place a bet on this survival match? I am betting on our Qingjing to win." Principal Ling merely smiles with quiet pride, calmly nodding her head. "Sure, since this is the final match, let's go big or go home. I bet 1 double S-tier resource, plus an S-tier resource, staking it all on our Madu team to take the ultimate victory." Hearing such an insane price, the rival vice principal gasps in shock, thinking she must have some serious guts to bet that much. But remembering the clever alliance they had already set up, the old man smiles to himself, confident in their victory. With a sinister grin, he thinks that no matter how extraordinary Xu Jingming is, there is absolutely no way he can win. He then loudly accepts the bet, saying if Principal Ling is in such high spirits, then he will take the wager. Meanwhile, Xiu Yun is still, staring intently at the giant screen, showing her boyfriend fighting her fingers tightly locked in silent prayer. Xu Jingming, I believe you can definitely pull off a miracle. Time flies by, and the seventh day of the competition has finally arrived. Surrounded by a dense wall of enemies, the Qingjing captain coldly orders Kong Shi to surrender because he cannot defeat them. Facing the pack of hungry wolves, the Madu giant Kong Shi grits his teeth and roars with fierce pride, asking if he looks like someone who easily submits. His entire body swells up, bulging with thick veins as the giant bear bellows and charges into the fray, yelling that if they want his points, they must come take them. But just 3 short minutes later, a thick cloud of dust rises to reveal a blue defensive barrier sphere, holding a motionless figure on the ground. The sphere's automated broadcast system immediately sounds off with a cold, harsh announcement stating the safety shield is active, he is eliminated, and he must stay put inside the barrier without moving around. The official rescue team will soon return him to the stadium. After easily snatching up half of the defeated students' points, the Qingjing team checks their score. One member smiles and nods, noting they are in 3rd place, with over 10,000 points, which is not bad at all. But Captain Han beside him sighs, saying that compared to Xu Jingming, the gap is still way too wide since he already has over 20,000 points. A muscular teammate behind them then asks the leader if they should keep searching for Xu Jingming next to take him down. Zhou Taiji smirks, replying confidently that there is no rush since they have 54 minutes until 9 a.m. Once the map and player locations are broadcasted, finding Xu Jingming will be a complete breeze. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Xu Jingming, who is sitting leisurely atop the corpse of a massive beast, looking over the updated leaderboard. With a deep sigh, Senior Kong Shi just lost half his points and plummeted in rank, leaving Madu with only himself and his senior sister to hold the line. He immediately calls up his familiar deep blue system, summoning the attribute panel. Instantly, a blue screen pops up displaying his details as a Tier 3 late-stage combatant. His SS-grade Heavenly Tribulation Thunder Constitution of 415 and Master-level Spear skills are fully displayed. Along with his physical cultivation, he has amassed 51,283 energy points. Looking at this massive heap of points gathered after days of intense grinding, he smiles with anticipation, planning to spend 51,000 points to step straight into early Tier 4. Without wasting another second, a fiery golden electrical current erupts violently, all around him, ripping through the air with deafening cracks. Staring at the crackling orb of fire and lightning dancing in his palm, he smirks with satisfaction, knowing that of the 9 tiers, this is only the real beginning. His Heavenly Tribulation Thunder domain has instantly doubled in size, expanding from 40 to 80 meters wide in an instant. Massive bolts strike from above, completely obliterating a chunk of the forest. He smiles confidently, facing the horizon. A 2-school alliance. If this were a few minutes ago, I might not have beaten you, but everything is different now. As the clock strikes exactly 9 a.m., the tracker on the Qingjing team's wrists suddenly starts ringing loudly. An alert flashes showing the update of the arena map and the exact current locations of all active participants. One team member grins widely as a bright red dot blinks on the virtual screen, yelling that they finally found him. He is only 8 kilometers away and asks if they should go surround him right now. But Captain Zhou narrows his eyes at the map and shakes his head, pointing out that Madu's Guan is closer, only 4 kilometers off. They need to take her down first to prevent her from teaming up with Xu Jingming. The entire squad immediately dashes, like the wind through the dense thickets. A brown-nosing teammate quickly flatters him, praising his incredibly careful foresight. The captain gives him a sharp side-eye, telling him to cut the flattery and move. Meanwhile, senior sister Guwan's wrist tracker starts beeping rapidly as the virtual screen shows her position, being surrounded by a swarm of bright yellow dots. She starts sweating in sheer panic, realizing that 11 hostile signatures are all converging on her at once. Wang Qi, Han Shan, and the rest have officially joined forces. Recognizing the immense threat heading her way, she immediately activates a green protective windshield around herself and flees at full speed. Her eyes flash with fierce determination as she grits her teeth, knowing they are trying to stop her from reaching Xu Jingming. She absolutely refuses to let them trap her. Elsewhere, Xu Jingming monitors the rapid alerts flashing across his wrist device. His face darkens with sheer murderous intent. How dare they hunt down a member of his Madu University team? They must have a death wish. Instantly, he transforms into a bolt of silver-purple lightning to rescue her. Guan runs with all her might across the grass, desperately looking back at the persistent hunters chasing her down. The hostile squads of Qingjing and Jinda follow closely, their heavy footsteps crushing the dry, smoking forest leaves. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming rushes in at terrifying speed. Guan gasps and skids to a sudden halt. A lightning-cloaked figure crashes down right before her, landing gracefully on the ground near his teammate. He sighs in relief that she is safe. Still gasping for breath, Guan urgently begs him to flee. She warns him that Wang Qi's group is chaotic, but her speed buff can help them escape easily. But the young hero calmly shakes his head completely, rejecting her plan to run away. He says they will wait right here for them. Guwan freezes in sheer disbelief at his words. Stunned for 5 seconds, she wonders if he is serious. She clenches her fists with determination. Realizing he wants to fight to the death, here she steels herself. Soon the hunting pack arrives. The vanguard of Qingjing points excitedly, announcing that Guwan and Xu Jingming have finally grouped up. However, seeing them stand completely still, an enemy brawler scratches his head in utter confusion. He mutters aloud, wondering why on earth they stopped running instead of trying to escape. Zhou Taiji sneers with supreme arrogance, guessing that they are probably trying to avenge their fallen teammates. Another member shakes his head mockingly, laughing that wanting revenge without power is just suicide. Captain Han smiles excitedly, noting that this saves them the trouble of hunting them down. Up in the stadium stands the massive crowd goes wild while staring at the big screen. People point out that the Lightning Emperor has stopped arguing that he could have easily won. They call him way too impulsive. Meanwhile, the wind rustles through the quiet trees, creating heavy tension. The two groups stand just a few feet apart. Zhou Taizi steps forward with a smug grin. He asks Xu Jingming with utter contempt if he is really not going to run away. Facing over a dozen bloodthirsty opponents, the young hero casually slips his hands into his pockets. He fires back a brutal roast, asking why he would waste energy running from a pathetic mob. Insulted in front of his crew, Zhou Taiji gnashes his teeth, promising a miserable defeat. Right then, Captain Han steps up, spreading his arms to activate a defensive support spell. A vibrant green light envelops their entire squad as he unleashes a roar of shared vitality. The enemy captain smiles with supreme confidence. With Jin Da supporting the heavy damage dealers of Qingjing, they will slowly drain the hero's life. He warns him that there is absolutely no escape. He tells him to surrender to save face. But in response, dangerous arcs of lightning crackle wildly. He sneers with absolute coldness, telling them that they are the ones who should surrender. A massive blazing column of bright orange lightning erupts violently around him, shaking the entire forest. As he unleashes his devastating signature move, the Heavenly Tribulation Thunder, a suffocating pressure floods the battlefield. The entire Qingjing squad instantly freezes in terror, sweating profusely at the raw power. They stammer in sheer panic, realizing he has broken through to early Tier 4. The spectators grow incredibly curious, demanding to know what is being said. They ask, what could possibly terrify Wang Qi's group so badly? The commentator quickly taps his earpiece. He urges everyone to stay calm while he establishes a connection with the official supervisor. The feed quickly links up with the master supervisor floating calmly above the arena. The commentator quickly asks over the radio, calling out to Grandmaster Zhou to explain. The level 8 Wind Grandmaster Zhou Qiang calmly replies over the comms that Xu Jingming has officially broken through. He reveals the young man is now an early-stage Tier 4 combatant. The entire stadium goes dead silent. Then they erupt into wild, deafening cheers. The Lightning Emperor actually hit Tier 4 at just 19 years old. It makes absolutely no sense. It looks like the combined enemy forces are about to get crushed. They are about to get absolutely wrecked. In stark contrast to the cheering crowd outside, Kim Dat's old vice principal is absolutely fuming. He clutches the staircase railing with a death grip, his face turning pale as he roars in complete helplessness. Did he seriously just break through? Why did he have to level up right in the middle of this survival match of all times? Is he just mocking us? Meanwhile, Principal Lang. She quietly takes a sip of her tea while watching the screen, a charming smile playing on her lips. Just as she expected, this kid really has a knack for pulling off miracles. Out on the green field, Guwan quickly gets ready to cast her support magic. She calls out to let her buff his strength, but Xu Jingming just raises a hand to wave her off. He tells her to just sit back and relax because he has this fully covered. Standing tall amid swirling energy, lightning crackles around him. He smirks with absolute confidence, looking completely unstoppable. Feeling that terrifying pressure, a fighter from Qingjing starts shaking. He cries out in sheer panic, asking how this guy is only a level 4. How is this even possible? He feels like even a level 5 would get crushed by him. Terrified, he asks what they should do now. His captain grits his teeth, trying to save face as he barks out that they cannot just turn and run now. It is time to go all out. Zhou Taizi furiously commands his entire squad to unleash their maximum firepower, ordering all long-range units to strike. Hearing the command, his long-range underlings immediately roar, unleashing their spells. Waves of red fire and blue ice erupt, hurtling straight toward our main character. Dozens of lethal spells completely block out the sky, yet Xu Jingming stands as solid as a mountain, calmly raising a single finger to summon a crackling spark of mysterious lightning. An earth-shattering collision erupts. Blinding golden lightning instantly vaporizes every single incoming long-range attack, turning them into mere dust. Seeing how effortlessly he defended himself, Zhou Taizi freezes in absolute shock, his jaw dropping to the floor. He cannot believe every single attack got completely neutralized. Before the enemy can even process this, Xu Jingming points his lightning-clad finger forward. He confidently unleashes his ultimate move, the Finger of the Lightning God. A massive blood-red pillar of pure electricity violently erupts. It tears through the sky and sweeps across the field, triggering a massive, devastating explosion. Zhou Taiji gapes in pure horror. The sheer speed of the attack leaves him screaming, terrified of how fast it hit. He desperately orders his team to defend. The squad desperately conjures thick stone barriers, bracing themselves to survive the raging storm of fiery lightning heading straight for them. But against absolute overwhelming power, their defenses crumble like wet paper. The enemy soldiers let out agonizing screams. A massive mushroom cloud of fire rises high into the sky, instantly scorching the entire battlefield into a terrifying wasteland. As the thick smoke finally clears, a miserable scene is revealed. The defeated fighters are scattered across the charred ground. Members from both academies lie bloodied and groaning in pain. Xu Jingming slowly walks over to their defeated captain, who is struggling to stand. He flashes a pretty devious grin, whispering that they should definitely not expect this to end so easily. A bright golden light begins to swirl around his spear. Smiling wickedly, he tells them that a simple elimination would be way too kind. Simply throwing them out of the game would be too easy. Right after saying that, he immediately triggers his weapon transformation. His golden spear shifts and morphs, turning into a crackling whip of pure golden electricity. He raises his arm. He viciously whips the smoking backsides of his defeated foes. The bald guy on the enemy team jumps up, screaming in absolute agony. The electric shocks leave him entirely numb. Each strike of the whip cracks through the air, relentlessly beating the arrogant alliance. Soon, the cocky fighters are all writhing on the ground like fish out of water. Witnessing this downright terrifying display of violence, Zhou Taiji starts sweating buckets, his face completely pale. He is horrified that winning was not enough. This guy wants to torture them. He realizes he has to surrender immediately. He desperately tries to open his mouth to yield, but only gasps. He only makes weak, breathless noises, sending him into a complete panic as he realizes his nerves are completely paralyzed by the shocks. Speaking normally is out of the question. A dark shadow falls over Xu Jingming's cold face as he steps closer with a devilish grin. He warns them that this is exactly what happens when anyone dares to lay a hand on his teammates. Whispering gently, he tells them there is no need to rush and they should take their sweet time playing together. His lightning whip strikes relentlessly, sparking loud explosions as the defeated group screams in agony, echoing through the entire forest. Watching this horrific scene unfold from behind, Gu Wan is completely frozen in place, her mouth hanging wide open. She wonders if her captain is actually this terrifyingly powerful. Over in the spectator stands, the audience leaps to their feet. They erupt into wild applause, excitedly discussing the match. Everyone is blown away by how a single finger strike crushed two schools. No one expected the Finger of the Lightning God to be this terrifying. Now that he has leveled up, he completely dominates. He has completely eclipsed even Wang Qi now. The Lightning Emperor is out here getting some serious brutal payback for his teammates.